Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 851 to Chapter 866. Suyu approached the core circle. The small boot might be the main body. Of course, such a large boot was suitable. If the star sea was as big as King Wen's feet, how big would they be? The world is here, which means that King Wen didn't use the power of the world. Or rather, he only used the power of his main body. Not using the power of the world didn't mean that he had no strength. For example, Suyu had strength inside and outside the world. As long as the world wasn't destroyed, he was second class outside. He wouldn't suddenly become an ordinary person just because he was far away from the world. However, in the world, he might be able to use a large amount of the world's power, which would increase his strength. Suyu's increase wasn't small, going from second class to first class. If I could carry King Wen's world with me, it would definitely be much stronger than it is now. Suyu observed carefully. Waves of power of laws were overflowing in King Wen's world. Suyu was investigating the source of the energy. Part of the energy in Suyu's world came from the conversion of primal chaos energy. The other part came from killing people and directly devouring and digesting them. Could King Wen have also opened an opening in the river of time? However, there was no reason that Suyu couldn't see it. There was no reason that others couldn't find it either. Where was the source of King Wen's world's power? Was it maintained by King Wen? King Wen had been gone for a long time. Even if he had maintained it before, he couldn't now. The power transmitted through the heavenly gate would be greatly weakened. Maybe I can gain something here. Suyu had a strange look in his eyes. What kind of gain? A way to strengthen the world. How did King Wen's world grow when he was not present, when there was no chaotic force, and when there was no opening in the river of time? This thing couldn't be born out of thin air, and Suyu couldn't solve this problem. Even the conversion of primal chaos energy would take a lot of time. How did King Wen do it? He stepped under the boot. Although it was a bit embarrassing to be stepped on, Suyu often didn't care about such things. King Wen's sense of humor was very strong. He hung his boots in the air. Once you entered his world, you would have to be stepped on. As soon as he entered the world, Suyu seemed to shrink. Outside, the King of Great Zhou and the Heavenspan Marquis were stunned. At this moment, Suyu had turned into a person the size of an ant and entered King Wen's world. In Suyu's eyes, those normal-sized boots had become the heavens. Soon, Suyu looked outside. He could see that what was outside was a little strange. At this moment, there were two giants outside, giants that blotted out the sky. Interesting. The Sumeru technique. King Wen's world looked small, but it wasn't. The instant Suyu stepped in, he could sense that it was much more stable and powerful than his own world. Great Tao energy filled the world. Freedom, this was a brand new world. Suyu looked up and saw a new world. The air here was very fresh, and the land here was very fragrant. The smell of freedom. Suyu closed his eyes and silently sensed and experienced. He suddenly understood what King Wen was pursuing. Freedom, freedom, that was what King Wen was like. Everything he did was actually the same as what Suyu had been pursuing before, which was freedom. Previously, others had said that Suyu resembled King Wen. Later, after a while, people felt that Suyu was not like King Wen. He just sometimes pretended to be like King Wen. The King of Great Zhou said that Suyu was actually more like the human emperor. The so-called resemblance to the human emperor, in Suyu's view, it was actually putting shackles on the free King Wen, making him the human emperor who was not very free. At this moment, Suyu himself had some enlightenment. Perhaps he was the combination of the human emperor and King Wen. He yearned for freedom, but he could not obtain it so easily. He was not like King Wen. At that time, the human emperor could help him solve these problems, so King Wen was free. As for Suyu, he could only bear it himself. Freedom, the world is under my control. As Suyu silently comprehended, he understood King Wen's thoughts. However, in this freedom, there were some restrictions. Suyu also felt it. He realized that King Wen might also be restricted. This restriction came from many things. The human race, family, friends, comrades, like Suyu, he seemed to be experiencing a process of pursuing freedom but being restricted. Suyu laughed bitterly. Even King Wen had been infected by the human emperor. At the last moment, Suyu vaguely felt something. That familiar scent, responsibility. At this moment, Suyu suddenly felt helpless and bitter. So, you have also been infected. Or should I say, the world is not peaceful, so no one can enjoy this freedom? King Wen, the guy who claimed to be free and did whatever he wanted, was actually also vaguely restricted. That familiar scent was called responsibility. The human emperor. Suyu sighed. Why not remove all responsibility from this world? What he had pursued before was the freedom that King Wen pursued. He was very envious of King Wen. Aside from his sister's misfortune, Suyu was also very envious. But now, he realized that King Wen's world had been hidden here all this time, and he had actually lost his freedom. The world of mortals locks the mortal heart. With a mortal heart, one is immortal. King Wen, you can't escape this calamity. Suyu sneered. With a wave of his hand, a power dissipated, and the wind of freedom dissipated. Fake and inferior freedom. There was no freedom to speak of. King Wen, who had long since known of the existence of the three gates, could never truly obtain freedom. If the human emperor could suppress the myriad worlds and the three gates, then King Wen could truly pursue these things in a carefree manner. Unfortunately, he couldn't. The so-called Great Tao of Freedom was just a facade. He comprehended it again, and this time, he had some new gains, new understandings, and a new Tao. It turned out that the so-called freedom wasn't real. Seeking? Suyu silently comprehended. Was it seeking? In King Wen's world, he sensed another great Tao intent, as if this was King Wen's intrinsic great Tao. The previous freedom was for ghosts to see, but ordinary people really couldn't see through it. The road ahead is long. Seek up and down, explore the true meaning of heaven and earth, comprehend the essence of the great Tao. At this moment, Suyu suddenly had a deep feeling. Seeking, the core essence of King Wen was to seek truth. To comprehend the essence of the world. Researcher? At this moment, a term that hadn't appeared in a long time came to Suyu's mind. King Wen, could it be that he was a researcher? If that was the case, then it would be interesting, Suyu contemplated silently. At this moment, there seemed to be a response from heaven and earth. Gradually, an illusory figure appeared. Under Suyu's somewhat strange gaze, the phantom suddenly appeared. It looked at Suyu with a somewhat confused expression, and then said, "Your Majesty?" Suyu was stunned. He looked at the old man in front of him and didn't speak for a long time. After a while, his cheeks were a little stiff. "You suddenly appeared here? Where is this?" The old man looked at Suyu, still at a loss. Suyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Senior book spirit, you don't know? What should I know?" The book spirit was at a loss. "What should I know?" Suyu sighed helplessly. You're actually the spirit of King Wen's world. I didn't expect this." The book spirit was stunned, and Suyu was also stunned. After being stunned, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was extremely helpless. "So that's how it is. King Wen is a big liar." The book spirit was speechless. "Why are you cursing my master?" Suyu's bare one's teeth grinned. After a while, he said, "I thought it was really a boot, but in essence, it's a book." He smiled bitterly. At this moment, he vaguely understood that King Wen's book might be the core essence. The book spirit was actually the spirit of his world. When Suyu pushed aside the fog, he understood the essence of King Wen's world, which was the so-called path of seeking. The truth that had been hidden all along was revealed, and the book spirit appeared. Suyu sighed. F***CK. The book spirit looked at Suyu. "Why are you scolding me?" Suyu didn't scold him, but he couldn't help but say, "King Wen is a bastard." "Senior book spirit, you're too miserable." "Ah?" Suyu was depressed. "Haven't you felt it?" "Senior book spirit, you're a book spirit, so logically speaking, you should be the most cultured of all of us. However, your progress is very slow. There's no other reason. All of the energy you absorb is fused into King Wen's heaven and earth. I thought he had found a way to create something out of nothing. Now I understand. He created Senior Book Spirit, using a spirit to absorb energy." At this moment, the book spirit was actually comprehending something. After a long time, he seemed to have comprehended something. Gradually, his eyes changed slightly. "I seem to be the spirit of this world. This world is my true body?" He suddenly looked up and was stunned. This shouldn't be a boot, but a book. Universal Tao Scripture. the book spirit murmured. His true body was the universal Tao scripture, which was said to be the book of great Tao that King Wen experienced in his life. It seemed very powerful in the early stages, but now, it wasn't so amazing. Progress wasn't fast, or it could be said that there was almost no progress at all. Logically speaking, as a book spirit, his progress should be very fast, but it didn't. Today, Su Yu and the book spirit understood, it wasn't that he didn't improve, but that the power, laws, and comprehension that the book spirit absorbed were all integrated into this world. Previously, the book spirit wanted to integrate into Su Yu's world, but he didn't succeed. Su Yu thought he was special and didn't care. This time, the book spirit didn't become a master of the laws and didn't fight on the front lines. In fact, forget becoming a master of the laws, the book spirit was at most a second-grade Tao integration cultivator. He was still very far away from becoming a master of the laws, but now, Su Yu knew it wasn't that he couldn't improve, but that he was a spirit of the world and was very strong to begin with. However, King Wen had sealed him and placed him in his former residence. King Wen is really inhuman. He mistreated his senior like this. Su Yu laughed. Senior, why don't you take King Wen's world and join my world? The book spirit now understood everything about himself. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After a while, he said, forget it. I'm master spirit of the world, I can't betray him. As he spoke, he was a bit uncomfortable. Your Majesty, why did I suddenly return? I only comprehended the essence of the Grand Tao. Su Yu laughed. I touched upon the essence of the world's core. If you still didn't appear, I would have been able to invade the world. This is the world's self-defense ability. It can't be invaded by anyone, just like the Lord of the Dead in the Grand Tao of Necromancy. Then, Your Majesty's world, the book spirit was a bit puzzled. Who would protect Su Yu's essence of the world? Su Yu laughed. It hasn't been born yet, but the Heaven Supervisor is currently in charge on my behalf. He condensed the Tao of Providence, but he isn't the essence of the world. Providence is strong, but I don't walk the Tao of Providence. Otherwise, he would be in existence like Senior Book Spirit. The Book Spirit understood and quickly said, so that's how it is. But before Master left, he didn't leave anything behind. Su Yu shook his head. Because before he left, you might not have given birth to a spirit. After all, according to Fat Ball, it was only after he left that Senior was born. But King Wen definitely knew that Senior would become a spirit sooner or later. At this point, Su Yu said, this is a good thing. A very good thing, Su Yu smiled. Senior, now that King Wen isn't here, Senior can be considered half the master of this world. I have made the same arrangement for the human sovereign. Of course, the human sovereign's world doesn't need a master. He is the true master. But Senior, you can control the world, so you probably aren't weak. This is King Wen's world. First-grade strength, could it erupt? It was only at this moment that Su Yu realized just how treacherous King Wen was. Fuck, he actually separated heaven and earth from the spirit of heaven and earth. To put it bluntly, King Wen was actually on guard. He was on guard against the natural growth of the world spirits after he left. They would see that he wasn't here for a long time and invade his world. This wasn't impossible. For example, the Lord of the Undead, under Su Yu's instigation, actually wanted to rebel. The Lord of the Undead's return might be a little troublesome. Of course, this was the inevitable reaction of a cultivator. If Su Yu wasn't here for a long time, he wouldn't keep the Heaven Supervisor awake. He had to be careful of the other rebelling and invading his world. Of course, when the world was in danger, he could wake up. For example, right now, when Su Yu eliminated King Wen's fake freedom Tao and comprehended the essence of seeking, the book spirit naturally woke up and returned to the world. In that case, this piece of heaven and earth actually had a master at this moment. The book spirit, Su Yu's interest was piqued. He smiled, Senior, how about playing? I want to see how strong King Wen's world's Grand Tao is. Since there are no experts in the Myriad worlds, we can try it out. We don't need to worry about being discovered. When there were too many experts, the book spirit's use of the world would be sensed. But at this moment, Su Yu was the strongest, so there was no problem. The book spirit was still enduring the feedback of the world. Hearing this, he said, Your Majesty, forget it, no, I want to try King Wen's world's Grand Tao. Come. The book spirit was conflicted. This wasn't a good idea, right? Give it a try. So you didn't wait for him to reply. He reached out and grabbed him. The book spirit flickered and disappeared. Suyu's eyes moved. Interesting. To be able to escape my grasp, it meant that the book spirit had endured some Grand Tao's feedback and knew how to use the world's power. Your Majesty, there's no need, the book spirit appeared again. Suyu's eyes moved. A chain appeared to lock the book spirit. However, when the book spirit saw this, a chain appeared and locked Suyu up. In an instant, Suyu's chain was locked by King Wen's world. Oh? Suyu's eyes widened. Stronger than my Grand Tao, that was normal. But you're not giving me face by locking me up. Void escape. Suyu disappeared. The book spirit sighed, shook his head, and instantly disappeared as well. The two soon appeared again. This was because Suyu had been squeezed out. Seeing him come out, the book spirit also came out. Suyu's eyebrows rose up. Freeze. The world was instantly frozen. But in the blink of an eye, the frozen world disappeared. Suyu himself started to be frozen as a freezing power swept over. Petrify. The book spirit's foot had just been petrified. Suyu suddenly realized that he had been petrified as well. You have all the Daos I have, so amazing. King Wen had grasped so many Daos. The book spirit was just an executor, but he represented some of King Wen's understanding of the Grand Tao. Thunder explosion, 5 elements explosion, yin-yang explosion, rumble, the world shook. The book spirit kept fighting back with the same Grand Tao power. At this moment, Suyu was a little unconvinced. His desire to win was aroused. Fine, you have your Tao, I have mine, you have mine too. If this continued, my Grand Tao power might not be as good as yours. I might not be able to win. But, you might not have all my Daos. Die. Death descended. Suyu reached out with his hand, and an incomparably dense death aura seeped out. At this moment, the book spirit frowned slightly, and a death aura also seeped out. Suyu laughed. It's fake. It's all an appearance. This is clearly the Netherworld Death Tao. After saying this, Suyu's powerful death aura seeped out. The power of life and death instantly emerged. Life and death intertwined, strangling the dead spirits. The entire world was blooming with flowers one moment, and then withering in the next. The power of the great quietus exploded. The book spirit was a little strange. The next moment, a monstrous power exploded. Suddenly, Suyu felt a suppression force. In the blink of an eye, he was suppressed a lot. In the blink of an eye, he fell from the peak of 2nd grade to the early 2nd grade. The book spirit didn't waste any time. In the blink of an eye, a book appeared. This book was like a cage, and in the blink of an eye, it wrapped Suyu within. Not only that, but at this moment, a pair of boots appeared between heaven and earth. Like a giant, it was as if someone was wearing boots, and with a loud bang, Suyu was flattened. Seeing this, the book spirit's expression changed slightly. He quickly withdrew the power of the great Tao and said hurriedly, Your Majesty, I said not to compete. You've been flattened. Suyu's body quickly filled up, and he said with a fake smile, I've been flattened? The book spirit was speechless. Nonsense, I saw it with my own eyes, and I did it myself. Of course, the book spirit knew that he couldn't provoke Suyu at this moment, so he coughed and said, I saw wrong. Only then did Suyu reveal a smile, and he said with a strange expression, Here, you definitely have first-class combat strength. The book spirit didn't have a deep understanding of these things, but he still nodded and said, I'm afraid ordinary people will be suppressed by me here. Your Majesty is not suppressed too much. At this moment, Suyu sighed a little. I didn't expect this. He didn't expect that there would be a spirit in King Wen's world, and this spirit was one that Suyu had always known. In that case, if the book spirit encountered a life-threatening crisis, could he revive by himself? If he could, then the crisis of the Myriad worlds was not a crisis at all. If someone could invite the book spirit out, perhaps King Wen's world would revive at the critical moment. In that case, King Wen has a lot of backup plans. This might also be a last resort. If the human race was really destroyed, the book spirit might revive. Once he revived, he would control King Wen's world, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to match him. Wait, in this world, even if the book spirit couldn't control all the power, he could definitely exert first-class combat strength and suppress his opponents. Of course, this depended on the location of the battle. If it was in the Star Sea, then he could completely cover it, so Yu licked his lips and smiled. Interesting. He looked at the book spirit. This time, I returned to prepare to improve myself, but in the end, I found King Wen's world and let you return. Now that you're out of the world, I think even if you don't have first-class combat strength, you might have the peak second-class combat strength like me. The book spirit was actually a spirit of the world. King Wen liked to do such things, whether it was the sky supervisor, Bean Bun, or the book spirit. King Wen had created a lot of spirits. Normal people wouldn't do such a thing, but King Wen's Tao was to seek. Then, so you somewhat understood why King Wen could create so many spirits. Researcher. It wasn't strange at all for a crazy researcher to create a lot of spirits. Miss Bai, so you suddenly thought of his teacher, the weak and pitiful one. In fact, at this moment, so you suddenly realized that in Shenwen's faction, the one who truly inherited King Wen's legacy was actually Bai Feng. White robes, this was Bai Feng's first choice. This was also the first time Su Yu saw Bai Feng wearing a white robe and elegantly killing a Sorab Wanzu. That day, Bai Feng was incomparably elegant, and Su Yu suddenly felt that white robes were really cool. Bai Feng always prepared countless white robes and wore them everywhere he went. Before this, Su Yu was still thinking about whether or not he washed his clothes. Bai Feng was good at research, and in fact, many things were researched by Bai Feng. This person was weak, otherwise, he would have long studied the Tao. It was only at this moment that Su Yu realized that the essence of King Wen's Tao was to seek. He suddenly realized that in his faction, the one who was most similar to King Wen was actually Bai Feng. It was just that Bai Feng was too weak, and many people had forgotten about him. In fact, Su Yu learned many things from Bai Feng. Interesting. Su Yu laughed and looked at the book spirit again. You can go out, right? The book spirit nodded. Yes, but, since I've comprehended myself, I can't leave rashly. Master's world has been neglected for many years, and I've comprehended myself. If something happens, it will cause the world to collapse. It's very troublesome. Su Yu laughed. Don't worry about that. I need experts now, and you've come to me for free. As he spoke, Su Yu's eyes flickered, and he suddenly sat down cross-legged. Gue had been teleporting the thing that King Wen wanted to send over, and it finally succeeded. Su Yu quickly appeared outside the gate of heaven's shadow. A round ball fell toward him. Su Yu grabbed it, sensed it, and smiled. The power of the Tao of writing, interesting. King Wen used the power of the Tao of writing to seal the round ball. In that case, Gue didn't lie to him, and he didn't dare to take this thing for himself. Otherwise, the seal would be broken. Of course, King Wen might be able to sense it, and Gue would be in big trouble. He was behind the gate, and so was King Wen. The power of the Tao of writing is sealed. It seems that he knows I want it, so you roughly knew that King Wen had determined his identity. Smart people didn't need to say much. He quickly unsealed the round ball. As soon as it was unsealed, an incomparably surging force overflowed near the gate of heaven. The power of the rule, countless power of the rule. Su Yu's expression changed slightly. So strong, so much. At this moment, Gue's voice came. Su Yu, I've given you the thing, and I've done what I promised. Then I'll arrange for some people to input the power of the rule for you. I'll also give you some rule fragments. I hope you'll keep your promise. Su Yu laughed. No problem. It's a small matter. Then I'll leave first, as you wish. Su Yu gave a perfunctory reply, and Gue also quickly left. In fact, Gue, who was half dead from exhaustion, was also very excited. My avatar has been condensed, so you really didn't stop him. In fact, he wasn't in a hurry to go back. He couldn't participate in the Tao discussion so quickly. At this moment, he couldn't wait to go back and see the situation of the myriad worlds. Gue quickly found a place and sat down cross-legged. His willpower seeped into his mind, and he comprehended everything about his avatar. He saw the myriad worlds, prosperity, sunshine, bright. Gue suddenly felt enlightened, and his mood was joyful. All the effort was worth it. He easily descended an avatar in the myriad worlds. Compared to his old friend from back then, he suddenly felt incomparable contempt. It was a pity that he found an unreliable 6th-generation mortal lord. Look at the 10th generation. Oh my god, he casually let me condense an avatar. His old friend, in order to descend an avatar, had spent who knew how much effort and fought with the 6th-generation mortal lord in a battle of wits and courage. After a long time, he still failed in the end. Look at me, I condensed an avatar so quickly. It won't be long before my main body descends. Gue was incomparably excited. At this moment, he appeared on the battlefield of the heavens. He knew that although this place was different from when they left back then, he had been paying attention to all this over the years. Information about the myriad worlds was something that all the experts in the heavenly gates were extremely eager to know. He thought of how he had begged and begged in order to obtain some information. At this moment, he was in an extremely good mood. My avatar is roaming the myriad worlds. As he flew, he saw people. Many people, there were both men and women. It seemed to be a small city, and the small city was very lively. He quickly landed. Just as he landed, someone beside him laughed and said, "Young man, where are you from? Human race? Are you also here to participate in the martial competition?" Gue was instantly interested. This young fellow in front of him was very weak, but he was very enthusiastic. He didn't mind chatting with him. He laughed and said, "Martial competition? I just came out of seclusion." "What martial competition? What do you do?" "Then you came at a good time." The old man beside him also laughed and said, "Imperial U's guards are recruiting soldiers. They are selecting high-level experts now because of luck. They are short of people now. If they win the martial competition, they can directly join the upper echelons of Imperial U's guards." Imperial U's guards, Suyu? Gue's heart stirred slightly. His eyes flickered as he smiled and said, "Imperial U's guards are recruiting?" "Yes." Gue's eyes flickered again. "It's very dangerous now. I heard that Imperial U has recently encountered a strong enemy, so what?" The old man didn't seem to care. He laughed and said, "Imperial U can defeat everything." Gue was speechless. These people had all been brainwashed by Suyu. He was at the peak of 2nd grade, while Suyu was only of 4th grade, yet he could defeat everything. If it wasn't for him, he would have been killed long ago. However, it was rare to meet such an enthusiastic person. Gue was also excited that he could chat with this person. As for Suyu, even if he told him something, it might not be true. Soon, the two chatted happily. As for what Gue was doing and thinking, Suyu couldn't be bothered to care. Nonsense, in such a small place, Gue would only encounter blue sky. What could blue sky say to Gue? Suyu didn't care about this. At this moment, he realized that today was his lucky day, so much power of laws. Moreover, it felt a little different from the myriad worlds. Not only that. Vaguely, Suyu even discovered that there seemed to be a complete 1st-grade Great Dao power. Suyu's eyes changed instantly. It wasn't strange that Qingwen had killed a 1st-grade Great Dao over there. The key was that Qingwen had completely stripped the opponent's Great Dao power. Suyu's expression changed instantly. This required extreme strength, and, to him, it was simply too good. He was familiar with this Great Dao power. Longevity Dao. Suyu sensed it and murmured. He didn't sense it wrong, or rather, the life Great Dao was fine too. Suyu took a deep breath. Who was Qingwen fighting? He killed an expert who wielded the life Great Dao and completely stripped the opponent's Great Dao. Was he going to leave this for himself to perfect his life Great Dao power? There was also the life Great Dao in Qingwen's world, but it was very weak. "I'm rich." Suyu revealed a brilliant smile. The next moment, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. He seemed to feel something in this Great Dao power. Suyu carefully sensed it. There seemed to be an extremely weak voice in his ears. "Penetrate, my heaven and earth power. Find spirit, find the book spirit? Penetrate his heaven and earth power into the heavenly gate?" Suyu was also a heaven splitter, and he just happened to discover that the book spirit was a heaven and earth spirit. He immediately understood Qingwen's meaning. However, Qingwen's words seemed to have been erased by the heavenly gate. That meant that the heavenly gate didn't allow those who weren't receiving it to leave any imprints. Suyu thought of this and didn't care. He instantly understood King Wen's meaning. He wants me to guide some of his heaven and earth power into the heavenly gate. He wants to guide his own heaven and earth power over. Suyu murmured. This meant that King Wen was under a lot of pressure, Suyu licked his lips and smiled. No hurry. Let's improve my heaven and earth first. There were so many rules in Great Tao, and there was even a first-class complete Great Tao. Moreover, the power behind the heavenly gate seemed to be different from the power outside the heavenly gate. It seemed to complement each other. Perhaps the improvement would be even greater. Sure enough, it's easy to improve after finding King Wen. At this moment, Suyu's smile was incomparably brilliant. I'll improve myself first. As for King Wen, there's no hurry. The stronger I am, the more heaven and earth power I can guide him. Otherwise, even if Suyu guided him, King Wen might not be able to absorb much power. Suyu didn't say anything more. He quickly opened his eyes and looked at the book spirit. Get ready. King Wen just sent a message. He needs some support. Later, you have to cooperate with me and guide some heaven and earth power into the heavenly gate. The book spirit instantly became serious. Master can communicate with His Majesty? Not for the time being. Through a third party. Suyu smiled. No hurry. It'll happen sooner or later. Since I can reluctantly make contact, it'll be official soon. I think King Wen is also anxious. The book spirit quickly said, Okay, Your Majesty, tell me when you need it. I'll immediately guide the heaven and earth power into Your Majesty's heavenly gate. The book spirit was also a little serious. Is little master okay? Suyu didn't know about this, but he still smiled. Not bad. Even King Wu is alive and well, not to mention Time Master. Let's not talk about this first. King Wen gave me a lot of rules. I'm going to my heaven and earth to integrate them. Your Majesty, please go ahead. Suyu didn't say anything else. He quickly disappeared and returned to his heaven and earth. A moment later, Suyu returned. He didn't care about Marquis Tong Tian and King of the Great Zhou who ran back crazily. He was extremely excited. He integrated waves of rules into his heaven and earth. Some of the rule force, Suyu also grasped it. But at this moment, the integration was a little different. For example, Suyu integrated a thunderbolt force. His heaven and earth originally had thunderbolt force, and it was controlled by Princess Qi previously. At this moment, that thunderbolt force was about third grade weak. This was in his heaven and earth, and Princess Qi could barely exert such strength. But in fact, after going out, it was far from it. On Suyu's side, the thunderbolt force sent by King Wen gave Suyu the feeling that it was at most 5th grade. However, when this force integrated into the thunderbolt force, there was a sudden harmony of yin and yang. The overbearing thunderbolt force instantly became a little gentle. However, this was only for the controller. If it really erupted, it would be even stronger. 5th grade thunderbolt force integrated into it. All of a sudden, this 3rd grade weak thunderbolt force seemed to be on steroids. It grew crazily and reached the 3rd grade intermediate level. Suyu's expression changed slightly. It's improving so fast, it didn't seem to improve much, but one had to know that it was only a 5th grade rule force that was integrated. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be much change when a 5th grade rule force is integrated into a 3rd grade rule force. Suyu took a deep breath. Not only did he inhale, but he also frowned. This is troublesome, he suddenly felt something. The most important point was that if the Tao we integrated into the door was like this, then would the person behind the door also improve greatly after integrating with the current Tao of the myriad worlds? If that's the case, the guy behind the door wants to come out. This is a little interesting. He knows that after coming out, he can improve? Suyu judged this in his heart and continued to integrate. A large amount of great Tao force was integrated into him. Suyu could clearly feel that the entire heaven and earth was expanding. The great Tao that was integrated into it was rapidly becoming stronger. When he integrated that 1st grade great Tao force, the entire heaven and earth suddenly expanded crazily. In an instant, the entire upper realm, except for the small place the size of the village where Suyu didn't occupy, almost all other places were occupied by Suyu's heaven and earth, and Suyu, for a moment, felt indigestion. He quickly began to absorb the power, To strengthen himself, at this moment, it was as if he had swallowed many masters of the laws, harmonizing yin and yang, perfecting his own great Tao and heaven and earth, at the same time. Upstream of the river of time. For the human emperor and the others, it only took a moment. Before long, when Suyu told him to put in the Star Universe seal and Human Emperor seal, Human Emperor was stunned. At this moment, not only him, but the others were also stunned. On the other side, Princess Chi's aura suddenly rose. Princess Chi looked back and didn't pay much attention to it. It seemed that Suyu had integrated some kind of great Tao force into it, but she felt that the great Tao of thunder was easier to control. It wasn't so explosive. On her side, in the blink of an eye, beside her, South King's aura also rose. On the other side, South King's aura had just been restored to his second-grade martial emperor strength. This was because the great Tao of the flesh was a very common great Tao force. It was not uncommon behind the heaven gate. The martial emperor was stunned, his mouth wide open. What was going on? Originally, Suyu's physical body in heaven and earth was only at the second level. The martial emperor realm was probably the kind that had just recovered. However, Suyu had extracted a lot of the power of heaven and earth from the human emperor realm, so the martial emperor realm had improved. From 8 to 9, but now, in the blink of an eye, he had the power of 10, the martial emperor was stunned. Holy shit, was it that easy to increase one's realm? Strange, it wasn't just him. More and more people began to improve. Farsighted King and the others watched with their mouths wide open. What the hell, that wasn't all. In the end, Xingyu, who was still healing someone, suddenly released her aura. The human emperor immediately shouted, "Farsighted King!" Farsighted King instantly set up a formation to conceal her aura. As for Xingyu, she was a little confused, but she soon relaxed and didn't care too much. On the side, the War King's eyes widened, and he murmured, Why do I feel like, you're about the same as me? Peak second grade, then wouldn't I have lived all these years in vain? Xingyu's expression was indifferent, and she said indifferently, Suyu improved and strengthened the great Tao of life and death. Is it strange that I reached peak second grade? As she spoke, she said with some doubt, I feel like I'm limited, otherwise, I should be able to reach first grade, right? Strange, she had this feeling that her comprehension was slightly lacking, but it seemed that it was because of Suyu's own limitations that she couldn't reach first grade. Otherwise, she suspected that she could reach first grade. What did Suyu eat? How did his great Tao of life and death suddenly become so much stronger? Just now, when she appeared and left, there didn't seem to be any change. The only change was that fat ball sent the boots back. Could it have eaten King Wen's boots? Thinking of this, she looked at the confused fat ball and sympathized with it. Suyu ate your master's boots, no wonder I feel like my Tao has a foot odor. It's just a psychological feeling. Don't mind it. If it ate the boots, so be it. In other places, everyone was dumbfounded. The Snow King, who had been chatting with his daughter just now, was originally a peak third-grade Snow King, and was about to reach second grade. As for his daughter, her Tao of ice and snow could barely be considered third grade in Suyu's world. But suddenly, Xue Lan's aura reached peak third grade. The Snow King was also dumbfounded. What the hell? Near Xue Lan, Giant Axe also improved, from weak third grade to peak third grade. He grinned and looked at the Snow King. Snow King, our realms are about the same, he said, a little naively. We improved just by sitting. The Snow King's face darkened. Are you showing off? Who would want to talk to you? Further away, the projection of the human emperor trembled. F***ck, am I still in seclusion? Should I not go into seclusion? What's going on? What is Suyu doing? He felt that Suyu had only left for a short while, and then those on Suyu's side were improving crazily. This made him seem useless. It wasn't just him. At this moment, even the farsighted king couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, is merging with heaven and earth improving so quickly? We also want to merge with the world you opened. Am I going from first grade to supreme grade? F***ck, he was a little uneasy. His grandson's grandson just went from weak third grade to strong third grade, and was about to reach second grade. If I give you a few more days, won't you surpass me, your ancestor? Strange, opening a world and merging with heaven and earth, how could it be played like this, increasing one's strength like drinking water? This was too much to make one's eyes red with envy. The human emperor opened his mouth and was speechless. Shut up, right now, I'm merging with my own world. At most, I'm at peak second grade. In my own world, I'm disconnected from the river of time and space. At most, I can support third grade existences. If you merge with it, you're really courting death. Of course, if everyone merged with it, his world would also become stronger. It wouldn't be a problem for him to reach first grade, but the far-sighted king and the others would have to be one grade lower than him. At this moment, the human emperor was also in a daze. Suyu had casually gone out, and his speed had increased as if he had taken medicine. What was going on? Did he seduce second brother Wen? He deduced. This might be the most accurate answer. Suddenly, the human emperor felt a sense of crisis. It wasn't that Wan was going to attack, but he really couldn't lose face. If I don't die, then my old brothers are all surpassed by Suyu, and I'm also surpassed by him, then wouldn't I have lived in vain? The human emperor's expression changed. Death wasn't scary. What was scary was living and then losing face. I'm not afraid of death, so I want to save some face. I didn't know that Suyu could improve so quickly. If this goes on, I'll be left behind by him. Then I really won't have the face to see anyone. I might as well die. The human emperor was still thinking that if he went back and merged with the world, then disconnected from the human emperor's great Tao and merged with it, he might still be able to reach first grade. But now, was Suyu still a first grade expert? Not necessarily. Maybe this grandson can maintain first grade combat strength even if he leaves the world. The more the human emperor thought about it, the more terrified he became. That meant that in the world, he would have the power of at least 20 Daos, maybe even more. Moreover, as the world grew stronger, one's combat strength would also be stronger outside the world. If he really reached the level of the King of Time, then how strong he was inside the world would be how strong he was outside it. It was almost a balance. Thinking of this, the human emperor sucked in deep breaths. This won't do. Suyu has to come back quickly. When he comes back, I'll go merge with the world, disconnect my great Tao, and improve. The next moment, the human emperor suddenly looked at the far-sighted king and the others, somewhat fervent. My old brothers, I originally didn't want to do anything to you, but now I'm anxious. Why don't you all cultivate the world with me? As Suyu's strength increased, Ren Huang was indeed a little anxious. This guy, if this continues, he will be useless. His improvement was too fast. Of course, he was more concerned about one thing. Suyu's world had opened up a lot of Tao. Even if King Wen gave him benefits, it was impossible for all the Tao powers to correspond to Suyu's Tao, unless Suyu had a lot of Tao laws. How did this kid do it? It was also at this moment that Ren Huang paid attention to the people under Suyu. He carefully observed and judged. After a long time, he came to a conclusion. These people under Suyu cultivated the same world as Suyu. Yes, they cultivated the same world. This meant that both sides' comprehension was actually interconnected. They knew about Suyu's comprehension, and Suyu knew about their comprehension. Ren Huang also knew about this kind of Tao cultivation method. However, not all of them were good. There were also drawbacks. For example, once these people became strong, they could easily seize the Tao for their own use because Suyu opened up the entire Tao power to them. Also, if many of the experts under Suyu chose to betray him, it would lead to one result: Suyu's world would lose control and be seized by these people. If they joined forces, their authority might be greater than Suyu's. Ren Huang constantly judged, but he couldn't help but sigh. For Suyu to rise at such a young age, he was decisive and full of courage. There were some things that Suyu was aware of, but he didn't seem to care too much. For a tyrannical person like Suyu, his world might be overturned by others, but he actually agreed. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. It was also at this moment that Ren Huang vaguely understood some of Suyu's thoughts. If all his subordinates betrayed him, it would mean that he, Suyu, was a failure to the extreme. At that time, his world would be formed by these people, and it would also be destroyed by these people. At that time, Suyu probably wouldn't care about this world anymore. Ren Huang constantly thought and pondered. Suyu, perhaps, he could learn from Suyu's method. It was fine if Wisdom King and the others were only a level higher than him. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for Wisdom King and the others to recover their current strength. However, for those below the first rank, merging with the world wouldn't have much of an impact. Thoughts flashed through Human Emperor's mind. At this moment, he didn't want to die anymore. He had to become stronger. For a super expert like me, I still have my experience and comprehension, so I can recover very quickly. However, I'm very worried that before I recover, that grandson Suyu will really surpass me. Impossible. Human Emperor thought, this grandson Suyu simply doesn't understand how strong I was in the past. Back then, I was terrifyingly strong. When he was dealing with Wan, it was only because of various unexpected factors that he couldn't take down Wan. Otherwise, he, 1 against 10. Wait a minute, after thinking for a while, he was a little worried. So you should be expanding the heavenly gates now, which might not be a good thing. Forget it, he would not care about this for the time being. Second brother Wen was still there, and he was still alive. He should have a way to deal with it. Meanwhile, in the upper realm, Suyu's world was expanding crazily. Suyu frowned, not because it wasn't expanding fast enough, but because he felt that after merging with the Great Tao, his world was expanding too fast. In that case, is this the reason why the people in the gate wanted to come in? To increase their strength, or to perfect the Great Tao? Suyu judged and murmured, using the Great Tao of the Myriad world as Yang, and the Tao of the Three Gates as Yin? This is the Heavenly Gate's Great Tao, and the Earth Gate seems to be the Chaos Great Tao. Could it be that the Chaos Great Tao is also divided into Yin and Yang? What is in the Human Gate? Thoughts appeared in Suyu's mind. If the experts in the Heavenly Gates came out, appeared in the Myriad world, found the corresponding Great Tao, and merged with it, would they instantly become stronger? Suyu's eyes flickered. So, when they come out, they will think of a way to kill the experts of the same Tao. The struggle for Tao. At this moment, Suyu suddenly understood, this was the struggle for Tao. The struggle for Tao on the same Great Tao. They were all above the river of time. What about heaven and earth? His Great Tao of heaven and earth was different from the river of time, but it was also Yang, and even the entire world was Yang. Would it also be targeted by others? Would it devour the world? When he merged with the Great Tao power behind these gates, Suyu vaguely understood something. 3 gates, 3 eras, the old era. How could he return? How could he become the master of heaven and earth again? Replace. Previously, the Human Emperor said that the people in the 3 gates were all enemies. At that time, Suyu wanted to seize power, but now he understood, not seize power, but seize the Tao. Suyu closed his eyes. The struggle to seize the Tao of the old era had already become the past, and the 3 movement techniques seemed to have the same logic. Strictly speaking, these people only existed in the past, and if they wanted to return to the present, they would have to seize the Tao of the experts of the Great Tao, which was equivalent to merging with the present. The inspiration for the 3 movement techniques should have come from this. At this moment, Suyu had some more understanding of the 3 movement techniques. The inspiration for the 3 movement techniques must have come from this. And this also represented an extremely terrifying thing, and that was, the existence of the 3 gates. No, especially the existence of the Elysium. Once they appeared, they would definitely fall out with the experts of the Myriad worlds, and the experts of the Myriad worlds actually coveted the other party's Tao. Either they devour us, or we devour them. The struggle for Tao. Suyu licked his lips. Interesting. Why would this Great Tao be divided into Yin and Yang? They were both Tao on the river of time, so where did the deviation occur? Gate. Thoughts kept appearing in his mind, and the expansion of the world also stopped. Suyu looked carefully. At this moment, the entire world included more than half of the upper realm, except for some blind spots. Almost all of it was covered by him, and only now did Suyu feel that he had really become stronger. Not only did he become stronger, but he also became much stronger. This was the power of law that King Wen had accumulated for many years. Perhaps at the beginning, it was to perfect his own world, but there was no way to export this power, so it benefited Suyu. With a wave of his hand, Suyu could vaguely feel it. At this moment, within his world, the power of the Great Tao condensed. As Suyu moved, the Great Tao converged, and gradually, Suyu could feel his strength growing rapidly. Vaguely, about 20 little golden dragons appeared around him. These were the phantoms of the Great Tao. The power of 20 Taos? Suyu felt for a moment and roughly estimated that it might be this much. With a wave of his hand, Suyu dispersed these little golden dragons. These things were condensed when he attacked with all his strength. If he wanted to pretend to be 13, he could always condense them by his side, but only a fool would do so. Wouldn't his strength be seen through at a glance? The strong had to be hazy. The kind that people couldn't see through. If they could see through, could they still be considered strong? The power of 20 daos, Suyu muttered to himself. This strength was much stronger than before. After reaching 16 daos, it was as difficult as ascending to the sky to increase the power of each dao. This time, he absorbed the power of the great dao and actually improved a lot in the world. Outside the world, Suyu instantly moved out. He also reached out and grabbed. Beside him, 16 little golden dragons appeared faintly, and the 17th also appeared faintly. Suyu smiled. In this way, in the outside world, without the blessing of heaven and earth, I am also considered a first-class strong. First class is not difficult. Suddenly, he found that the first class seemed to be quite simple. Suyu smiled, but he was a little serious. I improved so fast because I overdrafted some of my future potential, 3 body techniques, merging the past and the future. Suyu merged it. He also merged some of the opposite power of the great Tao in the gate of heaven. In fact, many people did not do this. Did the human emperor do it? Did he absorb it? If not, it meant that once the gate of heaven opened, many people inside and outside the gate of heaven could improve. The premise was to find the corresponding great Tao and kill the opponent. At that time, even if Suyu killed him, there would be no way for him to improve like he did now. So, I must enter before the gate of heaven opens. At this moment, Suyu made a decision. He could not wait for the gate of heaven to open before dealing with those people. He had to enter the gate of heaven first. While the other party had not merged with the Tao of the myriad worlds and had not improved, he had to kill all of them first. Even if he could not kill all of them, he had to kill the main opponent. Only then could he guarantee that even if the gate of heaven opened, even if they improved, he would not be afraid of them. As Suyu thought of this, his aura began to fluctuate. It also began to stabilize. At this time, the king of Great Zhou and the others also rushed over. Just as they were about to congratulate him, Suyu suddenly revealed his gate of heaven. The gate of heaven was much more solid than before. Suyu gave a low shout and the power of the myriad Tao was released. 360 apertures in his body and 360 apertures appeared. 720 light spots flickered with the light of the sun. The entire gate of heaven was being supported by him. Open! A low shout resounded through heaven and earth. The gate of heaven rumbled, as if it had grown a little stronger. Not only that, a small crack could be vaguely seen on the projection of the gate of heaven. This crack could only allow Suyu and Gui to put in some power. This was the limitation of the gate of heaven's projection. If the true gate of heaven opened a crack, it would be the same as the gates of hell opening a crack. Almost anyone could think of a way to enter and exit. In an instant, the gate of heaven was strengthened by Suyu. At the same time, inside the gate of heaven, far away from the gate of heaven, Gui's heart skipped a beat. He faintly sensed something and raised his eyebrows. What was going on? At this moment, while controlling his clone to understand the myriad worlds, he was also trying to find out more about Suyu's situation. If he knew himself and his enemy, he would be able to negotiate with Suyu. But at this moment, Gui suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. What happened? He quickly returned to the place where Suyu's gate of heaven was projected. Very quickly, he felt that something was amiss. Previously, almost no one could see Suyu's gate of heaven's projection. But now, it seemed to have solidified. Solidified the gate of heaven? Gui slightly frowned. It couldn't be, right? Did Suyu become stronger? He thought about it and probed a little bit of power. Just as he probed in, Suyu's voice came. Gui, you're back? Did you bring the rule shard? Gui's face stiffened. Nonsense, I just left for a while. Where did the rule shard come from? Suyu, you. Suyu's voice was a little savage and proud. This emperor is now 3rd grade. The power of 4 daos. Suyu laughed wildly and said, Gui, you didn't expect it, right? I tricked you. The rule shard that King Wen sent over was actually swallowed by me. Do you really think I don't need it at all? Gui was speechless. Nonsense, I know, you will definitely devour something suitable for yourself. Is there a need to say it? However, Suyu had quickly advanced to tier 3, which was somewhat surprising. Previously, Suyu had only been tier 4, but he had advanced to tier 3 so quickly. This meant that this fellow's fusion speed was very fast, and his aptitude was very good. So that's how it is, entering 3rd grade, no wonder Suyu's tone was different today. It was even more arrogant than before. He felt the gate of heaven and laughed out loud, "Congratulations." Suyu's voice came again and he chuckled, "Congratulations?" "Yes, I've discovered a problem. For example, I cultivate the Tao of the fleshly body, and so do you. However, you and I are separated into yin and yang. In that case, if I devour you, or if you devour me, there will be a huge improvement, right? Gue, this gate of heaven is really interesting. You and I, who are destined to become enemies, will actually cooperate at this moment." Gue's expression changed slightly. Yes, Suyu devoured some rule shard, which meant that Suyu had indeed found some problems. This was something he had neglected before. Gue hurriedly smiled and said, "You misunderstood. Since you and I are partners, how can this be? Moreover, it's not just you and I who cultivate the physique Tao. In this myriad world, in this gate, there are many who cultivate the physique Tao. This thing is not a unique Tao. There are many kinds of Tao. The slightest difference is a new Tao." He still explained, "I don't want to devour you, don't misunderstand." Suyu laughed, but soon, he didn't care too much about this and said lightly, "Gue, if you have the ability, then come to the myriad world first. When you come, maybe I won't have to wait." "Alright, now that we are using each other, there is no need to worry about this. Help me do one more thing." Gue immediately frowned and said, "Suyu, I've agreed to all of your requests. I'm not your subordinate, it's not a difficult thing." Suyu said indifferently, "Just help me bring something to Kingwen." Gue slightly frowned, "What is it?" "What?" "A pair of shoes." Suyu said calmly, "That was Kingwen's weapon in the past. He left it in the myriad world and didn't take it with him. I'm afraid Kingwen is not doing well now. If I return this pair of shoes to him, I wonder if he can improve a little to deal with strong enemies." "A pair of shoes, weapon?" Gue thought for a while and said, "I'm afraid it is difficult to project a physical existence through the heavenly gate. What we projected before was just some power of rules, let's try it." At this stage, a weapon is no longer a pure physical thing. Suyu said lightly, "Help me with this. You should know that it is very rare to meet a magnanimous heavenly gate master like me. If you want to form a clone, I will form one for you. I can't even be bothered to care what happens to your clone. If you want to add people, I will add people for you. Gue, you should have some understanding of this. Other than me, Suyu, who would be so reckless as to agree to you so casually?" Gue secretly cursed, "You also know that you are reckless." At this moment, Gue also couldn't hold back, or rather, it was a kind of test. He directly said, "Suyu, are you really not worried at all? Aren't you afraid that I will descend into the infinite world?" Suyu's voice was filled with arrogance. He sneered and said, "The heavenly gate will open sooner or later. Gue, don't pretend in front of me. I'm afraid you are just a small character in the heavenly gate. Now, I am using you to improve myself, and you are also using me. Both of us will benefit. If we don't take this chance, how can we compete with the big shots? Are we destined to only watch the show and be small characters in this battle of the great path? I am not willing. You have cultivated to this stage, how can you be willing?" "Not willing," this sentence made Gue a little silent. "Willing? Of course not, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the risk to find Kingwen and fulfill Suyu's request. He didn't want Suyu's heavenly gate to close." After thinking for a while, Gue sighed. "This is the last time. Suyu, I don't know what you and Kingwen are doing, but I can feel that it is very dangerous. If you keep me running between you and Kingwen, not only will I be in danger. You will be in danger too." "Me?" Suyu was puzzled. Gue explained, "Kingwen and King Wu are being watched by someone, a supreme expert. If I keep running between you and Kingwen, sooner or later, I will be discovered. Once I am discovered, I will soon be caught, and they might even use me to find the location of your heavenly gate projection. Suyu, you have to understand that even if you don't receive them, they are incomparably powerful and have a way to forcefully enter your heavenly gate. At that time, even if it is not their true body and only their projection, you will still die. Such an existence's projection clone might have second-grade strength, or even stronger. As long as your heavenly gate is not closed, they can even project first-grade strength in. Gue said worriedly, once we encounter such an existence, both you and I will be in great trouble. Therefore, it is best not to have any contact with Qingwen. This was the truth, but it was also a bit exaggerated. That person from the Eternal Life Mountain might not discover him. Even if he did discover him, he might not be able to find the location of Suyu's heavenly gate projection. Of course, to prevent Suyu from constantly asking him to meet Qingwen, he had to warn Suyu. This was a very dangerous matter. Being in constant contact with Qingwen would eventually lead to trouble. He was worried about Eternal Life Mountain, and also worried that Suyu and Qingwen were plotting something. Although they had only been in contact with each other so far, it didn't seem like anything was going on. The only thing was that he had given some power of the natural order to Suyu. Even if he had brought the message, it was through him, and he heard it, so there was no problem. But as a first-class expert, he still had a vague sense that it was dangerous. At this time, Suyu slightly raised his eyebrows. As he walked down to the lower realm, he transmitted his voice, so, once a powerful existence discovers the location of my heavenly gate, he can forcefully descend? Yes. Gue said again, of course, not the true body. Suyu said with a smile, what about you? Powerful existences can't descend through my heavenly gate, they can only descend through the real heavenly gate. So, can an existence like you descend through my heavenly gate? No way. Gue felt a bit guilty, but he still forcibly explained, I can't do anything about it. I can only descend through the real heavenly gate. In your place, I can only descend through a doppelganger, but the more power I project, the stronger the doppelganger will be. Yes, that's it. Anyway, so you didn't know whether it was true or not, Suyu snorted disdainfully. There was no need to ask, Suyu's true body would definitely descend. At this moment, he more or less understood the use of the heavenly gates. Suyu, as the guide, could receive a powerhouse. His true body could descend, and even more than one. Suyu thought for a moment and said, Gue, tell me the truth. Can I enter the heavenly gate? Gue raised his eyebrows, the heavenly gate is too dangerous, Suyu, so you can? Suyu already knew that human sovereign had this plan in the past, but he was repelled and had to retreat. Moreover, King Wu and Qingwen had already entered, Suyu said with a smile, Qingwen and the others also entered through the heavenly gate, right? But why can't they come out? This was what Suyu was concerned about, being able to enter but not leave. This was a bit troublesome. Gue thought about it and agreed, Qingwen and the others had already entered. If you said you couldn't come in, Suyu wouldn't believe it. He thought for a moment and explained, this is how it is inside the heavenly gate, you can enter but not leave. Inside the heavenly gate is a place of imprisonment, a place of sealing. Can enter but not leave, that was troublesome. If you want to come out, you can only wait for the heavenly gate to open. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Suyu didn't say more and said lightly, I know you have your difficulties, and I know what you are worried about, but, just this once, help me give this pair of shoes to Qingwen, then you won't need to run back and forth anymore. The shoes represented some of the core daos of heaven and earth. Although not all of heaven and earth had been received, as long as Qingwen was willing, he could extract a part of the power of heaven and earth through this pair of shoes. And as long as Suyu opened the heavenly gate for Qingwen while he was extracting, Qingwen would naturally be able to cover himself with the power of heaven and earth. In times of need, Suyu could even borrow some of Qingwen's power of heaven and earth. Gue pondered for a moment and said solemnly, Suyu, this is the last time. Although I want to cooperate with you, I don't want to die. Qingwen's enemy is too strong. Suyu smiled and suddenly slapped his face, is that so? How strong? Much stronger than Qingwen, but you haven't killed Qingwen in so many years? The human sovereign is stronger than Qingwen, so the human sovereign should be about the same level as the enemy? Aren't you comparable to the human sovereign? This this was too much of a slap in the face. Gue's face turned green. He said vaguely, if that's not the case, then Star Universe. Star Universe shouldn't be as strong as Qingwen. This was a matter of face. How could he change his words after bragging? He said again, I'm not afraid of that person, but There's no need to fall out with him, right? Suyu laughed. Right my ass, he thought for a moment and said, according to the classification of the Great Tao, how much power of Tao does the guy you mentioned have? I'm not sure about that, Suyu was speechless. Then how much power of Tao do you have? It's a secret. Come on, I get it, because you have no idea how strong the experts of that realm are. The more you say, the more mistakes you make, so you didn't ask any more. If he asked, this guy wouldn't know, and it would be useless to talk nonsense. Instead, it would interfere with his judgment. Fine, just this once, the last time. So you said no more. At this moment, he came to the Star Sea again. The book spirit appeared in an instant, dragging a pair of boots in his hand, panting a little. I branded the core of the world on this pair of boots. It can be considered an extension of me. Please, Your Majesty. When King Wen left, he didn't take the world with him. He must have had his own plans. Later, he entered the Heaven Gate, so King Wen's own Heaven Gate was probably isolated and could no longer receive power. Only now did he have a chance to receive the power of the world through Suyu. As for King Ming and the human sovereign, they had been upstream, so they couldn't receive the power of the world for him. The book spirit actually understood this. Therefore, the only one who could help King Wen now was Suyu. It's a small matter. Suyu said with a smile, it's a good thing that King Wen is alive. He can help us restrain the experts of the Heaven Gate. As he spoke, he picked up the boots. At this moment, this pair of boots, with golden edges and black surface, was somewhat similar to Suyu's boots. Suyu suddenly smiled and waved his hand, and the boots turned white. The book spirit was stunned. Suyu said with a smile, give him a pair of small white shoes, it suits his temperament. The book spirit didn't know whether to laugh or cry. King Wen liked to wear white robes, but it didn't mean he liked to wear white shoes. This was a trivial matter, and he didn't bother to say anything more. And Suyu quickly materialized the boots and entered the Heaven Gate. It was not easy to transmit it. However, Suyu was indeed powerful enough at this time. It took him some time and strength to make the great path tremble, and a small crack appeared in the Heaven Gate. Soon, the boots were transmitted into the Heaven Gate, at the same time. King Wen's eyes moved slightly. He suddenly looked back at a certain place, and a smile appeared in his eyes. I found it. What? King Wu was curious. King Wen smiled brightly, but he didn't answer. I found the projection of Suyu's Heaven Gate, I felt it, I felt the power of my heaven and earth. Suyu's means are not weak. In such a short time, he actually opened his own world, summoned back the book spirit, and even transmitted a core of his world over. Suyu is stronger than I imagined. He slightly raised his eyebrows, looked at King Wu, and said after a while, next time, don't say that Suyu is my son, or else, you will be in danger. King Wu laughed, don't say that, you make it sound like I am not as good as him. You should know that I am just a little bit away from reaching that realm. You may not be as strong as me here, heh. King Wen sneered, fine, as long as you like. At this moment, King Wen smiled brightly. I can spread a part of my heaven and earth's power here. So you should understand what I mean. Since he has guided my heaven and earth's power here, it means that the myriad worlds have been pacified, and no one will notice the abnormality of my heaven and earth. His heaven and earth is in the Star Sea. If there are many experts in the myriad worlds, then Suyu should be able to understand why King Wen is doing this, and who he is scheming against. It will be a loss if he is exposed. Now, Suyu has simply guided the heaven and earth's power here, which means that the myriad worlds have been pacified. King Wen exhaled, and smiled brightly, the myriad worlds are at peace. King Wu was puzzled. How did you guess? Before, you said that the myriad worlds are very troublesome, very dangerous, and now, not long after, you say that the myriad worlds are at peace. You are too fickle. King Wen smiled again, Big Brother's side is not a big problem. But it is hard to say. Let's see how Suyu arranges. The corner of King Wu's mouth twitched. King Wen continued, until now, the heavenly gate has not opened. Big Brother and the others should still be blocking the gate upstream, blocking Wan's way back. Suyu is in the myriad worlds now. Did he go to see Big Brother, or did he not? He thought for a moment, and then quickly said, he should have gone. So you may have solved some problems on his side, and felt that the pressure on Big Brother's side is not too big, so he returned to the Myriad worlds? This was some of his speculation. Suyu is so powerful, it is impossible that he did not go upstream. He must have gone and helped Big Brother solve a lot of problems, and felt that the danger was not too big, so he returned to the Myriad worlds, thinking of ways to improve himself, and thus contacted me. The Heavenly Gate guidance method should have been passed on to him by Big Brother. Kingwen judged again, and then said, now, Big Brother and Wan's strength should be balanced, and Suyu is eager to break through, and thus break this balance. The Martial King stared blankly. Did you put a doppelganger in the infinite worlds? Otherwise, you are just making a blind guess. The two of us have been together all this time, so what you say is true. Kingwen ignored him, and as he walked towards the periphery, he said, we can't waste any more time. Whether Big Brother wins or loses, he will soon return to the Myriad worlds. At that time, the Heavenly Gate will definitely open. We have wasted too much time, Kingwen sighed, and then said, Suyu's strength is also rapidly increasing, and Wan's situation is not clear. Has he been expelled, or even killed? Kingwu understood every word, but he was truly dumbfounded. Are you making blind guesses, or do you really know? You speak as if it is true. You are not even in the Myriad worlds, but you can judge the situation of the Myriad worlds. Kingwen ignored him. Suyu opened the Heavenly Gate, and transmitted the power of heaven and earth over. Just this point was enough for him to speculate a lot of things. There were many clues. Kingwu was too lazy to use his brain, so he naturally could not guess these things. Kingwen walked all the way to the edge, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Go, find trouble with Eternal Life Mountain. Make a big commotion, and then run after the fight. Oh. Kingwu did not know why he was looking for trouble now, but he liked looking for trouble. In the next moment, Kingwu shot out, heading straight for Eternal Life Mountain. Kingwen stood motionless. In the blink of an eye, there was a loud rumble. In the distance, Kingwu's body suddenly shot into the sky, incomparably large and powerful. He punched out, splitting heaven and earth. He roared, release Wenyu, or I will kill you all. Boom, a loud sound resounded through the world. At this moment, in the distance, Guiyi's face was filled with fear. A fight had begun. Run. Just as he was about to run, Kingwen's voice sounded in his ear. Give me the shoes, and you can leave. Guiyi's expression changed dramatically. This time, he was in his true body, and did not have time to clone himself. After all, he was still in the periphery, and Kingwen had discovered him. He was terrified. Shoes? Yes, it was this pair of shoes. He hurriedly threw the shoes away and broke into a run, cursing inwardly. Suyu, that bastard, he did not know what he and Kingwen were doing. He had checked the shoes, and there was nothing unusual, but Kingwen had sensed it ahead of time. Oh my god, this was too dangerous. If Kingwen wanted to find him and kill him, wouldn't it be very simple? The shoes that had been thrown away instantly disappeared, and Kingwen's voice sounded in Guiyi's ear again. Tell Suyu not to contact me again, it's very dangerous. You too, be careful, don't be discovered. He was concerned for Guiyi, afraid that he would be exposed, and said, if there's trouble, you can come to me, provided that I have time to help you. Guiyi's face turned purple. What did he mean? Do I still need you to protect me? Kingwen said nothing, and silently watched him leave. In an instant, a pair of shoes appeared under his feet. White. Kingwen laughed. At this moment, in white clothes and shoes, he looked somewhat at ease, his long hair flying in the wind. Kingwen felt the power coming from under his feet, and chuckled softly. Eternal Life Mountain, he turned his head to look. After all these years, you've suppressed me. Does it feel good? Kingwen's smile was brilliant, and he instantly disappeared. There's not much time left, I have to solve the problem here as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Suyu and Big Brother come, I'll still be entangled with Eternal Life Mountain. That would be too embarrassing. These days, we scholars roam the pugilistic world, and face is what we want, isn't it? Suyu has pacified the Myriad realms, and Big Brother has dealt with the Wan experts. Not to mention taking down the Heaven Gate, Eternal Life Mountain has already stopped me. If the 3 gates open, how embarrassing would it be for me to return to the Myriad realms? In the infinite realms. A smile appeared on Suyu's face. Kingwen had it, he could feel it, although he hadn't seen Kingwen before, on this day, the two of them sensed each other. Suyu had bare one's teeth. It was a good thing that Kingwen had gotten the boots. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, even if he couldn't match that terrifying enemy, at least he had some protection. Human sovereign, Kingwen, Suyu murmured. Life was good. There were human sovereigns at the front, and Kingwen was at the Elysium. Unfortunately, the Earth Gate and the Human Gate didn't have many arrangements. Otherwise, they would have been able to suppress all the powerful enemies in the universe, and Kingwen and the others didn't disappoint Suyu. These old fellows had made a lot of arrangements. Apart from the Human Gate, the other three gates also had their own plans. This made Suyu feel more at ease. Since returning, Suyu hadn't rested. At this moment, Suyu finally had time to catch his breath. Before, he didn't even have time to catch his breath. Maybe it was a bit exaggerated, but the sense of urgency made Suyu not dare to stop for even a moment. At this moment, when Kingwen connected to his own world, Suyu felt a lot more at ease. Human Sovereign was at the front, so it was fine. Wan didn't dare to come over. The Infinite Realms were also very peaceful now. Taking a break from the busy work made Suyu feel better. Of course, he used Gui's roar as a seasoning. Suyu, you tricked me? In the Elysium, Gui roared for a while. How did Kingwen find me? What did Suyu do to the boots? At this moment, he was very worried. He was worried that Kingwen would suddenly attack. Had he found out where his body was and where Suyu's Elysium projection was, Gui roared, Suyu, don't go too far. If you do this, I'll just break up with you. He felt a sense of crisis. At this moment, he was very worried about his own fate. Kingwen's move had indeed frightened him. Although Suyu didn't know what was going on, he could sense his fear. He couldn't help but smile. Was he frightened by Kingwen? How did Kingwen scare him? Poor Gui, he didn't have much courage. He didn't have much courage, but he had a lot of ideas. If he was really scared to death, he would have run away at this moment instead of cursing in the street. Sure enough, there was nothing to be afraid of when one was a coward. What was afraid was that even a coward would be greedy. Gui was a typical example. He greedily wanted to descend to the Myriad worlds, but he was afraid that Kingwen would come looking for him. So you didn't know if this kind of person was afraid of death or greedy because of his old age. But in Suyu's case, he wouldn't live past the next year. If the older generation is like this, then there's nothing to worry about. Suyu smiled and pretended that it didn't exist. He didn't care about it at all. Go ahead and curse, boom. He closed the heavenly gate a little, and the sound of it returning became much quieter. He didn't close it completely, mainly so that Kingwen could use the power of heaven and earth. Gui was even more anxious now. However, he couldn't do anything to Suyu. Helpless, Gui could only go all out. Fine, you're ignoring me, since you're so arrogant, Suyu, don't blame me for being impolite. My avatar is still in the Myriad worlds. At this moment, he had also received a lot of news. He also knew where Suyu's confidence came from. This guy's subordinates are pretty solid. No wonder he's not afraid of me. He has a total of 9 masters of the laws under his command. Including Suyu himself, that's a total of 10, no wonder he's so arrogant. He even dares to fight a peak second rank. This was because Suyu had the most subordinates on the side of the Infinite Worlds, and they were the strongest. That peak grade 2 expert had tried to attack a few times, but he was forced to retreat by Suyu's team. He even almost died at Suyu's hands. Gui snorted inwardly. That's a second rank, but I'm a first rank. Moreover, I can call for help. Didn't Suyu agree to come as he pleased? Fine, then I'll go call for help. Watch how I deal with you when they come. Suyu wasn't interested in paying attention to Gui. At this moment, Suyu had arrived in the world. Previously, when he'd fused with the Great Tao and expanded the world, some people had broken through, and more than one. The first to break through was Cloud Sky. She'd previously cultivated Sword Tao because Xinghong had given it to her. She'd taken advantage of the upheaval to grasp Sword Tao and step into the Master of the Law's realm. Cloud Sky was the first, and the second was Marquis Fire Cloud. This old general from ancient times and Lord Snow's subordinate could be considered lucky this time. Suyu had strengthened his Tao of incineration. Marquis Firecloud's Great Tao was somewhat different from the Great Tao of Incineration. In addition, the Skyfire had seized the initiative, so he hadn't been able to break through previously. This time, his luck had taken a turn for the better. Marquis Firecloud had broken through. Of the 6 experts that Suyu had found in the higher realms, Dark Shadow and Cloudwater had been slain by Suyu. Heroic and South Garrison had broken through. Now, Marquis Firecloud had broken through again. Only Marquis Steadfast was left looking at Suyu with an aggrieved expression. He didn't know what to say. The only one who hadn't died was him. He'd walked the Tao of the Halberd, which was similar to the Tao of the Spear. However, Marquis Steadfast's luck wasn't good. He couldn't break through and was still stuck at the Heavenly King realm. Inside the Mortal Lord Seal, a tiny palace stood in a small world. Cloud Sky, Tea Tree, Monarch of Great Zhou, Marquis Firecloud, Heaven Supervisor, Marquis Skyspan, and Book Spirit. Apart from Marquis Skyspan who'd returned with him, the others had stayed behind to guard the Myriad worlds. In other words, at this moment, Suyu could mobilize 6 more Masters of the Laws. Including himself, he had a total of 42 Masters of the Laws. Of course, including Xingyu, there were actually 43. Moreover, Monarch of Great Zhou was currently 2nd class. Book Spirit had left when Monarch's world and was also 2nd class. In fact, he was almost 1st class. On the Heaven Supervisor's side, although Suyu had integrated a lot of providence into Human Emperor's world, his world was strong and his providence flourished. Some of his subordinates continued to break through. After defeating Wan and killing a large number of experts, the Heaven Supervisor had vaguely reached 2nd class. The experts left behind to guard the realm didn't seem weak. However, at this moment, Suyu suddenly sighed. Those who haven't broken through before, in the future, it'll be even more difficult. As his world continued to expand, the Great Tao was strengthened. Those who had already broken through or seized the opportunity to break through were all beneficial. In any case, they'd already grasped the Great Tao. If Suyu filled in the Great Tao, they could just continue comprehending it in the future. In fact, it wouldn't affect anything. However, those who hadn't broken through, as their Great Tao strengthened, the difficulty of breaking through would increase. When Suyu's world was a bit stronger, those who wanted to break through might be the same as stepping into the river of time and becoming a Master of the Laws. It had to be known that this was very difficult. In the last 100,000 years, those who had truly stepped into this realm were the Empyreans. Even if they became Masters of the Laws, there were only 20 to 30 in total. On average, only one appeared every 300 to 400 years. The chances of establishing a new world were actually very high. When a man attained the Tao, his chickens and dogs would ascend to heaven. These words weren't empty words. The fact that so many powerhouses had emerged under Suyu's command was related to his new world. In the crowd, some people were sad. Marquis Steadfast was very sad. Xinghong, the powerhouse who had given way, was also silent. He was a bit disappointed, but he didn't say anything. Dasha of Goguryeo had already left. No one knew where he'd gone with his dark guards, so he didn't have a chance to be sad. The others were more or less disappointed. They hadn't grasped the opportunity again and again, time and time again. One old friend after another had stepped into that realm, but they'd missed the opportunity again and again. On Suyu's side, the number of Masters of the Laws had reached 40 or above. In truth, he was already overloaded. Those who could break through had already broken through. Suyu was silent for a moment, then looked at the others. Great Han King, Great Tang King, Great Song King, Xinghong, Shan Qi. As Suyu called out the names one by one, everyone looked at him. Suyu continued, 4th month, 5th month, Devouring Void, Heavenly Strategy. You still have a chance. The crowd looked at Suyu. Suyu said softly, everyone, do you see that village outside? That's the land of the Tao Essence. That's the Human Emperor's world. There aren't many great Taoists to choose from, but there are some common ones. There are quite a few powerhouses on the Human Emperor's side, but most of them are Masters of the Laws. My idea is very simple. After all, this is my territory. If the Human Emperor comes to establish a new world, it'll be a great opportunity. You, go to the Human Emperor's world and open a path. Everyone's expressions changed slightly at these words. Leave Suyu's world and join the human emperor's world. This was an opportunity, a great opportunity. There weren't many great Daos in the human emperor's world, and there were quite a few heavenly venerables, heavenly kings, and some Dao integration cultivators on the human emperor's side. There were also many masters of the laws. If they occupied the great Daos, they would soon be able to divide the human emperor's world's great Daos. However, Suyu could help them fight for some spots. Suyu said softly, "You won't be able to find a suitable Dao here. For example, heavenly strategy. Your fated kin's Dao was snatched away by those two. The same goes for the devouring void. Your Dao partner, the Marquis Skysplitter, cultivates space Dao. You'll be in trouble. It's the same for 4th month and 5th month. I actually have similar great Daos here, but they might not be completely suitable for you. So, go to the human emperor's world and try." Xinghong was a bit melancholy at these words. "Does your majesty want us to join the human emperor's side? Although your majesty and his majesty the human emperor are both sovereigns, and we once served his majesty the human emperor, Your majesty, if we go to the human emperor's world." He was still very melancholy and conflicted. There were many opportunities on Suyu's side, but unfortunately, no one seized them. Now, Suyu was looking for a home for them for their own futures. It was for their own good, but for powerhouses like Xinghong, who had long since supported Suyu, they still felt a bit uncomfortable. Suyu smiled. "We're all one family. The human emperor and I don't oppose each other in general. Of course, you can also think of it as a nail piercing into the human emperor's world." Suyu chuckled. "If the human emperor wants to seize power from me, I have to send some people over. I can't bear to part with the masters of the laws. Since that's the case, why don't I use this opportunity to send everyone over? We can still take a bite out of him and occupy his position as masters of the laws. If he merges with the world as his spirit, the world will soon expand and change. If he merges with the human emperor's great Tao, then he can quickly advance. 2 chances." Suyu smiled. "This is a rare opportunity. For those of you who haven't broken through yet, it's almost certain that you'll break through after 2 chances. After all, everyone's comprehension of the great Tao isn't that far off." There was still a chance, and a great one at that. The human emperor's great Tao didn't have many choices. King Wen's was fine, but King Wen himself wasn't here, and it was best not to expose King Wen's world for now. The human emperor's world was very suitable, and this was also a process of helping each other. The human emperor's world wasn't strong right now, and was rather weak. During this process, there would be many opportunities for the human emperor to strengthen himself. Those who merged with his world would also have many opportunities. Suyu smiled again. "If I wasn't worried that there wouldn't be enough great Daos in the human emperor's world and that there would be too many people fighting over them, I would have stuffed everyone in. But the human emperor's world is currently focused on increasing its combat strength, so it has to be at least Dao merged to have a chance. The human emperor still has some ancient marquises who haven't broken through yet. Including the masters of the laws, there are about 100 people. He doesn't have many great Daos." Below, King Zhou coughed lightly. That's enough. Suyu had said many times that the human emperor didn't have many great Daos, and that it was enough. "Alright, everyone knows you have many great Daos, okay, what's the point of showing off?" Suyu laughed heartily. "However, there are some benefits. The human emperor is different from me. He opened up a world with deep comprehension of the great Daos, but I'm different. I borrow everyone's power to comprehend the great Daos, borrow the power of the Time Master to open up the great Daos of heaven and earth. In essence, I'm basking in everyone's light and the Time Master's light. Purely in terms of comprehension of the great Daos, I'm inferior to the human emperor." He smiled. "I have thousands of great Daos, but there aren't many that have reached the Master of the Law's realm. But the human emperor, because he has so few great Daos, he comprehended them all on his own, so he has more." Suyu was in a state where he had many but not many. The human emperor and him were on opposite sides. The human emperor had few, but he was proficient. Between these two worlds, which one had greater potential? Obviously, it was Suyu, but potential was just potential. The human emperor's great Daos were stronger. When one of the human emperor's Daos was stronger than 10, Suyu naturally couldn't beat the human emperor. This depended on the person. The crowd listened attentively. Suyu continued, if everyone is willing, I will speak with the human emperor. I believe you won't be able to refuse me. Suyu smiled. Normally, how could the world allow others to occupy the great dais of the laws? But now, the human emperor owes me a favor. If I send everyone there, even if I have to occupy some of the master of the law's dais, he won't have the face to refuse. There is only one chance. Everyone, there's no need to worry too much, no need to think too much. The crowd glanced at each other. They were a little tempted. On Suyu's side, the great dais would grow stronger and stronger, and the difficulty would increase. If they missed the opportunity at the beginning, it would be like investing in venture capital. If they didn't enter at the beginning, it would be difficult to make money later on. At this time, Marquis Dingjun spoke, his voice tinged with hidden bitterness. Your Majesty, then am I two-faced? First, I was the human emperor's man, then I sided with His Majesty, and now I'm siding with the human emperor. Suyu laughed. Think whatever you want. Was it me who didn't let you break through? You missed it several times, and now you want to go. Marquis Dingjun was bitter. He wanted to say that he walked the path of the spear, it was snatched away by the great Qin emperor. On the Iron Eater's side, April and May glanced at each other, somewhat tempted. There was nothing they could do. The Iron Eater had long since sided with Suyu. They had many experts, and so did their strength. March, Giant Bamboo, and September had all become masters of the laws. The two of them had no chance. All the great dais they could use had been occupied, the others didn't quite suit them. At this time April bare one's teeth said, Your Majesty, then are we considered to have split up? He grinned. Then in the future, March will control one branch, and we'll control the other? Suyu laughed. What about January? Needless to say, the Iron Eater had many experts. In fact, there were July, August, and full moon. They were all very strong. August was relatively weak, but not too weak. From January to September, Suyu discovered that they were missing February and June. In the end, Marquis Giant Bamboo and Full Moon replaced them. There were a total of 9 top experts. When April heard Suyu say this, bare one's teeth grinned. January, who cares, March is my father. I'll give in to him. January is my great-grandfather. Who cares? At this time, the great Zhou Emperor also said, this is indeed a rare opportunity. Since ancient times, how many have opened the sky? From the primordial era until now, as far as I know, only His Majesty and His Majesty you have done so. Now, since no one has broken through. His Majesty's world is also very strong. His Majesty's foundation is still there. Soon, it will become strong again. When that time comes, everyone's opportunity will come. It's best to seize it. This was indeed a rare opportunity, in fact, everyone was a little awkward, but they were actually looking forward to it. They were looking forward to becoming masters of the laws in the human emperor's world. Since Suyu could fight for such an opportunity for everyone, then they had to cherish it. Soon, Xinghong was the first to step forward. He bowed, thank you, Your Majesty. I don't want to miss this opportunity again. Last time, on the list of 30, 5 people didn't break through. Dasha of Goguryeo, Xinghong, Marquis Firecloud, Heavenly Strategy, and the Ancient Space Sovereign, Swallowing Void. The others didn't because their great dais were occupied by their clansmen. Dasha of Goguryeo didn't because of his grandson, Xiao Longwu. As for Xinghong, he really didn't grasp this opportunity. At this moment, he didn't want to fall behind, Suyu nodded slightly and smiled. The human emperor is a good person and also an interesting person. He's actually easier to get along with than I am. Everyone should be familiar with him. I hope that everyone can become masters of the laws. In the near future, when the 3 gates open, it will be difficult to participate in major events without becoming a master of the laws. If we miss this glorious era, when will the next era begin? Do we still have a chance? Everyone took a deep breath and quickly bowed in thanks. This opportunity was rare. Seizing it was the future. As for Suyu, he also revealed a smile. Very good, the human emperor likely wouldn't refuse. The early Heaven and Earth stage still needed these kinds of assistants. Those that Suyu called out were either heavenly kings or empyreans. Of course, there were also some who hadn't reached the heavenly king level who could also give it a try. Perhaps, under a lucky coincidence, they would break through. As for Daxia of Goguryeo and the others, Suyu didn't care. These people all had their own arrangements. Whether it was Suyu's world or the human emperor's world, both could easily be destroyed. Strictly speaking, the River of Time was the most stable. At least for now, there weren't any major problems. Then everyone, make your preparations and wait for the human emperor's return. I will soon go to the front lines to replace him and let him return. The human emperor hadn't returned. Suyu also knew what he was thinking. Wait for Suyu to return, he didn't feel at ease leaving on his own. Suyu wasn't there either. That would easily cause trouble. Therefore, on Suyu's side, he had to quickly settle some matters and immediately return to the other side to replace the human emperor. After making arrangements for these people, Suyu looked at Marquis Fire Cloud, who had just broken through. He laughed, leaving Marquis Fire Cloud somewhat baffled. Suyu smiled and said, "Marquis Fire Cloud, stay for a while." Marquis Fire Cloud was a little uneasy, but he didn't dare not stay. Soon, the others left. Only the book spirit and the others stayed. Suyu looked at the book spirit and thought for a moment before saying, "The human emperor's world isn't perfect enough, nor is it strong enough. I can leave ordinary people in the human emperor's side, but there's someone I want to place in King Wen's world to see if he can be revived." The book spirit's eyes were a little strange. "I don't have any objections, but the owner of the world isn't me, it's the master," Suyu smiled. "It's fine. King Wen has no choice but to agree. Anyway, he isn't here, so what he says doesn't count. King Snow has devoured the entire Spear Dao and is extremely powerful. Once he enters the world, he will definitely reach the 2nd grade. There's even a chance of breaking through to the 1st grade. Suyu pondered for a moment before saying, "The human emperor's side isn't easy. Once he tries to break through, he might shatter the world. His world isn't strong enough at the moment." Otherwise, there was hope for the human emperors because King Snow didn't reject the human emperor. At that moment, Marquis Fire Cloud's mouth was agape. He was rendered speechless for a long while before he said with great difficulty, "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" Suyu smiled. "King Snow. I previously observed that he left behind a will to continue guarding and completing the mission. I'll try to see if I can revive him. Once King Snow revives, he will be a powerful ally." Really? Marquis Fire Cloud instantly turned excited. Suyu nodded with a smile. "Of course, I need your help as well. The premise is that you have to tell me if King Snow trusts you or not." "Of course." Marquis Fire Cloud hurriedly said, "My king trusts me the most." By the side, the king of Great Zhou and company curled their lips. Marquis Fire Cloud was instantly enraged. "You don't believe me? Back then, I couldn't follow my king because I was a little weak. Otherwise, my king would definitely have brought me along to the front lines." Suyu smiled. "I'm not sure about that, but let me remind you. If he doesn't trust you enough, he will give you a lightning-quick strike the moment you move his body. You're dead for sure. Don't be fooled by the fact that you're now a master of the law. You're barely a 4th-grade master of the law. His lightning-quick strike can heavily injure a 2nd-grade master of the law even if they don't die. This was a ruthless person, a fellow who devoured the entire Great Dao." Marquis Fire Cloud gritted his teeth. "My king will definitely trust me. Back then, I followed my king to conquer the world. He saved me many times, and I've also protected him many times. As long as your majesty can revive my king, I'm willing to do anything." Suyu nodded. "Let's give it a try. You will move King Yu into King Wen's world. King Wen's world has King Wen's aura. How's his relationship with King Wen?" Marquis Fire Cloud thought for a moment and said, "I'm impressed. Because my king was duped by King Wen back then. Ahem, he was subdued by King Wen and joined the human emperor's system. Therefore, my king's relationship with King Wen has always been good." Suyu laughed again and nodded. "That's good. Book Spirit, you are in charge of sorting out King Wen's world Spear Dao. I'll be in charge of connecting his Great Dao to the world. As for the King of Great Zhou, he also has a mission. The king of Great Zhou was puzzled. I don't know anything about this. You are in charge of King Yu's willpower to prevent him from suddenly exploding. Otherwise, he might blow himself up. Alright, got it, Su Yu added. King Wen isn't around. Once King Yu is revived in his world and continues to connect his spear Dao, he will be able to control a lot of the heaven and earth powers. This way, we might have another top existence in the first realm. If King Yu doesn't die, it will be a blessing in disguise. He has nurtured his spear Dao for 100,000 years. He had devoured the great Dao in one gulp and nurtured it for 100,000 years. A third great expert of the past, and with King Wen's world spear Dao, no matter how Su Yu calculated, it was impossible for him to escape becoming a second great expert. And not just any second grade expert. Whether he could reach first grade depended on King Wen himself. Su Yu narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, if King Yu can be revived and reach first grade, it means one thing. King Wen's great Dao power exceeds 32 Daos. I wonder if he has reached that stage. Had he, there was no need to talk about the outside world. Did King Wen have the power of 32 Daos in the world? If he did, there was hope of creating a first grade expert. This was something Su Yu could not be certain of. Of course, according to the human emperor, because they were the strongest back then, he didn't bother to rank them higher. But, who knew if the human emperor was bragging? If he wasn't, then King Wen might have reached that level. Everyone was speechless. Were you trying to guess King Wen's combat strength? Was there a need for that? Su Yu smiled. Okay, let's not waste time. After dealing with King Yu's matter, I won't stay for long in the infinite worlds. I have been back for a period of time. If I don't go back, a day will have passed over there. King Great Zhou and the others glanced at Bear One's teeth and didn't say anything. Was a day over there, a long time? What can you do even if you stay here for a year? One had to say that Su Yu's use of time had reached the extreme. After one thing was done, he would immediately start the next. He really treated a day like a year. Xingyu Manor. 9th level. King Yu's corpse was still floating in the air, standing proudly. Even in death, that arrogance couldn't be hidden. This was an overlord of the human race who was subdued by King Wen. He joined the imperial dynasty and was loyal to the human emperor. He might not have submitted to the human emperor, but at the last moment, he was loyal to his mission and the human race. He chose to stay here and kill the Wan experts who wanted to escape. After 100,000 years, his corpse remained unbroken, leaving behind a will and a belief. When Wan returned, he would be killed without mercy. The first time he saw King Yu, Marquis Fire Cloud cried. Today, Marquis Fire Cloud's old tears streamed down his face. However, he didn't cry out loud. His tears were filled with anticipation, joy, and desire. King Yu might revive, to him, whether it was Su Yu or the human emperor. In the end, they were still inferior to Lord Yu. That was because Lord Yu was his master, and he was Lord Yu's general. This was completely different in that era. My king, I will receive my king. Marquis Fire Cloud walked towards King Yu. Su Yu frowned slightly. Be careful. If King Yu thinks that you are going to touch him or destroy his mission, he might kill you. He did not know if that was possible either. It wasn't his place to step forward. If he did, King Yu's final will would determine that he was an enemy. Once he attacked, Su Yu wasn't afraid, but King Yu was doomed. No one could save him, and as Marquis Fire Cloud approached, a faint will surfaced from King Yu's body. Spear intent surged into the sky. It was as though it was saying that he would be killed if he took another step forward. Marquis Fire Cloud prostrated on the ground, gritting his teeth as he endured the impact of the spear intent. His will trembled. My king, I'm here to revive you, not for you to give up. I'm here on the orders of human emperor, Emperor Yu, and King Wen to receive you back. King Yu did not react. Marquis Fire Cloud approached step by step, shifting his body and bending his knees as he approached King Yu. Su Yu watched silently. Would King Yu's will believe Marquis Fire Cloud? Marquis Fire Cloud continued approaching, but King Yu's spear intent was growing stronger. It was somewhat terrifying. Su Yu frowned slightly. The next moment, he extended his hand and beckoned. A huge seal appeared. Human Lord Seal. Following that, Su Yu extended his hand and grabbed again. Another huge seal appeared. Human Emperor's seal. At that moment, Human Emperor was not around. so the control of the seal was in Suyu's hands. After some consideration, Suyu looked at the book spirit. Enlightened, the book spirit transformed into a book that carried King Wen's aura and will. Suyu had 2 seals and a book that floated in midair. His aura erupted as he bellowed, "Edict. King Yu, return to camp and recuperate. Receive the edict." Boom, the 2 books and 1 seal erupted with a powerful aura that blanketed the world. However, the spear intent on King Yu's body grew stronger as though he was in a daze. His will had sensed something. It was an order from a familiar expert. He was ordered to return, his mission was over, and at that moment, Marquis Fire Cloud's eyes lit up as he shouted once again, "My king, I welcome your return. Please remove your armor." Removing his armor meant that his will to fight had waned. It was also the key to determining if King Yu had received the message or not. "I, Fire Cloud, remove my armor for my king." Marquis Fire Cloud suddenly stood up and walked towards King Yu. Suyu frowned slightly. He was unsure if King Yu had received the message. However, Marquis Fire Cloud was risking his life. Suyu wanted to stop him, but after some consideration, he did not. Marquis Fire Cloud rapidly approached as Suyu watched silently. Moments later, Marquis Fire Cloud walked to King Yu's side as his spear intent grew stronger. As for Marquis Fire Cloud, he did not release his battle intent, nor did he release his nomological Great Tao. He relied on his body to withstand the attack, but his body was riddled with wounds from the spear intent. However, Marquis Fire Cloud ignored it. He revealed a smile that was especially radiant. King Yu did not stop him, it was just a spear intent that was naturally emitted. Gritting his teeth, he took a step forward and began removing King Yu's armor. The armor was already damaged, but it still emanated a tyrannical aura. Marquis Fire Cloud gritted his teeth as his hands bled from the stab wounds. Bit by bit, he removed the damaged armor. When the armor was removed, one could see that King Yu's body was already in a terrible state. Bloody wounds appeared, but they quickly recovered before being pierced by the powerful spear intent again. At that moment, Marquis Fire Cloud was overjoyed as he looked at Suyu. Suyu smiled as well. "That's right. Bring King Yu to the Stellar Sea. Follow me and don't move." Marquis Fire Cloud did not say a word. He hurriedly bent down and carried King Yu on his back. It felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back. He did not dare to use the nomological Great Tao, afraid that it would agitate King Yu and cause him to unleash his final attack. In an instant, he was stabbed until he bled all over. However, he was abnormally excited as he carried King Yu on his back and rapidly flew towards the Stellar Sea. He did not dare to let Marquis Skylink teleport too far away, lest something went wrong. Just like that, the group arrived at the Stellar Sea after quite a while. Soon, the group followed Suyu and entered King Wen's world. At that moment, the book spirit rapidly presented a great Tao. Suyu took a look and took a deep breath. Success, King Yu had revived. Failure, King Yu had been blasted to smithereens. As for the outcome, it depended on luck. His luck had never been bad. The next moment, Suyu let out a deep roar and reached out. The power of a great Tao appeared. It was the Tao of spear techniques in King Wen's world. He grabbed it as though it was real. That was not the key. The key was to draw out the spear Tao in King Yu's body and connect it with the power of a great Tao. Suyu looked at the king of Great Zhou in the distance and said in a deep voice, "I'll stimulate him to release his great Tao. You have to stop him silently the moment he releases his great Tao without reaching his peak. Whether he can live or not, depends on how well you grasp the opportunity." Marquis Fire Cloud looked towards the king of Great Zhou with a pleading gaze. The king of Great Zhou was helpless. "F***ck, why are you looking at me? You're making it seem like I'm the one in charge." Even though he was depressed, he nodded quickly and said in a deep voice, "I will. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I also hope that someone as loyal as King Yu can be revived. Then I'll begin." Suyu let out a deep roar. The next moment, a powerful will blanketed King Yu. At that moment, the killing intent with hostility blanketed King Yu. King Yu suddenly opened his eyes that were filled with insanity and endless killing intent. His roar reverberated through the world. "Kill!" A long spear shot out from his body. This spear even created a total of 16 afterimages. This spear actually erupted with a combat strength that could be considered to be of the first grade. King Yu was a third-grade Dao devourer and had been nurtured for 100,000 years. At that moment, he was perhaps at his strongest. He had expended everything for that spear. At that moment, the king of Great Zhou's face turned green. Damn it, can I suppress it? He let out a furious roar. Silence. Boom, the power of a great Dao erupted and blanketed King Yu. However, it could not suppress it, and the power of a great Dao collapsed instantly. Enraged, the king of Great Zhou roared once more, and the power of 10 great Dao burst forth at the same time. Boom, suppress. However, it was still not enough. He could not suppress it. King Yu had devoured Dao for 100,000 years. This spear was too strong. At this moment, the incomparably crazy killing intent made King Yu cough up blood continuously. Seeing that there was no other way, King Yu roared, "Silence! Calm down! Calm down!" Rumble, in an instant, the power of 6 great Daos burst forth from his body again. However, these weren't enough because they weren't Daos he had mastered. It felt like he was at the level of a heavenly king. These were great Daos that he hadn't broken because they hadn't reached the level of the master of the laws. King Yu had mastered many great Daos, but unfortunately, many of them had yet to reach that level. King Yu roared again, this time in a frenzy. 7 or 8 small Daos appeared on his body again, all very weak. However, there were many Daos. He had to suppress King Yu. In an instant, many great Daos burst forth. At this moment, the book spirit made his move. With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 great Daos also suppressed him. He muttered, "This is King Wen's world. Your Majesty, why are you still testing him? He shouldn't be hiding anymore. Look at the situation now." King Yu was slightly stunned. He suddenly looked towards Suyu. On the other side, Suyu had a calm expression. After the book spirit suppressed King Yu, he smiled at King Bear One's teeth. "I forgot." King Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. "F***CKU, are you messing with me?" Suyu shrugged. "I'm not messing with you. I just want to see if you have a complete great Dao that you haven't integrated." Not bad. It's a pity that you don't have one. You're actually only the master of 10 Daos, the other great Daos haven't reached this level. I'm very disappointed. It seems like it's going to be difficult for you." Ignoring King Yu, Suyu's expression turned serious. Taking advantage of the moment when King Yu was suppressed, he grabbed King Yu's spear. With a low grunt, he forcefully connected the 2 spear Daos. Book spirit suppressed him, and at this moment, a faint willpower appeared from heaven and earth, from Suyu's heavenly gate. With some doubt, it said, "What are you? Shut up. I'm borrowing one." That was King Wen's voice. King Wen had just obtained the shoes and was about to do something when he suddenly felt some movement in his heaven and earth. He might not have been able to feel it before, but now that he had the shoes, he could feel it. Taking advantage of the moment the heaven and earth shook, he transmitted a bit of his will over. In the end, he was scolded. King Wen was stunned. "I was scolded, this must be Suyu, F***CK, I was scolded, what's going on? This is my heaven and earth. You seem to be doing bad things in my heaven and earth." Then I asked, "And in the end, you scolded me?" He wasn't the human emperor. The human emperor was an honest man, and he was more arrogant. He wanted to fly into a rage, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Damn it, the heaven and earth were outside, and he was inside. There was no point in flying into a rage. Most importantly, his book spirit didn't seem to resist. It seemed that bastard Suyu had tricked my book spirit. King Wen's faint will immediately retreated. If he hadn't sensed the abnormality in the heaven and earth, he wouldn't have spread out. It was too dangerous, and too easily detected. This thing could only be used at a critical moment. Very quickly, King Wen's will retreated. He knew that a madman like Suyu might be like him. If he didn't retreat, Suyu might destroy his will. This was the greatest difference between King Wen and the human emperor. The human emperor had been destroyed by Suyu several times, but King Wen was much more cunning, because he also liked to do such things. Sure enough, just as Suyu was about to shatter King Wen's willpower, he suddenly froze. F***CK, he's running away, so fast, so you really just came to ask a question, and then you disappeared. There was no time to think. At this moment, Suyu let out a low roar, and the two spear daos were forcibly fused together. The great Tao of healing erupted, and the two great daos were fused together. Boom, a long spear stretched across the entire heaven and earth. Below, Lord Yu's eyes opened, and with an incomparably dense killing intent, he roared, "Kill!" All of a sudden, the spear in the air appeared in his hand, and he thrust it towards Suyu. The spear was imbued with boundless killing intent and madness, as well as immense power. The spear would pierce through everything and kill Suyu, and at this moment, Suyu smiled. Bare one's teeth. Book spirit. The book spirit instantly understood. He suppressed Lord Yu and increased Suyu's strength. 18 golden dragons shot out from Suyu's body. Although this isn't my world, I'm a guest here, and I'm going to turn the tables. Even if this isn't my world, I'm still the boss. At this moment, Suyu's heaven and earth powers, Human Emperor's heaven and earth powers, and King Wen's heaven and earth powers, all came crashing down on Lord Yu. In the blink of an eye, Lord Yu's aura was suppressed to the extreme. And Suyu was powerful to the extreme. He punched out. With a loud bang, the punch sent Lord Yu flying back 10 million meters. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Suyu once again. Suyu threw punch after punch. Far away, Marquis Fire Cloud's mouth was agape, as though he wanted to shout something, but no sound came out. Clearly, Suyu felt that it was very unfriendly for Lord Yu to suddenly attack him after his revival. And he, Suyu, loved teaching unruly people a lesson. King Wen beat you into submission back then, but so could he. Rumble, a loud bang sounded as Suyu bombarded in a frenzy. Lord Yu was badly suppressed, reduced to a second-class expert. Suyu, on the other hand, was a first-class expert. About 3 minutes passed under the frenzied assault. Lord Yu's face was swollen and his head resembled a pig's head. He was pressed to the ground and pummeled by Suyu. Moments later, Suyu got up and patted his robes, smiling. Fighting as a scholar is an insult to your culture. Flinging his robes, he said indifferently, ask Marquis Fire Cloud, then come to my place and listen to my orders. Alright, let's leave first. Give them enough time to talk. I believe Lord Yu will know what to do. Suyu floated away. Lord Yu was in excruciating pain as he gritted his teeth. Who are you? Without needing Suyu to answer, Marquis Tong Tian said with a chuckle, His Majesty, Emperor Yu, surpasses the Human Emperor and King Wen. The Human Emperor and King Wen also follow Emperor Yu. Lord Yu, rest well. With that said, the few of them vanished. Lord Yu's expression changed, turning increasingly purple. He looked at the agitated Marquis Fire Cloud and said after a while, I've been revived? Marquis Fire Cloud nodded in excitement. At that moment, he felt like he was floating. Lord Yu had been revived. Furthermore, he was very powerful. Although he looked rather wretched at the moment, Marquis Fire Cloud felt that it was completely acceptable for him to not be beaten to death after attacking Suyu and only be beaten black and blue. Lord Yu looked at him, then at the direction Suyu had left in, and then at the world he was in. Instantly, countless questions surged in his mind. Emperor Yu? He murmured. What was going on? The Human Emperor and King Wen had been defeated by him. That was impossible. Fire Cloud, talk to me. Lord Yu said solemnly. Marquis Fire Cloud hurriedly nodded in agitation, but he was momentarily at a loss as to where to start. After a long while, he said, the one that should never be provoked is Emperor Yu. He's very terrifying. My Majesty, don't even think about taking revenge on him. We will be beaten up badly by him, and it will be a dark history. I saw the Tong Tian recording you previously. Lord Yu was at a loss. What the hell? As for Marquis Fire Cloud, he quickly suppressed these thoughts. Forget it, my Majesty doesn't understand. So what if it's a dark history? Who doesn't have a dark history? Soon, he began to explain everything that had happened in the past 100,000 years to Lord Yu. The beginning was a summary, but when it came to the recent years, Suyu's name constantly rang out. The more Lord Yu listened, the more he found it odd. Was it that strange? He had suppressed the ages in a few years. It felt terrifying. Half a day later. Upper realms. In Suyu's world. King Yu strode forward, his head held high. His expression was cold, and his armor was already on. When he saw Suyu, he cupped his fists and said, "Yu Chuan thanks Sovereign Yu for saving me." He bowed, then raised his head and said arrogantly, "Dare I ask Sovereign Yu, when will you go upriver to fight?" Suyu looked at him and smiled. "King Yu, don't you want to rest for a while?" King Yu's tone was cold. "How can I rest when the Wan isn't stable?" In the past, the human sovereign attacked the Wan beyond the river of time. "After so many years, I haven't fought. Now that I've recovered, I'll fight a strong enemy and show my might." Suyu smiled at him. King Yu's expression didn't change, but he felt a little uncomfortable. He saw that Suyu was somewhat similar to King Wen, but he was more unfamiliar with King Wen. According to Marquis Firecloud, Suyu was domineering, petty, cruel, and ruthless. Of course, he had many good points. But this white-haired, white-robed young man before him looked gentle and kind, but in reality, he was a rare ruthless character in the Myriad worlds. According to Marquis Firecloud, Suyu's murderous nature was extremely heavy, even heavier than King Yu's. The crux of the matter was that the scholar's murderous nature was ruthless. He didn't seem to have accomplished much, but he had killed from the Myriad worlds to the upper reaches of the River of Time. It was said that he had killed dozens of Wan's Lords of the Laws. Even King Yu had never heard of such a ruthless person. Yes, never. King Wen was ruthless, but he hadn't killed that many people. Back when he subdued Wan, he had killed not just 1 or 2 Lords of the Laws, but quite a few. Compared to Suyu, who had killed dozens in one go, that didn't exist. Wan would have long rebelled if he had killed so many. Why would he wait until later, during the human sovereign's unification of the heavens? The number of Lords of the Laws he had killed might not even be as many as Suyu. Suyu hadn't just killed, he had also killed a batch during the 100 battles. He had also killed a batch of ancient beasts that had come out of the gates of hell. In total, Suyu had killed more than 40 Masters of the Laws. King Yu had lost count of how many Masters of the Laws he'd killed during his conquest of the Myriad heavens. However, if the two sides were combined, the total number of Masters of the Laws that had died didn't exceed 40. King Yu didn't dare to underestimate a ruthless person like Suyu, even though he was extremely young. As for Suyu, he looked at Prince Yu and smiled. Suyu admired Prince Yu. He fought in battle when he was alive, and he still remembered his mission after death. He swallowed the Tao into his stomach, all for the sake of that one strike. This kind of person was worthy of respect. King Yu, is there still a level of power outside of heaven and earth? King Yu said solemnly, "None, but I can barely make it to the peak of 2nd class." Suyu let out a sigh and said softly, "You and the book spirit are both like this. You won't be able to maintain the 1st grade even if you leave the heaven and earth. This is within my expectations, but I'm still a little disappointed." However, he quickly smiled and said, "In the world, I have barely reached the 1st grade, right?" "Yes." King Yu nodded. Suyu also nodded with a smile. That's not bad. This meant that King Wen was indeed terrifying. His world could support a 1st-class expert. This was something Suyu couldn't do at the moment. Suyu fell into deep thought. King Yu frowned slightly. "Emperor Yu has other plans? Then I'll go ahead first." "What's the rush?" Suyu berated, "Don't be impatient." He frowned. "If you're a martial artist, then listen to orders. If you're not, then wait until I'm done. If you're impatient, then it's enough to have a few martial artists like martial kings and emperors. All of them are martial kings and emperors, so where would you find the energy to manage them?" King Yu was speechless. I didn't say anything either." Sure enough, it was just as Firecloud had said. Suyu was incomparably domineering. He wouldn't give face to anyone because he was the most respected person in the heavenly planes. What an arrogant person. King Yu was also an unruly person. However, the more unruly he was, the more he couldn't forget Suyu's life-saving grace. At this moment, even though he was depressed, he could only stay silent and wait for Suyu to continue. He was very anxious, but since Suyu wasn't anxious, he could only wait. Suyu was unhurried. He said softly, "You're 2nd grade, the book spirit is 2nd grade, and the king of Great Zhou is 2nd grade. Book spirit, King Wen's power of heaven and earth can't be guided over, right?" The book spirit shook his head, then nodded. "I can't, but Master can." Isn't Master in contact with His Majesty in the heavenly gate? If necessary, you can pass the power of heaven and earth through Master and His Majesty through the heavenly gate. Suyu nodded, then quickly shook his head. It's best not to. King Wen's situation is unclear. If I let him use the power of heaven and earth too often, it'll be easy for others to discover my existence. For now, I still don't want to be discovered by those so-called supreme experts. Even if the other sent a first-grade clone, Suyu wouldn't be afraid. However, for no reason, it was best not to provoke such an existence. If such an existence appeared, Suyu could only give up on communicating with King Wen, and King Wen wouldn't be able to borrow the power of heaven and earth. This thing could be used in an emergency. They were all second grade, Suyu sighed. The Wan had fewer masters of the laws than the humans, but they had a lot more first-grade masters. On the Wan's side, there were 7 first-grade masters. Meanwhile, on Suyu's side, there were only King Ming, Consort Ming, King Jinwu, and Suyu. 3 were missing. With 3 missing, it was easy for unforeseen events to occur, even if he had more people on his side. If the Book Spirit and Lord Snow could both erupt with first-grade strength, and if the human emperor could recover, then things would be even. As long as they were even, Suyu would dare to start a war. Otherwise, he would suffer losses. Heavy losses wasn't what Suyu wanted. Suyu rapped the table, deep in thought. Goei, yes, he'd once again placed his sights on Goei. That was first grade. More importantly, it wasn't easy to control. If Goei could be obedient and call for friends, he could kill a bunch, intimidate a bunch, and use them for his own use. That would be perfect. Or, if Goei couldn't come, he could throw some cannon fodder over for him to kill and fill up his world. Once he was strong, why would he care about how many first-grade masters they had? Thoughts flashed through his mind. Of course, the Book Spirit and Lord Snow could be used as first-grade masters in a pinch. Your Majesty? Just as Suyu was in deep thought, the King of Great Zhou shouted and said softly, Your Majesty, Lord Snow has something to say. When he saw that Suyu ignored Lord Snow's words, he knew that Suyu was in deep thought and interrupted hurriedly lest Lord Snow felt uncomfortable and resentful for no reason. Suyu raised his head and looked at Lord Snow, who said in a deep voice, Emperor Yu, is it because our combat strength is inferior to the other party? That's why Emperor Yu hesitated. Although I can only maintain second-grade combat strength, I can block a first-grade. If the other party dares to fight with his life, I'll devour his Dao and kill him. I have experience. At most, a life for a life. Suyu frowned and hollered furiously, Shut up. I fused you into King Wen's world and paid a price to revive you just so that you guys can exchange lives for lives. Suyu was a little angry. Can't any of you be a little less worrisome? If it was a life for a life, I would have won long ago. Not only me, if King Wen and Human Emperor were willing, they would have won against one. But after winning against one, who will deal with the existences of the 3 sects? It's enough to have a few boorish fellows. If there are too many, it'll be very annoying, don't you know? Lord Snow was speechless for a moment and couldn't say a word. Suyu snorted and said angrily, In the future, I'll set a rule that boorish fellows can't exceed the limit. Those who exceed the limit will be sent to Human Emperor Heaven to be brainwashed, educated. Everyone was speechless. What are you saying? Lord Snow was also retorted a few times and was a little depressed. Then, what chance are we waiting for? He was very anxious, truly very anxious. On one hand, he wanted to participate in the battle, and on the other hand, he wanted to see his old friend. Suyu said indifferently, What's the rush? No rush. Besides, if I don't go, the battle won't start. It was that simple. If I don't go, Human Emperor won't dare to move. As for Wan, he didn't dare to act rashly. Therefore, this battle could only start again if Suyu went. If you were in a hurry, you would just be chatting away. Suyu rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. The best outcome is for Human Emperor to sever his Dao and merge with heaven and earth. During this period, Wan won't start the battle and will wait for Human Emperor to return before starting the battle. Of course, this is the most ideal situation, but Wan isn't stupid. He might not just sit and watch. The second ideal outcome is for Human Emperor to merge with heaven and earth and quickly become grade 1. Then, he will return and participate in the battle. That way, he will also have grade 1 combat strength and can intimidate Wan. The third was to receive and ascend, however, he might not be obedient. Also, did War King have any hope of entering Grade 1? As for Suyu, there was no hope. As for merging with other Daos, he had to wait for himself to improve before the others could consider. Otherwise, it was extremely difficult to become a Grade 1 unless there was some special opportunity that could break some restrictions. He had to win and suffer small losses. Troublesome. At this moment, King of Great Zhou also knew about Suyu's troubles. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Your Majesty, why don't I try?" "You?" Suyu was puzzled. "Can you break through Grade 1? If you break through all the great Daos in the River of Time, there might be some hope. But those Daos are either occupied by others or you don't have enough control. I'm afraid it'll be difficult." King of Great Zhou nodded and quickly said, "Your Majesty, what I mean is for human emperor to bring people back. It's best if you bring those weaker masters of the laws, experts with the same great Daos as me. Merge with heaven and earth and sever Dao. That way, I'll have hope of entering Grade 1. Now that I've entered the first rank, I can accept having fewer fourth and third rank masters of the laws." So you immediately understood what he meant. King of Great Zhou had also mastered 15 or 16 great Daos. This guy was quite terrifying. On Suyu's side, he had only severed the strongest 10, but not all. Some great Daos were occupied by others, so he couldn't break through. Even if he severed his Dao and entered Suyu's world, he couldn't enter Grade 1. He might as well keep it. Right now, he wanted Human Emperor to bring these masters of the laws back to severed Dao. That way, he would have hope of breaking through and stepping into Grade 1, breaking the shackles of Suyu's world. No one else could play this trick, there was no helping it. The others had too few great Daos. No one was idle enough to grasp so many great Daos. King of Great Zhou had lived for too long. Plus, he was the commander of Human Emperor's hidden guard. He had ability, talent, resources, and cultivation methods. That was why he had dozens of great Daos today. Suyu pondered for a moment. "You control both my great Daos and the River of Time. Doesn't it repel each other?" "A little," King of Great Zhou said. "But the River of Time doesn't have much of a repulsive force. If it were the dead soul's domain, we wouldn't be able to do this. But the River of Time isn't sensitive enough. Or perhaps the River of Time is too powerful and doesn't mind if we control both great Daos." Suyu nodded. That was true. The River of Time was really special. That was a solution. However, he glanced at King of Great Zhou and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "What wishful thinking. You can't wait for Human Emperor to quickly take away those masters of the law who share the same Dao as you and sever their Daos. You haven't integrated these great Daos into my world. Are you waiting for this?" King of Great Zhou was incomparably embarrassed. "No such thing." Suyu laughed. Soon, he chuckled and said, "But, that makes sense. That's right. These fellows who occupy great Daos improve slowly. They might as well sever their Daos and integrate into Human Emperor heaven and earth." "That's true. Then I have to think of a way to make some people give up their great Daos and let Dashia of Goguryeo and the others try to break through. For example, the Saber Dao was now occupied by the Saber King. Why not just give it up, let Dashia of Goguryeo continue the River of Time Dao and see if there was any hope of breaking through?" Although he said that, Suyu still had a headache. Not enough, annoying. If the King of Great Zhou, Book Spirit and King Yu could temporarily become first class, they might be able to deal with the Dragon Emperor, Phoenix Emperor and Spirit Emperor. As for the Underworld Emperor, the War King would deal with him. That fellow was injured and it wouldn't be easy for him to recover. As for himself, together with Wisdom King and the others, they might be able to gain an advantage against the three emperors. Thoughts surfaced one after another. In the beginning, they could focus on defense. When the Human Emperor broke through and returned, they would think of a way to deal with Wan. That was a solution as well. He had to be faster. If this dragged on, Suyu was worried that everyone would really reach the infinite worlds and open the three gates. As for where they would return, he would have to wait. The efficiency was too slow. His good friends had yet to arrive. Those old antiques were always dawdling. Right now, there were no fortuitous encounters in the infinite worlds. Even if there were, it would be the kind that Suyu hadn't discovered. It would be impossible for him to improve rapidly in a short period of time. At the thought of this, Suyu said, King of Great Zhou, King Yu, and Book Spirit, follow me to the front lines. Tong Tian as well. Cloud Sky, Fire Cloud, Blue Sky, and Tea Tree, stay behind. For experts to stay behind. Okay, actually there was still the Heaven Supervisor. So you just didn't mention him. 5 to stay behind. If that was the case, their strength should be enough. It would be difficult to come out of the gate of hell, and it probably didn't support grade 2 experts. 5 experts, including the Heaven Supervisor who was also grade 2, should be enough. With Cloud Sky and Fire Cloud, it was more or less the same. Cloud Sky and Marquee Fire Cloud felt a little uncomfortable. Cloud Sky said unhappily, I want to go too. She looked at Suyu. Why don't you bring me along? I am more reliable than Heaven's annihilation. Suyu smiled and said, Senior Yun Xiao, guarding the Myriad worlds is the true responsibility. The front lines will definitely win, so there's no need to worry about that. The key is the base at the back. Furthermore, I have an extremely important mission for you. What? Suyu said solemnly, the human emperor has returned. You have to help me keep an eye on him and not let him invade my land. This is very important. Tea Tree doesn't understand. Fire Cloud is an old subordinate of the Imperial Dynasty. Blue Sky has other missions. So, you can only keep an eye on him. Cloud Sky was shocked, the human emperor will still occupy your territory? Suyu nodded, it is possible. So, when that time comes, Senior Cloud Sky has to stop him. That is the important thing. We can't lose our base. Cloud Sky hesitated, but I can't stop the human emperor. Suyu smiled and said, it's okay. You're a woman. You can cry, throw a tantrum, and threaten to hang yourself. Even the human emperor can't take it. At the side, the King of Great Zhou wanted to cry. You are doing such things, so you didn't mind and chuckled, then, it is decided. I am afraid there is no chance for me to improve in the infinite worlds. As for the rest, I will talk about it when I get there. The flow of time here might be different from the infinite worlds. Suyu realized that the other party's efficiency was very slow. As for finding King Wen, it was fast. However, it only took a while for him to come and go. According to Gue, he was working non-stop. However, Suyu had actually waited for a long time in the infinite worlds. Therefore, it might take a little more time for him to call on his friends. At least, he waited for Gue to call his teammates over before Suyu could take action. Otherwise, Suyu wouldn't be satisfied with Gue alone. Previously, only he and Tong Tian returned from Suyu's side. At this moment, Suyu brought 3 more, the King of Great Zhou, King Snow, and the Book Spirit. Suyu stood up and said, since King Snow is in a hurry, then go. Also, the 3 of you are on my side. Suyu looked at King Snow, I resurrected you and you owe me a life. We will talk about it after I return it. The same goes for the King of Great Zhou. This way, there will be 39 on my side on the front lines. No, with Xianxia, there will be 40. Suyu grinned, it looks like the number of my people will soon catch up to the human sovereigns. On the human sovereign's side, a few had died in battle, leaving 48. One had submitted 4, so there were still 52. Perhaps in the few days that Suyu was gone, some celestial venerables had broken through because of the deaths, but at most 1 or 2 had died. Suyu discovered that the number of masters of the laws on the human sovereign's side was almost equal. One had to know that he still had 5 powerhouses left to guard the human sovereign. In the blink of an eye, he had almost caught up to the human sovereign's hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation. Suyu's mood immediately improved. The King of Great Zhou actually felt that Suyu was very childish. Sometimes, Suyu didn't care about big things. Instead, he liked to feel good about small things like this. Did 1 more or 1 less matter? He was a little speechless. King Snow said solemnly, I owe you a life, so I will naturally return it. But you want me to do anything to the human sovereign side? Dream on. Suyu glanced at him, chuckled, and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. The King of Great Zhou also smiled and sent a voice transmission, King Snow, don't take it seriously. Emperor Yu likes to joke. He has a close relationship with the human sovereign. Is that so? King Snow didn't say anything, but he looked at the King of Great Zhou and suddenly said, "You used to be a clerk under the human sovereign's account. Why did you betray him?" What was this? The King of Great Zhou was speechless. "I didn't betray him, what are you saying?" King Snow doesn't know how to speak. "If you don't know how to speak, then speak less. I had no choice but to merge with Suyu's Dao. I am the human sovereign's loyal subordinate. Yes, I didn't betray him." As for Suyu, he also heard this and laughed. He narrowed his eyes and said, "King of Great Zhou, when I see the human sovereign, he wants to fall out with me. Who are you going to hit?" "Hit your ancestors." The King of Great Zhou didn't say a word. "Don't find trouble," Suyu chuckled and said, "King of Great Zhou, I have a question, Your Majesty, please speak." The King of Great Zhou replied immediately and changed the topic. He didn't want to continue the conversation. "Do the human sovereign and King have a master?" The King of Great Zhou was speechless. "Yes." "Are they alive? Why haven't I heard of them? Are they powerful?" Suyu was puzzled. The King of Great Zhou pondered for a moment before saying, "Is Baifeng alive? Are they powerful? Many people haven't heard of them." "What nonsense are you asking? Geniuses are geniuses, peerless geniuses. Which one of them isn't far superior to their master? Why don't you think about yourself?" "What's there to ask?" Suyu was stunned. That seemed to be the case. "However, you can speak, but why did you have to rebuke me?" Suyu glanced at him. He was getting carried away. Suyu chuckled and glanced at him. The King of Great Zhou didn't say a word. See? You think you can kill me? I'm used to making things difficult for you." After chatting for a while, Suyu and the rest were on their way. At the same time, in the heavenly gate, Gui's voice came again. "Suyu, my friends are here. I'm going to receive them. It's best if you don't fight these few days." Suyu was delighted. "That's good, I'm getting impatient waiting." "Very good. Alright, go ahead. There's no hurry." Gui was speechless. This guy, the more he was like this, the more worried he was. Too generous, he didn't care how many friends you called. "Thankfully, my avatar is in the infinite worlds." He was actually a little worried that Suyu had set a trap. But, the infinite worlds were so big. He didn't believe that Suyu could arrange everyone. After all, there was still a great enemy. In the past few days, he had seen a lot of people running around blindly and asking around. There was no way for Suyu to deal with him, especially with the arrival of his friends. You should know that there were also first-class friends. With endless thoughts in his mind, Gui quickly probed, "Suyu, I heard that you're going to bring people to find Xingyu and the others. Is that right?" Suyu smiled. "I'm not sure." "Why do you ask?" Gui didn't ask anymore. He wondered if it was because he was going to see the human emperor that Suyu wasn't afraid of his arrival. However, his mark wasn't in the upper reaches of the River of Time. Did Suyu think that he would come from there? That's wrong. I will come to the area where the mark is. Even if Suyu is in the upper reaches, I will still come to the infinite worlds. As for his thoughts, Suyu didn't know and didn't care. Mark? What mark? It's all in my world. I can move it to wherever I want. If Gui wanted to come, he could only come to Suyu. Gui didn't delay and left quickly. He had to find his friends and discuss it. This was a big matter and a great opportunity. These few days, he felt that he was really going to come, and he had a deep understanding of the infinite worlds. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy made one stronger. Suyu was so careless. Gui believed that once he came, he could quickly suppress the infinite worlds and complete his transformation before the human emperor and the others returned. Body Dao. The human race's body Dao wasn't bad. I'll find a way to take it for myself. He was also a body Dao expert. He heard that no one in the human race had mastered the body Dao. Then I'll give it a try. Perhaps soon, I can become a top expert. As for Gui, Suyu was in a free-range state. As long as you're happy, you can think whatever you want. Blue Sky has been having a lot of fun recently. Maybe there's some reverse fate with Gui. At this time, Suyu went against the flow again. Marquis Tong Tian was in charge of the teleportation. Suyu was also extremely fast. In less than half a day, Suyu returned again. Not far away, the human emperor, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. The so-called seclusion, he had long stopped and was just waiting. He didn't expect that Suyu would return so quickly. It hadn't even been a day. It seemed about the same, in the eyes of the human emperor and the others. The battle had just ended yesterday. And now, Suyu had returned. On the other side, the wise king and the others, who were chatting, were also stunned when they saw Suyu return. What the hell, that was Lord Yu, alright, the Snow King and the others knew him. More importantly, why did Suyu seem to have grown stronger in just a short while? Furthermore, the newcomers that he brought with him all seemed to be very strong. The War King was even more stunned. What the hell, was his peak second-grade cultivation worthless? Lord Yu seemed to be about the same as him. The Book Spirit and the King of Great Zhou didn't seem to be much different. In just a short time, where did Suyu find experts? Also, wasn't Lord Yu dead? But the human emperor's eyes moved. He knew how Lord Yu had revived. Was he stuffed into second brother Wen's world? The human emperor couldn't sit still anymore. He suddenly stood up and walked towards Suyu. The others followed. The human emperor didn't waste any more words. He first looked at Lord Yu and sighed. When I let you stay back then, I thought you would die for sure. Now, it's a blessing in disguise. You covered the retreat and I could only watch. There's nothing else I can say. Listen to Suyu's orders. He's better at scheming than me, and there's also second brother Wen. It'll be easier to stay alive if you follow him. You've already died once. Don't die a second time with me. Lord Yu's mouth opened and closed. The human emperor smiled. There's no need to say anything else. Everyone can see your bravery. I heard that you guarded the gap for 100,000 years with your Tao devouring. Sigh, I'm the one who let you down. I feel guilty if you follow me. Lord Yu said solemnly, I'm not fighting for you. It's just that, we're comrades. In war, someone has to cover the retreat. It's my duty. The human emperor didn't say anything else. He knew the situation with Lord Yu. Moreover, he didn't want to be calculated with the petty Suyu because of this matter. He didn't say anything else. He looked at the Book Spirit with a strange gaze. However, he only glanced at it and didn't say anything else. Finally, he looked at the King of the Great Zhou. The King of the Great Zhou lowered his head in shame. He didn't complete the task that the human emperor gave him. The human emperor looked at the King of the Great Zhou. After a long time, he sighed and said, I've asked about you and listened to you. Although you didn't make any great contributions, you allowed the human race to defend for 100,000 years. For 100,000 years, the human race didn't die. In the end, when it came to Suyu, you still succeeded. You've also worked hard. All these years, you've protected my body and sacrificed a lot. The King of the Great Zhou lowered his head and said in shame, I've let His Majesty down. In the end, the fire relayer was destroyed by me. After saying that, he sighed, if it wasn't for the rise of His Majesty Emperor Yu, then I wouldn't have the face to see His Majesty. At the side, Suyu crossed his arms and watched with a smile. The human emperor didn't say anything else. He just patted the King of the Great Zhou's shoulder. For a moment, he felt complicated. How did he, the commander of the Dark Guards, do? This was hard to say. If he said he succeeded, he couldn't break the seal for 100,000 years. He completed the human emperor's task and brought people to support. If he said he failed, he made the human race persevere for 100,000 years. When it came to Suyu, the fire relayer passed on the fire, passing on the fire of civilization and the fire of the human race. The King of the Great Zhou actually completed the task perfectly. How many 100,000 years could one live, defending for 100,000 years? It wasn't appropriate for him to say anything else. As for the King of the Great Zhou, he felt extremely complicated. There were countless things he wanted to say, but he didn't know what to say. After a long time, the King of the Great Zhou suddenly said, Your Majesty, I failed in these 100,000 years. However, I also succeeded in these 100,000 years. He smiled. I wasn't able to bring people to support Your Majesty. However, I did something in these 100,000 years. At this point, he turned his head and glanced at Suyu. Feeling a little guilty, he said carefully, I taught a grand disciple, or rather a great-grand disciple. He has some ability. The human emperor was slightly stunned. He looked at him and then at Suyu. As for Suyu, he had a calm expression. Extremely calm. Did it count? Yes, he knew that in fact, he had guessed it long ago. Not far away, Wan Tianxing walked over. He looked at the king of the Great Zhou and his eyes flickered. After a while, he said, "You admit it?" The king of the Great Zhou was a little embarrassed and awkward. He wanted to force a smile but he couldn't. Suyu crossed his arms and looked at the king of the Great Zhou. The king of the Great Zhou was extremely embarrassed. He coughed gently and said, back then, I wanted to make use of this crisis to see if an expert could rise. In the end, I succeeded," Suyu said calmly. "You did succeed. But you harmed my teacher Lu for the rest of his life. This is also the reason why I targeted you. You know it in your heart and you have a guilty conscience. You don't dare to admit it. Today, after meeting the human emperor, you think that someone is protecting you and you dare to admit it?" The king of the Great Zhou was silent for a moment before saying, "Back then, I thought that Lu Wenyin might be the hope. But I didn't expect," Suyu said indifferently, "why didn't you dare to admit it later on?" The king of the Great Zhou said bitterly, "Later on. Later on, something went wrong. I didn't have the face to admit it. I had been keeping an eye on Forbidden Heaven and the Hell King lineage. In the end, Fan Hai found a loophole." "Found a loophole?" Suyu said indifferently, "That might not be the case, right? Most of the Lu family members were dead. Maybe you thought that my teacher Lu might take the opportunity to rise? In the end, teacher Lu failed to do so and was unable to recover. Are you very disappointed?" The king of the Great Zhou was silent. At this moment, those who understood. Those who didn't were at a loss. Soon, the others gathered. Some people didn't have the right to say anything, but someone said in a deep voice, "So, the king of the Great Zhou is my chief martial uncle?" Xiao Longwu's saber energy swept across and he said in a low voice, "Is there a need to do this?" The king of the Great Zhou was silent. Wan Tianxing laughed coldly, "Of course there is a need." In his eyes, what are we? We are nothing. Is the process important for a powerhouse to rise? Not at all. What he wants is the result. Wan Tianxing said coldly, "Yi Badian started these 50 years of chaos. If it wasn't for Yi Badian, the human race was too peaceful. The heavens didn't target them and everyone was waiting for the upper realm to open. But with Yi Badian, the human race's situation became much more difficult. Heroes only appear in chaotic times, right?" His eyes were cold. "If you don't admit it, then forget it. I'll think that you're long dead. If you admit it, then you should bear the consequences." The king of the Great Zhou didn't say anything. Wan Tianxing took a deep breath. "It doesn't matter how you treat me. What you do to others doesn't really matter. You raise so many divine runes lineages in the form of goo, it doesn't really matter. But, tell me, did Burning Sea really go out of control on his own, or did you deliberately cause it?" The king of the Great Zhou said in a low voice, "I didn't lead Burning Sea. At that time, the Hell King faction had infiltrated. I didn't need to lead the human race to eternal betrayal. Because the members of the Fire Relayer faction were all lost, I really couldn't split myself. I lacked some control over the internal affairs of the human race. This led to some changes in Burning Sea." "Humph." Wan Tianxing snorted coldly, "Illogical. You must know that Yi Badian was attacked by Burning Sea first. Since you are Yi Badian, then you should know that Burning Sea rebelled. Then, the Lu family was exterminated. Don't tell me that you didn't know Burning Sea rebelled during this process." The king of the Great Zhou sighed, "I know, but at that time I wanted to lead Burning Sea to you." "Humph." Wan Tianxing snorted coldly again. After a long while, he suddenly sneered, "You didn't admit it before, but you suddenly admitted it today. You knew that if you kept this matter in your heart, even if His Majesty and I guessed it, we wouldn't pursue it. Why did you insist on admitting it? You didn't admit it, but Yi Badian lived in our memories. He was a powerful genius who died in the hands of a traitor. There was no stain on him. Today, you insisted on breaking this tacit understanding. What do you want to do?" He looked at the king of the Great Zhou and said coldly, "You want to prove that in these 100,000 years, you succeeded. You succeeded in letting His Majesty enter the Shenwen faction, and under the pressure of the heavens, you finally rose? Is this the result of your efforts? At this moment, the others vaguely understood. On Suyu's side, everyone understood. As for the human emperor, he had vaguely heard some things about Yi Badian. At this moment, his gaze was strange. He understood everything. Yi Badian, who started the Shenwen faction and was chased by the heavens, was the main culprit of the turmoil of the human race for the past few decades. Of course, he might also be a meritorious person. If Yi Badian didn't start this chaotic world, the day the upper realm opened would be the day the human emperor and the others returned. Perhaps, there wouldn't be anything to do with Suyu. From everyone's point of view, the king of the Great Zhou was successful. But from the person's point of view, the king of the Great Zhou was hateful. Obviously, 50 years ago, the king of the Great Zhou should have panicked. He chose another more radical method to start the chaotic world of the human race. No matter what the process was, the result was that Suyu rose from this period. Otherwise, if the heavens were at peace, the current Suyu and people like Wan Tianqing wouldn't have risen in this era. It wasn't an empty saying that heroes were born in troubled times. The king of the Great Zhou fell silent again. After a while, he said, "I'm not trying to prove that I'm right. I succeeded. Actually, I just want to give Your Majesty an explanation. I also want to give His Majesty Emperor Yu an explanation." He pretended to be Yi Badian, or rather, he purposely created a person like Yi Badian. Actually, it wasn't wrong. Everything was developing according to his expectations. From Suyu's point of view, his biggest mistake was to cause the annihilation of Lu Wenyan's family. But from other people's point of view, the annihilation of a family and the rise of Suyu was a success. Otherwise, more people would die in the heavens. More people would die in the human race. At this moment, everyone was silent. It wasn't good for them to get involved in this matter. As for the human emperor, he took a light breath and said, "This matter was arranged by me." He had to take on this grudge. "I will give you and your teacher an explanation," Suyu said indifferently. "No need." The human emperor furrowed his brows slightly. "Suyu, I know." Suyu raised his hand and interrupted him. He looked at the king of the Great Zhou and said after a while, "Today, you suddenly said these words in front of the human emperor. Your goal isn't just this. Tell me directly, what do you want to do?" The king of the Great Zhou was silent again. After a long time, he half knelt towards the human emperor. "Your Majesty, the mission you gave me that year. I've completed it. His Majesty Emperor Yu has brought reinforcements. 100,000 years. I think I can take this opportunity to leave the fire relayer lineage, leave the human emperor's residence." The human emperor's expression was complicated. He said softly, "You, the king of the Great Zhou," kowtowed. "Your Majesty, I think, maybe Emperor Yu's residence is more suitable for me now." The human emperor sighed. I've made things difficult for you on this matter." He looked at Suyu and said softly, "Put this matter on me. When the war is over, I will give you an explanation." "No need." Suyu looked at the king of the Great Zhou and said indifferently, "Forget it, I can't be bothered to pursue this matter. Wait until you meet my teacher Lu, then you can talk about this matter yourself." Yi Badian. Haha. Suyu curled his lips. "Do you really think that my teacher Lu didn't have any suspicions? When your identity was exposed, the leader of the fire relayer lineage, the commander of the human emperor's secret guards, secretly nurtured the king of the Great Qin and the others. Actually, do you really think that teacher Lu doesn't know? Can't guess? It's just that he doesn't want to bother with you. Teacher Lu has a knot in his heart. The knot in his heart is that his teacher actually didn't die. If you die, he won't have a knot in his heart anymore." The king of the Great Zhou was speechless for a moment. Today, he revealed his identity to Suyu and the others. Actually, he was telling the human emperor that he had completed his mission. He wanted to leave the human emperor's system and join Suyu's system. Was this considered as repayment? Suyu didn't know, and he didn't want to know. He didn't really want to get involved in this matter. Some things, it wasn't good to get involved too much. This was a matter between the king of the Great Zhou and Lu Wenyan. As for Wan Tianqing, he sneered. "Forget it, our relationship as brothers has long ended. If you die, I'll call you senior brother. If you're alive, you're nothing. I can't be bothered with you. The king of the Great Zhou was bitter. He knew that when his identity was exposed, smart people like Suyu had guessed some things. However, no one said anything. Today, he exposed it. For a moment, he felt complicated. He completed the mission that the human emperor gave him. He completed it smoothly and even exceeded his expectations. But, he still felt guilty to some people. As for Suyu, he suppressed some of the emotions in his heart. Soon, he said in a deep voice, "All right, I'll pretend that I didn't hear this. Let Grandmaster Yi Badian live in my heart. Everything else has nothing to do with me. I don't have a grandmaster like you, the king of the Great Zhou. Don't randomly claim relatives." The king of the Great Zhou smiled bitterly. He nodded and didn't say anything. "I didn't have such thoughts. I was just being honest about some things." These things, everyone pretended to be confused, but it was also uncomfortable. This was also the reason why Suyu had always been targeting him. Behind Suyu, everyone had a strange look in their eyes. Soon, they didn't mention this matter anymore. Even Sky Destroyer, Skirich, and the others didn't mention it. Strictly speaking, it was considered a conflict within the Shinwen faction. Some people actually had some guesses before, but they didn't mention it. After all, there was an existence like the king of the Great Zhou. A top genius like Yi Badian, who had hopes of inheriting King Wen's legacy, was assassinated by a traitor like Fen Hai. This was actually a huge problem. It was fine if they didn't know his identity in the beginning. After knowing, they also knew that the king of the Great Zhou wanted to nurture top geniuses. That Yi Badian shouldn't have died back then. Now, everyone was naturally clear. The top geniuses of the human race were actually almost all alive because the king of the Great Zhou needed them to live. How could he give up the top genius in 100 years, Yi Badian? The king of Great Zhou's merits and demerits depended on different perspectives and thoughts. The most miserable was none other than Lu Wenyan. He was the #1 genius in these decades. It wasn't an exaggeration. A cultivator that hadn't even reached Soar took on the Shinwen of Sun Moon tier and didn't collapse at the Sea of Will. Even Suyu hadn't tried this, so he might not be able to do it. In that golden age, people like Xiao Longwu were assisting Lu Wenyan. Including people like Xia Houyi, they were all operating with Lu Wenyan as the core. The king of Great Zhou wanted Lu Wenyan to inherit the way of the brush and the way of King Wen. This could be seen from the fact that so many powerful Shinwen were inherited by Lu Wenyan. In the end, Lu Wenyan didn't succeed. So, Lu Wenyan could be considered as the abandoned pawn of the king of Great Zhou. Because he didn't succeed, the king of Great Zhou was disappointed in Lu Wenyan and even gave up, no longer caring. Some things might be more complicated. Suyu was Lu Wenyan's student, and Lu Wenyan taught Suyu for 5 years. Suyu couldn't forgive the king of Great Zhou for Lu Wenyan. As for Suyu himself, he could only forget about all of this because he didn't know how to deal with such an outcome. Was the king of Great Zhou a meritorious person? Yes. At least in this tide, he was protecting the human race from start to finish. Otherwise, perhaps the human race would have been destroyed long ago. The failure of the 9th tide made the king of Great Zhou more vigilant, and his methods of doing things became more ruthless. Sacrificing a small number of people became the king of Great Zhou's choice, and within this small number of people were Lu Wenyan and the others. At this moment, Suyu didn't say any more. Ren Huang and the others were all silent. Suyu was one of the parties involved, so was the Prince of Great Zhou, and even more so Suyu's teacher. It was hard to say who was right or wrong in these matters. A long time ago, Bai Feng had asked Suyu if it was worth it to sacrifice a team of 100 guards to kill an enemy expert on the battlefield. In the beginning, Suyu said that it was worth it. When Bai Feng asked, "Is your father among the 100 men guards who sacrificed themselves?" Suyu quickly changed his words. Whoever dared to do this, he would kill them. This was human nature. Ren Huang saw that the atmosphere was a little heavy. He coughed lightly and said, "Suyu, come here. Let's talk about something else. I have something to tell you." He called for Suyu to leave. Otherwise, this stiff atmosphere might continue for a long time. The two of them walked to a deserted area. Human Emperor sighed, "I'm sorry." Suyu said calmly, there is no need for Human Emperor to say such things. Human Emperor said softly, this matter started because of me, because of King Wen and the others. When King Wen left, it was a trap. When I left with Wan, it was also a trap. When someone schemed against us, we schemed against them. It was all going with the flow. You were plotting, I was plotting. In the end, I was one step behind, which led to the change in the ninth tide and Baijan's betrayal. King Wen left and went to heavenly gates. On one hand, it was to save his sister. On the other hand, it was to plot against heavenly gates. However, King Wen was no match for that person and had not succeeded until now. Human Emperor brought Wan into the river of time and went against the current to suppress the three gates. Otherwise, Wan at that time might not have betrayed them. King Wu's departure might have been because the Human Emperor himself had asked King Wu to assist King Wen. The Human Emperor had vaguely mentioned this before. From Human Emperor's point of view, this was what he should do. However, the plan might not succeed. His plot in the Myriad worlds had gone wrong. And now, the one affected was Suyu. He had no choice but to stand up and accept all of this to prevent Suyu from having any ideas. Suyu, on the other hand, was extremely calm. I've long passed that period. I've passed the period of blaming the heavens and blaming the people, and I've passed the period of hating the unfairness of the world. I can only say that it's because I'm not strong enough that I want to become stronger and reverse all of this. Perhaps King of Great Zhou is right. At least, he forced me to think of a way to become stronger. Suyu's lips curled into a mocking smile, a bit self-deprecating. From the day I begged Tian for help, I told myself that in this world, I have to rely on myself. I have to rely on my fists, my wits, and my brain. If I encounter any trouble, I will solve it myself. Human Emperor sighed. After a long time, he said, that's true. I don't need to comfort you. You are much more tenacious and powerful than I imagined. To you, the comfort of others is nothing but a joke. Human Emperor suddenly calmed down and smiled, forget it. I was worried that you would be angry because of this. Actually, you wouldn't. Perhaps you had already guessed everything. If you were angry, you would have exploded long ago. He suddenly realized that there was no need to comfort Suyu. There was no need for that. Suyu was young. However, Suyu was not a child who didn't know anything. His heart was more tenacious than anyone else. There were very few setbacks that could defeat Suyu. At this moment, Human Emperor had some doubts. You are only in your 20s. You rarely encounter failures, Suyu laughed. Is it very rare? No, a lot. I have to thank Time Master. She let me know that failure is nothing. Death is nothing. As long as you endure it, you will win. Human Emperor's eyes moved. Her recipe? Thinking of this, he suddenly realized that he might have neglected a question. He asked, how old were you when you inherited her recipe? 6 years old. 6 years old, Human Emperor's expression changed. Her recipe is very strong. Even if there is only a trace of it, to you, it is an irresistible force. He muttered, in the recipe, the power of 10,000 Daos will be released. Even if it is sealed, destroyed, or exhausted after traveling, it will still release a trace of power. It will not affect you physically. However, there should be some spiritual imprints left behind. Do you often have nightmares? He suddenly looked at Suyu. His eyes moved. You can split open the sky and open thousands of Daos. I think, I have understood something. He suddenly understood, Suyu's talent was different from others. He took a deep breath. Every time, if there is a trace of spiritual imprint, it will be the remnant of the Daos. Every time, it will destroy your spiritual will and leave behind a bit of Daos. That is why you can comprehend 10,000 Daos. In reality, many people find it hard to comprehend, or it should be said that they need an absolute amount of time to comprehend, so you borrowed the power of others to split open the sky. However, if he did not comprehend it himself, then Suyu would not even be able to split open the sky. How could others help him perfect it? Therefore, Suyu had truly comprehended 10,000 Daos, and this did not come out of thin air. It was not because his talent was so strong that it surpassed everyone else. It was because Suyu had been constantly cleansed by the power of Daos since he was young. Therefore, when Suyu sketched out Shunwen, it was completed in an instant. It was not that he was better than others. It was because he had already grasped some Daos. It was just that they were too small and too weak. Suyu did not know how to use them, so he could not present them. Shunwen had rules, Rule Shunwen. The moment he met Bai Feng, Suyu had already grasped many embryonic forms of rules. Later on, he constantly sketched out Shunwen. Others did it slowly, but Suyu did it in an instant. This was because others needed a process to understand the rules, but Suyu did not need to. He only needed a system, a comprehension, to condense the power of rules into form. However, Human Emperor understood that this process must be full of danger, crisis, and pain. Suyu was too young and too weak. During that period, he might not even be cultivating, but he was enduring the inheritance and impact of the rules. It was only at this moment that Human Emperor understood what this young man in front of him had experienced. Human Emperor suddenly said, "At that time, did you ever feel despair and thought of giving up? Death to end everything?" He asked himself, if he encountered such a thing during that period, how would he choose? Every day, every night, he had to endure pain, nightmares, and despair. Would he choose to end his life? Suyu smiled. Despair? I did. In the beginning, I was in despair. I was too afraid. I didn't even want to sleep. I didn't want to sleep for the rest of my life. At that time, I wished that I was a strong Esper, that I could go without sleep. Now, I actually did it. From the age of 6 until now, it had been more than 10 years. So you seem to have never had a full night's sleep. Even when he was in the school, he didn't dream much because he had almost experienced the power of the great Tao. But at that time, Suyu was busy cultivating. Sleeping for a while every day was enough. A complete dream, what does it feel like? His memory had long been blurred. Suyu himself didn't know what it felt like to have a good night's sleep before the age of 6. Now, he wanted to try it, but there were too many things in his heart. Last time when he died, he tried to experience it. Unfortunately, he was interrupted by King Wen and King Wu. In fact, if they didn't interrupt, Suyu wouldn't have the time to experience it. The Human Emperor looked at him silently. Only at this moment did he seem to understand Suyu. After a long time, he softly said, "Outsiders say that you, Suyu, are extremely talented. But from the looks of it, you might only be ordinary. On one hand, the recipe allows you to experience the power of the great Tao. On the other hand, it protects you from collapsing. This is a kind of experience where you are hammered back and forth. If you are an expert, you might be able to endure it. But to a child, this is too cruel." On one hand, the Book of Time was constantly hammering Suyu's will. On the other hand, after being hammered, it would repair it, tempering it into steel. However, this process was actually a cold and inhumane kind of devastation. Maybe Suyu wouldn't be directly hammered to death. But he would definitely collapse. As the Human Emperor spoke, he continued, "When you probably didn't expect that her treasure would be obtained by you. A 6-year-old child," he bitterly smiled, "according to logic, it shouldn't be inherited by you." Suyu smiled, "Then you have to thank Xing, who is your ancestor, right?" This matter, Suyu had mentioned it once before. When the Human Emperor heard it again, he fell silent for a moment before saying, "Maybe she harmed you. As for Xing, maybe she is my ancestor. Or maybe there is no longer any relationship between them. You don't have to care about it." Separated by a door, everything changed. The Human Emperor looked at Suyu again. "Have you never experienced a moment of collapse?" Suyu looked at him, and just like that, a smile appeared on his face. It was incomparably brilliant. The Human Emperor was slightly stunned. After a long time, he came to a conclusion in his heart. Yes, not only that, but he had always been like that. This white-haired young man in front of him had long collapsed. He was hysterical and in despair. However, he wasn't like others, showing it in front of others. He was crazy in his heart. "When you," the Human Emperor murmured in his heart. "You probably didn't think about it, right? When you helped Suyu, but she also harmed Suyu. She might not know that she created a madman, a hysterical madman. Calm and crazy." At this moment, the Human Emperor, like Zhou Ji that day, could see that Suyu was a madman from beginning to end. However, this era seemed to be saved by this madman. The human emperor looked deeply at Suyu, but Suyu smiled brightly. After a long time, he said, "Is there a flower on my face?" The human emperor wouldn't have any thoughts about me, would he? The human emperor laughed. After a while, he said in an inaudible voice, "You might need to open 3 doors, Suyu looked at him and didn't say anything. As for the human emperor, he had already left to continue his conversation with Lord Yu and the others. So you might need to open 3 doors. Because he needed war. The pressure of war would make Suyu suppress everything. Otherwise, the human emperor was worried that when Suyu lost the pressure and the pressure of war, what would he become? Would he completely collapse, or would he gradually recover? He didn't know, but he had indeed guessed and seen that Suyu was already on the verge of collapse. Perhaps, as long as he calmed down a little, Suyu might collapse. Perhaps not, because in his eyes, Suyu was too tenacious. Just like when Zhao Li first saw Suyu, he identified Suyu and felt that Suyu could inherit his mantle. This guy's tenacity was beyond Zhao Li's imagination. Watching the human emperor leave, Suyu smiled. I need to open 3 doors, what are you talking about? But then again, opening 3 doors, that's what's exciting, isn't it? If they don't open, it really isn't exciting enough. Suyu chuckled and suddenly shouted, "Why are you running? We haven't talked business yet." On the other side, the human emperor waved his hand. What's the hurry? Let me digest it, you madman. Once I leave, I don't know what you're going to do. I have to think about it. With the arrival of the Mountain King and the others, the combat strength of Suyu's side increased again. The human emperor chatted with the newcomers for a while because these people included the top powerhouses who stayed behind to guard, the powerhouses who brought up the rear, and the spirit of King Wen's world. He had to chat more with them. At the same time, he also wanted to understand the existence of the spirit and its feeling and strength after merging with heaven and earth. The human emperor's eyes were extremely sharp. Without Suyu's introduction, he could see the state of the book spirit. At this time, Wan Tianxing walked to Suyu's side. Seeing that Suyu was looking at Wan, he said softly, "Don't take what happened just now to heart. We'll solve our own problems, and your teacher's problems will be solved by him." Suyu nodded slightly. I don't care. As for my teacher, let's wait until the war is over. Or after the war with Wan was over. Wan Tianxing didn't mention it anymore. He looked at the opposite side, where incomparably powerful auras were crisscrossing. He said in a low voice, "Wan is not easy to deal with. Even now, his combat strength is still strong. The previous war had united Wan. Wan was the same every time." As for Suyu, he pondered for a while and said, "Mannerhead, your progress has been slow recently. Is it because you merged the broken path into my world that your comprehension has decreased?" Wan Tianxing and Lan Tian had made rapid progress before, but now, they were much slower. At this moment, Wan Tianxing was just like the others, a 3rd-grade Great Dao. This was thanks to the fact that he had mastered many Great Dao. However, there were some Great Dao that Wan Tianxing hadn't mastered yet. He had only merged them. Otherwise, just the 7 emotions and 6 desires alone would have 13 Great Dao. Moreover, the human Dao that he cultivated was not limited to the 7 emotions and 6 desires. If he had mastered all of them, no matter what, he would be a 2nd-grade Great Dao now. Wan Tianxing thought about it and nodded. Indeed, compared to Suyu's progress, or compared to the others, he wasn't too special at this stage. It wasn't that Wan Tianxing wanted to be special, but as the top genius of this era, he had to be special. After thinking about it, Wan Tianxing said softly, "I control the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, greed, anger, obsession, and evil. It's more of a general reference and not fixed. These days, I've reflected on it. My 6 desires aren't strong. Find a woman for you?" Suyu teased. Wan Tianxing laughed. Nonsense. The so-called 6 desires aren't just lust. They encompass many things. The desire for life and death, the desire for knowledge of the future, the hope for strength, the hope for stability. He said a lot. He hadn't talked about the Tao with Suyu for a long time. The last time was when they were talking about the river of time. After a moment of silence, Wan Tianxing continued, "I've given it some thought. Perhaps, due to your presence, I've been feeling a little less uneasy about the future, and I'm feeling a little less threatened, Suyu laughed. I've just stepped into the first grade Great Tao, and you already lack a sense of crisis? Wan Tianxing laughed as well. It's not just me. The others are the same. Because, you're undefeated in every battle. Suyu laughed. He turned his head and looked at Wan Tianxing. What do you mean? Let's fight a tough battle. Wan Tianxing exhaled and said, you always want to shoulder everything alone. You're always worried that someone will die. You always want to plan and complete everything. But you have to understand that even if Human Emperor and the others have been planning for many years, there will still be times when they fail. We haven't reached the point of death yet. Wan's strength is comparable to ours. Let's fight a tough battle. Wan Tianxing said seriously, you just need to focus on dealing with your opponent. You worry too much and meddle too much. That might not be a good thing. Suyu was silent for a while. Is this what everyone else wants? Yes. Wan Tianxing nodded. Fight a tough battle. This time, Wan's strength is similar to ours. We can still vaguely gain the upper hand. You can't go on like this. If you force everyone to improve, everyone will become more dependent on you. This will cause everyone's comprehension of the Tao to weaken. This is actually not what a qualified general should do. Suyu, haven't you realized that everyone likes to think less and less? If this goes on, everyone will degenerate. Suyu laughed. Meddling too much is not a good thing? That might be the case. Wan Tianxing also laughed. Let go when it's appropriate. So, you mean that this time, when the human sovereign leaves, we will fight a tough battle? No. Wan Tianxing looked at Suyu and suddenly laughed. Why must the human sovereign leave? Why did you have to wait for the human emperor to leave and for him to sever his Tao before you fought? Suyu, this is not your style. While the human sovereign is still here, we can still suppress his arrogant soldiers and generals. Let's fight now. Let's break in with the human sovereign. It's better for the human sovereign to guard the rear and deter Wan. Then, we will start the second battle, the third battle, until Wan doesn't dare to raise his head. At this time, when the human sovereign leaves, even if his Tao is cut, Wan will still worry about whether it's a trap, whether there's a problem. Wan Tianxing suddenly laughed treacherously. You can even say that the human sovereign has fallen. You say it every time. After a few times, everyone will believe it. Also, those experts who want to merge with the human sovereign's world, why don't you make use of them? We are on the same side. You all know that before we cut off his Tao, we should blow him up once. Why? Now that the human sovereign's people are here, you can't bear to do it, or are you too embarrassed to do it? Wan Tianxing licked his lips and laughed. We have to suppress his arrogant soldiers and generals while the human sovereign is still here. Suppress them in front of the human sovereign. I can see that the human sovereign is on his side. Suyu, I know that you don't necessarily care about these people and have no intention of fighting for power with the human sovereign. But if you don't want to, what about the others? He smiled and said, it's not a power grab, but everyone will subconsciously think, should I listen to the human emperor or should I listen to you, Suyu? The human sovereign's people, during the battle, will think, since the human sovereign is gone, should I listen to Suyu? The human sovereign is not dead. Once he listens to you and suffers heavy losses, won't the human sovereign be weakened? Suyu looked at old Wan. There were many times in life when one was lost. Sometimes, one had to go through it on his own, and other times, he needed someone to guide him. Wan Tianxing had actually guided Suyu many times. On the day he turned into a human demon, he told Suyu what it meant to help the world. That time, Suyu had a deep understanding. It was also because of that time that when Suyu became the human sovereign, he forcefully took back power at the first moment and suppressed those who didn't agree with him without any scruples. And now, Wan Tianxing had begun to give him some insights. Suyu's original idea was to think about the battle when the human sovereign was gone and the Tao was cut off. But Wan Tianxing's opinion was different from his. Suyu fell into deep thought. After a while, he asked, you mean, I still have to recruit the human sovereign's people? Of course. Wan Tianxing said in a low voice. You can discuss things with the human sovereign, but when he's not around, you have to give everyone the impression that your word is the only one. No, you have to make it so that even when he's around, your word is the only one. Wan Tianqing said in a low voice. You can appeal to the human sovereign afterwards and have him come to you. You can discuss things with him, but you don't have to say too much to them. Wan Tianqing looked at Suyu. What they have to do is listen to your orders. Before the human emperor objects to you, you don't have to pay attention to their words. What you need to do is to make them listen to you. Suyu fell into deep thought. After a while, he smiled. Wouldn't that be bad? What's wrong with that? Wan Tianqing smiled. To you, is there any difference between the human sovereign and the great Qin king? When you became the human sovereign, didn't you also suppress those old fogies? 400 years old or 40,000 years old, in your eyes, they are all old fogies. Who cares how old they are? Don't treat them differently. Otherwise, the great Qin king will be sad. Why is he treated differently from the human sovereign? Suyu smiled. That makes sense, Wan Tianqing continued. Right now, it's not a peaceful time. The human sovereign is heavily injured, King Wen is not around, King Wu has left, and King Ming is not good at making big decisions. Only you can do this. Suyu smiled. That's true. Apart from me, who else has the ability to do this? Wan Tianqing immediately laughed. This fellow had finally recovered. He laughed and said, actually, you still revere the human emperor a bit more because you feel that he will always be right. You don't want to become estranged from him because of these things, but do you know that the great Qin emperor will become estranged from you just because you punished some people? The more intelligent a person is, the more they will understand this principle. If the human sovereign really thinks that you did something wrong because of these things, then it proves that the human sovereign is not smart enough. Then he can't even be compared to the great Qin king. Suyu smiled. Why do you keep talking about the great Qin king? If the great Qin king hears it, he will be sad. Wan Tianqing was speechless. Soon, he laughed. That's not necessarily true. I think the great Qin king is enjoying it. He doesn't feel sad at all. Also, on the battlefield, splitting into two groups is actually a very unwise thing to do. One is a lesson. If we do this, it will cause problems in coordination, cooperation, and rescue. So, we have to work together before the human sovereign leaves. Suyu touched his chin. If that's the case, we have to take the initiative to attack. Suyu looked at the opposite side. My heaven and earth can reach there now. But if they continue to run upstream, I won't be able to cover them. That's nothing. Wan Tianqing didn't care. Then force them to continue upstream. Right now, going upstream will cause them to go against the current and consume a lot of energy. Actually, this is already the limit. Otherwise, the human sovereign and the others wouldn't need to go with the current. Wouldn't it be best if they stayed where they are? Suyu listened seriously. Having an old man by his side to give him some advice from time to time was actually not bad. Suyu rarely listened to others' suggestions, but there were some exceptions. For example, Wan Tianqing, Zhao Li, Niu Baidao, Zhu Tiandao, Lu Wenyan, and others. Even if Suyu didn't agree with their suggestions, he would still seriously consider them. However, only Wan Tianqing followed Suyu now. Most of the others were hidden by Suyu. Because they were too weak, Suyu naturally had his own selfish reasons. Everyone had their own selfish reasons. His father, his teacher, and some of his good friends. He hid them all and didn't let anyone know. He even thought about what would happen if he was defeated. It was inevitable that he would die without a whole corpse. Wan Tianqing didn't say anything else after saying that. As for the rest, Suyu knew it himself. Suyu thought about it seriously. Maybe old Wan's idea was more suitable than his previous one. Soon, Suyu turned around and walked toward Human Sovereign. Seeing him coming, Human Sovereign also came forward and talked with Suyu for a while. Hearing Suyu's idea, Human Sovereign thought for a while and nodded slightly, agreeing with Suyu's suggestion. Suyu was right. Although Human Sovereign was a little anxious at the moment and wanted to go back and merge with the heaven and earth, Suyu's action might be more beneficial for the future. At this time everyone was still talking, and talking. At this moment, Human Sovereign coughed lightly and everyone stopped what they were doing. Human Sovereign said softly, "Everyone, you all know my situation. I'm not fit to participate in fierce battles. If I fight another battle, I might die." Everyone was solemn. Human Sovereign smiled and said, "I thought about it. Everyone has seen Suyu's strength and ability. We also know what he has done in the myriad worlds. It can be said that he is a legend, maybe not as good as me. Ha ha ha, but he is indeed a legend." Everyone smiled. They liked Human Sovereign's confidence, even though they thought that Human Sovereign was bragging again. The Human Emperor laughed heartily, "So I thought about it. Next, everyone will listen to Suyu's orders, obey the military orders, and engage in some battles. On the battlefield, everyone has followed me for many years, and you all know one thing: military orders are like mountains, they must be obeyed." Everyone's heart sank. Human Sovereign continued, "Of course, everyone might not agree with Suyu, but, if you have any opinions, you can talk to me after the battle. We will do some post-battle summaries and improve on the inadequacies. But, you must not disobey orders on the battlefield." Human Sovereign's voice suddenly became solemn. "We are all veterans. Many of our brothers have followed me from the human realm to the myriad heavens, and from the myriad heavens to the upper reaches of the river of time. Until today, we will not be ignorant. So, even if it is a wrong order, I will stop it in time, or tell me after the battle. Don't make any trouble in the middle of the battle and embarrass us." At this moment, Wisdom Sovereign was deep in thought and said softly, "Your Majesty, what if Human Sovereign Su wants us to die?" He smiled and said, "For example, if Human Sovereign Su wants all of you to self-destruct and blow up Wan's army first, then the rest will go and reap the harvest. Will we agree?" Human Sovereign said lightly, "So you probably won't give such a brainless order." Not far away, Suyu crossed his arms and suddenly interjected, "That's hard to say." Human Sovereign was speechless. "Are you disagreeing with me? I'm giving you the authority," Suyu said lightly. "On the battlefield, everything is possible. The battle is intense, and self-destruction will win. Then, if I ask you to self-destruct, are you going to disobey?" Suyu said indifferently, "Sacrifice the individual to help the greater good. Isn't this what many people pursue? As long as the battle is won, can't everything be explained?" Everyone subconsciously looked at the King of Great Zhou. Those who were familiar with Suyu understood that he was targeting the King of Great Zhou again. Wisdom Sovereign smiled. "That's true, but we are afraid that Human Sovereign Su will trust the direct descendants more. When it is time to reap the harvest, it will be the direct descendants, but when it is time to sacrifice, it will be us. We will not be convinced. Don't worry about poverty, worry about inequality. This is not empty talk." Wisdom Sovereign looked at Suyu. "How are you going to resolve this?" Suyu thought for a moment and casually gave an example. "When I went to the upper realm, I led a group of Dao integration stage cultivators, including Wanfu Prefect, King of Great Zhou, Marquis Dingjun, Marquis Dark Shadow, Marquis Yunshui, Marquis Nanchi, Marquis Tianmi. A large group of people. I don't know if Xuelan and the others told you about this. That day, I ordered everyone to self-destruct." Everyone's heart instantly sank. Suyu said lightly, "Those who obeyed that order all survived, none of them perished. Those who didn't self-destruct that day, Dark Shadow, Yunshui, Misty Mountain, and River Sea, all died. As for Nanchi, I just let bygones be bygones and couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter. As for Xuelan, she didn't listen, but her body was also destroyed by the enemy's self-destruction. If not for the Snow Monarch's life-saving seal, she would have perished long ago." Suyu said indifferently, "If you still can't accept this example, then no matter what I say, it's useless. If you listen to me, I will naturally do my best to ensure your survival. If you don't listen to me, what does it have to do with me if these people die?" The Wisdom Monarch pondered for a moment before saying, "Then what if we have different opinions from Human Lord Su?" "Hold it in." Suyu said indifferently, "When the battle is over, go and cry to the Human Emperor, and the Human Emperor will naturally come and find me. I will naturally give the Human Emperor an explanation. As for you guys, you don't have the right to bargain with me. Of course, if you think I'm too domineering, you can choose not to participate. You can just stay behind with the Human Emperor." I'll say this. First, if you think that I, Suyu, don't have the right to lead you, then you can withdraw. I don't mind losing some people. If you don't want to, I can still lead my people to defend against one. Some people felt humiliated, and the war monarch said gloomily, Human Lord Su's words are inappropriate. Since we have been fighting here for countless years, none of us are afraid of death. If we were really afraid of death, we would have fled back then. Suyu smiled. I didn't say that you're afraid of death. All of you seniors have been fighting on the front lines for many years. I don't deny your contributions, but, Suyu paused and said solemnly, but we are not idle either. Ask these people here, how many battles have we fought all these years? Since we are all heroes, there's no need to say more words of praise. In terms of killing, I'm afraid you guys have not killed as many as we have. From the human realm, we killed our way to the heavens, to the upper realm, to the dead soul's domain, and now, we have killed our way to the upper realm. Who is afraid of death? If you are afraid of death, there's no need to follow me. In terms of contributions, everyone here had great contributions, so Suyu couldn't be bothered to say more. In terms of contributions, these people's contributions might not even be greater than the great Qin King and the others. Not far away, the human emperor glanced at Suyu and smiled. Human Lord Su, I don't have any other request from you except for one thing, or rather, my bottom line. It's fine to die in battle, but you can't die unjustly. You can obviously save them, but you don't. You can obviously solve the problem with the death of one of your direct subordinates, but you let 3 or 5 of my old brothers die, then you are too selfish. The human emperor continued, I can understand some normal favoritism. For example, if you want to save 2 people, one is the war monarch, and the other is the Wanfu prefect, you can only save one person. If you save the Wanfu prefect, everyone can hate you, but we will still not oppose you. But if you can save them all, and after saving the Wanfu prefect, you don't deserve to be the leader. The smile on his face disappeared and turned into seriousness. His words were also very direct. Some favoritism was inevitable. However, Suyu couldn't go overboard. Otherwise, Suyu wouldn't deserve to be the leader, and the human emperor wouldn't let him die. Suyu smiled and said, you can supervise the battle. The human emperor nodded and said, I will watch. Suyu didn't say much. He looked at the war monarch and the others and said calmly, everyone has heard the human emperor's words. If you have any opinions, you can voice them now. After this moment, my words are final, and no doubts are allowed. In the crowd, the Eye King, who had revealed 3 eyes earlier, hesitated for a moment and said, Human Lord Su, do we need to listen to your orders during the battle, or after the battle? During the battle, after the battle, it's up to you. Suyu said indifferently, Emperor Yu's manor has no interest in recruiting new people. Isn't the human emperor still alive? I am borrowing soldiers now, so just listen to me during this period. Of course, after the battle, you might be reluctant to leave me and beg me to take you into Emperor Yu's manor while weeping. Let's talk about it then. The atmosphere was no longer tense, but a little strange. The group of people was a little awkward. What did he say? Who would cry and beg you to take them in? How disrespectful would that be to the human emperor? The human emperor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Good Lord, you're looking down on me, aren't you? And Suyu also smiled and said, everything is hard to say. Don't think it's impossible now, or you'll slap yourself in the face in the future. Everyone laughed dryly and didn't reply. As long as you're happy, we can't be bothered to refute you. Suyu's expression changed almost instantly, and he said solemnly, from now on, it's wartime. Everyone, listen to my orders. Everyone froze. Suyu shouted, change the way you address me, call me Emperor Yu. The war monarch and the others were stunned. Wan Tianqing smiled, and the group quickly bowed and shouted in unison, greetings, Your Majesty Emperor Yu. The war monarch and the others looked at each other. After a while, the far-sighted king smiled and said, greetings, Your Majesty Emperor Yu. In the next moment, the dozens of masters of the law, either helpless or depressed, all said one after another, greetings, Your Majesty Emperor Yu. Suyu laughed and shouted again, Human Emperor, please step back and leave the battlefield. Everyone looked at each other and followed suit, Human Emperor, please step back and leave the battlefield. The human emperor was speechless, but he still smiled and began to retreat, retreating out of the battlefield Suyu had drawn out. He stood alone in the back, a smile on his face. At this moment, the human emperor didn't know whether to feel gratified or distressed. Suyu was a bit interesting. Moreover, he also believed that as long as Suyu wasn't too selfish, there wouldn't be any problems with his old brothers. After a few run-ins, they could launch a large-scale battle. Just as he was feeling gratified, Suyu suddenly shouted, "Listen to my command, charge, kill." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged in Wan's direction. Without hesitation, Wan Tianxing and the others rushed out. The warlord and the others were dumbfounded. Fuck, the far-sighted monarch and the others were also stunned. They froze for a moment, then almost went crazy. You're charging out just like that?" The group hesitated for a moment, then gritted their teeth and followed. On the other side, their auras suddenly surged. One expert after another hovered in the air. As for Suyu, he immediately stopped. "Stop, retreat. You bastards, why are you hesitating?" Suyu was furious. Under Wan's dumbfounded gaze, he led his people back. Less than 5 minutes later, Suyu shouted again, "Charge." Boom, a group of people quickly followed and charged forward. "Retreat." Suyu led his people back. This time, Wan was dumbfounded. The far-sighted monarch and the others were also dumbfounded. This was because Suyu was very angry. He kept scolding those who were too slow. In an instant, the old experts' faces turned red. I just didn't expect you to charge and retreat just like that." They didn't react in time, they were really dumbfounded by Suyu. As for Suyu, he kept repeating this scene. Gradually, on the other side, Wan's experts became serious. They didn't let down their guard, but became extremely solemn. They could vaguely see that. Suyu seemed to be breaking in the team. At least, at this moment, they were obeying orders. Under Suyu's command, the people of the human sovereign realm didn't hesitate any longer. They started to charge. One continent. The celestial emperor and the others wore solemn expressions. The human emperor had actually handed over the authority to Suyu, and Suyu was constantly breaking in these veteran experts of the human race. They weren't idiots. After so many times, Suyu's order had become a will that was imprinted in everyone's hearts. They weren't used to it the first time, but after a few times, they would naturally follow Suyu's instructions. It was simple, but very practical. The prerequisite was that you had to be able to subdue these arrogant and valiant generals and make them listen to you. And Suyu's previous battle had clearly subdued these people. The first-rate generals didn't dare to act rashly. The immortal emperor's injuries hadn't healed yet, and the time was too short. Because according to the time in this place, the battle had only ended yesterday. Yes, it was that fast. Is Suyu really going to start a second war? So many masters of the laws died. Are you still not satisfied? The Celestial Emperor looked at the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor's face was also a little pale. Before this, the three of them were severely injured by the human emperor. Fortunately, the Celestial Emperor was good at healing. At this moment, everyone was feeling better, but they had not fully recovered. The God Emperor's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, "Be careful." Someone gritted his teeth and said, "God Emperor, why don't we take the initiative and attack?" After being intimidated by them so many times, the moment we let our guard down, it's very easy for them to attack us in an instant. They were all experts, so they understood this kind of trick. Feign an attack first, and once the opponent lets down his guard, immediately attack. In a battle between experts, the slightest bit of carelessness could easily lead to the other party breaking through the encirclement and killing them on the spot. The Celestial Emperor's face was expressionless as he looked at the Celestial Emperor and the others. The Celestial Emperor transmitted his voice to them, "We can't let this go on. If we can't, we'll take the initiative to attack and repel them." The Divine Emperor asked, "How much combat power does the human emperor have left?" In fact, everyone was still worried about the human emperor. Previously, the three Renhuang realm experts were instantly defeated by him, and that was when the human emperor was not at his peak state. From this, it could be seen how strong the human emperor was at his peak. In the past, it was not just the three great cultivators who dealt with the human emperor. Almost all the top cultivators would deal with the human emperor. Only the remaining ones would fight with the human experts. At the same time, Suyu took a few tries to get used to it and led everyone to charge a few times. When everyone was numb and used to his orders, Suyu finally smiled. There wasn't much hope for a surprise attack. He didn't expect a surprise attack. It was impossible. What he wanted to see was for everyone to obey his orders. Just this point alone was enough. On the other side, they were on full alert. Suyu continued to break in a few more times. The next moment, he roared again, "Charge! Everyone, charge together, I'm used to it." After a few times, everyone was thinking about where to rush to, and Suyu would call for retreat. However, this time, they did not retreat. Withdraw what? Since they were all following orders, there was no need to retreat. Kill! A loud shout woke everyone up, instantly causing their hearts to tremble. At this moment, the Wan mainland was less than 10,000 meters away from them. For powerhouses, even if they were in the river of time, it would only take an instant. On the other side, countless auras also erupted in an instant. The Divine Emperor's angry roar resounded through heaven and earth, "Meet the enemy." That madman, Suyu, was actually fighting one battle a day. Yesterday, dozens of masters of the laws had died, and many of them were injured, but Suyu was already here. That bastard, this guy was even crazier than the human emperor. Even the human emperor couldn't fight them so frequently. Over the years, they had spent close to 1,000 years here. In truth, there had been less than 10 full-scale battles, but there had been quite a few that involved more than 10 masters of the laws. Once every 3 to 5 years was considered quite frequent. Suyu, on the other hand, fought once a day. Combined, the number of masters of the laws on both sides was close to 200. This was a terrifying number. There weren't many of them, but they were all peak existences in any era, existences who had grasped the great Tao. At this moment, they were truly like soldiers charging into the enemy camp. Boom, an earth-shattering blade energy shot out. Suyu had slashed out with his blade and roared, "Everyone, charge! Don't cut the enemy! Kill them all!" Everyone was stunned. When experts fought, they usually fought in pairs. After all, it was easy to implicate all sides in a big battle. But today, Suyu wanted them to charge as a group instead of cutting the enemy. He wanted them to fight one-on-one, or even gang up on one. In an instant, Wan's side was thrown into disarray. Fight as a group. Some of the experts weren't used to this kind of fighting style and were at a loss. The God Emperor roared, "Don't split up. Everyone, attack." This kind of fighting style was somewhat unexpected. However, the God Emperor believed that Suyu had lost his mind. There were too many people on his side. If they fought, the shockwaves would kill many weaker cultivators. Had Suyu gone mad? Did he really think that just because he'd won a single battle, he'd lost his mind? At this moment, close to 200 powerful beings were squeezed together, attacking each other as a group. Rumble, sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, tridents, all sorts of weapons flew out. The power of the great Tao surged through the battlefield, creating a chaotic scene. In truth, this was the first time they'd fought such a chaotic battle, or rather, the first time they'd fought since becoming masters of the laws. Behind the crowd, the human emperor's expression shifted. He couldn't help but curse, "Madman." These weren't soldiers, this was a group of peak experts. What kind of peak experts would charge as a group? When first-class experts fought, the shockwaves would affect both sides. This would implicate the weaker cultivators on both sides. It was a classic method of harming oneself and harming the enemy with the same method. They wouldn't gain the slightest advantage. Suyu had fought many battles. Why did he choose this kind of fighting style? The human emperor didn't quite understand. Soon, casualties appeared. Both sides had many experts. Suyu charged at the God Emperor, the far-sighted king at the Immortal Emperor, the Zhenwu king at the Demon Emperor, and the Bright Concubine at the Spirit Emperor. Now, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Ming Emperors had no opponents. However, in the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by people from both sides. The three experts, including Suyu's side, felt their hands and feet tied. Someone suddenly cursed, "Dragon Emperor, shrink your body. Don't attack us." At this moment, someone beside the Dragon Emperor roared. The Dragon and Phoenix experts had huge bodies. Wan's body was actually very big. At this moment, once they attacked, the range of the shockwaves was too large. Many Wan experts were also attacked. Wan's body was huge. Once he was scattered, he would be instantly devoured by the humans. Once he gathered. At this moment, many Wan experts could only fight in human form. They couldn't return to their original bodies. Otherwise, they would be too big. The God Emperor snorted coldly, just for this? Wan's huge body was also used by Suyu, but what could this affect? Divine power burst out of the God Emperor's body. Suyu also summoned a powerful force. He chuckled, God's descent. Boom, at this moment, he was like a God expert. His aura was equal to the God Emperor's. In the blink of an eye, he charged at the God Emperor. The God Emperor's face was solemn. This guy was so strong, much stronger than before. At the same time, Suyu's heaven and earth power was also rapidly spreading over here. The God Emperor's expression changed. A moment later, he frowned and shouted, Retreat. Retreat from his heaven and earth domain. Fighting in Suyu's domain wasn't a good choice. They could only choose to retreat, but in this kind of tangled battle, if they retreated, they would leave their backs open to the enemy. As soon as the God Emperor shouted, the immortal Emperor couldn't help but roar, Don't retreat. Fight. What was the God Emperor yelling for? If they retreated now, wouldn't they be giving Suyu and the others time to kill? He knew that the God Emperor hadn't encountered this kind of tangled battle in many years. For a moment, he'd forgotten that this wasn't a one-on-one fight. It was easy to retreat, but how could they retreat when they were all tangled up? Fortunately, Wan's masters of the laws weren't stupid. When the God Emperor shouted for retreat, everyone sensed that they couldn't retreat, so there weren't any major disturbances. However, in some areas, several experts wanted to retreat. As soon as the God Emperor finished shouting, they didn't get far. Their companions who were a step too slow were instantly killed. The God Emperor was stunned. Then he realized he'd made a mistake. This battle wasn't the same as before. This wasn't a one-on-one battle, but a group battle. If one retreated, others would die. He shouted, Don't retreat. Kill the enemy. On the other side, Suyu swept out with his saber, sending shockwaves in all directions. He didn't care about the humans around him. After all, he was the leader of humanity. If you were injured, you'd have to endure it. But the God Emperor and the others. Haha, sure enough, the God Emperor went all out. He unleashed his holy fist technique and punched. There was a loud explosion as saber energy and fist energy collided. Many experts were sent flying, coughing up blood. There were both humans and Wan experts. The humans were helpless. As for Wan's side, some people wanted to retreat from the circle of experts. When the God Emperor saw this, his expression darkened. A moment later, he roared, Endure it. No one is allowed to retreat. Once the surrounding experts retreated to avoid the shockwaves, the humans would be able to surround and kill him. At this moment, the God Emperor and the others finally understood Suyu's intentions. Because Wan wasn't united, as expected, Suyu's voice rang out like a demon, One clan, one emperor. If you die, your clan will be gone. The myriad worlds have already been conquered by me. If the emperor of a clan falls, I will inform the experts left behind in the myriad worlds to exterminate that clan. An emperor falls, a phenomenon appears. The emperor of a race has fallen. The world will be shaken, and the world will collapse, the God Emperor roared, his holy voice shaking the world. Don't listen, don't care. Once we're defeated, the Wan will be destroyed. At this moment, the experts were sweating profusely. They hadn't expected Suyu's group battle to be so dangerous. On the Wan side, people kept retreating from the top experts. If this continued, something big would happen. The Celestial Emperor's life great Tao covered everyone as he roared, No matter how serious your injuries are, I will help you recover. Don't retreat. After so many years, can't you see through the sinister intentions of the humans? The humans were treacherous, they used the same old trick every time to divide Wan's forces. But this trick worked every time, Suyu sneered. He no longer cared about the others. With a roar, he unleashed thousands of saber strikes, the shockwaves spread out, and both sides suffered damage. The God Emperor was about to erupt when Suyu roared, Human Emperor. In the distance, the Human Emperor's phantom appeared and flew over. Wan was shaken. Retreat. Suyu roared and the power of heaven and earth drew in all of the human experts. In the blink of an eye, they were separated from the other side. Under the coordination of the power of heaven and earth, this wasn't something that the 10,000 races could compare to. In the blink of an eye, Suyu's forces retreated. As for the God Emperor and the others, their expressions were incomparably solemn. They hadn't suffered a loss. The battle lasted for a moment. Wan was unlucky. Because of the God Emperor's mistake, a master of the laws had been killed. Apart from that master of the laws, everyone else was injured, but no one had died. No one on Suyu's side had died, and no one on Wan's side had died. In the first chaotic battle, a master of the laws had died. This was the God Emperor's fault. Both sides had people heavily injured, it wasn't just one or two. Suyu's side had more than a dozen, and so had Wan. All of this was caused by the shockwaves from the other experts. The losses were equal, however, the God Emperor and the others weren't happy. In truth, they should be happy. The Immortal Emperor could save everyone, but there was also a Life Tao expert on the other side. The God Emperor suddenly said in a low voice, "Immortal Emperor, is he trying to exhaust your strength?" The Immortal Emperor was startled. At this moment, they weren't pursuing. The Immortal Emperor was in the midst of healing the injured. When he heard this, he frowned. "He's exhausting me, but his people are also injured. Aren't you going to help?" On Suyu's side, there were also people heavily injured. If you don't save them, you'll lose a master of the laws. If you save them, you'll also exhaust them. The life god on the other side seemed to be a second-grade expert. He'd used up more energy than he did. What good would that do to Suyu? The God Emperor fell silent. For a moment, he felt his mind in turmoil. He really wanted to chase after them, but the human emperor had taken action. He didn't dare. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. Don't tell me he's counting on this chaotic battle to kill one of us at a time? He'd made a mistake before. But that didn't mean it would always be like this. This was the first time many years of habits had been broken, causing him to lose his composure. But that didn't mean he wouldn't do it again. On Suyu's side, this was the only time he'd gained an advantage. The experts glanced at each other, their heads aching. They weren't familiar with Suyu at all. His fighting style was completely different from the human emperor's. This kind of battle was too unbearable. On Suyu's side, the War King and the others had heavy expressions. They hadn't gained an advantage. Killing a master of the laws was an unexpected harvest. Now, both sides had suffered heavy injuries. Was this the result Suyu wanted? Was there any meaning to this? If it was a battle where both sides were heavily injured, anyone could fight, especially on the human emperor's side. At this moment, the War King couldn't help but say in a low voice, "Human Lord Su. Your Majesty, Sovereign Yu, we've heavily injured 7 masters of the laws and slightly injured a dozen or so. They're all Your Majesty's people. Are you doing this on purpose?" Because the 3 first-rate experts were all on the human emperor's side, Suyu had deliberately run over to the human emperor's side to participate in the battle. As a result, almost all of the first-rate battles were happening on their side. Under the influence of the shockwaves, some experts were heavily injured. This was just the first battle. You've already injured so many of us. In a large-scale battle like this, there's no distinction between friend and foe. The losses will be enormous. Suyu's expression was indifferent. He looked at them for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "Isn't that great?" The War King frowned. He was fine, but several experts in the crowd were instantly enraged. They looked at the projection of the human emperor with fury. "Your Majesty, human Lord Su." As for the human emperor, he seemed to understand something as he looked at Suyu. He hesitated for a moment. "You did this on purpose? You want them to follow me back?" Suyu looked at the human emperor and laughed. "Yes. A group of heavily injured, they can just recuperate in the rear. The more injured, the better. If they can't participate in the battle, they can only recuperate in the rear. If they all retreat, no one will care. They can even fake it. Anyway, their injuries are too heavy and their breathing is unstable." The human emperor understood Suyu's thoughts. He said in a deep voice, "Can you hold on?" "Of course." Suyu laughed. "We're heavily injured, they're also heavily injured. We don't seek to kill the enemy. We only seek to injure each other. It just so happens that you can leave with your people. That's good. In this way, they could retreat silently. The human emperor took a deep breath. If my people leave, the remaining people will be on your side. If a battle breaks out, the losses will be heavy, Suyu said indifferently, then let's just take the losses. The human emperor didn't say anything else. And Suyu, this time, didn't keep them in suspense. He looked at those injured experts, especially those who were heavily injured. He said coldly, heavily injured in the group battle, too weak. Since you're so weak, go back with the human emperor. Integrate into his world and see if you can strengthen yourself. Otherwise, you won't be of much use here. Continue to fight until you can't fight anymore. In the end, detonate your great Tao and break your Tao. Come back and integrate into the human emperor's world. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They already understood what Suyu meant. It was a battle where both sides would suffer. This was the result he wanted: eliminate the weak. Eliminate the weak and evacuate with the human emperor. They would return to the infinite worlds and integrate into the world. In this way, the departure of those who were heavily injured wouldn't cause too much of a commotion. At this moment, King Jinwu held a machete that was still stained with blood. He looked at Suyu with a strange look in his eyes. Does Sovereign you mean that we keep fighting and eliminating until a group of people can no longer participate in the battle and leave with His Majesty? Then, this battle will stop? Stop? Suyu looked at everyone and said coldly, there's no time to stop. The battle won't stop. Prepare for continuous battles. Everyone's hearts stirred. Suyu quickly said, those who are heavily injured and those who are lightly injured, switch with those who are nearby and follow those who are not injured. Continue fighting, fight until the 10,000 races are exhausted. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu shouted in a low voice, continue to kill. Boom, the group of people had almost no time to rest. They were all shocked and smiled bitterly as they once again followed Suyu to kill. Madman, there were only 2 people who were heavily injured and were kept by Suyu. At this moment, these 2 powerhouses were extremely bitter. One of them was King Ping of the Physique Tao. He said helplessly, Your Majesty, is he a madman? No one fought like this. However, the human emperor was silent for a while and said, he's very smart. It's not easy to die in such a chaotic battle, but it's easy to eliminate the weak. Whether it's the other party or us, the powerhouses will have some scruples. In this way, the role of the first-class powerhouses will be weakened. Of course, if such a battle continued, both sides would suffer great losses. Perhaps in the end, a large number of people would die, but in the early stage, not too many would die. Boom, the Divine Emperor's group was also going crazy at this moment. Suyu, this madman, actually launched another attack just after the first battle ended. Boom, the battle broke out again. Both sides were still fighting as a team. When they came into contact, the great path swept through the entire world. The long river was turbulent. The Demon King couldn't hold it in and roared, Madman, you should know that if this goes on, both sides will lose a lot of people. Once the 3 gates are opened, neither side will be able to retaliate. Do you understand? Was there any meaning in fighting like this? It was really meaningless. They could not understand Suyu's thoughts. Or did Suyu not know about the existence behind the 3 doors? Suyu did not leave. He shouted, gather and get closer. The weak will take the front. The seriously injured will self-destruct. I want to see if one is more ruthless or if the human race is more united. Self-destruct your ancestors. Just as the Demon Emperor finished cursing in his heart, there was a loud rumble. A physical body cultivator gritted his teeth, roared, and self-destructed his great path. His physical body instantly collapsed, but the explosion seriously injured the other cultivator. Constant exchanges, constant serious injuries. The seriously injured were quickly pulled to the back. Opposite them, one was the same. The immortal emperor and the others kept shouting, telling those who were not injured to protect the injured cultivators. It was too annoying. This kind of team battle could not play to their advantage, but they had no choice but to accept this form of battle. 5 minutes later, the human emperor appeared again. The demon emperor was a little crazy. He roared, don't let them retreat. If they want to fight, then fight to the end. Every time the human emperor appeared, both sides would retreat. If this continued, the madman Suyu would continue to exhaust them. Who knew how many people would die? However, this kind of high-intensity battle still made some experts somewhat exhausted, and some were somewhat alarmed. As Suyu's side began to retreat, some people did not want to continue chasing. The Divine Emperor and the others could not go deep alone. They could only watch as Suyu and the others retreated. In this battle, both sides suffered serious injuries again. Quite a few. The immortal emperor looked at the other side and said in a low voice, "They don't heal at all. I understand now. Is Suyu trying to take these seriously injured fellows into his world? Is he just exhausting us now?" He vaguely understood, but he didn't think of the human emperor yet. Because the human emperor's world, no one actually knew. The matter of the upper realms had only been discovered later. Was this Suyu's plan, to continuously exhaust the cultivators of both sides? He was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Keep an eye on Suyu. If he dares let people into his world, immediately launch an all-out attack." In this short period of time, the number of injured masters of the law on both sides had exceeded 30, no one was crazier than Suyu. They fought one battle after another. On the other side, Suyu led his people back again. A few of them were seriously injured. Suyu glanced at them, but didn't look too long. It was fine as long as they were alive. These were the ones who had been eliminated. Soon, they would leave with the human emperor. He looked at the other side. There were also many seriously injured people. He smiled. Should the immortal emperor save them? If we save too many, he won't be able to handle it. If we don't, then he'll be like us. We can only leave these seriously injured people behind and can't fight anymore. Otherwise, they'll die. If he really crippled the immortal emperor, it would be worth it. Suyu rubbed his chest. The god emperor was quite strong. Inside the world, Suyu had the power of 20 Daos, but he hadn't gained any advantage against the god emperor. The god emperor had punched him in the chest and broken all his bones. If it weren't for Suyu controlling the world, he really wouldn't have been able to defeat the god emperor outside the world. With that, Suyu shouted again, "Kill." The warlord and the others were on the verge of collapse. "Give us some time to recover and catch our breath. Who fought like this?" Even though they knew Suyu's goal, they were still exhausted. Boom, the battle started again. This time, the demon emperor and the others changed their strategy. 7 first-class experts actually gathered together, changing the situation in an instant. On Suyu's side, there were 4 first-class experts. At this moment, the warlord, the book spirit, the mountain lord, and the great Zhou lord gathered together to defend against the 7 first-class experts. However, they were constantly being beaten back. Seeing that the situation was not good, Suyu immediately shouted, "Human Emperor!" Behind him, the human emperor was helpless. "I'm just an empty shell. Why do you keep calling me?" Although he thought about it, the human emperor instantly released a powerful aura and flew towards them. The several first-class experts gritted their teeth. Should they retreat, or should they test the strength of the human emperor? His physical body had exploded, and the Sea of Will was in turmoil. Did the human emperor still have combat strength? No one knew. The god emperor quickly sent a voice transmission. "How about we try?" How much combat strength did the human emperor have left? Among the 7 first-class experts, the netherworld emperor didn't utter a word. He didn't want to try because his injuries were too severe. Previously, he'd severed his Dao and fused with Suyu. If he could easily recover, then he'd sever his Dao and fuse with Suyu every day. In a few days, Suyu would surpass first class. Right now, the netherworld emperor was only evenly matched with the warlord. In fact, he was at a slight disadvantage. The netherworld emperor was unwilling, but the others were also injured. After a moment's hesitation, the immortal emperor transmitted, "Retreat for now." Helpless, the god emperor could only watch helplessly as Suyu's group swiftly retreated. Battle. Endless battle. On Suyu's side, he constantly traded pieces. He didn't aim to kill, just heavily injure. He was exhausting both sides' forces. Fewer and fewer masters of the laws joined the battle. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 masters of the laws were heavily injured on Suyu's side. Some had even detonated their Daos. As for Wan's side, it was about the same, perhaps even more. They didn't dare to carelessly detonate their Daos. Being alive was better than being dead. and being heavily injured was better than severing one's Tao. Nearly 30 masters of the laws were heavily injured and recuperating in the rear. The immortal emperor stopped healing them. If he did, he'd be crippled and wouldn't be able to participate in the battle. It was truly a lose-lose situation. We can't go on like this. The immortal emperor looked at his exhausted subordinates and gritted his teeth. We can't go on like this. The previously carefree immortal emperor was no longer carefree. He was a bit deranged. Suyu's a madman. He's been wasting the human emperor's men all this time. Maybe he doesn't even care if they die. He suddenly realized that almost all of those heavily injured were from the human emperor's faction. Whether it was to force them to merge with heaven and earth, or to weaken the human emperor, Suyu's side had very few casualties. Suyu could do this, but they couldn't. At this moment, some people were already extremely reluctant to participate in this kind of battle. Someone spoke up. Immortal Emperor, in this kind of chaotic battle, we can't display our advantages. First-tier experts can't suppress the other side. The other side only has one goal, to gather together. As a result, both sides are exhausting their strength. Logically speaking, it didn't matter if they were both exhausted. However, someone on Juan's side wasn't too happy. He really wasn't happy. If we keep fighting like this, in the end, the first tier and second tier will be fine, but the third tier and fourth tier will all die. The one who spoke was a third-tier expert. He was also injured and somewhat unwilling. We haven't been of much use. If we die like this, we won't accept it. The demon emperor couldn't help but angrily rebuke, the other side is the same. We won't accept it, but the other side will too. Let's see who can last longer. Easy for him to say, someone said in a low voice, the demon emperor won't die. You're a first-tier expert, but we aren't. We're the ones who will die. Even if we defeat the humans in the end, if all the first-tier experts die, what then? Even if all the first-tier experts die, they're still humans. We're not the same. If we die, we won't be the same race anymore. Do you know that? The Divine Emperor frowned. This is Suyu's plan. Everyone understands it. If you're afraid of death and don't dare to continue fighting, they'll easily seize the opportunity to strike us with a thunderous blow. If he wants to waste time, then let's waste time. Then, he took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Immortal Emperor, don't participate in the battle. You'll be responsible for healing the others. In this situation, one less first-tier expert won't affect us too much. Even though the pressure would increase without the Immortal Emperor, he still chose to let the Immortal Emperor not participate in the battle and instead appease the others. Otherwise, those seriously injured and dying experts would despair. This was different from Suyu's side. The Immortal Emperor nodded slightly. On this side, the Divine Emperor and the Immortal Emperor had more authority than the Demon Emperor. Under normal circumstances, some matters were mainly discussed by the Immortal Emperor and the Divine Emperor. The Demon Emperor was a little annoyed. Is there no countermeasure? We've been passively taking a beating. Although Suyu hadn't gained any advantage, the Demon Emperor still felt terrible. We have the advantage. If worst comes to worst, we'll just fight them. The Immortal Emperor was silent for a moment, then transmitted, countermeasure? Yes. As long as you can convince some of the heavily injured masters of the law to detonate their Daos, I'm confident we can kill many of them. The Demon Emperor curled his lips. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. Impossible. He glanced back at the heavily injured fellows. Some of them weren't seriously injured, but were afraid of death and didn't want to participate in the battle. They were also healing in the rear. Fuck, the Demon Emperor cursed inwardly. No wonder the humans weren't afraid of the Wan, even though they were few in number. On the human side, the heavily injured masters of the law dared to detonate their Daos. The Wan didn't dare. If they detonated themselves, they could only wait for death. If they waited for death, the emperor of their race would fall, and the battle would be meaningless. This was the biggest difference between humans and the Wan. The Demon Emperor felt helpless. He transmitted, so are we going to keep being passive? The Immortal Emperor looked at the God Emperor, and the God Emperor looked at the Demon Emperor. After a moment, the Immortal Emperor's eyes turned cold, and he transmitted, so you must have some other goal. I've discussed it with the God Emperor. If it really comes down to it, we'll toss out all the heavily injured fellows. The demon emperor's heart went cold. How ruthless. There's nothing we can do about it, the immortal emperor replied. We have no choice but to sacrifice some of our people and have them self-detonate. None of us would dare to do that. So you didn't even try to kill the enemy, which is a huge blow to our confidence. If this continues, more and more people will choose to be heavily injured, or take the initiative to be heavily injured and withdraw from the battle. He wasn't stupid. Everyone could see that several masters of the law had intentionally allowed themselves to be heavily injured and then withdrawn from the battle. They were afraid of death, but he couldn't say it too seriously. After all, they weren't a race, but an alliance. If they were a race, things would be much easier. Phew. At this time, everyone on Suyu's side was panting heavily. Even the far-sighted monarch had no choice but to say, "We have to slow down, Your Majesty you. If this continues, we really won't be able to fight anymore. We're too tired." In this kind of battle, concentration, and life and death situations, the price they paid was different. This wasn't a spar. Suyu was also panting. He was also exhausted, and his body had been injured. But looking at the other side, Suyu smiled. We're tired, but aren't they tired? We're on the same side, but the other side is of one mind. I think some exhausted experts would rather be heavily injured and avoid the battle than be killed because they're too tired. What did he mean? Everyone's hearts chilled. They seemed to understand. This madman seemed to want to continue the battle. They'd already fought several rounds. Besides that unlucky bastard, the rest of the experts hadn't died. This kind of battle where no one died was even more torturous, so you didn't care about this. He looked at the human sovereign behind him and transmitted his voice, "Exhaust the other side. Both sides are exhausted. I'll wait for you to come back. Take some people to rest for a few days and come back to help. At that time, we'll fight the other side with experts in peak condition. I think we'll definitely gain a lot." The human sovereign thought for a while and reminded, "Don't look down on one. Those old guys are also black-hearted. They know that we must have a purpose in this kind of battle of attrition. You have to be careful. They'll make a big move." A big move? Suyu judged. How could the other side make a big move? After thinking for a while, Suyu transmitted his voice, "If the other side wants to reverse the situation, they'll have to continue the battle even if you're here. Or, you can give me a hard one?" Thinking of this, he was slightly moved. Don't tell me they want to destroy my world? Severely injure my world. In that case, the combat power of Suyu's side would instantly drop by a large margin. The human sovereign was also moved. He transmitted his voice, "That's possible. The Celestial Emperor and Celestial Emperor are also very ruthless. I can see that a portion of one has avoided the battle. These people might want to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, or even plot against them, using their lives in exchange for your world to be severely injured." Suyu thought about it and felt that it was possible. If that was really the case, his heaven and earth would not be invincible. If too many experts self-destructed and targeted his heaven and earth, Suyu's heaven and earth would also be broken, or its connection to the myriad worlds would be severed. The human sovereign asked again, "When do you want me to leave?" Suyu looked at the heavily injured experts. There were quite a lot of them. Most of the second-class experts were heavily injured. Of course, most of them were on the human sovereign's side. Suyu thought for a while and transmitted his voice, "Wait a little longer. Wait until the second-class experts are heavily injured and avoid the battle before you leave." The human sovereign nodded. And Suyu shouted again, "Charge." The group of people, including those under Suyu's command, were all panting from exhaustion. Fat Ball even began to stick his tongue out crazily. They were tired to death from fighting. They had to be injured, beaten, and beaten continuously. Suyu was a great demon, a great madman. This kind of fighting method was making their own people collapse. The reason that one hadn't collapsed until now was because of those top experts who had suppressed them and gained the upper hand in the first-class battles. Otherwise, they might really have collapsed. Even the battle-hungry Sky Destroyer and Martial Sovereign were fighting until they wanted to vomit blood. They were really too tired. For top-notch experts, it was enough for them to have a high-intensity battle once a year. But now, they had to fight 10 times a day. After fighting for so long, everyone was too tired. Rumble, all kinds of great Tao powers exploded again. The two sides were entangled, fighting until they were tired of fighting. Today, this was the 9th battle. The celestial sovereign didn't participate in this battle. Instead, he was healing those people in the rear. Yes, healing. During this period, the celestial sovereign was also making some preparations. He was even judging whether some people were seriously injured or fake. At this point, the celestial sovereign and the others knew that Suyu and the others had a goal. They too had a goal. It was just a matter of who could trick who. The number of seriously injured experts continued to increase. The celestial sovereign's continuous healing consumed a lot of energy. But there was also an advantage. It stabilized the front line. Seeing that no one had died, everyone felt much more at ease. If they really couldn't win, then they would just be seriously injured and flee the front line. Both sides were losing people. On this day, the 10th battle broke out again. And this time, the human sovereign's phantom quickly disappeared with some people. The Prince of Great Zhou's fake Shenwen was used again. It was difficult to disguise experts, but it wasn't difficult to disguise some injured experts. Moreover, with the help of Suyu's heaven and earth power, the human sovereign and the others quickly disappeared from the battlefield under Marquis Tongtian's lead. Before leaving, the human sovereign was actually very worried. Now, it was just an appetizer. The moment he cut off his Tao, if one wasn't a fool, he would definitely launch an all-out attack. That moment would be Suyu's greatest crisis. I have to go and return quickly. The human sovereign was very anxious. He had to quickly merge with heaven and earth, then let everyone merge with it, break the human sovereign's Tao, become the spirit of heaven and earth, and bring those injured experts back to rescue Suyu. Otherwise, Suyu would face the same situation as himself in the past. Quickly! The human sovereign shouted. Looking at the people behind him, he said solemnly, Suyu will bring his people to rescue us. Now that more than half of our people have evacuated, once I cut off his Tao, if one isn't a fool, he will attack even if he has to pay a huge price. We don't want to be deserters, and we won't be deserters. I hope that everyone can quickly merge with heaven and earth and immediately return to help. Everyone nodded solemnly. But soon, someone laughed and said, Your Majesty, this person can really fight. He really dares to fight. 10 battles a day, I'm about to puke. Previously, Giant Axe and the others said that he's crazy, and I didn't believe them, but now I do. This guy is a little abnormal, Your Majesty, I feel that you're not as crazy as him. The human sovereign laughed, but soon, he shook his head and sighed, he's different, forget it, I won't say any more, lest he comes looking for trouble. Suyu was different. He had experienced too many deaths, and this guy was extremely tenacious. What was 10 battles, one's side would sooner or later be worn out by him. Whoosh! Suyu gasped for breath and retreated to the defensive zone. Across from him, the Wan experts breathed a sigh of relief. Tired, the battle was the fiercest of battles. This kind of battle consumed the most essence, energy, and spirit. They still had their Yuan Qi and great Tao power, but the constant battles, where life and death could be decided at every turn, still left them exhausted. Madman! The warlike demon emperor cursed under his breath. Suyu was a name they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The god emperor panted heavily, his expression grave. Is he like this every day, or does he have other ideas? Both sides have suffered heavy losses today. What good will it do him if this goes on? He still couldn't figure it out, in a battle where both sides were heavily injured, so what if they fused with Suyu's world? When they first fused, they wouldn't have much combat strength. These heavily injured fellows would have to recover eventually. Recovery would take time. I've already told Suyu that the 3 gates are about to open and there are countless experts, but you're still fighting like this? Are you crazy? The Wan experts around him were helpless. One of them panted, this madman, his subordinates are crazy too, aren't they? If this goes on, they'll all die in battle. The Wan side still had a slight advantage. At this moment, the immortal emperor transmitted, target Suyu and capture them all in one fell swoop. I can see that his subordinates' great Daos are completely connected to his world. Once Suyu is killed, his people will all die. I saw that more than 30 masters of the laws, including the martial emperor, are inside Suyu's world. Previously, they hadn't been clear about how many of them were masters of the laws born from Suyu's world. But after the fierce battle, the immortal emperor saw through them. Now, his expression was extremely strange. If we kill Suyu, more than 30 masters of the laws will either die or be crippled. We can break the stalemate in one fell swoop. The God Emperor's heart trembled. He transmitted, "Are you sure they were all born from his world?" "Both." The God Emperor couldn't help but be astonished. That madman. Has he never considered that he'll become a must-kill target in every battle? That killing him is equivalent to killing over 30 masters of the laws? He hadn't noticed this before. Suyu's heaven and earth covered the world, and its power was scattered. Add that to the fact that there were simply too many masters of the laws, and they were certain that there were. However, of the 30-plus masters Suyu had brought with him, perhaps only a few had been born from Suyu's heaven and earth. In the end, the celestial emperor told them that it was all true. This was an extremely frightening matter, but to Wan, this was a gargantuan opportunity. If he could kill Suyu, then all the people Suyu had brought would be crippled. "Are you sure?" asked the demon emperor. This was a crucial point. If he wasn't, and everyone paid a heavy price to kill Suyu, then the humans would have an opportunity. If they lost a few first-tier masters or a few masters of the laws because of Suyu, then it wouldn't be worth it. But if they sacrificed the lives of several masters of the laws to kill Suyu and so many other masters of the laws, then it would all be worth it. The immortal emperor was actually quite certain that he'd seen through the heaven and earth, but he knew that everyone was hoping for a definite answer. After a moment of silence, the immortal emperor transmitted, 100%. I'm certain that aside from those two from the primal chaos, the others are all connected to his heaven and earth after careful observation. The God Emperor's tone was a bit strange. If what you say is true, then killing Suyu. The others glanced at each other, their eyes flashing. Suyu was also a first-tier master. Killing Suyu would be very difficult. But if they paid the price, they could definitely kill him. The God Emperor had fought with him for a long time and understood Suyu's situation. He transmitted, "He probably has about 20 daos, the same as me. Among first-tier masters, he's one of the best, but he has his own heaven and earth blessing, otherwise he wouldn't be this strong. The immortal emperor, the demon emperor, and I are all around that level. The dragon and phoenix are a bit weaker. Among the humans, the human emperor aside, the far-sighted monarch is the strongest. He probably has more than 22 daos. The far-sighted monarch was a bit stronger than them, but he wasn't skilled in battle. His main weakness was his formations. When he fought, he usually fought one against two, the dragon and phoenix. If it weren't for the far-sighted monarch, Suyu's side would actually be on the weaker side of first-tier masters. With the far-sighted monarch, however, the gap was more or less even. Dealing with the far-sighted monarch would be difficult, but dealing with Suyu would also be difficult. It all depended on whether it was worth it or not. The three of them looked at each other. For a moment, they were all deep in thought. After observing for a long time, the immortal emperor finally obtained a very useful piece of information. But at this time, they couldn't make up their minds. The God Emperor wanted the Demon Emperor to fight, the Demon Emperor wanted the God Emperor to fight, and the Immortal Emperor didn't want to deal with Suyu alone. This was the current situation of the one. Unless there was a turning point that could change everything, this turning point required everyone to feel an absolute sense of danger, so they had to fight with their lives on the line, but now, Suyu's side hadn't brought a sense of danger to the one. On the other side, Suyu looked at the sky, lost in thought. He looked at the other side and suddenly said, "Do you think the Wan have those kinds of spells that can pry into the Grand Tao?" The far-sighted monarch looked at him suspiciously and nodded. "Yes, but it's not as clear as the Heavenly Gate." Suyu nodded. Ever since he chatted with the human emperor, the latter had said that the top existences in the Wan were ruthless and might take a risk at the critical moment. Suyu had been thinking. Of course, while he was thinking, he had also vaguely seen some of the Grand Tao in the world. That's right, Suyu had deliberately exposed himself. He didn't know if the other side had seen through it, but the possibility was not small. The Wan experts had many tricks up their sleeves. He was fishing, catching a big fish, the kind that might kill him. Can they see through it? Suyu looked at the Wan experts. If they could see through it, the human emperor had cut off his Tao, merged with the world, and was in danger. Perhaps the Wan experts would take a risk. Instead of letting the Wan experts think too much, it was better to lure them to his side to avoid causing too many casualties. But then, Suyu would be in big trouble. Suyu closed his eyes. The fish might have taken the bait, however, it was hard to say if the fish would eat him or if he would eat the big fish. Since he dared to fish, he naturally had some confidence. If he didn't have any confidence, Suyu wouldn't take such a risk. However, it was impossible to be 100% confident. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. If he had 50% confidence, it was worth a gamble, and of these 50%, 30% were in the gate of heaven. At this moment, Suyu closed his eyes as if he was meditating. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Oh my god, you are finally tired. As for Suyu, he was actually communicating with someone in the gate of heaven. Gue, Suyu discovered that the flow of time in the gate of heaven might be similar to that of the upper reaches of the river of time, or even faster. One day in the river of time was equivalent to several days on the other side. Whether this was the case or not, he wasn't sure. In fact, at this realm, people rarely cared about the deviation in the flow of time. 1 year and 10 years were sometimes the same as Hongmeng. The difference wasn't big. As for Gue, he didn't know what he had done in the past few days, but his efficiency was good. At this moment, Gue took the initiative to contact Suyu. His friend was here. This was Suyu's chance. A chance to fish and eat the fish. It was very risky, but Suyu wanted to try. If it really didn't work, he still had one last trick. Qingwen, however, that would create a crisis for Qingwen. Including Suyu, there would be some crisis. But at this time, Suyu didn't care about this. He wanted to quickly defeat Wan. Without external support, if something went wrong on the human sovereign's side, Suyu might be eaten by Wan. At that time, he would have to escape to the Myriad worlds. He opened 3 gates at once. Suppressing here was also suppressing 3 gates. Suyu, some of my friends and subordinates are here. Look, you promised me before that you're willing to help guide some of their strength. Gue was a little nervous. You won't go back on your word, right? Suyu smiled. How many? Not many, just 5. Gue didn't dare to spread the news. That would give top experts a chance to kill him. He didn't want to lose this chance and hand over Suyu. 5? Suyu judged. What's their strength? SOSO, Gue was afraid that Suyu would worry, so he explained, they are the 3rd and 4th grade you mentioned, which is the power of 2 to 7 Daos. Suyu laughed. Nonsense, do you think I believe that? You are at least a 1st grade realm, so your friends must have at least 2nd grade, if not 1st grade. You don't dare to find those who are too strong. Maybe some of them are equally strong. Even if they are weak, they won't be too weak. Including you, there are 6. Yes. In other words, there was at least 1 1st grade, and the remaining 5, including him, were all 2nd grade. 1 1st grade and 5 2nd grade, but those 5 might not be able to come with their true bodies. As for Gue, he should be able to come with his true body now, right? However, Gue was a variable. Even if he came out, he might not listen to Suyu. The power of the physical Tao. Gue cultivated the physical Tao, a 1st grade physical Tao. The physical Tao in the sect. Suyu suddenly looked at the martial emperor, who was not far away. The martial emperor turned his head awkwardly, not wanting to look at Suyu. He was very happy now. There were fights every day, and with Suyu's protection, he was not afraid of the human emperor. But on the other hand, he was very annoyed. Suyu restricted him, and he integrated into Suyu's world, which made him very unhappy. And just as he was feeling awkward, Suyu suddenly said, if you reach the 1st grade, do you dare to help me kill a 1st grade expert? The martial emperor looked at Suyu. What did he mean? I can't reach the 1st grade, you are only 1st grade, and you are restricted by heaven and earth. He, the martial emperor, was very clear about this. Suyu looked at him and repeated, do you dare? The martial emperor's voice was cold, and he said, why test me? My life and death are in your hands, Suyu, there is no need to test me. Suyu repeated again, do you dare? The martial emperor was a little annoyed and angry, and he said, "What are you trying to say? Even if I reach the first grade, I am afraid you are going to surpass it. In your world, how can I overturn the heavens?" He was extremely depressed. Suyu said, "No, it is not impossible to break the shackles. I promised you in the past that I would think of a way to help you improve. If I completely integrate a first-grade Dao into your great Dao. Under normal circumstances, you will not be able to break through to the first grade. However, this Dao is also a Dao of the fleshly body. Furthermore, it can complement your Dao of the fleshly body. That means there's hope for you to break this shackle." The martial emperor's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Suyu, and said, "What do you mean? I want to help you break through to the first grade. But, such a great harvest, there must be a price to pay. You will need to help me kill a first-grade expert. Perhaps an immortal emperor, perhaps a demon emperor, perhaps someone else." The martial emperor's heart pounded. First grade, when I came out, I was only at the peak of the third grade, with the strength of 7 Daos. Now, he was almost at the strength of 10 Daos, improving so quickly that even the martial emperor feared him. When had he ever improved so rapidly? Now, Suyu told him, "I can help you for a while." Taishan, even though he had been affected by the human emperor's great path, he still had to hold a grudge. Taishan's wives were all first class. King Jinwu wasn't much weaker than Suyu. He had at least the power of 18 Daos. He couldn't even beat King Jinwu's wife, and King Jinwu's second wife might be a bit stronger than him. Not to mention, King Jinwu still had 9 wives alive. The martial emperor's hope of revenge was extremely slim. At this moment, he was moved. Suyu continued, "That day, you said you owed me 5 masters of the law. You still haven't paid me back. Do you want to try? How about I count you in?" The martial emperor was silent for a moment, then transmitted, You can really help me enter the first grade? Cut the crap, don't be so wishy-washy. I, Suyu, never lie. Of course, it's not 100%, but the chances are high. After you enter, can you kill a first-grade expert? Pay any price, even the kind that might kill you as soon as you enter the first grade? The martial emperor closed his eyes. After a while, he transmitted, Yes. I'll pay any price. Having hope is better than having no hope. I want to find Taishan for revenge, but hundreds of thousands of years have passed. I know I have no hope. However, I refuse to accept this, I refuse to accept it. I want to beat him. Suyu nodded and transmitted, Consider it a promise. As for who you kill, that depends on the situation. All right. The martial emperor agreed, his expression solemn. Advance, kill. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else. He wanted to advance. King of the state of Great Zhou. Suyu continued to transmit. King of the state of Great Zhou's eyes moved slightly as he looked at Suyu. Suyu said calmly, The human emperor merged with the Dao and broke the Dao of those people. See if there's a chance to break through in other great Daos and enter the first grade. Whether there is or not, you have to help me stall a first-grade expert. Remember, even if you die, the other party won't be able to escape. Can you do it? The king of the state of Great Zhou licked his lips, smiled, and transmitted, All right. Suyu nodded calmly, then looked at the third and fourth people, King Snow, Book Spirit, without my permission, don't borrow the power of King Wind's heaven and earth. Unless it's a critical moment, the two of you just need to stall a first-grade expert. If I need, the two of you need to borrow strength, either to kill a first-grade expert or stall 2 first-grade experts. The two powerhouses looked at Suyu solemnly and nodded indiscernibly. Suyu calculated for a moment. In that case, Emperor Wu, King of the State of Great Zhou, Book Spirit, and King Snow could be used as 4 first-grade experts. As for Wisdom King and the others, Suyu didn't make any arrangements or even inform them. If one were to deal with him, he would definitely keep an eye on these 3 first-grade experts and would pay a hefty price to pull them away. However, be it Emperor Wu or King of the State of Great Zhou, they weren't 100% certain. This was a crisis. Should Gue kill them directly or what? When would Gue appear? If he appeared now and killed a first-grade expert, the commotion would be too huge. One look and he knew that something had happened on Wan's side. At that moment, Gue's voice sounded again, a little impatient. Suyu, my friend will lend you strength. guide him, Suyu took a deep breath. Are you so impatient? Are you in such a hurry to die? However, if you resist with all your might, not only will you not be able to obtain a complete great Tao, there might even be some changes. Will you willingly hand over your great Tao power? Also, how can I let you descend? As Suyu thought to himself, he suddenly said, Gue, don't disturb me. My strong enemy is coming for me. It's very troublesome. At that moment, Gue's clone also felt some turbulence in the infinite worlds. A strong enemy is coming? Gue hurriedly said, will you be alright? Don't die at this juncture. If you die, the heavenly gates will close, and that will be troublesome. If not, I'll descend, but I'm not prepared. Descending now isn't the best time. But Gue can feel that he can descend now, Suyu said in a low voice, I don't know, but I'm not afraid. If I really die, then so be it. What's there to be afraid of? Don't run, ha, do you think I, Suyu, will run? Gue was speechless. Nonsense. If you're really in danger, aren't you just waiting to die? He was very anxious. If you really die, then I must take this opportunity to descend into the infinite worlds. Otherwise, where else can I find a sucker like you? Suyu thought for a while and said, Gue, are you afraid of death? Gue was stunned. Nonsense. Ha, no one can kill me. All in all, he gave an ambiguous answer. Suyu chuckled and said, I just want to ask, between life and death, if you have to choose between a drop in strength or death, what would you choose? Gue was a little anxious. Suyu, why don't you receive my friend's power first? He was too lazy to answer this question. Suyu said faintly, no, you answer me first. Because I might be facing death. Death, or cutting off your tail to live. If you were me, what would you choose? It couldn't be. Was he really going to die? Gue quickly sensed his clone. At this moment, he could vaguely feel a huge force shaking the entire infinite worlds. Gue was a little anxious. Was a great battle breaking out somewhere? A great battle had broken out, and Suyu still had the mood to ask him these questions. You're really courting death? Nonsense, of course it's survival first. Gue said anxiously, you're not really going to die, are you? Don't, Suyu, there's only hope if you're alive. You should receive my friend first. Their power is enough to make you stronger. At the critical moment, we'll send our clones to help you. Living is better than dying. Death means nothing. Only by living can you have everything. Ha ha ha. Suyu laughed uproariously. At this moment, his laughter could be heard from both inside and outside the sect. Serious expressions could be seen on the faces of the 10,000 clans. What was this guy laughing at? Was he going to come again? Of course, Suyu had to laugh. Gue was very interesting. Fear of death was indeed an instinct. Gue, then if you're going to die, will you still choose this? Gue was even more speechless. If I have to choose between death and a drop in strength, of course I'll choose a drop in strength. Suyu, isn't this what a normal being should do? This question, you're too senseless, but Suyu was relieved. Relieved, that's good. I'm afraid you're a stubborn old man who isn't afraid of death and refuses to give up the path. That'll be trouble. Since you're afraid of death, then I'm relieved. The success rate of the plan suddenly increased. Suyu smiled and quickly said, Gue. If I'm really in a life or death crisis, you can send your clone to help me, but you might not be able to help me. My opponent might be breaking through to the first grade. Gue's heart stirred. Breaking through, no wonder he felt something was wrong with Suyu. So, you really can't win on your side? First grade? Are you sure? First grade existences can still be born in the myriad worlds? More or less. The opponent hasn't arrived yet, but I feel a different pressure than before. Gue, you said you're very strong. Does your clone have first grade strength? If not, maybe I won't be able to escape. Gue sucked in a breath. F*CK, you've already encountered a first grade expert, then, doesn't that mean I have to send my real body? What a headache, he immediately said, let's not talk about this first. You should first receive my friend's power. Maybe we can think of a way together. Don't be so pessimistic. Suyu, don't give up. He had to comfort Suyu. Don't be afraid. If you're really going to die, I'll help you once. Suyu smiled and transmitted his voice. Gue, if you can really help me, then I'll summon you when I need you the most. You'll attack with all your strength. The moment you descend, you'll deal the opponent a fatal blow. What do you think? Sneak attack? Gue thought for a moment and said, but my clone will only descend at the place marked. Where is your battle zone? I'll lure the enemy to the place marked by you. What do you think? Gue quickly fell into deep thought. Sneak attack, a first-grade expert? Did the opponent break through? Even if he did, he had just broken through not long ago. However, he was still more experienced than the opponent. If Suyu found a suitable opportunity for him to sneak attack the opponent, he might be able to kill the opponent. In that case, no one in the Myriad worlds would be able to stop him. It was also a good thing for him. One had to know that among his imaginary enemies, Suyu's opponent was a peak second-grade existence. Now that he was a first-grade existence, it would be even more dangerous. Thinking of this, Gue quickly said, Suyu, I'm very powerful. If I really descend with all my strength, I might have the strength of a peak second-grade existence. There's still a chance for me to sneak attack the opponent, provided that you lure the opponent to the place marked by me and don't get killed by him. I won't. Suyu said proudly, I've been entangled with him for so long. I still have this bit of ability. So, are you willing to help me once? If you help me, Gue, I'll think of a way to let your main body descend. What do you think? Gue secretly snickered. Hee, I need you to help me. I can do it now. In that case, after I descend, I can instantly kill Suyu's opponent, then suppress Suyu, control Suyu, and make him work for me. Gue needs Suyu's heavenly gate to continue attracting more helpers for him. This way, it's killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, Gue was overjoyed. A chance to descend into the Myriad worlds and control them. Alright. Suyu, find a chance. The moment I descend, go all out and give the opponent a fatal blow. Many thanks. Suyu was much more polite, and his smile became even brighter. Gue, he took the bait. This way, the maneuverability was too strong. He turned his head and looked behind him, waiting. Waiting for the human emperor to cut off his path, waiting for the opportunity to come, waiting for the fish to take the bait. Whether or not he could instantly defeat some people depended on this. The Myriad worlds. The human emperor and the others returned. The human emperor was extremely fast. The moment he stepped into the upper realm, many experts appeared. Lan Tian, Yun Xiao, T-Tree, Marquis Fire Cloud, and Heaven Supervisor also appeared. The human emperor was slightly taken aback. There were still 5 experts, so you really had many tricks up his sleeves. After taking away so many people, there were still 5 experts left in the Myriad worlds. At this moment, the human emperor did not have time to look at the Myriad worlds, nor did he have time to reminisce about his homeland. The moment he appeared with everyone, the people around him also looked a little odd. These were also Suyu's people? In the distance, Yun Xiao looked at the human emperor and the others and said in a crisp voice, Greetings human emperor, I am Yun Xiao. With that said, she pointed to the small village in the distance, Your Majesty, your world is here. Before His Majesty left, he ordered for Your Majesty to return and quickly merge with the world. All the preparations have been completed by His Majesty. With that said, in the distance, Lan Tian chuckled softly, Greetings Your Majesty, I am Junior Lan Tian. Before His Majesty left, he ordered that if Your Majesty were to sever your path. Before you sever your path, you must inform me in advance so that I can pass on the message to His Majesty. When His Majesty sends the order, I ask that Your Majesty begin to sever your path. Not earlier, not later, it concerns His Majesty's life and death. The human emperor's eyes moved slightly, I understand. With that said, he looked at Lan Tian and frowned slightly. Very quickly, he sighed, I'm sorry. Lan Tian laughed, Your Majesty, is talking to me? The people around the human emperor were all very surprised. Why did His Majesty apologize? The human emperor did not say anything, he just remained silent. Had the people of this era gone mad? This Lan Tian had a split personality, a very serious split. He could tell at a glance that this was a madman no better than Suyu. The human emperor suddenly laughed at himself. Was my decision back then wrong? At this moment, he rarely doubted himself. The humans of the 10th tide seemed to have been driven mad. Who could have done it? Me, maybe, yes. It was very difficult to say sorry, but he did not know what he should say. He had not met many humans of this tide. He knew that Suyu had gone mad. Now that he saw Lan Tian, he was also very serious. This kind of thousands of cloning technique was not a normal cloning technique. This was not normal at all, this was a split in his willpower. This person had long become a demon. He was not a demon, he had truly become a demon. The human emperor closed his eyes, driving geniuses crazy. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his many years of persistence were starting to waver. What was my responsibility? After a moment, the human emperor opened his eyes. There was something in his eyes, no one could tell what it was. The human emperor looked at Lan Tian again and smiled. If you can pass this message to Suyu, then tell him that this era does not belong to him alone. This mountain-like burden does not belong to him alone. I am the human emperor. He smiled. Remember, even if he becomes the emperor, he is not the human emperor. The emperor of the human race is only me. Even if Suyu becomes the emperor of one, the human race is my responsibility, not his. I am the human emperor. As for you, you are the human race, I am your emperor first. So what if you become the emperor of one? At this moment, the human emperor laughed. Tell him that I will soon cut off my path. Wait for his news. If he needs it, he can do so anytime. Doesn't the human emperor need to rest? Lan Tian smiled. The human emperor smiled too. Do you think I am idle? Rest? Do I need to? Are you mocking me? I don't care about anything except my reputation. Have you considered the consequences of mocking me? Lan Tian was terrified. He coughed. No, Your Majesty, please don't misunderstand me. I am not mocking you. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him, the human emperor laughed. Soon, a group of people appeared on Lan Tian's side. Marquis Dingjun looked embarrassed and laughed. Your Majesty, King Ping. In the crowd, King Ping looked at Dingjun strangely. Damn, you are still alive. Marquis Dingjun was even more embarrassed. I am Dingjun. King Ping said strangely, nonsense, I would recognize you even if you turned into ashes. You are not dead? Marquis Dingjun collapsed instantly. He said helplessly, Your Majesty, I am your right-hand man after all, can you not say that about me? King Ping also coughed. I don't mean that, but you know that I was under King Wu. I was lucky to merge with the physique path and was conferred the title of king. I don't have many subordinates. You know, I don't even have many path unification subordinates. Even eternity almost gave me the title of Marquis. That thing of yours is not even the best among my subordinates. You actually survived until now. I am surprised. King Ping was also extremely embarrassed. He, the king, was really lucky. He was a physique path powerhouse and was originally a general under King Wu. He later became independent and was conferred the title of king, but he had no subordinates. Almost all the people he had previously led were left in the martial imperial mansion. As for Dingjun, even among his subordinates, he was not the best. Back then, he was conferred the title of Marquis. Many level 3 path unification were not conferred the title of Marquis. According to Suyu's classification, Dingjun should not have reached level 4 path unification at most. It was comparable to level 3 path unification, just a little bit stronger. This kind of person was not even close to being a marquis under King Wu and the others. In the end, Dingjun did not die after so many years, and now he even had the power of a heavenly king. What the hell? Marquis Dingjun was also speechless. The other injured kings were also speechless. They wanted to laugh, but they could not. Many of their subordinates were left behind, and almost all of them were dead. As for the ancient marquis, there were not many on Suyu's side. In the end, Marquis Dingjun was still alive, which surprised King Ping. King Ping laughed dryly. It's nothing. It's good that you are alive. After all, you are one of us. Dingjun was even more embarrassed. That. Your Majesty, I have joined Emperor Yu's mansion. but I'm going to join the human emperor's palace soon. Cough cough, I'm not a spy, Before His Majesty left, he said that he would inform His Majesty the human emperor and let us join His Majesty the human emperor's world. As he spoke, Marquis Dingjun bare one's teeth said, Your Majesty, if I become the master of the law. Our strength. Ahem, Your Majesty, have you improved over the years? Don't tell me you are still a level 5 master of the law? His Majesty Emperor, you said that a level 5 master can only be considered a powerful heavenly venerable, not a master of the law. King Ping's face turned green. Who was he mocking? He glared at Dingjun and said angrily, I broke through a long time ago. That's good, that's good. Marquis Dingjun breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, I would really be worried that Your Majesty is still a level 5 master, and I became a level 4 master first. It would be too awkward when we meet in the future. King Ping was mentally exhausted. Even the human emperor was amused. He looked at these people and couldn't help but laugh. So you really dared to ask for a total of 30 people? Does he want to occupy 30 great path powers here? Yes, so you arranged for a total of 30 powerhouses to join the human emperor's world. Most of them were guardians, and there were also some human powerhouses. Including the Iron Eater clan, it was also a huge clan. Even the human emperor was helpless. You really dared to ask for it. You asked for 30 at once. In the crowd, you said innocently, His Majesty said that we are joining to strengthen Your Majesty's world and to put in some effort for Your Majesty's world. The human emperor was speechless. How could you say such shameless words? Of course, from the looks of it, that was indeed the case. When did the Iron Eater clan learn to be so shameless? You're CU, right? The human emperor smiled and said, You want to integrate the body-forging path of my world? I was going to leave it for you. CU smiled innocently and said, My great-grandfather won't mind. Great-grandfather is strong, and his descendants are strong. Great-grandfather will be happy. Your Majesty, you don't have to consider my great-grandfather. The human emperor laughed, You guys. You even want to snatch your great-grandfather's Tao. He didn't say anything and nodded, then make your preparations. Give me the great Tao energy in Suyu's world. He was just about to say that it was fine to give him some, but not too much. In the next moment, the group of people severed their Tao in Suyu's world. They didn't leave any power behind. All of them were empty-handed as they walked towards the human emperor's world. The human emperor was stunned, so straightforward, so clean. You guys said that you want to strengthen my world, but in the end, you didn't even take away a single strand of Suyu's great Tao energy. Is this considered strengthening my world? Forget it, the human emperor was so angry that he almost laughed. These bastards, have you forgotten that you are merging with my world? Very soon, I will be the one controlling you. But you guys, did Suyu brainwash you? The human emperor was helpless and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His bad mood from before instantly disappeared. He was so angry that he was amused. At this moment, Yun Zhao's face was solemn as he said softly, Your Majesty the human emperor. Your world is only so big. After merging with the world, Your Majesty the human emperor just try to compress it, don't expand it. The human emperor was stunned again. What did he mean? Yun Zhao was a little afraid from his stare, but he still forced himself to say, that His Majesty the human emperor said that Your Majesty the human emperor, don't invade his world, otherwise, it won't be suitable. The human emperor opened his mouth, don't mess around, this upper realm was created by me, who is going to occupy whose? Just as he was about to speak, Yun Zhao suddenly said sorrowfully, Human emperor, don't make things difficult for me, I am only following orders. Your Majesty the human emperor is magnanimous, if you make things difficult for me. I can only die in Your Majesty the human emperor's world. As he said that, he hung a rope outside the human emperor's world and said sorrowfully, This is the dividing line, if Your Majesty the human emperor's world expands. I can only die here. The group of people were speechless. In the crowd, King Gong's mouth twitched, that Yun Zhao, you are really, speechless. The spirit guards were his subordinates in the past, but today, not only did this soldier of the spirit guards become the master of the law, he even started to play tricks with the human emperor. He was also speechless. The human emperor also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You Suyu, you are too much, forget it, I am too lazy to argue with you. Suyu was probably joking, but Yunxiao took it seriously. The human emperor didn't say anything else, he silently waited. Waiting for news from Suyu's side, and at this moment, Suyu suddenly stood up. The surrounding people were shocked, is it coming again? And at this moment, Suyu wasn't anxious, a saber appeared in his hand, he took a deep breath, looked at the crowd, bare one's teeth, and sent a voice transmission, get ready, fight to the end, the human emperor sever the path, fight to the death. Everyone's heart tightened, fight to the death, Wisdom Monarch and the others were just about to approach, but Suyu waved his hand, go, spread out. Wisdom Monarch, Wisdom Consort, King Jinwu, the three of you, spread out to other areas. Remember, kill the enemy, kill the enemy, kill the enemy. Without my orders, don't panic, even if I am killed, unless I say so, don't come to help. Everyone was shocked again. Wisdom Monarch quickly said, Your Majesty, your safety is still first. Suyu's eyes were cold, carry out the military order. Wisdom Monarch was a little intimidated by this look. After a while, he said in a low voice, yes. Suyu, what is he going to do? On the other side, Wan's side was also helpless. Is he going to fight again? Everyone was a little lazy, a little slack, but here it comes again. How long are you going to fight today before you give up? Suyu stood in place, waiting for a moment. A moment later, he shouted, kill. Boom, the power of heaven and earth spread out, instantly killing towards Wan, victory or defeat. This moment, it didn't matter whether the human emperor came to help or not. If everything went smoothly, I'll kill a few first grades and crush Wan's camp. Return, get ready. I say attack, descend immediately. Martial Monarch, I'll let you devour the Tao. Immediately devour the Tao and merge. Great Zhou Monarch, block the opponent for me. Suyu issued one order after another. Fight to the death. On the other side, the Celestial Emperor and the others were startled. What a strange formation. Suyu wasn't with the other first grades? He only had a few second grades with him. Wasn't he afraid of being surrounded and killed? Did he think we couldn't see that he controlled more than 30 masters of the law? The demon emperor licked his lips and said faintly, it seems, we have a chance. Previously, the first grades had been together, but now, they were separated. Was the heavens helping them? The Celestial Emperor and God Emperor exchanged a glance, somewhat tempted. However, they still lacked an opportunity to delay Wan's fight to the death. It was useless for them to do their best. The others had to do the same. This opportunity, was there? It was hard to say if there would be an opportunity. But Wan had made some preparations. Perhaps it would appear. At this moment, the Divine Emperor was still charging towards Suyu. The Celestial Emperor still hadn't joined the battle, and the Demon Emperor was also charging towards Suyu. He wanted to deal with the Grade 2 experts by Suyu's side. The Dragon Emperor, the Phoenix Emperor, and the Underworld Spirit were facing 4 Grade 1 experts. This time, Wisdom King didn't fight 2 people at once. Wan had also changed his strategy. The Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Emperor fought King Jinwu and Princess Ming respectively. The Netherworld Emperor was seriously injured and was fighting with several Grade 2 experts. On Wan's side, the Celestial Emperor still hadn't joined the battle. He was healing his people. To the other Wan people, this attack was no different from before. It seemed that another group of people would be injured, and then Suyu would retreat. This scene had been repeated many times, and there was nothing special about it. Suyu. The Divine Emperor looked at Suyu coldly and punched, divine power exploding. This kind of battle had been going on many times. The difference in strength between the two sides wasn't big, and it was difficult for a Grade 1 expert to be injured. You're too arrogant. The Divine Emperor looked around coldly. At this moment, most of the people left were Suyu's people. If Suyu died, then the humans would be defeated instantly. It wouldn't just be Suyu's people who would die. If Suyu's people died, then the rest would all be finished. The Divine Emperor hadn't expected that the core of this battle, or rather, the core of the conflict between the humans and Wan for so many years, would be completely shifted to Suyu. Most of the human emperor's people were seriously injured. Those who could still fight were actually mostly Suyu's people. The more he understood the situation, the more the Divine Emperor was tempted. Not far away, the Demon Sovereign was also incomparably powerful. He fought against multiple second-class experts alone. King Yu, the book spirit, the king of Great Zhou, the martial sovereign, and many other second-class experts worked together to fight on par with this top-notch expert. As for Su Yu, when he saw the situation, he immediately knew that the 10,000 races had their own ideas. They had actually arranged for Ling Huang to deal with Wisdom King. It was different. Before this, it had always been two Grade 1 swordsmen fighting against King Ming. The Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Emperor had been fighting against King Ming. There were also many Grade 2 swordsmen in Wan. Before this, they had cooperated with the injured Underworld Emperor to fight against King Zhenwu or Princess Ming. In this way, Wan would not have any room for error. He would be able to block the humans in all aspects and still have some advantages. Once the Immortal Emperors appeared, their advantage would be even greater, but now, they actually took the risk. Emperor Ling versus King Ming. Clearly, he was no match for them. However, under such circumstances, he was able to hold on. Seeing this, Su Yu knew that Wan's side had taken the bait. They wanted to kill him. God, demon, and immortal experts wanted to kill him. He thought very highly of Su Yu. Of the three strongest experts, the demonic emperor was nearby and the immortal emperor had yet to make a move. However, he must have made preparations. That was more exciting, wasn't it? Su Yu thought. He didn't say anything. He just kept throwing punches and kicks at the Emperor God. His formidable strength shook heaven and earth, sweeping out in all directions. He was trying to determine what Wan's side would think when the human emperor severed their path. In truth, the best way was to find a way to sever Su Yu's connection with the world. As long as Su Yu's connection was severed, Su Yu's side would be much easier to kill, and the other's strength would drop. Fight relentlessly. Both sides were exhausted, but this time, Su Yu wasn't in a hurry to retreat. The same was true for Wan's side. They were also learning from each other and looking for opportunities. Behind the crowd, the Immortal Emperor's life force continued to spread, reaching the injured masters of the laws. His eyes flickered. He was preparing. If he could kill Su Yu, then Wan's victory would be assured, and a resounding one at that. At that time, although a lot of people had died, the others would not have cared. If he could defeat the humans, who would care about the dead? But if he couldn't defeat the humans, and if he made a mistake and failed to kill Su Yu, then he wouldn't be able to shirk responsibility for killing the experts on Wan's side. However, the Immortal Emperor didn't care. If he took the risk and failed, then Wan might lose. If he lost, it didn't make a difference whether he took responsibility or not. He continued to emit light that entered the bodies of the injured. Some felt uneasy, sensing that their injuries were almost healed. Someone hurriedly said, "Immortal Emperor, there's no need to heal me. Don't waste the power of the laws. I'll be fine after a short rest. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to heal me while I'm healed," the Immortal Emperor calmly said. "It's fine. If everyone can recover, then we'll have the upper hand. While we're recovering, we'll deal the enemy a heavy blow." He knew what everyone was thinking and transmitted, "We can't continue like this. Even if we're injured, that madman Su Yu will keep pestering us. The best way is to kill Su Yu." Everyone's hearts stirred. "We know, but it's very difficult." The Immortal Emperor continued, "I will pay the price to heal everyone's injuries quickly. While Su Yu is off guard, are you willing to kill Su Yu at the critical moment? Once he's dead, we'll definitely win this battle." The eyes of the injured experts flickered. Someone transmitted, "We can heal instantly?" "Yes." The Immortal Emperor transmitted, "We'll have to pay some price. At worst, I'll learn from the Netherworld Emperor and help you recover at a price close to Dao severing." He could indeed do it. Of course, the price would be great. But if these injured experts were able to recover, perhaps he wouldn't even need to kill them to kill Su Yu. That would be his last resort. The group of people looked at each other, and for a moment, they were somewhat moved. What are the consequences? What price do we have to pay to heal instantly? You? You don't have to pay too much. Of course, the Great Dao must open a gap for my Great Dao so that I can directly inject life force into everyone's Great Dao. Only then will there be a chance to heal quickly. Everyone thought for a moment. This was normal. Otherwise, it wouldn't be difficult to heal physical injuries even if they didn't heal Great Dao injuries. They looked at each other. There were dozens of them. At this moment, they didn't think too much about it. Even if they were guarding against each other, the immortal emperor was one of the leaders of the one. Moreover, if he really wanted to harm them, it didn't seem necessary. Everyone thought about it for a while and agreed. It would be best if we can kill Suyu. Since this guy came here, not only did he kill many of our fellow cultivators, but he's really troublesome. Everyone still hated Suyu. The human emperor hadn't fought an all-out war for many years. Suyu, on the other hand, fought from day to night. Why couldn't he let them rest? Everyone started to open a gap in the Great Tao. The immortal emperor's Great Tao also started to spread like a big tree, spreading out many branches. He infused life force bit by bit and transmitted his voice, "Everyone, be careful. Only attack when you need to. For now, everyone continue to pretend and don't reveal anything." Everyone understood. They restrained their auras and continued to maintain their original appearances. Both sides had their own ulterior motives. At this moment, there was only one more change. And Suyu and the immortal emperor dilly-dallied for a while. Seeing that the situation was more or less settled, the power of heaven and earth fluctuated slightly. "It's time to begin, human emperor, it's all up to you." The bigger the commotion, the happier Juan was. Opportunities were always given to those who were prepared. Infinite worlds. Blue Sky's eyes suddenly flickered, and he quickly shouted, "Your Majesty, we can begin." The human emperor's eyes flickered. Begin, so you really couldn't wait. He took a deep breath. In the next moment, the phantom image dissipated, revealing his original body in the Sea of Will. When everyone saw it, their hearts trembled. It was in tatters and looked like a large sphere, but it had long since been tattered. The sea in the Sea of Will was turbulent, and willpower constantly overflowed. The sea was turbulent, and the world was shaking. "Your Majesty," behind, the expressions of the injured human kings changed slightly. His Majesty was injured so badly, for so many years, he had been using this state to deal with the enemy? The entire Sea of Will was extremely tattered. Even so, he had disregarded everything and used the power of the Sea of Will to deal with the 3 first-tier experts. The human emperor didn't care about that. At this moment, the power of the Great Tao was drawn over. If the gate of heaven was opened, he could see a golden Great Tao gradually appearing in the void. It was extremely powerful, even vaguely comparable to the human race's physical Tao. That was his Tao, the Tao of the human emperor. What was the so-called Tao of the human emperor? Perhaps it was responsibility, perhaps it was protection, or perhaps it was enlightenment. These were the responsibilities of the human emperor. He had to bear the responsibility of the human race, protect the people, educate them, develop their wisdom, strengthen the race, and strengthen the human race. This Tao flickered with golden light. If he opened the gate of heaven, it would definitely be dazzling. At this moment, the human emperor had connected with the human emperor Great Tao, and his aura was extremely turbulent. The Sea of Will was even more tattered. Before merging with the world, he had to break the Great Tao and merge with the world, otherwise, merging with the Great Tao would cause his Sea of Will to burst. The human emperor raised his head and looked at the power of the Great Tao with a complicated expression. Break the Tao, he had split open the sky at his peak, but at that time, the open sky was not as powerful as the Great Tao, so he did not choose to merge the Tao into the sky at that time. Otherwise, it would cause too much of a commotion, and it would be disadvantageous for splitting open the sky. Today, he had to merge the Tao. The human emperor's aura was getting stronger and stronger, the Sea of Will shook violently, and the entire world seemed to hear the sound of waves. It was the sound of the Sea of Will shaking, the sound of powerful willpower sweeping through the world. The human emperor walked towards his own world step by step. In the distance, that small world was also shaking, as if welcoming the return of its master. Break the Tao. At this moment, the human emperor was unable to make up his mind. He knew that the moment he broke the Tao was the moment Suyu would explode forth with power. He hesitated, he really hesitated. If I continued, the 10,000 races would still be fearful. No matter how many thoughts they had, they wouldn't dare to do anything to Suyu. Once the fake apparition appeared, even though the celestial emperor and the others were prepared, when the apparition appeared, they would probably be afraid and wouldn't dare to do anything. He hesitated, for the first time in many years, he hesitated. If Suyu perished, the heavens and earth would shatter. Over 30 masters of the laws, not only that, but also the 20 or so subordinates under him. In total, over 50 masters of the laws would all die. Should he gamble? Would he use the lives of over 50 masters of the laws to bet that Suyu would be fine? He hesitated. Blue Sky seemed to understand. He said in a low voice, Your Majesty, His Majesty Emperor Yu requests that the human emperor sever the Tao and split open the sky. The human emperor looked at him and said in a low voice, You know. Blue Sky was solemn. I know. But I believe you. No matter how great the danger, we've encountered it before. We've experienced life and death countless times. I believe that this time, for Your Majesty, it will only be a small bump in the road. Your Majesty will definitely win. The human emperor took a deep breath. All right, I believe him. In the end, he chose to trust. The human emperor shouted, Remember, once I succeed, immediately fuse with the Tao. After that, quickly recover and follow me, to the front lines. Yes, sir. The human kings all shouted in unison. At this moment, an austere killing intent spread throughout the world. Even if he was injured, he was still a human king. Moreover, the human emperor's pressure shook the world. The human emperor looked up at the sky and said in a clear voice, Today, I sever the Tao and split open the sky. Open the sky of responsibility. Open the sky of guardians. Open the sky of enlightenment. Humans can enter my world and reopen it, reenact the universe. My heart is eternally firm. The heavens and earth shall take responsibility, protect, and teach as my duty. If there comes a day when my heart no longer exists, then this sky shall be destroyed. My universe shall be abandoned by the human race. Brilliant heavenly might, words are law. This is the first rule of the human emperor's sky. If I change, then let the heavens destroy me and abandon me. Everyone's expression changed. The human emperor laughed heartily. I am the human emperor, the emperor of the human race. Suyu is just SOSO. Blue Sky and the others were speechless. Everyone who risked their lives liked to scold Suyu. This was true for enemies, for allies, for friends, for allies. The human emperor did not care about this. He laughed and scolded. In the next moment, he roared, Break! The roar resounded through the world. A golden path broke with a loud bang. At this moment, the entire river of time shook violently. Because the human emperor's Tao was too strong, breaking the path was actually seizing control of the river of time and even the origin of the river of time. Rumble, the entire river of time was shaking. Not only the myriad worlds, but the upper and lower reaches, even the 3 gates were shaking. At that moment, a few figures suddenly appeared from the Earth's gate in the distance. The next moment, a pair of eyes appeared from the Earth's gate. As soon as the eye appeared, the human emperor's eyes grew cold and fierce. Borrowing the power of his Tao break, he punched out. This punch flashed with golden light, illuminating the world. Boom, the fist struck the gate of hell. In that moment, the gate of hell seemed to come to life. A small opening opened up, allowing the fist to avoid it. But the punch still landed on the gate of hell. Boom, shrill screams instantly broke out. Rumble, it was as if the gates of hell had been punched through. To everyone's astonishment, they watched as 3 or 4 masters of the laws were smashed into smithereens, their bones crushed to smithereens. The human emperor's voice reverberated through the world. It was no longer gentle. Instead, it carried the majestic might of the heavens, boundlessly cold. It shook the gate of hell. You will only come out if I let you. If you don't, you will die. Whether it's the master of primal chaos, purgatory, or the human ancestor, if you dare come out, I will slaughter you. The majestic voice swept through the entire gate of hell. In that moment, the gate of hell fell silent. After killing several masters of the laws, the power of that punch swept through the world. Countless experts in the gate of hell saw the giant golden fist sweep through heaven and earth, insufferably powerful. Meanwhile, inside the gate of hell, in some of the darkened areas, everyone saw the fist and heard the incomparably dignified and cold voice. The human emperor. It's the human emperor. It's him. He's back? He's actually back. Heavens! Is he going to kill his way in? The gate of hell had been opened in ancient times, but in the end, it was closed again. Because, in that era, there was the human emperor and king when the entire gate of hell trembled. One of the most powerful experts of the modern era was invincible. With a single punch, the gate of hell parted for him. Terrifying beyond compare, in the depths of the gate of hell, several figures appeared, faintly discernible. A faint voice called out, "He's back. The 3 gates aren't open yet. If he's back, it looks like there's someone blocking his path upstream. Have everyone retreat. Don't linger near the gate of hell. Don't approach until the 3 gates are completely open." A series of incomparably loud voices rang out. At this moment, another figure that blotted out the sky appeared. With a hint of vicissitude, he spoke in an ancient voice, "The astral gates aren't open yet. I can't leave, and you can't enter. There's no need to fight now." The human emperor's booming voice came from afar, cold and indifferent. "Master of primal chaos? What's done is done. Do you still want to turn the tables? You couldn't even defy the heavens in your era, let alone in this era that belongs to us. If you dare come out, I'll kill you. If you dare act presumptuously again, I'll be the first to destroy your primal chaos era." The human emperor was insufferably arrogant. At this moment, the might of the human emperor suppressed one of the 3 gates, the gate of earth. "Don't say I didn't warn you. If you dare provoke me again, I'll break the gate of earth and slaughter your primal chaos era." Scram! The roar struck fear into the hearts of countless primal chaos ancients. Countless experts fled from the vicinity of the gate of hell. The human emperor, the #1 expert in the heavens, of course, King Wen also had this title, but no one cared about it. At this moment, there was only fear. The people inside the gate couldn't stop the human emperor from killing people. This was too terrifying. There were also peerless experts inside the gate. At this moment, some were silent, some snorted, some sneered, and some remained silent. The human emperor had returned. He wasn't Suyu. He was an expert that could suppress an era, an expert that could suppress countless people. He had interacted with the gate of earth before. In the ancient era, countless experts walked out of the gate of hell and were killed on the spot by this group of powerful existences. They even held a bonfire outside the gate, roasting the primal chaos ancients. The aroma spread throughout the primal chaos era. That terrifying person had returned. After disappearing for countless years, he had once again appeared, and he was already this terrifying. At this moment, the expressions of Tiangu and the others who were hiding in the dark changed. The human emperor had returned. Tiangu and the others, whether they were from the human emperor's era or not, knew how powerful the human emperor was. Perhaps they didn't know in the past, but today, they were shocked. The experts of the Gate of Earth knew him, and they were all afraid of him. This was the most terrifying thing. The human emperor had even intimidated the existences in the Gate of Earth. Even further away, Zhou looked up at the sky as if he could see the shadow of the human emperor. He sighed softly, so strong. However, there was a problem. What problem? Zhou fell into deep thought. The current human emperor was unbelievably powerful. The world shook. Why did it shake? The human emperor's punch had concealed these tremors, but in the beginning, the world had indeed trembled, which was why the human emperor's punch had appeared. Zhou fell into deep thought and murmured, could it be the last punch of his life? It was hard to say. However, a single punch was enough to force Earth's gate to choose to temporarily revive and avoid the attack. That was a little ridiculous. If the human emperor was really so powerful, he should have broken the Gate of Earth years ago and killed his way in. Why wait until now? At this moment, Lan Tian and the others all paled in shock. As for the Gate of Hell, it was instantly sealed and disappeared into the void. The human emperor stood there for a moment. The next moment, it was as if his tail was on fire. He was no longer as domineering as before. The sea of will shook violently and the power of the great Tao overflowed. He burrowed into his own world. His anxious voice changed and became a little shrill. Quick, merge with heaven and earth, merge with the Tao. Ah, I'm going to die. Stunned, Lan Tian and the others were stunned. The human emperor seemed to be dying. It was not fake. All of a sudden, Lan Tian and the others could not care about the scene just now. At that moment, the human emperor was too majestic, too powerful, too shocking. With a single punch, even the Earth's gate, one of the 3 gates, was forced to retreat. the ancient existences in the gate of earth did not dare to say anything. At that moment, they were all in a daze. They really thought that the human emperor was the number one in the world, invincible and dominating the ages. But now, their fantasies were shattered. Everyone understood that they had thought too much. It was just that the moment the Tao was broken, the human emperor's great Tao erupted with unprecedented power. That was why the unforgettable scene just now happened. The real situation was that once the human emperor failed to merge with the heavens and earth, he would die. King Ping and the others were anxious as well. They roared, "Quick, merge with the Tao. Merge with the Tao of peace first and suppress the heavens and earth. Everyone else, don't rush to merge." One by one, the powerhouses quickly entered the heavens and earth. That punch just now was still unforgettable. But, reality was more important. That scene just now was better left for the future. Didn't they see that the human emperor did not even have the time to brag? If it was any other day, the human emperor would have already started bragging about how he could suppress the three gates with one punch. At that moment, the entire river of time shook violently. At the same time, be it the divine gate or the gate of man, they were all shaking slightly. A peerless powerhouse had broken the great Tao. The ripples caused were unimaginably powerful, upstream. Suyu and the others were fighting. At that moment, the river suddenly shook violently. At that moment, a golden light swept across the heavens and earth. The long river's waves were monstrous. Under everyone's shocked gaze, an extremely powerful great Tao appeared in the long river. The golden great Tao. At the same time, in the distance, the phantom that had been in disguise suddenly collapsed. The human emperor's phantom collapsed. What followed was the sudden collapse of the golden great Tao. The celestial emperor and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, shock, fear, and countless emotions. The human emperor had fallen, his Tao had collapsed, the phantom had collapsed. Was this the collapse of his Tao? The human emperor, who had dominated the heavens and earth for countless years, had fallen, or was he trying to break his Tao to survive? Many thoughts flashed through their minds, but at that moment, they could no longer care about these. Either the human emperor was dead, or the human emperor was trying to find a way to break his Tao to recover. No matter which one it was, they had to act at that moment, kill Suyu. Moreover, the phantoms of the other seriously injured powerhouses of the human race had also collapsed. At that moment, the top powerhouses vaguely understood that the human emperor and the others were trying to survive. They did not know what they were doing, but they were looking for a way to help the human emperor recover. They could not let the human emperor recover. At that moment, the celestial emperor suddenly roared. The great Tao of life trembled violently. Endless life force surged into the bodies of the injured powerhouses. The celestial emperor aged visibly. His aura was extremely weak, but his eyes were bright. He roared, "The human emperor is dead. Kill. Destroy the human race." The human emperor was dead. In front of him, more than 30 powerhouses were originally injured, but at that moment, they recovered in an instant. Even if it could only last for a short while, they had recovered. In an instant, their strength was restored. Following the roar of the celestial emperor, the experts also roared with excitement, fear, and complicated emotions, as if they were cheering themselves on. They roared, "The human emperor is dead, kill." They all charged towards Suyu. As long as they killed Suyu, this battle would be over. Opportunity, a heaven-sent opportunity. At that moment, the faces of the far-sighted ruler and the others changed. They knew that the human emperor was breaking his Tao and merging it with the heavens, but they did not expect that at this moment, the celestial emperor would use such a method. It was as if he was mutilating himself, severing most of his Tao, allowing all the seriously injured powerhouses to recover. More than 30 powerhouses, with so many powerhouses recovering and charging at Suyu together, Suyu would undoubtedly die. The faces of the far-sighted ruler and the others changed. They knew that the human emperor was not dead, but Suyu was about to die. If Suyu died, it would be over. Just as the far-sighted ruler was about to move, he suddenly remembered what Suyu had said before. Even if he died, he had to remember one thing: kill the enemy, kill the enemy. Seeing that the people around him were flying towards Suyu, the far-sighted ruler suddenly roared, "Fortify the line of defense, kill. Kill. Kill." In an instant, he unleashed his full combat strength, incomparably crazy. Killing formations appeared one after another as he charged towards Ling Huang. On the other side, King Zhenwu and consort Ming shouted, their killing intent shaking the sky. Kill! On the other side, the Wan powerhouses were also extremely excited. They all roared, kill the human race, we must win this battle. To the Wan ruler, this opportunity was simply a gift from the heavens. At this critical moment, the human emperor was gone, the seriously injured powerhouses of the human race were gone, and on the Wan clan's side, the seriously injured powerhouses had recovered. If they did not fight now, when would they wait? Opportunity. The opportunity had come, the 30 or so injured powerhouses all charged at Suyu. The God Emperor roared and went all out, unleashing his holy power. To suppress Suyu, he entangled Suyu, but Suyu seemed to be trying to escape. If Suyu escaped, it would be troublesome. The God Emperor couldn't conceal the joy in his eyes. Beside him, the Demon Emperor didn't care either. He swept Lord Yu away with his spear and madly charged towards Suyu. Kill Suyu, and the battle would be over, or rather, the war of the heavens would be over. How could he not go crazy? Meanwhile, Suyu's expression was one of despair. He roared, kill! Kill as many as you can. Kill them all. The God Emperor didn't care, the Demon Emperor and Immortal Emperor didn't care either. Kill them all, as long as they could kill Suyu. So what if they lost 10 or 20 masters of the laws? You can't escape. The God Emperor's fists swept through the world. His avatars flew out to entangle Suyu. Even if he had to pay a price, he would entangle Suyu. When the others arrived, Suyu's death was certain. With over 30 powerhouses working together, it would be a wonder if Suyu didn't die. Not even the mortal emperor could stop them. At this moment, Suyu let out a roar and unleashed his full strength. His aura fluctuated as if he was going to risk his life. His long saber exploded with boundless great Tao energy as he slashed at the God Emperor. Demon Emperor! The God Emperor roared, and the Devil Emperor also went all out. With a roar, he stabbed his spear towards Suyu. Behind the Demon Emperor, Lord Yu, and the Tome Spirit's auras were in turmoil. The sudden recovery of more than 30 powerhouses was something that even Suyu hadn't expected. Who would have thought the Immortal Emperor wouldn't come in person, but with such heaven-defying methods, perhaps some of Suyu's previous arrangements would have to be changed. Suyu, on the other hand, was in a frenzy, but his eyes were calm. At this moment, he communicated with the gate of heaven and said urgently, Guei, I'm dying. Quick, help me kill the opponent, they're fighting? Guei's avatar seemed to feel the world shaking. Behind the gate, Guei's eyes lit up with joy. He looked at his friends and said quickly, I'm going to descend with my real body. You guys, wait for a while. I'll take down the opponent and capture Suyu. The infinite worlds will be ours. Guei was wild with joy. Don't worry, I can't fight those powerhouses alone. Only if we join forces and merge the Tao of the infinite worlds to strengthen our real bodies will we have a chance to resist them before they descend. We'll rule over a region instead of dragging out an ignoble existence in the infinite worlds. They were very excited and said, descend quickly, we believe in Brother Guei. Guei was right. Even if he merged the infinite worlds Tao, he couldn't fight those powerhouses alone. Only by joining forces would there be hope, therefore, they weren't worried that Guei would go back on his words. Sooner or later, he would definitely let Suyu receive him. Ha ha ha, good. Guei's real body squeezed through the gate with a look of pain. However, no matter how painful it was, he felt that it was worth it compared to descending to the infinite worlds. In an instant, Guei squeezed through. The people behind him were full of envy. Suyu is an idiot. He actually let Guei descend with his real body. If he goes first, he'll definitely obtain countless benefits. I'm so jealous. That's right, he'll definitely hunt down countless powerhouses of the Tao of the flesh and seize their Tao power. Maybe, by the time we descend, he'll have more than 20 Taos of Tao power. Not only that, I think there's hope for even 25 Taos. Sigh, I'm so jealous. Unfortunately, we're not the first ones that Suyu receives. Among the powerhouses, there were some whose strength was similar to Guei's. At this moment, their eyes were green with envy. The benefits of being the first to descend were too many. Guei could kill countless powerhouses of the Tao of the flesh, seize the Tao, and even invade the human race's Tao of the flesh. improve rapidly, integrate yin and yang, and strengthen himself. When the others descend, if Gui was ruthless and killed them all, depriving them of the rule force, everyone would have to look at his face. How could they not be envious? Gui was also excited at this moment. He felt it. He felt a different kind of power of heaven and earth. He was ecstatic. He also felt a huge force coming from afar. At this moment, even if he was outside the gate of heaven, he was still within the range of Suyu's control. However, he could instantly descend to the place of branding. A pulling force followed. Suyu's voice came, "Kill." Gui was extremely excited. Following the pulling force, he instantly appeared in front of Suyu. He knew that this was Suyu killing his way to the place of branding, but it was a little unfamiliar. The moment Gui appeared, it was a little strange. That's not right. Last time, my avatar didn't appear here. My place of branding didn't move. Where is this? It seemed to be above a big river. What big river? Strange. He didn't have time to look or think, because he felt the monstrous force coming from the opposite side. He heard Suyu's crazy laughter. Ha ha ha, are you sure you can defeat me? My trump card is beyond your imagination. Gui's heart moved slightly. Is he talking about me? Indeed, I am indeed your greatest trump card, a first-grade expert. Moreover, I am the original body. Surprised, the expressions of the God Emperor and the Demon Emperor who were attacking him changed. First class, Suyu still had a first-class expert hidden. The two experts roared, their battle prowess exploding to the pinnacle. Suyu and the newcomer were both first-class experts, which was troublesome. They had to tie down Suyu. It would take some time for the newcomers to arrive. The battle had already erupted, and they were recovering from their injuries. It was impossible for them to get too close to Suyu. That would cause them to be disturbed by the aftermath of the battle. Therefore, they needed a few seconds to arrive. Gui was happy for a moment. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. What was going on? What powerful strength? He focused his eyes. At this moment, he also threw a punch. It was an all-out sneak attack, but something was wrong. Two first-class experts, and both were stronger than him. How was this possible? Not only that, behind him, Suyu also slashed with his saber. That powerful force was also stronger than his. Gui was dazed. Something was wrong, too wrong. Where am I? Where am I? Vaguely, he even felt that there were many first-class auras nearby. Moreover, none of them were weaker than him. There were many first-class auras. There were also many second-class auras and countless third-class auras. There were probably hundreds of experts fighting here. How was this possible? Am I dreaming? Gui paled. This was not right. This was completely different from what he knew. Suyu's urgent voice sounded, "Do you want to die? Use all your strength and fight to the death." Boom, a loud sound rang out, followed by another. Gui punched. As if he had hit steel, his fist instantly shattered, but it also stopped the demonic emperor's spear. He appeared suddenly. In fact, the demonic emperor was also somewhat shaken by this punch. His palm also cracked, and blood flowed out. But at this point, he could only fight to the death. The demonic emperor roared and pulled back his spear. He threw it away and punched at Gui with infinite murderous intent. Gui's expression changed dramatically. However, he was a veteran expert after all. With some disbelief, he let out a roar and punched out. Rumble. Gui's other fist was also crushed in an instant. Rumble, endless power of the great path swept out. Gui's body exploded, and blood gushed out. His mouth was wide open in disbelief and shock. Who the hell did I meet? On the other side, the demonic emperor had been seriously injured by the human sovereign before. At this moment, Gui went all out. Although the demonic emperor had seriously injured Gui with a punch, his own arm was also broken. Blood burst out, and he kept vomiting blood. As for Suyu, he kicked the heavily injured Gui, who had been sent flying, towards the martial emperor in the distance. As for the martial emperor, he was finally smart this time. He knew what Dao Suyu wanted him to fuse with. It was this guy. Gui was stunned. Suddenly, a fist came toward him. For him, who was seriously injured, this punch was not afraid of when he was at his peak. But at this moment, he could not block it. He was going to die. Why? I just came out. I came to sweep the world. Why? Suyu lied to me. If you want to live, break the great path. Hurry up and merge with the martial emperor. Did he want to live? Guei watched as the fist approached him and was about to blow his head. At this moment, it seemed that he had no choice but to live or die. There was no time for him to bargain. I want to live, I don't want to die. With this thought in mind, he instantly stripped away his great path. At this moment, Suyu controlled the world and randomly chose an uninhabited great path to connect with Guei so that Guei would not die. If Guei died, Suyu was going to find him for something. It was not worth it. Guei, in a daze, merged with a great path, and his own physical great path was instantly grabbed by the martial emperor. The martial emperor also had the gate of heaven. He could see and grasp the great path. With a crazy roar, he integrated it into his own great path. His aura instantly soared. The injured demonic emperor was just about to retreat when his expression suddenly changed. Divine Emperor! He suddenly roared. The Divine Emperor was shocked. He was fighting with Suyu. What was going on? He wanted to turn his head and look, but the pressure from Suyu was too great. He had no time to look. But in the distance, the immortal emperor saw it. He suddenly opened his mouth in shock and fear. He roared, "Run!" That was because a person had appeared behind the demon emperor without making a sound. The moment Guei and the demon emperor's fists clashed, that person appeared. King of the state of Great Zhou, the king of the state of Great Zhou that he had shaken off previously actually appeared behind him without a sound. The king of the state of Great Zhou cultivated too many silent great Daos. Patience, silence, slowness, aura control. At this moment, the few great Daos that king of the state of Great Zhou controlled instantly reached the Lord of Law's realm. Many great Daos merged, and in the blink of an eye, king of the state of Great Zhou became a first-class Great Zhou. However, he didn't make much of a movement and remained silent. The moment Guei and the opponent were both injured, he appeared behind the demon emperor. Countless great Daos exploded. Silent demon emperor, even if it was only for an instant, it was enough. A faint smile appeared on king of the state of Great Zhou's face. Killing a first-class Great Zhou was difficult. Even if the opponent was injured, it was actually very difficult. Guei was just too afraid of death. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the martial emperor to kill him. On the demon emperor's side, king of the state of Great Zhou knew that if he continued tangling with the demon emperor, he could win, but there wasn't enough time. Those people were coming. At this moment, the many great Daos that he had just raised were all gathered. He looked at Suyu and revealed a smile. I'm going to merge the remaining great Daos into your heaven and earth. You won't reject me, right? Boom, 7 to 8 great Daos instantly exploded behind the demon emperor. King of the state of Great Zhou spat out a mouthful of blood. The demon emperor's physical body directly exploded. The sea of will collapsed. Just as it was about to forcefully condense, great Daos appeared around it. It was no longer a chance. At this moment, Lord Yu and the book spirit arrived behind King of the state of Great Zhou. Lord Yu stabbed out with his spear. The book spirit sealed the heaven and earth, and King of the state of Great Zhou's space was torn apart. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The three experts joined forces. The heavily injured demon emperor had a hint of unwillingness and despair as he roared, "No, why, it's me. Why, I don't want to die, I'm a first-class expert, no matter what era it is, I'm an invincible existence. I won't die." After fighting for countless years, no first-class expert had ever died. At most, peak second-class experts had died in battle. But today, he was going to die. It was extremely rare for a first-class expert to die anywhere. After the three gates, only King Wen had killed a first-class expert in recent years. But today, he had no choice but to give way. Then, when the demon emperor was heavily injured, the three experts joined forces to kill him. Boom, an extremely thick demon Dao appeared. At this moment, it was instantly broken. With a crack, the great Dao was broken. The demon emperor still had a bit of unwillingness left. However, it was torn apart by King of the state of Great Zhou coldly. He didn't give the demon emperor any chance. You should just die. Kaboom, the river shook once again and spread out. It spread all the way to the demon world. Even though there weren't many people left in the demon world, almost all of them had been captured by Suyu. But at this moment, the demon world was still shaking violently. The entire world was shaking. I can't accept this. The demon emperor's despair spread throughout the world. I can't accept this. I actually became the first-class expert to die in the entire world. Boom. The last wisp of willpower exploded in an instant. A first-class expert who dominated the world, the emperor of the demon race, the ancient emperor, was killed here on this day. The surroundings were silent. It was too shocking. The demon emperor was dead. The demon emperor was dead. A top powerhouse from ancient times had died just like that. There was more than one demon emperor in the demon race. The one who was killed was the third-generation demon emperor. The first-generation demon emperor was killed by the martial emperor. The martial emperor even mentioned it once. The second, the Inferno demon emperor, had disappeared for many years. Rumor had it that he'd entered the gates of hell with the Hell King. The one in front of them was the third demon emperor. This person was also the most powerful one. At the very least, that was how it seemed at the moment. In the ancient era, experts were everywhere. The abdication of the Inferno demon emperor was also a factor of strength. None of those who could reach the first grade were weaklings. But now, he was dead. The immortal emperor was shaken. The god emperor was aghast. However, there was still a chance. Yes, even with the death of a first-grade expert, one still had a chance. The other 30-odd experts had arrived and were right in front of him. Once they arrived, they could reverse the situation. No matter how strong Suyu and King were, two first-grade experts couldn't deal with 30-odd masters of the law. Peak Human Emperor might be able to do it. But Human Emperor wasn't here. Even if most of the newcomers were third-grade or fourth-grade with only a few second-grade experts, dealing with two first-grade experts was still possible. Especially with the Demon Emperor present, they only had to deal with one. The Immortal Emperor couldn't care less. He roared, "Kill! Kill Suyu and we'll win." As long as they killed Suyu, they'd still win, they'd definitely win. The Immortal Emperor roared out in a frenzy. The God Emperor roared out as well. Their fists shook the heavens and earth, forcing Suyu to retreat continuously. On the other side, King of Great Zhou and the others hesitated after killing the Demon Emperor. Should they help Suyu? Suyu's voice was cold. Go kill the Immortal Emperor, all of you. Everyone was shaken to the core. King knew what he meant. The Book Spirit, Lord Snow, and even the Martial Emperor. Perhaps 4 first-grade experts against a heavily injured Immortal Emperor. What was Suyu thinking? He couldn't deal with them. King was conflicted, but the next moment, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Kill!" They directly avoided the more than 30 experts and headed straight for the Immortal Emperor. The Celestial Emperor, who was seriously injured, changed his expression slightly. In the next moment, he shouted, "Continue to kill." His words caused a commotion in the surroundings. Many experts went to kill the heavily injured Immortal Emperor, but he didn't send anyone back. He was also a ruthless person. Clearly, he was betting on whether his men would kill Suyu first or the King of Great Zhou's group would kill him first. Whoever died first would be the loser. He was not surprised that Suyu wanted to kill him. Even a Renhuang wanted to kill him, so who wouldn't? As a supreme expert of the great Tao of life, his existence was simply too terrifying. In fact, he was on par with Suyu. Without him, there was no way these injured masters of the laws would have recovered so quickly. Be it Suyu or the Immortal Emperor, they were the key to both sides. Back then, the human sovereign was severely injured because he wanted to kill the celestial sovereign. There was an unforeseen event that led to the problem. At this moment, the King of Great Zhou and the others gritted their teeth and madly attacked. On Suyu's side, the God Emperor's expression was cold. Suyu was crazy. He and the Immortal Emperor were betting on who would die first. However, you don't understand the Immortal Emperor well enough. You don't have a chance. The Demon Emperor's death shocked him. But the Immortal Emperor was still alive, so it wasn't a complete defeat. Even if he was seriously injured, everyone had a chance to recover. Also, how could you, Suyu, resist more than 30 masters of the laws? Do you really think you're a supreme expert? In other directions, great battles were raging. The sounds of battle shook the heavens as people constantly fell. At this time, everyone behind the God Emperor arrived. The moment they arrived, the power of the great Tao swept towards Suyu. Go to hell, no matter how strong you, Suyu, are, you're only one person. Moreover, the God Emperor was here, in an instant, several people panicked. Even those on Suyu's side were panicking. With so many experts, they couldn't deal with them. It's over, it's really over. However, at this moment, Suyu's expression was cold. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, and a giant brush instantly appeared in front of him. With a point of the brush, two figures appeared on it. At this moment, the two controlled the giant brushes and instantly attacked the path of the brush in the river of time. As soon as the path of the brush appeared, it was incomparably powerful, sweeping through the world. The God Emperor was shocked. That wasn't all. At this moment, under Suyu's world, a pitch-black path of ink spread out. The brush and ink appeared at the same time, sweeping through the world. Lu Hong's faint voice traveled over. Emperor Yu's mansion's commander of the dark operations, Lu Hong, greets everyone. Suyu didn't say anything. The power of heaven and earth continued to spread. In the blink of an eye, one figure after another appeared. One great Dao after another appeared. Commander of the dark operations, Zhu Tiandao, greets everyone. With a low laugh, great arrays appeared between heaven and earth. Commander of the dark operations, second master Xia, greets everyone. At this moment, one expert after another emerged from the nearby Great Dao. Yes, emerged from the Great Dao. Not only that, some of these people even had afterimages of the Gate of Heaven appearing on their bodies. And at this time, Suyu received the power of the Gate of Heaven, and the power of the 5 experts on the other side of the Gate of Heaven suddenly poured into their bodies. These people were either first-class or second-class experts. Suyu had been too lazy to summon their power earlier, but now that he had summoned them, he could summon their power. Although their power wasn't very beneficial to Suyu, it was much more beneficial to these people. The Great Dao shook, and the experts' bodies cracked, but they recovered in an instant. That was because they all had no physical bodies. Merging the Dao, I am the Dao, and the Dao is me. Great Commander of the Dark Operations, Xiao Wushan, greets everyone. A wisp of saber chi swept through the world, including the path of the brush, Nanwu Jiang, and Yunqin counted as one person. There were exactly 5 people, which corresponded to the 5 great Dao in the heavenly gates. Dark operations, however, it didn't seem too dark. 5 great Dao, brush, ink, talisman, and meat saber. At this moment, 5 streams of power seeped out from Suyu's body. First-class experts transmitted power that was enough to create peak second-class experts, or even mid-second-class experts. Peak second-class experts transmitted power that was enough to create peak third-class experts. In the blink of an eye, 5 experts seemed to emerge from the Great Dao, but in reality, they were hidden within the Great Dao. Suddenly, they attacked. With a snapping sound, saber light flickered, and more than 30 experts were ambushed. One of them was beheaded by the saber light. The Dao of ink was like a loach, spreading through the river and dragging a person to the bottom. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. The Dao of ink was the strongest. This was the great Dao that King Wen was famous for. First-class Dao, with a single point, killed a Lord of the Laws at the very front. His body was torn to pieces. In the blink of an eye, 3 Lords of the Laws had been killed. Xiahou Yi and Zhu Tiandao were a bit weaker. Even with the help of the Dao of ink, they could only reach third-class experts. But now, the 2 of them worked together to trap one person in the formation. Countless talismans exploded. Rumble, a loud explosion rang out, and the person trapped in the formation exploded into pieces. In the blink of an eye, 5 people appeared out of nowhere and killed 4 experts. Among the experts at the front, the God Emperor was forced back by Suyu's saber strike, and the remaining experts were killed on the spot by the 5 people who appeared out of nowhere. As the God Emperor retreated, his expression changed. Dead, there were still people on Suyu's side. The Dao of ink? The God Emperor's face was ashen. He looked at the great Dao that had transformed into a giant brush and gritted his teeth. Dao to spirit. How ruthless. Suyu, you really are ruthless. Dao to spirit, he was also a peak existence, so he could instantly tell that Suyu had actually fused the Dao to spirit these people. Not only that, but he'd also borrowed some other power. The Elysium. In that moment, the God Emperor realized what was going on. His expression turned unsightly. 4 people had been killed. The most important thing was morale, unstoppable morale. Previously, more than 30 experts had charged forward with incomparable strength, determined to kill Suyu. But who would have thought that Suyu would have several experts lying in ambush? They suddenly appeared and killed the people at the very front. As a result, the morale of the others suffered a blow. They stopped in their tracks, afraid that more people would appear. Their expressions changed. Were there more? Just how many experts had Suyu created? None, Suyu guaranteed that there were no more. That was all. Moreover, Xiahou Yi and Zhu Tiandao weren't actually masters of the law. They'd just fused their Dao and borrowed the power of the Elysium to just barely have this kind of strength. Moreover, if they hadn't fused their Dao into their bodies, and the Great Dao was their physical body, the Elysium experts' power would have immediately stuffed them to death. Now, they wouldn't be stuffed to death. Because they were the Great Dao, unless they could make the Great Dao explode. As for these people, they all called themselves commanders. So you didn't care. They could call them whatever they wanted. At this moment, Suyu's expression was calm. He looked at the opposite side with indifference. Too weak, too few. My people are not limited to these. Continue. At that moment, several figures appeared behind him once again. The God Emperor's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, he shouted angrily, "Bastard, it's fake, kill him." Boom, he took the lead and punched. Powerful divine power erupted. With one punch, the phantoms behind Suyu exploded. Yes, it was fake. He was just trying to scare people. In the end, the God Emperor didn't fall for it. Suyu was very disappointed. Not only did you not fall for it, but you also exposed me. Suyu quickly retreated. The 5 great Dao fusion powerhouses quickly retreated and guarded in front of him. Suyu's bare one's teeth said, "You guys. As soon as you come out, there will be a great battle, a top-level battle. Isn't it exciting?" There were many dark guards, but unfortunately, the others couldn't appear for the time being. They weren't strong enough, and there was no one to borrow strength from. Without anyone to borrow strength from, what use were Dao fusion and Heavenly King powerhouses? Here, they were just waiting for death. These 5 people's Dao fusion wasn't weak. Only by borrowing strength from 5 Elysium powerhouses could they become masters of the laws. The others couldn't. The God Emperor ignored Suyu. With a cold expression, he shouted, "Kill." One Suyu and several masters of the law still weren't enough. Suyu sighed, but soon, he smiled. Then, fight. Boom, the power of 10,000 Daos gathered and fused into Suyu's body. Suyu's aura instantly became stronger. One after another, Suyu's clones emerged from the river of time. Some were pages, others were pages that Suyu had confiscated, constantly extracting the power of the great Daos. On the other side, among the 30-some powerhouses' great Daos, there seemed to be people whose power was being extracted by Suyu. Suyu's aura instantly increased. With a kick, time rotated, shattering mountains and seas, suppressing the sun and moon, defeating invincible powerhouses. Under Suyu's feet, the time magic of the past was now even more powerful. Life and death reincarnation, time reversed. With a kick, the God Emperor took a step back, but holy power erupted. With a rumble, it shattered Suyu's power and charged forward again. Suyu's bare one's teeth said, "You guys, hold on. Let's see who dies first." At this moment, behind them, the immortal emperor and the king of Great Zhou clashed. The king of Great Zhou had been injured before. At this moment, his first-grade power was not very stable, and King Yu and the book spirit were only second-grade. Even though the immortal emperor was injured, he was not at a disadvantage when facing a few people. On the other side, the martial emperor suddenly roared, his aura skyrocketing, and instantly attacked the immortal emperor. When the martial emperor arrived, the immortal emperor's expression changed. However, he felt that he could hold on longer than Suyu. On Suyu's side, they also clashed with each other in the blink of an eye, fighting each other. After all, there were too few people. In the blink of an eye, the 2 great Daos trembled violently and even began to crack. It was Xiahou Yi and Zhu Tiandao. They were attacked by so many people at once, and in the blink of an eye, they could not hold on. As for Suyu, he shouted, fighting 1 against 5. The God Emperor and 4 second-grade powerhouses were all second-grade powerhouses. They only had one goal, to kill Suyu. To surround and kill Suyu. Only by killing Suyu would this battle end. as for killing the others, it did not matter. And at this moment, Suyu also displayed the strength of a heaven opener. He was also extremely ferocious and had many tricks up his sleeves. Just as a second-grade powerhouse attacked, his vision blurred, as if he had fallen into hell. The others joined forces with him to attack, and suddenly they saw their companions stiffen. In the next moment, they saw a shocking scene. Suyu's body suddenly turned into a huge covering them. The God Emperor was just about to punch out. Boom, a huge explosion rang out, and Suyu's body directly shattered. The explosion caused the bodies of the few second-grade powerhouses to crack. The one who felt like he had fallen into hell had just woken up when Suyu suddenly turned into a dog. That was the manifestation of his willpower. Borrowing Tao, or rather, he was using his own Tao. In the distance, Fat Ball had just beaten back the enemy when its body suddenly went limp and fell to the ground. It turned to look at Suyu and mumbled, "What's going on?" He saw that Suyu had turned into a dog, a black dog, the sun-devouring divine hound. It was incomparably powerful, and with a bite, the heavily injured second-grade powerhouse's Tao was broken by his bite. The God Emperor's expression changed, and he attacked again. Suyu suddenly disappeared and reappeared. Even further away, Xiao Longwu's expression also changed, and he hurriedly retreated, feeling weak all over. Suyu turned into a saber, and with a slash, a cold light illuminated the heaven and earth. With a single slash, the other second-class cultivator was cut into two halves with a poochie sound. It's said that mastery of one Tao makes one invincible. Today, I'll let you know that mastery of all Taos is king. Suyu's cold voice sounded, and the next moment, he suddenly became incomparably sad. Your Majesty God Emperor, I've waited for you for so many years. Are you so cruel? Even further away, Wan Tianxing also went limp in an instant. As for the God Emperor, his eyes were slightly dazed. Imperial concubine, the moment he blurted out, his expression changed. Monster! He roared, and divine light shone in all directions. This monster, Suyu, was too terrifying, and Suyu had already disappeared. The axe in Giant Axe's hand suddenly disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in Suyu's hand. With a slash of the axe, another second-grade powerhouse was chopped into powder by Suyu. I can also merge my Tao with heaven and earth. I am the spirit of heaven and earth, the Tao is me, and I am the Tao. If I abandon my body, I will only become stronger. Suyu's cold voice sounded, and the God Emperor's heart trembled. Suyu was really crazy. He directly blew up his own body in exchange for 4 second-grade powerhouses being seriously injured. In the blink of an eye, he used all kinds of Taos to kill 3 second-grade powerhouses. It should be known that 3 second-grade powerhouses could match a first-grade powerhouse. But against a heaven splitter like Suyu, who had all kinds of Taos at his fingertips, the 3 second-grade powerhouses were almost instantly killed by him. He roared and blasted out a punch, flattening the area in front of him. However, Suyu had already disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the last second-grade powerhouse. That powerhouse's expression changed drastically, and the God Emperor's heart also turned cold. This could not go on. Suyu was not dead yet, and so many powerhouses on his side were going to be killed by Suyu's side. He did not have as many methods as Suyu. Today, Suyu displayed the terror of a heaven splitter. The God Emperor roared, "Immortal Emperor!" The Immortal Emperor, who was fighting a few powerhouses, instantly understood the God Emperor's meaning. Destroy Suyu's world, kill Suyu, and at this moment, Suyu also roughly guessed some things, but he could not retreat. He gritted his teeth and chuckled, "Book Spirit, Yushan." At this moment, Book Spirit Yushan's aura suddenly soared. First grade powerhouses. The God Emperor's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he was also extremely shocked, but at this moment, he still made a choice, and roared, "Explode." Remember, only by killing Suyu will we have a chance to live. Rumble. On his side, in the blink of an eye, 4 first-grade powerhouses madly attacked him, fighting until the great Tao of life kept breaking. On Suyu's side, the powerhouses besieging him suddenly trembled one by one. Some of them revealed looks of horror, and in the next moment, they realized something and screamed mournfully, "Immortal Emperor!" The Immortal Emperor had tricked them. They did not want to die. And at this moment, Suyu laughed and grabbed Xiahou Yi and the others. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of the fleeing God Emperor, chuckling, "Why are you running? He instantly sealed off the area, looked at the powerhouses that he had sealed off, and said with a smile, "Come, the God Emperor and the Immortal Emperor will kill you all. Let's see if you'll blow me up more, or hate them more. Let's see, between the God Emperor and me, who will die first?" The God Emperor broke the seal with a punch and tried to escape again, but Suyu hugged the God Emperor and said with a faint smile, "Let's die together, or don't even think about it. If we block the force of the explosion together, we might be able to survive, otherwise, we'll just die together." "Suyu!" The God Emperor roared and punched Suyu's head, cracking it open. Suyu did not care about this. He smiled brightly, and his cracked head healed instantly. "Are you stupid? I've turned into a spirit here, and will not perish until the heavens and earth are destroyed. If you want to kill me, it's too easy." Boom, an explosion shook the heavens and earth, and someone's great Tao trembled, unable to hold on any longer. With a loud bang, a powerful force swept over. Suyu's voice suppressed the sound of the explosion, and with a hint of madness and laughter, he said, kill them all. If I can't kill them all, if I don't die, I'll settle the score with you." Rumble, loud explosions rang out continuously. At this moment, the expressions of the Wisdom Monarch and the others changed. The Wisdom Monarch's expression changed completely, and his eyes turned bloodshot. "You forced me. I didn't want to do this, but you forced me." A huge great Tao instantly appeared, and the Wisdom Monarch gritted his teeth. It was not easy to kill them. Even if he was much stronger than the Spirit Emperor, he would still have to fight to kill them. But now, there was no time. "Boss, I can't follow you anymore." The Wisdom Monarch's expression was miserable. "Boss, I might have to change my boss." The Wisdom Monarch grabbed his great Tao, and it turned into a great array, locking the Spirit Emperor within. With a loud bang, everything was suppressed, including Suyu's side. Boom, a powerful first-class great Tao was directly split into pieces, broken apart. The world shook. It was as if an expert had fallen. The Wisdom Monarch vomited blood continuously. However, the Bear One's teeth grinned and grabbed at the air. Then, he pulled out a broken Sea of Will. That was the Spirit Emperor. The Wisdom Monarch did not care about this. He grabbed the other party's Sea of Will and instantly appeared in front of the Great Light Monarch. The Great Light Monarch had just killed his opponent. Before he could say anything, the Wisdom Monarch roared, "Make way." The Great Light Monarch was stunned. In the next moment, he understood something. Gritting his teeth, he quickly severed his connection with the Great Tao of Formations. The Wisdom Monarch roared furiously and connected the Great Tao above his head. His aura instantly soared, and the world around Suyu trembled continuously from the explosion. However, as the Wisdom Monarch connected the Great Tao, it immediately stabilized. All of this happened so fast that it was dazzling. In the next moment, the Wisdom Monarch punched, and the Sea of Will in his hand instantly cracked. Then, it exploded with a loud rumble. Boundless essence and willpower swept through the world. The Spirit Emperor's voice rang out, filled with despair. "You are crazy, you are a first class. To think that you actually severed your own Tao and merged it into Suyu's world. Right now, you have probably lost all hope of becoming a first class. You are already an expert with more than 20 great Taos. To think that you severed your own Tao. Are you crazy?" The Wisdom Monarch gritted his teeth. "I am crazy? I am being king driven crazy, a bunch of madmen, forcing me. I did not want to do this either. I wanted to wait for First Brother's side to complete it before considering it." In the end, that madman Suyu actually hoped that the Divine Sovereign would work together with him to stabilize the world. Is this madman really not afraid of the Divine Sovereign's death? Does he insist on dying together with me? The Wisdom Monarch had no choice but to do this. Not only that, the Wisdom Monarch roared furiously, "War Monarch, watch your mother. Sever your Tao, merge your Tao, quickly. Stabilize Suyu's world." The idiot War Monarch opened his eyes wide. "Watch your ancestor died a long time ago." The War Monarch was speechless. In an instant, he severed his own great Tao. Countless nomological powers instantly merged into Suyu's world, helping Suyu stabilize the world. This was because the madman Suyu had sealed himself with the Divine Sovereign and the others. The world was currently exploding crazily. The world trembled violently. The people under Suyu were in a frenzy. They were erupting with their last bit of strength to kill their enemies. However, they could not stop Suyu's power of heaven and earth from shattering. If this continued, it might even cause Suyu's world to collapse. The War Monarch instantly merged his Tao. As for the Wisdom Monarch, he roared, and a large formation instantly appeared. He stuffed the remnant core of Ling Huang into it. Following that, he grabbed the Great Light Monarch, who had just given up on the formation Great Tao. Under the Great Light Monarch's stunned gaze, the Wisdom Monarch took out a formation from his body. Yes, it was the formation that he had given to the Great Light Monarch previously. However, the Wisdom Monarch still controlled it. Seeing the Great Light Monarch look over, the Wisdom Monarch roared furiously, "What are you looking at? Are you looking at your ancestor? This is mine. Can't I take it away?" As soon as he finished speaking, the large formation instantly appeared. This was the stabilizing formation. It was also suitable for the current situation. Stabilizing the world, the Wisdom Monarch frantically laid out the large formation. At this moment, the strength of the four extremities human monarchs was fully displayed. He did not like to be in the limelight, but that did not mean that he was weak. Alright, among the four extremities human monarchs, his strength was indeed not the best. From self-detonating the Great Tao, collapsing the Great Tao, severely injuring Ling Huang, taking over the Great Light Monarch's formation Great Tao, laying down the stabilizing formation, with Ling Huang and the Sea of Will as the core, everything was done in one go, without any delay. At this moment, a monstrous force erupted, and the mysterious phenomenon of heaven and earth collapsing appeared. At the same time, the Spirit Emperor let out a final shriek. Rumbling sounds could be heard as Wisdom King's grand spell formation appeared, burning away all of the Spirit Emperor's power. A grand spell formation appeared, stabilizing Suyu's heaven and earth, stabilizing the collapsing heaven and earth. The Wisdom Monarch kept vomiting blood, and his body kept cracking. His Great Tao kept cracking, but he laughed. As he laughed, he cursed. F***ck, what a scam. Right at this moment, another deafening explosion resounded, rumble rumble rumble, another explosion rang out, followed by Suyu's laughter. "Thank you, God Emperor." Two figures were sent flying away. The God Emperor's body was in tatters, and his face was deathly pale. He flew backwards, trying to flee. Heavily injured, on the verge of death, in the final moment, many powerhouses self-detonated. In order to survive, the God Emperor had no choice but to help Suyu block the shockwaves. With the two of them working together, they barely managed to block the deadly shockwaves, but those powerhouses exploded one after another. The power of their self-detonations nearly caused Suyu's world to collapse. It was at this time that the Wisdom Monarch stabilized Suyu's world. In the blink of an eye, Suyu's figure appeared, broken beyond repair, but his smile was bright, as if he didn't feel anything at all, as if he didn't even feel that he had just been on the verge of death. The Wisdom Monarch couldn't help but curse, "Fuck you, you idiot, you almost died, this was a madman, idiot, almost died. If you died, didn't you know that the Masters of the Laws might also die?" As for Suyu, his expression strange, he glanced at the Wisdom Monarch and cursed, "Idiot, you broke my Tao." The Wisdom Monarch froze. In the distance, Xingyu's figure suddenly appeared, her face blank. "You still want to extract the grand Tao of life and death?" What did that mean? The Wisdom Monarch was stunned, but Suyu quickly recovered his smile. "Thank you, Wisdom Monarch. Fortunately, I've already prepared everything. Only the grand Tao of life and death is left. If everyone is crippled, we can all seek refuge with the human emperor." "Thank you so much." Yes, in the final moments, Suyu had already made up his mind. When the world collapsed, he would extract the grand Tao of life and death, leaving only the grand Tao of life and death. As for the people, he would do his best to protect them. If he did, perhaps the human emperor would come, and they could seek refuge with him. He had hundreds of grand Tao that he hadn't used up yet. If he really abandoned everyone on his side, then even if only the grand Tao of life and death remained, it would still be a relief. He didn't need to care about them anymore. In the end, before he could even use the moon and stars, the Wisdom Monarch made a prompt decision. He actually chose to break the powerful Tao of formation that contained more than 20 Taos of his power. He even called for the Battle Monarch to help stabilize Suyu's heaven and earth. At this moment, Suyu didn't know what to say. He really didn't expect this to happen, but it did. The human emperor's people, the Four Extremities King, indeed lived up to their reputation. Even Suyu hadn't expected such decisiveness. The Wisdom Monarch and the War Monarch would choose to merge their Grand Daos into their own world at this moment, even though they had forcibly occupied the Great Wisdom Monarch's Dao. Forget it. As for the Great Wisdom Monarch, he could either rely on his ancestor or go to the Human Emperor, or find a way to change back. That was possible. The Wisdom Monarch was slightly stunned. However, when he saw Xingyu, he more or less understood one thing. Suyu might not die, but with the world collapsing, only 2 of the thousands of Grand Dao were left. If he didn't die, then Suyu would be crippled. Is this lunatic trying to drag the Divine Emperor along with him to resist the attack because of this? Everything happened too quickly. At this moment, a shrill roar echoed in all directions. Retreat, retreat with the Divine Emperor. Dragon, Phoenix, Dark, everyone, retreat with the Divine Emperor. Everyone retreat. Go. Go upstream. Wait for the 3 gates to open. The phantom of the immortal emperor appeared, shaking the world. With a hint of determination, he poured all the power of the Grand Dao into the fleeing Divine Emperor. Take everyone away. I've failed, he'd misjudged. This was a trap set up by Suyu. He'd wanted to use the lives of more than 30 masters of the laws to exchange for Suyu's life, but he'd failed. Suyu actually had so many first-grade masters hidden on his side. The fleeing Divine Emperor's aura instantly recovered, but his expression changed dramatically. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and charged back. In an instant, his divine power burst out again. He punched King Jinwu backward, grabbed the Dragon Emperor, and approached Lady Ming with him. Lady Ming's expression changed, and she instantly retreated. The Phoenix Emperor also withdrew. In the distance, the Netherworld Emperor retreated the moment the War Monarch fused with the Dao. The Divine Emperor ignored him. That guy was greedy for life and afraid of death, so it would be difficult for him to die. His holy power erupted. The nearby Wan powerhouses were incomparably brave. In an instant, they repelled their opponents. The Divine Emperor shouted, "Retreat!" Boom, the group of people quickly retreated. Suyu coldly shouted, "Kill, chase after them." At this moment, a loud explosion resounded. The Immortal Emperor controlled the last remnant of his great Tao of life to suddenly explode. He didn't target anyone but the River of Time. A monstrous wave suddenly rose between the Wan and the humans. The Immortal Emperor's great Tao continued to collapse. His expression was somewhat dejected. I didn't know you well enough, otherwise I might not have lost this battle. Suyu, this time I've lost. Suyu's expression changed slightly. This guy was beyond his imagination. The weaklings of the Wan might be greedy for life and afraid of death, but these top existences were beyond his imagination. The Divine Emperor had returned to rescue them, and the Immortal Emperor had detonated his great Tao, cutting off everything to cover everyone's retreat. This made him suddenly think of the Snow King. The Immortal Emperor had a chance to escape. As for the Divine Emperor, he had just returned to rescue them. To Suyu's surprise, he hadn't been scared out of his wits. Instead, he had returned to rescue the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Emperor despite the risk of being surrounded and killed. The Wan, Celestials, Suyu murmured. The Immortal Emperor's great Tao collapsed, setting off a monstrous wave that blocked all the pursuing experts. Even the Snow King and the others were forced to retreat. The Immortal Emperor's phantom trembled with helplessness and frustration. He looked at Suyu, then at the specks of starlight in the distance. They seemed to be the Human Emperor. He smiled. Human Emperor, Suyu, I lost, but you can't kill all of us. If you continue killing, the seal on the River of Time will be broken, and the 3 gates will open immediately. Ha ha ha, do you want to open it now? The Immortal Emperor controlled the River of Time and laughed. He looked at Suyu and smiled. My celestial race lost to you in the myriad worlds? Suyu raised his brows slightly. Tiangu took his people and ran away. Tiangu? The Immortal Emperor murmured and smiled. Yes. But it's a pity. AI, that idiot, he insisted on cultivating my Tao, or he wouldn't have lost to you so easily. As he spoke, he looked behind him at the fleeing experts and watched them go against the current. At this moment, the Immortal Emperor turned to look at him with sorrow and disappointment. He roared, "Don't worry, if I don't die, immortal and divine as one, I will protect the celestial race." Many thanks. The immortal emperor laughed heartily. He looked back at the human emperor in the distance and sighed. After fighting for so many years, I actually didn't die at your hands. I still can't accept it. Suyu died at the hands of a junior. I really can't accept it. Human emperor, can you send me on my way? The human emperor quickly rushed over and soon stepped into Suyu's camp. He was a bit tired and panting. His strength hadn't increased much, and he was even a bit shaken. He was too anxious. At this moment, only one person came. The others hadn't arrived yet. When he saw the huge wave break the river of time, his expression changed slightly. When he looked at the immortal emperor's shadow, his expression also changed. Soon, he nodded slightly and looked at Suyu. I'll send him on his way. I've fought with him for too many years. Although I've always played him in the palm of my hand, these people are only enemies, not cowards. Suyu nodded slightly. The human emperor stepped forward and quickly flew toward the immortal emperor's shadow. The immortal emperor laughed and punched at the human emperor. The human emperor roared and punched with all his strength. Boom, with a loud bang, the immortal emperor's shadow completely collapsed. Wisps of life intent overflowed into the world and into the river of time. With some relief, with some freedom, he said, in the end, I still lost to you. The grudge that has existed since ancient times ends here. Xingyu. Thank you. I'll tell you a little secret. At this moment, the immortal emperor was very free and at ease. His body had long disappeared, and only a wisp of willpower floated in the world. His voice was somewhat illusory. The human gate really exists. Among the three gates, the human gate is the most sinister. The voice became softer and softer. Gradually, it disappeared. Finally, the ethereal voice came faintly with a smile. Born to be immortals, immortals live forever. Humans live on high mountains and look down on the mortal world. They transcend humans and become immortals. Rumble, the world shook. This powerful existence had bought enough time for the God Emperor and the others. At this moment, the God Emperor and the others had quickly disappeared. The immortal emperor's willpower completely disappeared from the world. The immortal emperor had fallen. In this battle, of the three top powerhouses, the demon emperor and the immortal emperor had died, and the God Emperor had fled. On the other hand, the spirit emperor had died silently, killed by Wisdom King. In the end, he survived and stabilized Suyu's world. Rumble. Waves rose to the sky, in the infinite worlds. The celestial world was in turmoil. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The ancient immortal emperor had fallen. The celestial race was a race that was unwilling to be ordinary, unwilling to be below humans. Immortals lived on mountains to be immortals. They were high and mighty, so how could they be restrained by the human race? In the War of the Wan, the celestial race had constantly provoked them. They were the core power of the entire Wan and the main force of the Wan's resistance against the human race. Today, the immortal emperor who had fought against the human race since ancient times had fallen in the river of time. Behind the earth gate. Suddenly, Tiangu's heart palpitated as he looked at the others. At this moment, Yuanxing's body trembled violently, and the next moment, his aura surged. However, Tiangu was not happy at all. His lips trembled, and his eyes were blank. His teacher, the powerhouse who dominated the world, had fallen. Suyu, Yuanxing's face was also pale. He looked at Tiangu and suddenly smiled bitterly. He grabbed Tiangu and poured the power of the great Tao into Tiangu's body. He cried so softly that it was almost inaudible. I can't bear such a heavy responsibility. You can. Junior brother, this responsibility is too great, too heavy. Master is gone. Tiangu was speechless. I know, he was like a puppet. His body was stiff, and he did not say a word. That guy is dead. I once thought that if I did not walk your path, perhaps I would have walked my own path long ago. I thought, you harmed me. I thought, why didn't you remind me earlier? Today, perhaps. I understand. You knew that this day would come sooner or later. He smiled stiffly, and it was incomparably stiff. Suyu, he murmured with some despair and pain. How can I defeat you? Where will the celestial race go from here? How am I supposed to carry such a heavy burden, Master? What if I can't bear it after you leave? He looked at the powerhouses of the celestial race around him. Yuan Xing, Sacred Marquis, Celestial Venerable Huang, and the powerhouses of the celestial race who had been brought into the Earthgate were all dejected, sad, and desperate. They looked at him with a kind of emotion in their eyes, called hope. At this moment, Tiangu closed his eyes. The next moment, he suddenly opened them. All the sadness and despair were concealed, and he said calmly, "From today onwards, I am the immortal emperor, the only emperor of the celestial race. Immortals are above humans, and immortals will never surrender. Never surrender, Suyu. I will lead the celestial race to fight you to the end. Even if my race is destroyed, immortals will never surrender to humans. We are high and mighty." Tiangu laughed heartily. Yes, immortals were like this, high and mighty, unattainable. Upstream of the river of time. The battle had ended the moment the human emperor arrived. Unbelievably fast, the god emperor and the others led the remaining experts and fled. They went against the current and chose to escape. Could they chase after them? Yes, however, if they chased after them, Suyu's world wouldn't be able to reach them. It would still be a fierce battle. Moreover, if they really killed all the cultivators of the 10,000 races and lost the suppression of this group of cultivators, the human sovereign's side and Suyu's side might not be able to suppress the flow of the river. It would cause the flow of the river to accelerate, allowing the human sovereign and Suyu to quickly return to the 10,000 worlds, causing the 3 gates to open. In this battle, they'd killed more than 40 masters of the laws and 3 first-tier experts. The god emperor led less than 50 lords of the laws and 50 to 60 non-lords of the laws up the river, disappearing from everyone's sight. Of the 125 masters of the laws from before, over half of the Wan region had been lost in these 2 battles. As for Suyu's side, he looked around. Suyu's face was expressionless, and he didn't say a word. He'd still suffered some losses. Even though he was close to all of them, fighting off so many experts on his own was still a considerable loss. On the human emperor's side, the far-sighted king and war king cut off the Tao. Apart from these 2, the human emperor's faction still had 49 masters of the laws, including the 4 Wan experts who'd surrendered last time. This time, 27 experts had fused with the human emperor's world, leaving just over 20 to fight. But now, there were only 18 left. Apart from the far-sighted king and war king, 4 experts had died. Last time, 4 had also died. In these 2 battles, the human emperor's faction had lost a total of 8 masters of the laws. This time, the main pressure on Suyu's side was on the first-tier experts. In the end, several had died. It had to be said that this was fate. Swords and spears had no eyes. After all, the human emperor's faction hadn't cooperated well with Suyu. In these 2 battles, many had died. As for Suyu's side, Suyu swept his gaze over them and froze. Someone was gone. His people were gone. On his side, apart from him, there were 35 experts from before. He also brought Lord Yu, the king of Great Zhou, the book spirit, and a few from the dark sect. Excluding the few from the dark sect, there were 38 experts. There was also Xingyu, whom Suyu didn't care about for the time being. Of the 38 experts, 1 was missing at this moment. He swept his gaze across them and saw that everyone was injured. During the battle just now, he didn't pay much attention to it. The shockwaves from the battle were too strong, so he didn't have the time to pay attention to it. But now, he frowned slightly. After a while, Suyu calmly asked, "What about Nanxi and Lai Kong?" The surroundings were silent. After a while, Wan Tianxing said weakly, "He died in battle." Suyu knew. He just wanted to know how he died in battle. It shouldn't be, in other words, Suyu didn't want to know. He just wanted these people to find an excuse to fool him. Wan Tianxing was silent for a while, then said, "With Lai Kong here, the restrictions on the Tao of space are too strong. The Tao of teleportation is almost useless. As for Nanxi, Yingwu was endangered just now. He went to save Yingwu, and died in battle." Suyu was silent. After a while, he said, "Nanxi died because I said that he betrayed me, or that he didn't listen to my orders. He was dissatisfied and deliberately proved himself?" Wan Tianxing and the others were silent again. Suyu looked at them and said slowly, Lai Kong, how should I explain this to the Sky Devourer? The Marquis of Lai Kong. Suyu wasn't too familiar with Suyu. He was the king of the Space Ancient clan in the upper realms. The Dao companion of the Space Ancient Emperor in the lower realms, the Marquis of Lai Kong. The first time they met, he gave the Space Dao of the Space Ancient clan to Suyu. The Sky Devourer. Suyu let him join the human emperor's system. Because the Space Dao was occupied by Lai Kong, he had no choice but to let him join the human emperor's side. But now, Lai Kong had died in battle. Suyu was silent. If Lai Kong knew, what would he think? On his side, 2 masters of the laws had died. The reason why he found this inconceivable was because Suyu's side held the advantage. It had to be known that even those who had recovered from their injuries had come to Suyu. Suyu's side also had more masters of the laws than the other side. In truth, apart from the first-level battles, there weren't many experts who had died in the other areas. Including Wan had lost over 30 people on Suyu's side, and nearly 50 had left. In other words, Wan's side had lost less than 10 experts in the other areas, Suyu hadn't had time to investigate. If he did, he would discover that the number of casualties was the same as his side's, 6 to 6, yes, in a situation where the humans had the upper hand, they'd fought to a draw. To the side, everyone maintained their silence. 6 masters of the laws had died in this battle, but the results were impressive. They'd killed nearly 40 of the other side's experts. This was worthy of celebration. However, the main merits of this battle belonged to the first-level battles, to Suyu, and even to the assassins. The other sides hadn't gained any advantage. Suyu was silent for a moment, then said, I want to know, in a situation where we have the same number of people, why can't we defeat one? When Human Emperor heard Suyu's question, he sighed and said, you can't say that. The weak members of the One are all heavily injured. In other words, those who fought against you. The other weak members of the One were also killed by you last time, the rest are the elites of the One. The fact that they didn't avoid the battle with serious injuries means that they are all elites. Gathering the elites of tens of thousands of races, excluding those who don't dare to fight and those who are afraid of death, the strength they can display in a battle with their backs against the wall is unimaginable. This was the first time that Suyu discovered that in a situation where the human side and the other side's experts were equal in strength, both sides had fought to a draw. A draw actually represented defeat. Because Suyu's side had more people, Suyu was silent. Since the start of the war, the number of experts under his command that had died was extremely small. What left the deepest impression on him was the surprise attack on the Tianyuan region. Suyu had led people to defend the human boundary, and several lords of the first residence had died in battle. That was the first time Suyu felt that these lords of the first residence might not be good, but they dared to fight, were willing to fight, and were willing to die for the human race. That time, Suyu's attitude towards some of the Eternals of the human race improved a little. Before that, Suyu only felt resentment toward them. Resentment that they didn't help Shenwen's side. Resentment that they didn't care, allowing the human race to fight among themselves. Resentment that their descendants weren't willing to participate in the war at the critical moment. Resentment that it was also after that battle that Suyu felt that he could be the leader of the human race. At the very least, these fellows had dared to fight at the critical moment and hadn't held him back. But today, splitting Kong and Nanchi's deaths caused Suyu to fall silent. As the number of experts under his command gradually increased, he felt a little arrogant. I fought all of you alone. You don't deserve to die, and you won't die. But now, he suddenly realized. As long as there was war, there would always be accidents. It was impossible for there to be no accidents. 6 masters of the laws, 4 had died last time. In the previous 2 battles, 10 masters of the laws had died. On Nanchi's side, Suyu had always rejected him because the latter hadn't listened to him back then. Suyu had even singled out Nanchi once, but now, Nanchi had died in battle to save Yingguo. Suyu looked at Yingguo. This valiant and formidable-looking woman had her head lowered, not saying a word. The ancient marquis had split into 2 groups. One group followed Suyu, while the other followed 100 battles. Yingguo had cursed Yun Shui and Dark Shadow quite a bit. Previously, when Suyu had killed Yun Shui and Dark Shadow, Nanchi and the others had come to his aid. Ingwu usually didn't treat them well. But today, she had encountered danger and was about to die. Nanchi, the good guy, had chosen to come to her rescue. This didn't conform to Suyu's orders. Suyu's orders had been for everyone to take care of their own opponents. Unless the situation permitted it, they absolutely couldn't trade their lives for someone else's. If Nanchi had the ability to save her, then nothing could be said. But he hadn't. He'd chosen to trade his life for hers. In the crowd, Wuji, Red Moon, and Nanjinan all lowered their heads. This battle had been a great victory. However, some experts had died, especially on Suyu's side. Everyone had a belief that by following Suyu, they would be victorious in every battle. No one would die in a victorious battle. But today, this legend had been broken. The human emperor looked at Suyu, not giving any consolation. From his point of view, falling in battle was unavoidable. He only felt that Suyu was still too young. His old brothers had died in battle. He would be sad and upset, but he wouldn't show it in front of anyone. Because this was war. Of the 36 human kings of the past, less than half were still alive. The rest were experts who had advanced later. His old brothers were becoming fewer and fewer. The human emperor directly ignored those who had fallen. It wasn't that he was heartless, but he was the human emperor. At this moment, the human emperor suddenly laughed. Great victory! His laughter shook the heavens. Great victory, victory of all ages. In one battle, the Wan army had been routed. The Wan army had lost more than half. 3 first-rate experts had died in battle. Core leaders like the Immortal Emperor and Demon Emperor had fallen. This victory set the stage for the War of the Infinite Realms. It was a precursor to humanity's complete unification. Suyu looked at the human emperor. He didn't seem sad at all. Instead, he calmly said, "Your Majesty, there's no need to change the subject. I've suffered many setbacks. I won't fall because of someone's death. That doesn't exist. I just feel that I haven't done enough. In a battle where I'm present, my side's experts still fall. That's where the problem lies." Was he sad? A little, but mostly, he blamed himself. Yes, he blamed himself. Because Suyu pursued perfection. In this battle, 6 masters of the law had died. He felt that his calculations hadn't been enough. The human emperor smiled bitterly. Great victory, 10 masters of the law had died in battle, but the enemy had lost more than 70 masters of the law. That was a 1-to-7 casualty ratio. Suyu still felt that he hadn't done enough. Was it time for him to go die? As for Suyu, he continued, that's all on the surface. In truth, our losses were even greater. I'm afraid Farsighted King won't be able to recover. There's still hope for War King. As for me, my injuries are very serious. Very serious, indeed, very serious. However, at this moment, Suyu didn't really care. Once you got used to some pain, you'd find that pain actually made you more clear-headed and calm. His world was in a mess. Those people had blasted it into a complete mess. At least 100 great Daos had been destroyed. Zhu Tiandao and the others had been taken into the vicinity of the Heaven Gates by Suyu. Some of their great Daos had also been destroyed. To them, the destruction of their great Daos meant death. Fortunately, Suyu had taken them away. Otherwise, the Dark Guards would have been finished the moment they appeared. At this moment, Suyu's injuries were extremely serious. Farsighted King had fallen a rank, when King's world might have been exposed, and Zhou King had lost some of his great Daos. These were all losses that couldn't be seen. There was also the human emperor himself. Suyu glanced at him. Vaguely, he seemed to be only second class. Maybe his world hadn't drawn him here. In the world, he might only have first-class battle strength. This kind of loss was also extremely disastrous. A top-notch expert like the human emperor could be considered half-crippled. When the human emperor heard this, he sighed a little. However, he quickly recovered his smile. But we won, didn't we? Only then did Suyu gradually reveal a smile. We won. Moreover, in the situation where the human emperor didn't come to help, we won. He even specially mentioned it. The human emperor was speechless. Are you trying to say that without me, you can still win? Alright, that's true. But Farsighted and the others are all my people. Do you know that, at this moment, Suyu also looked at Farsighted and suddenly smiled. It's said that among the 4 human kings, Farsighted's presence is the weakest and doesn't even match his position. Today, I have a whole new level of respect for you. Calm in the face of danger, decisive in handling matters, resolute and decisive. He cut off his daos and fused them when he said so. An existence like War King listened to him and had many methods to stabilize the world. It could be said that if it wasn't for Farsighted, some people on Suyu's side would have died. As for Suyu himself, there was a high chance that he would choose to abandon the other Great Daos and leave behind the life-death Great Dao because it could revive him. This was also the first person that Suyu praised in this battle. Farsighted smiled, "Your Majesty, you is too kind." Suyu smiled and said, "No, if I had to choose between King Wu and you to be my partner, I would choose you. Pure martial artists are sometimes very annoying. You may be much weaker than King Wu, but you are more useful than him." Human Emperor was somewhat helpless and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "If Taishan hears this, I'm afraid," Suyu smiled, "am I afraid he'll hear me?" Alright, Human Emperor was speechless. This battle had also established Suyu's position. If it were in the past, King Jinwu probably wouldn't have been able to endure it. Now, however, he curled his lips and didn't say anything. Their husband was despised by Suyu in front of him. They were very displeased. But Suyu was amazing. He had many methods, killed many people, and was a ruthless person. Even if King Jinwu didn't like to use his brain, he knew he shouldn't provoke this kind of person. That person of his couldn't afford to provoke. Even compared to Suyu, if Suyu killed him, he wouldn't even know how he died. At this moment, another martial artist, Emperor Wu, was somewhat embarrassed. He grabbed a person and threw him to the ground. He said in a muffled voice, "What do we do with him?" At this moment, King Jinwu's face was filled with despair and panic. He didn't know what he had just experienced. All he knew was that several first-class experts had died, and the masters of the laws had died in droves. This was the first time he saw Suyu so cold. Besides, Suyu was the rumored strongest person of this era, Human Emperor. However, when the Human Emperor was beside Suyu, King Jinwu gave Gue the feeling that Human Emperor was much kinder, while Suyu was much more terrifying. "Suyu. No, no, Sovereign you." Despair filled King Jinwu's face. He hurriedly said, "Don't kill me. I'm useful. Kill me, kill me. His Majesty Sovereign, you will suffer a great loss. If I die, my friends in the sect will know." Suyu looked at him. He hadn't paid attention before, but now he realized that he had connected him with a very trashy Great Dao. The Dao of Charm. It was somewhat similar to Yu Luo's Great Dao. Unfortunately, King Jinwu was ugly, wretched, and ugly. The Dao of Charm didn't match him at all. Instead, it made people feel uncomfortable and disgusted. To be able to make the Dao of Charm look like this, he was a genius. Suyu looked at him and laughed. "Aren't you comparable to a peak Human Emperor? Didn't you brag that you were one of the strongest in the sect?" "King Jinwu, you're lying to me, aren't you?" Suyu's expression was cold. "I hate it when people lie to me. If you really were a top expert, you could have killed a few first-class experts, right? But in the end, trash like you couldn't even beat a demon emperor." King Jinwu almost cried. The demon emperor's Dao was stronger than his. He hurriedly said, "Sovereign you, I just entered the first class. I didn't want to lie to you, I just, you think it doesn't matter if you tell me the truth or not since I'll be killed by you with a single slap?" "No, absolutely not." King Jinwu was terrified. There were experts all around him, and their killing intent was boiling. He'd just witnessed a large number of experts die in battle. After severing his Dao, he'd quickly moved away to avoid being killed. Now, he didn't want to die like this. Otherwise, it would be too unjust. Suyu raised his brows. "Those who cultivate the physical Dao are all martial artists. You're a martial artist, yet you're so afraid of death." Gui's expression was bitter. We've cultivated for countless years, but we don't have many battles in the sect. We don't have your bravery." These words were the truth. King Jinwu suddenly felt that even if the gate opened, could those people really win against these murderous fools? Each one of them gave King Jinwu the feeling of killing intent. whether it was on Suyu's side or the human emperor's side, which of the masters of the law hadn't fought endlessly these past few years. There hadn't been a large-scale battle in the sect in tens of thousands of years. Suyu laughed, he casually waved his hand. Take him away and give him to Blue Sky to watch. Everyone looked at him strangely, but they didn't say anything. Gue didn't dare to resist, nor did he have the strength to. With some helplessness and pessimism, he suddenly said, Sovereign you. Sovereign you, my friends, what's the rush? Suyu smiled. You don't need to do anything. I'll pretend to be you and chat with them. Tell them to continue projecting their strength without worry. Sooner or later, my true body will descend. It's best if you call some friends over. I'll take care of them one by one. King Zhenwu despaired. Does this mean I have no chance at all? As for Suyu, he didn't pay him any more attention. He looked upstream again and said softly, if we wait here, will they continue to be attacked? The human emperor thought for a moment, then nodded. They will. The power upstream is getting stronger and stronger. It will attack them, but they'll forcibly resist it upstream. There's an advantage to delaying the opening of the 3 gates, until they're attacked, and we do the same. Only then will the 3 gates officially open. Suyu understood. He thought for a moment, then said, on Wan's side, there are still 4 first-class masters of the law. After this battle, more will advance. Some of those Empyreans and Heavenly Kings are still alive, so there should be around 50. This was a formidable force, the human emperor nodded. This was inevitable, he looked at his side and smiled. Our side will give birth to even more. Then he said, what are your thoughts right now? Should we continue chasing them, or should we just wait? After this battle ended, Wan would only stay upstream and wait for the 3 gates to open. He probably wouldn't come back, nor would he dare to. He would wait until Suyu and the others retreated. Only then would they retreat, allowing the 3 gates to reappear with them. Suyu thought for a moment, then said, Human Emperor, how great a price do you think we'll have to pay if we chase after them and kill them all? The human emperor thought for a moment. Right now, they have nowhere to retreat to. They're fighting with their backs against the wall. In fact, it might even be a battle of despair. If we throw caution to the wind, we'll definitely lose more than 10 masters of the law, or even more. This was the answer he came up with after considering how heaven-defying Suyu was. Otherwise, with over 50 powerhouses and 4 first-class masters, how could they possibly defeat the other side without losing 20 or 30? Suyu smiled. Then forget it. We won't chase after them for now. It's fine if we beat them until they're afraid because we'll improve faster than them. Time is on our side. How could Wan's side improve? Suyu and the human emperor, on the other hand, could rely on the world to improve themselves. As more and more people advanced, their strength would only grow stronger and stronger. Killing countless powerhouses in this battle wasn't without its benefits. There were even more first-class masters. Suyu looked at the human emperor and asked, how's the situation on your side? I'm not sure. Just as he finished speaking, the human emperor smiled. Someone's coming. Before long, a group of people appeared in the distance. They were all masters of the law, moreover, there were many of them, even more than before. Previously, the human emperor had taken away 27 powerhouses. Now, there were more than 30. This meant that quite a few people had advanced. Some of the ancient marquises under the human emperor's command were also sent over by Suyu. For example, Marquis Dingjun. To Suyu's surprise, he really saw Marquis Dingjun. This guy, after failing to break through several times, was actually lucky this time and broke through. The group of powerhouses quickly arrived. Soon, both sides met up. After asking about the situation, they were all wild with joy, a great victory. Everyone couldn't help but look at Suyu. This guy was too monstrous. Most importantly, what about Ming Wang and War Wang? It wasn't just them. Seeing Suyu chatting with the human emperor, the great light monarch couldn't help but say, that old ancestor, please give up your Tao. Ming Wang rolled his eyes and said angrily, I just continued my Tao, and my great Tao collapsed. A first-class great Tao forcefully continued my Tao, so I suffered the backlash. If I give up my Tao, I might die from the backlash. Do you think I'm a weakling like you? The kind that won't have too much of an effect if I casually cut off my Tao? Speechless, the great light monarch was stunned. Then, old ancestor, what do you know? Duke Ming said angrily, now that my path has been severed, without the suppression of my formation, the world around Emperor you might collapse. You are someone who cultivates in formations, after all. Can't you tell? Are you an idiot? The great light monarch could be considered a wily old fox. However, at this moment, he looked carefully and was slightly stunned. Suddenly, he said somewhat crazily, you did this on purpose, didn't you? He suddenly looked at Princess Ming and complained tearfully, Great-grandmother, he did it on purpose. He saw that His Majesty has a bright future, so he purposely severed his Tao and snatched my Tao. Great-grandmother, it's fine if the old ancestor doesn't help the Zhu clan's descendant, but he even snatched his descendant's Tao. The great light monarch became anxious. My Tao was snatched from my son. Now, he used the opportunity when His Majesty's world shook to snatch my Tao. Return it to me. Seeing this, the human emperor coughed softly and comforted, don't be sad. You can come to my world. My formation Tao, I won't. The great light monarch finally became anxious. No. I won't go. Even if I have to change my Tao in His Majesty's world, I won't go. It wasn't easy for me to become His Majesty's chief logistics officer. He almost said, it wasn't easy for me to get to the top. How can I go to your place to be a follower? Besides, you have His Majesty in your future. Ahem, it's hard to say, but I definitely won't go unless I have to. The corner of the human emperor's mouth twitched. Soon, he smiled and said softly, it's okay. It's okay. Although he said that, he sent a voice transmission to Suyu. Send this guy to me. I don't want others, but I want him. It's not suitable for King Ming and King of War to sever their Tao now. I don't want them anymore. Send this bastard to me immediately. My formation Tao will be him. Haha, you want to fight with me? You don't want to give me face? The human emperor smiled brightly, but he was cursing in his heart. Who are you talking to? The corner of Suyu's mouth curled up slightly. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. After a while, he said, we'll talk about it later. The great light monarch is the first expert to support me, even earlier than Xianxia. This was also the truth. When he left Dixia province, Zhu Tiandao was the first to accept him, and the great light monarch expressed his support. Otherwise, this kind of genius who fled from one mansion to another would be in trouble. Later, when he encountered a crisis in the ancient city, it was the great light monarch and Xia of Goguryeo who went to rescue him. So, if the great light monarch was not willing to support him, then he would wait and see. Suyu knew that the human emperor didn't have any evil intentions. However, the great light monarch's words were very pleasing to hear. Listen to him. Even if I change my Tao and it's not suitable for me, I won't take it. I just want to follow His Majesty. Emperor you, and not you, the human emperor. How pleasing, however, the great light monarch's position as the chief logistics manager. Who conferred this position? Suyu was confused. The Zhu clan and Xianxia all called themselves commanders and managers, but I didn't confer any title, did I? What a guy, you even call yourself the chief logistics manager. Did I mention this? I don't have any logistics work to do recently, right? He didn't say anything, but the great light monarch's face darkened. You make it sound like I care about this third-grade great Tao. I'm a top-notch expert, the kind that can kill you with one slap. If not for my helplessness, do you think I would sever my Tao? The great light monarch didn't want to speak. Suyu's world was indeed not stable. He still needed the power of the array formation, the third-grade array formation Tao, to maintain the previous stable array formation. Otherwise, once he severed his Tao, the array formation would shatter, and very soon, Suyu's world would collapse. This array formation wasn't simple. It burned a first-grade sea of will as its energy source. At this moment, the experts from both sides gathered, and the number of experts increased. Suyu looked at the human emperor and exhaled. You go back first. Your world is not stable, and you haven't stabilized it. Your great Tao isn't strong, and your human emperor great Tao doesn't seem to have absorbed it. At this moment, the great Zhou King said softly, Your Majesty and the human emperor, please go back. Me, Emperor Wu, King Yu, the Book Spirit, King Zhenwu, and Consort Ming. We will lead people to guard this place. The others can go back and rest. We are fine. Staying here was a very energy-consuming matter, and the time was too short. It wasn't as fast as the Infinite World's recovery. It was a waste of time here. Now, one definitely didn't dare to rashly return. Moreover, on his side, almost all of the first-grade experts were here. Suyu was half-crippled, the Great Light Monarch was crippled, and the Human Emperor was about the same. There was no point in staying here. Suyu thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. Then you guard here and cooperate with the others. Oh right, do you need me to reconnect your broken Great Tao? The Great Zhou King smiled. That's for the best. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll fall to second grade soon. But even if I reconnect them, I'll probably only be able to maintain second grade strength. I won't have the opportunity to enter first grade. The Great Zhou King really benefited this time. The Great Zhou King was actually a little nervous. At this moment, he coughed and said gloomily, that. Does the Celestial Emperor count as me killing him? Does it count? I've also contributed. Suyu looked at him and said calmly, if you say it counts, then so be it. If you say it counts, you can leave now. I won't keep you. The Great Zhou King snorted and didn't say anything else. He turned and left. Fine, then it doesn't count. Leave? I'm not leaving. F***ck. I've only been here for a few days and I've already entered first grade. You want me to leave? Am I really stupid? Haha. The Great Zhou King had thought it through. If I can't reach the point where I can fight Mount Tai, I definitely won't leave. It feels too good to improve here, although he was also at his limit now, and if Suyu didn't improve, he wouldn't have a chance. However, how fast did that bastard Suyu improve, although his injuries were not light this time, but so what, Suyu recovered quickly too. Others didn't know, but the Great Zhou King knew that Suyu must still have designs on the experts in the Gate of Heaven. Fishing them out, killing them, merging with heaven and earth, then the power of heaven and earth could quickly recover. Suyu couldn't be bothered with the Great Zhou King. He looked at the Human Emperor and smiled, how is it? I've accompanied your majesty and become the spirit of heaven and earth together. The Human Emperor raised his eyebrows slightly, your body can recover, right? Yes. Suyu nodded, the spirit of heaven and earth is actually no different from before. The only difference is. Your Majesty also knows that it's just that I've completely connected with heaven and earth. Unlike before, I could give up heaven and earth and run to the River of Time to connect with the great Tao of the River of Time. Now. There's no other way. Suyu shook his head. This was the difference. He was the same as the Human Emperor, but the Human Emperor couldn't do anything about it. Suyu actually didn't care. Things like physical bodies could still be recovered. Becoming a spirit was mainly because the Sea of Will was connected with heaven and earth. If he really gave up this identity, heaven and earth would definitely be destroyed. The Human Emperor looked at Suyu and suddenly sighed. Between the two of us, one calls himself the Human Emperor and the other Emperor Yu. Can the two of us still be considered humans? Not at all. After saying that, he couldn't help but smile. As for Suyu, he actually knew that the Human Emperor actually wanted to maintain his identity as a human. But at this moment, he had indeed become a spirit. It was the same for Suyu. Suyu also smiled. Around him, a group of people smiled as well, but all of them had complicated expressions. These two people, at this moment, spoke casually, but in reality, everyone felt a little helpless and uncomfortable. These two top experts of the human race were both leaders who fought for the human race, but for the sake of the human race, they had both lost their identity as humans. Existing in the form of a spirit, wasn't this sad? Suyu didn't care too much about this. He looked at the Great Zhou King and the others, then looked at the Human Emperor and smiled, let's go, then let's go back and recuperate. After this battle, you and I need to recover our strength. Next, there will be many tough battles. The 3 gates were the key. On one's side, it was fine as long as they were afraid. After this battle ended, no one dared to cause trouble anymore. The Human Emperor also nodded. I have to quickly recover my strength, otherwise, it will be too embarrassing. Outside the world, as a second-class expert, the Human Emperor almost felt ashamed to face others, at the very least, he had to leave the world and maintain his first-class combat strength. That would be barely enough. With that said, the two of them walked downstream together, and the injured experts followed one after another. Behind them, the great Zhou King and the others chose to stay and guard this place, not giving one a chance to return. Only when the two of them walked far away did the remaining experts breathe a sigh of relief. King Zhenwu, who was holding a machete, couldn't hold it in anymore and said, "Zhou Tian, this Su Yu." At the side, the martial emperor sneered. "Unruly." King Zhenwu's expression turned cold. "He's gone, why don't you try being arrogant again? I've entered the first class, why would I be afraid of you?" The martial emperor had a savage expression. "Why? Your man doesn't dare to return, so you want to fight me in his place? Little worm, don't think that you're a first-class expert. I'll still take care of you." King Zhenwu's face was filled with killing intent. He hated this guy. The martial emperor also had a disdainful expression. "I'm afraid of you, I'm a first-class expert, I'm not afraid of you at all." Seeing this, the great Zhou King felt somewhat helpless. He almost forgot that there was enmity between the two of them. Both of them were first-class experts, but the martial emperor didn't think that there was a group of sisters under King Zhenwu. "Were you sure you wanted to fight her?" He was thinking that the two of them better not cause any trouble for him. Suddenly, Su Yu's ethereal voice sounded. "I don't care how you fight. I don't care if you kill each other. However, the two of you, if you don't kill two enemy first-class experts first and send their corpses to me. If the two of you dare to exhaust each other's combat strength, I'll kill both of you." Humph. A cold snort shook heaven and earth. The martial emperor curled his lips and didn't say anything. King Zhenwu also muttered and didn't say anything. Forget it, he couldn't be bothered to talk to the martial emperor, who had lost to his husband. The martial emperor also found an excuse for himself. A good man didn't fight with a woman. Forget it, he just had to ignore her. When the great Zhou King saw the two first-class experts give up instantly, he was speechless. Su Yu was enough to intimidate the two of them. Putting aside the martial emperor, even someone like King Zhenwu was afraid of Su Yu. That feeling was completely different from her carefree attitude in front of the human emperor. At the side, Princess Ming smiled and appeared much more easygoing. Princess Ming was only fierce to King Zhenwu and was usually very gentle. At that moment, Princess Ming looked in the direction where Su Yu and the others left and fell into deep thought. My husband. Does he not want to leave Su Yu's world, or is he really unable to? Is he giving the human emperor a foothold, or does he have his own thoughts? After all, the speed at which Su Yu rose was too fast. Princess Ming knew that her husband was very shrewd. Perhaps he did it on purpose to snatch his grandson's Tao and not give it to him. At that thought, she could not help but want to laugh. The great Ming King's tearful appearance earlier left her speechless. I can't say anything about your ancestor snatching your Tao. At that thought, she looked at the great Zhou King and asked, Zhou Tian, what do you think of these two human emperors? After a moment of silence, the great Zhou King said, the human emperor is of the righteous Tao while Emperor Yu is of the demonic Tao. Everyone was stunned and speechless for a moment. Those words made sense. As for the king of the great Zhou, he thought about it and said, there are two sides. His Majesty, Emperor Yu, needs an existence like the human emperor, and His Majesty, the human emperor, also needs Emperor Yu. I think the human race will become stronger if they complement each other. At that point, he sighed, the demonic Tao was also created by me. With a self-mocking smile, he shook his head and sat cross-legged on the ground, not speaking anymore. Wasn't I the one who created this title demonic Tao? I was the one who forced them to become demons, the great Zhou King thought to himself. However, he did not regret it. If they did not become demons, perhaps the human race could not be saved. Right now, there was at least a chance, a very big chance. Although the three sects were strong, with all of them around, it was success. He looked into the distance silently and thought of many things, including the past. Su Yu and the human emperor walked side by side towards the Myriad worlds. Many experts followed behind them. Many people looked at them as if they were looking at King Wen and the human emperor. Now that King Wen had entered the heavenly gate and the human emperor had fought alone for many years, his old subordinates sighed. Perhaps the human emperor was extremely happy about Su Yu's arrival. What experts feared the most was loneliness, the loneliness of being the enemy of the entire world. At this moment, the human emperor smiled with his hands behind his back. As he walked, he asked, "Are you planning to use the heavenly gate to recover your heaven and earth power?" Then, he thought for a while and said, "It may not be a good thing to use the heavenly gate too much. The stronger the heavenly gate's projection, there may be top experts who will find trouble with you through the heavenly gate's projection." Suyu nodded. He smiled and said, "Let's wait and see." Then, Suyu said, "Your Majesty, if the three gates are opened, they should not be together. I have some understanding of the heavenly gate and the earthly gate." What did the human emperor say? Suyu only heard a little and did not hear the rest. The human emperor sighed softly. He said that the human sect is the most complicated and the most sinister. Actually, he doesn't know the strength of the human sect. However, he said that the human sect has probably already set up a trap to bewitch the hearts of the people and bewitch the 10,000 races. The human emperor pondered for a while and said, "Prison, Baijan, and even the human ancestor may have some connection with the human gate. And among the Wan, there are some experts who have some contact with the human gate." Suyu frowned slightly. He did not know much about the human gate. Now that he heard this, he frowned and said, "What kind of people are in the human gate?" The so-called human gate. Could it be the human race? The human emperor shook his head. Currently, we know very little about the human gate. We do not know their strength, realm, and number of people. Moreover, we cannot understand them because they are in the lower reaches of the river of time. Logically speaking, they are in the future. The human emperor smiled bitterly. In other words, if you want to find the human gate, by the time you see it, the world will have changed. Past, future, present. Suyu sank into deep thought. Among the three gates, the gate of heaven was upstream of the river of time. Was this the past? The human gate was in the lower reaches. Was this the future? As for the earth's gate? The earth's gate and the infinite realms were on a parallel plane. Was this where they were now? The past was unique, the present was unique, and the future was unpredictable. If that was the case, then the human gate was indeed unfathomable and mysterious. Although Baijan and the others had opened the human gate, Suyu knew nothing about the specifics. The human ancestor's side should be related to the human gate, including Zhou Ji. Suyu didn't think too much about it. There was too little information, and he couldn't think of anything. Ren Huang saw him shaking his head and smiled. "Don't worry too much. Actually, I never feared the three gates. If the experts of the three gates were really strong, they wouldn't have been sealed. Actually, I'm more worried about the master of the river of time. This person is truly mysterious, powerful, and unfathomable." Suyu frowned. "Does your Majesty know this person well?" "Nothing at all." Ren Huang smiled and said, "This kind of existence is terrifying. Everyone knows him and cultivates in his world, but they don't know anything about him. Whether he's a man or a woman, human or ghost, they don't know at all. But he's everywhere. Tell me, compared to him, what are the three gates?" Suyu nodded slightly, agreeing with Ren Huang's words. Ren Huang said again, "It probably won't be long before the three gates open. You also felt it just now. In fact, the river has started to surge. Based on this speed, in about 10 years, the three gates will completely open." 10 years. In fact, if Suyu didn't cause trouble and didn't take the initiative to open the upper world, 10 years would be the time when the upper world would open and the martial emperor and the others would break the seal. Everything would unfold in 10 years. At that time, the three gates would open, the upper world would open, the experts would break the seal, and the human emperor would return. Suyu thought about it and said, "Can there be 10 years? Now that many people have died in Wan, the experts have been reduced by half. On our side, if we leave, the pressure will actually be less than before. Before, the experts in the river of time were actually a kind of suppression, delaying the opening of the three gates. Now, although there were more experts in the human race, the number of people in Wan was much less. On the human race's side, when Suyu and the human emperor returned, would there be 10 years left?" Ren Huang calculated for a while and said, "That's still 5 or 6 years. This is at least, so we have at least 5 or 6 years to accumulate." Suyu thought about it and nodded, "At least 1 or 2 years to accumulate." Ren Huang wanted to say, "Are you hearing things?" I said 5 or 6 years. Suyu said again, "Maybe even less." Ren Huang was speechless. "Are you seriously injured in the war?" "Did water enter your head?" I said, "At least 5 or 6 years." Suyu continued, "It's not good to wait for the 3 gates to open. If we take the initiative to enter one gate and attack the other gate, our people will retreat, and the 3 gates will open soon. So, probably in 1 or 2 years. Ren Huang finally understood what he meant and instantly laughed. This kid was really ruthless. It was rare to see someone like Suyu who took the initiative to attack the 3 gates. When others heard about the past where countless experts gathered and the 3 gates were mentioned, they would be worried and afraid. This fellow, Suyu, did not seem to know what fear was. "Do you have any plans?" He looked at Suyu, and Suyu nodded. "Earth's Gate." Ren Huang raised his eyebrows slightly and thought for a while. Earth's Gate is indeed the weakest among the 3 gates, but there is one thing. We might not be the only ones who have infiltrated Earth's Gate. The situation in Earth's Gate is a bit complicated. The human emperor explained, because the Earth's Gate had been opened in the immemorial age and the ancient age. At that time, it was very chaotic. Therefore, there might even be some people from the Heaven's Gate and the Human's Gate who had snuck into the Earth's Gate. It might not be their real bodies, but their clones, or their henchmen. Among the 3 gates, Earth's Gate was the weakest, but it was also the most chaotic. Not to mention others, the Hell King's bloodline was doing very well there. Now that Suyu had expelled Tiangu, Zhouji, and the others, it might be even more chaotic inside. Chaos is good. Suyu laughed, but quickly said, "Earth's Gate. Is it good for us?" He really did not know. Suyu said, "It's similar to the Great Tao and Heaven's Gate, it can complement us. But as far as I know, most of the people in Earth's Gate are chaotic ancient clans. Their Great Tao power is not clear, they are all chaotic Great Tao. If that's the case, Earth's Gate won't be very beneficial to us, right? Moreover, if Earth's Gate comes out, it won't be very beneficial, right? If the people in Heaven's Gate wanted to come out, it would be very beneficial. But what about Earth's Gate? Previously, Suyu had also killed chaotic ancient clans in Earth's Gate. Other than merging with heaven and earth and strengthening the world, he did not feel any special benefits. There are benefits. Human Emperor laughed. "We have fought with Earth's Gate for many years and killed many chaotic ancient beasts, so we have some understanding of Earth's Gate. The benefits of Earth's Gate are not as direct as Heaven's Gate, but killing existences in Earth's Gate is actually a process of strengthening one's origin. I wonder if you have experienced this before." Human Emperor explained, "When we devour the past and future, we can either rely on a vessel or rely on ourselves to strengthen ourselves, merging with the past and future to strengthen ourselves. But it is difficult for the original self to take on 3 bodies. Even you and I can't take on much. And killing Earth's Gate powerhouses is actually a process of strengthening one's origin." Suyu understood. His eyes moved slightly. "You mean to say that if I kill too many existences in Earth's Gate, for example, I've merged with my past and future bodies once. When I kill more existences in Earth's Gate, I can continue to guide my past body to strengthen myself?" There was only one past, but there were many past at different points in time. It could be guided, however, Suyu's body was not strong enough, so he needed a vessel. But killing existences in Earth's Gate could actually strengthen one's origin. That was completely different. Human Emperor nodded, revealing a smile. At this moment, both of them laughed. Despite laughing, Human Emperor continued, "Earth's Gate may be the weakest of the 3, but it is not to be underestimated. In the past, during my era, when Earth's Gate was opened, second brother Wen and I were actually very curious about the 3 gates and wanted to explore them. I didn't enter, but second brother Wen wanted to enter Earth's Gate. In the end, not long after he entered, he was kicked out." Suyu was stunned. King Wen had been to Earth's Gate. That was quite bold. This person was really reckless, daring to enter Heaven's Gate and Earth's Gate. That time, the one who attacked him was a powerful existence in Earth's Gate, the Master of Chaos. Of course, no one knows if he is the Master of the Chaotic Era, but he was extremely strong. Second brother Wen didn't dare to recklessly fight him, so he chose to retreat. Human Emperor explained for a while, then finally said, "So, do you still have the same idea as before, to enter Earth's Gate in advance?" Suyu pondered for a while. It's hard to say now. I'm thinking, if I enter Earth's gate, will it cause the 3 gates to open in advance? Or should I do a small-scale exploration first? He then said, and I still have an extremely important matter to complete. What? Save her. Suyu said in a low voice, Time Master. This matter was very important. Human Emperor was stunned. He couldn't help but look at Suyu. Suyu exhaled, I have to save her. She's not in a good situation. Time Master is the main person who changed my life. Compared to King Wen, Time Master is my true inheritance. Suyu only came into contact with the way of writing. Time Master's Book of Time was the key to Suyu opening the sky. Suyu still remembered that Time Master vaguely sent him some information in her sleep. She was crying. She said King Wen was dying. Suyu was speechless. King Wen wasn't dead either. As expected, a woman's mouth was full of lies. There was also the matter of the Time Master's current situation. Suyu had also made some gains on his way back. Perhaps he had been captured by some supreme expert, but was not killed, or perhaps he could not be killed. This was actually the strange thing about Suyu. Since he knew King Wen and King Wu weren't weak, he should either release them or kill them directly. Don't give King Wen and the others any chance. Dilly-dallying. Until now, he still hadn't killed Time Master. What was he doing? Also, Time Master must have entered Heaven's Gate because she was schemed, or something attracted her. She knew it was dangerous, but she still went. Many thoughts appeared. Suyu said again, I might go to Heaven's Gate first. It might not be my main body, maybe a clone. Your Majesty, Human Emperor said that you once sent your projection in, but you were beaten out, is that right? Human Emperor nodded. I met a powerful character, and then in order not to expose the location of my Heaven's Gate, I didn't try again, mainly because my projection might be in that guy's territory, so I couldn't be bothered to fight him. I didn't have the energy to do so these years. He looked at Suyu and said softly, you want to save Wenyu. That girl. Back then, she liked to cause trouble. It would be good if you could save her, but if there's no other way, let second brother Wen handle it himself. Suyu's main body couldn't enter. It was easy to enter Heaven's Gate, but difficult to leave. It was easy to get into trouble. How useful can a clone of yours be if he goes in? However, if Suyu wanted to go, this human emperor couldn't stop him. Wenyu's Book of Time had a great influence on Suyu. The human emperor could actually see Wenyu's shadow in Suyu's world. And now that the Time Master was mentioned, Suyu also wanted to understand more. He asked, Your Majesty, do you know about the Time Master's situation? How is her strength? She didn't open the heaven and earth, but did she connect to the great Tao? Wenyu, speaking of this girl in his memory, human emperor smiled, a girl who can cause trouble. Back then, when second brother Wen and I fought, she and Xingyu accompanied her. She is younger than Xingyu, but she can cause more trouble than Xingyu. Xingyu has a gentle personality, she is different, she might cause trouble. Speaking of the Time Master, human emperor couldn't help but laugh. She has been restless since she was young. When second brother Wen and I went out to fight, we left her and Xingyu at second brother Wen's side. Xingyu can stay there, but she can't, she would often sneak out. Because we killed many ancient beasts in Earth's Gate, this girl ate a lot of them. She was a little greedy. She insisted on going out to collect the ingredients and cook her own meals. Suyu's mouth twitched. The origin of the recipe? Human Emperor smiled again. She is the same as second brother Wen, very talented. In the beginning, second brother Wen and I wanted to let her walk the orthodox path of cultivation. But later on, she actually created the so-called Book of Time, which is also a recipe. At that time, she actually found her own path. Human Emperor sighed. She is actually very talented, really, maybe because she followed us, she had more experience, she didn't want to follow the conventional path, she didn't want to walk the path of opening the path, fusing the path. She said that the myriad worlds covered by the river of time is a breeding ground, she can eat whatever she wants. So, she wanted to open her own breeding ground. Suyu's eyes flickered slightly. Human Emperor smiled, don't mind it, I know you will think of it, but a breeding ground is too much. You said your own world, do you think your world is a breeding ground? Suyu thought about it, he didn't say anything else. Human Emperor continued, later on, she started to perfect her recipe, she wanted to open another day, second brother Wen and I both supported her. At that time, second brother Wen and I also had the same idea, but we were different from Wenyu. We first opened the path, then opened the sky. When you didn't open the path, according to her idea, she would directly open the sky. Suyu thought about it, nodded. Time Master, very powerful, very decisive, directly opening the sky, forging the Book of Time, these are very powerful methods. Human Emperor also smiled, but she was too good at causing trouble, collecting corpses everywhere. Second brother Wen and I had no choice but to pretend we didn't know each other. At that time, the Myriad worlds had just calmed down. She went around collecting corpses, easily forcing Wan to rebel, so she didn't dare to reveal her identity. Later on, everyone called her Time Master, she tacitly agreed. She didn't open the sky, then how strong is she? Suyu asked. The Human Emperor thought for a moment and said, not weak. At her peak, using the Book of Time, I'm afraid she is close to first-class strength. Seeing Suyu looking at him, Human Emperor smiled, you think she is not strong? You should know, at that time, in the entire Myriad worlds, how many first class? Me, second brother Wen, and Martial King had just stepped into first class. King Ming was only at the peak of second class, her strength at that time could already be ranked in the top 10 of the Myriad worlds. Human Emperor sighed and continued, later on, her Book of Time gradually perfected, she also had the intention to open the sky, her ambition is not small, we actually already advised her to open the sky as soon as possible, but she refused, saying that the Myriad Daos are not complete, her comprehension is not deep enough, she wants to comprehend more, collect more Daos, wanting to open the sky in one go, surpassing second brother Wen and me. Suyu sucked in a breath, this ambition is really big. I have melted her Book of Time, but I also don't feel that she can reach a very strong level after opening the sky, but, if she opened the sky herself, opening a first class is not a problem. It is already very terrifying, but this is not enough to meet the requirements of Time Master. Human Emperor smiled, the Book of Time she gave out, you know it is her main body? Suyu was startled, what do you mean? Human Emperor smiled, when Yu's core strength is all in the Book of Time, if she really gave out the Book of Time, and it was destroyed by you, she would have fallen to the Sun-Moon tier, wouldn't she have died? She might have given out a rubbing or a copy of something. Suyu was startled. It can't be, right? Ren Huang explained, when Yu is an eccentric person. She is not the kind of child who only knows how to cry. She also knows how to save herself. Knowing that she is in danger, how could she hand over her greatest hope to someone else? So your Book of Time might be a copy. You say, Xing came out with the Book of Time, right? Suyu nodded. Human Emperor smiled, how can Xing come out with the Book of Time? If when you really used the Book of Time to break through the Heaven Gate, then she is fighting a strong enemy, where does Xing get the strength to come out? Suyu was startled again, on one hand, Human Emperor's words stunned him, on the other hand, Human Emperor was not polite enough to his old ancestor. Human Emperor didn't care about him, he continued, so, this last one you might have her own ideas. There is definitely danger, otherwise she wouldn't have taken out the Book of Time, but since second brother Wen is still alive, then when you wouldn't have fallen so quickly. Suyu raised his brows, Human Emperor means that Time Master also has her own arrangements? Definitely. Human Emperor looked at Suyu, he smiled, aren't you one? Me? Suyu had a pensive look, Human Emperor smiled, what's wrong? Aren't you her backup? Look, didn't you rise? Suyu smiled bitterly, that's true. But when I saw some of her imprints, she cried, Human Emperor was helpless, he sighed, how normal is that? A child that cries will have milk to eat, it's just to gain some sympathy. When you collects corpses, she would even cry for a while, pretending to cry and mourn. Didn't I see her eating some ancient beast paste? Suyu bare one's teeth, he was speechless for a long time. Damn, is that so? Pretending to cry, that shouldn't be the case, right? With regards to this younger sister of King Wen, Suyu was momentarily speechless. After a long time, he said, in that case, she wouldn't be living comfortably now, right? That shouldn't be the case. Human Emperor laughed, but she shouldn't be in such a miserable state. So, don't be misled by her. Suyu was helpless, in this day and age, one had to act pitiful. To think that he was still thinking that Time Master was about to die, crying miserably and that he had to go save her as soon as possible. Naturally, these are only my speculations. Maybe she really met with danger. The Human Emperor added in case Suyu made a wrong judgment if that was not the case. Suyu was speechless. Nonsense, I know you're just speculating. While they were talking, the group had already arrived at the infinite worlds. Tearing the void, Suyu and the group entered the upper worlds. At this moment, Suyu also saw human emperors heaven and earth. It was suffused with golden light. There were still some powerhouses guarding here. Yun Xiao and the others did not follow. At this moment, seeing Suyu and the others return, the few powerhouses who were on guard just now all heaved a sigh of relief. Yun Xiao hurriedly went forward and said, I was scared to death, Your Majesty. Your heaven and earth shook previously, even the heaven supervisor almost rolled his eyes and died. Are you all right now? I'm fine. Suyu smiled, looked at human emperor and said, then let's return to our respective homes. You stabilize your heaven and earth, I will stabilize my heaven and earth. Some heavenly kings, heavenly venerables, and so on, quickly integrate into your heaven and earth. As for my side, temporarily there is no need. Human emperor nodded, thought about it and said, all right, if you want to enter the heavenly gate, let me know in advance. Human emperor said in a deep voice, don't go in silently, it is easy for something to happen. I know. Suyu waved his hand and stepped into his heaven and earth. Behind him, a group of people was just about to step in when they heard Yun Xiao say in surprise, Ding Jun, what are you doing here? Your home is with His Majesty Human Emperor. Marquis Ding Jun wanted to vomit blood, but thinking about it carefully, damn, it was really true. He was continuing his Dao in Human Emperor Heaven, it was useless for him to go to Suyu's Heaven and Earth. For a moment, those who were merging in Human Emperor Heaven and Earth were helpless. As for Wisdom King and War King, they were also helpless. Two different heaven and earth, but now, it was a mess, no longer so clear. He and War King had even merged into Suyu's heaven and earth. But the key was that they were not too familiar with Suyu, they still had to go to Human Emperor Heaven and Earth to preside over some important matters. For a moment, no one knew where to go. As for Suyu, he did not care about these things. After this battle, he was seriously injured, he had to heal and stabilize his heaven and earth, lest it really collapse. Since it did not collapse, Suyu would not let his heaven and earth collapse. Previously, he had no choice, so he thought that at most, he would send them to Human Emperor. This time, he killed many people, but the harvest was not as big as expected. But there were some benefits, such as Martial Emperor entering the first class, Great Zhou King entering the first class, Wisdom King entering the first class, Wisdom King merging with the Dao, War King merging with the Dao. Many first-class cultivators were born one after another, and their comprehension of the first-class Great Dao merged with heaven and earth. Now, Suyu's heaven and earth were broken, otherwise, he would definitely improve. He did not dare to say too many, but with a few more first-class cultivators, he could still increase a few Daos in heaven and earth. Suyu entered the Human Emperor seal and began to recuperate. This time, he would need to spend at least a period of time to recover, maybe even a month. A day had passed in the upper reaches, and the agreement to deal with the Myriad races in 3 months was just nice, it was almost 3 months in the Myriad worlds. At this moment, Suyu and Human Emperor were both recuperating and recovering. At the same time. In other places, people were also preparing for the opening of the next 3 gates. In Earth's gate. In the depths of chaos. The power of Human Emperor's previous punch shocked everyone, causing Earth's gate's morale to drop. Previously, they were determined to fight their way out, but now, their morale had dropped. At this moment, a laugh came from the depths. Human Gate Emissary requests an audience with the Master of Chaos. As soon as the voice was heard, an illusory figure appeared. The illusory figure looked outside, at the figure in the distance, and said with an ancient and indifferent voice, "Can you represent the gate?" "Maybe." The illusory figure, who was the Master of Chaos, said indifferently, "What is it?" "Speak." "The 3 gates are about to open, and the myriad worlds will reappear. The Divine Gate and Human Gate are temporarily inaccessible, but there are cracks in Earth's gate. In the myriad worlds, Human Emperor, King Wen, and Suyu are all monsters. If we don't get rid of these people, the myriad worlds will not be at peace." The Master of Chaos was still indifferent. After waiting for the other party to speak, he said calmly, "In all these years, you are not the first Human Gate emissary, and I believe you will not be the last. However, it is the same excuse every time. Change it up." What are the benefits? What are the benefits? To me, what can you give me? From afar, the figure laughed. Of course there are benefits. As long as the Master of Chaos is willing to forcefully open the Earth's gate and attack the myriad worlds first, after the human gate is opened, we can help the Master of Chaos defend against the Divine Gate. There are many powerful figures in the Divine Gate, and many Masters of the Forbidden Grounds. The Master of Chaos may be strong, but in the Divine Gate, he is only a Master of a Forbidden Ground. The Master of Chaos was calm. So, the Earth's gate will be the vanguard, and the human's gate will hide behind and harvest? Wishful thinking. There are many powerful figures in the Divine Gate, but so what? The Earth's gate is the weakest, and the human's gate is the most mysterious. If they want to deal with them, the Divine Gate will deal with the human's gate first. Or will they deal with the Earth's gate? As he spoke, the Master of Chaos said with a weary voice, "Stop making empty promises. They are meaningless." Then, what does the Master of Chaos want? The figure laughed. We can state our conditions. We are not asking for much. Opening the Earth's gate first will save time for Human Emperor, Suyu, and the others. They are buying time, and the longer they delay, the better it is for them. If the Master of Chaos knows anything about them, you should know that I am not lying. Maybe in 3 years, maybe in 5 years, they will improve by a lot. The Master of Chaos was silent for a while, and suddenly said, "I want the Myriad Tao Stone." The figure was stunned, and said, "Master of Chaos. You must be joking. Besides, you are not walking the Myriad Tao, why do you need the Myriad Tao Stone?" The Master of Chaos said calmly, "Can't I? Years ago, that person opened the river of time, opened up the myriad worlds, and used the human's gate as the foundation. That day, I saw the origin of the Myriad Tao, the place where the foundation was laid, and some Myriad Tao stones appeared. They should have fallen into the human's gate. Since you want to cooperate, use this to exchange." The figure smiled bitterly. This? Even if there is, it would have been used up a long time ago. That is a treasure, who would not use it after getting it? The Master of Chaos said calmly, "I don't care. If you want the Earth's gate to be your pathfinder, use this to exchange. All these years, whether it is you, the Divine Gate, or the myriad worlds, people have entered the Earth's gate. That crack, wasn't it your own initiative to create it? I can't be bothered. Do as you wish. If you want me to help you, at least 3 myriad Tao stones." The figure was almost suffocating, and after a while, he said, "That person who opened up the sky, opened up the myriad worlds, did indeed originate from the humans' gate, but back then, there were not many myriad Tao stones, there were none back then." The Master of Chaos said solemnly, "The myriad Tao stone back then, that was the stone of origin. But all these years, the river of time flowed from upstream to downstream, and the power of the myriad Taos gathered. There should be quite a lot of the power of the myriad Taos gathered to form the myriad Tao stone, which can be considered the stone of the myriad Taos. I want one stone of origin to understand that person's great Tao rules, and the other 2 can give me the stone of the myriad Taos. This? I can't decide." Then scram. The Master of Chaos was indifferent. "If you can't decide, what are you doing here? Let those who are qualified come find me, and if they are not, come and harass me again." Boom, with a swipe of his claw, the figure in the distance was shattered. On top of that, a surge of chaotic energy spread out to some unknown place. All of a sudden, a groan could be heard. The voice of the Master of Chaos was still as calm as before, and it followed the surge of chaotic energy. "You heard it too. This is just a small punishment. Give me what I want, and I will consider it. Otherwise, there's no need for this discussion." With that, the figure of the Master of Chaos disappeared. The entire gate of hell fell silent once more. At the same time, inside the gate of heaven, a huge mountain stood between the heavens and the earth, spanning across the void, radiating for millions of li. The mountain was like a world of its own. Every living being lived in this mountain, in this forbidden ground. The mountain was like a star, emitting a faint glow. Eternal Life Mountain, it had been strong for countless years, immortal, and untouchable. But today, a white figure appeared between the heavens and the earth, standing at the peak of the mountain. His voice was filled with laughter, and it echoed across the entire Eternal Life Mountain. Fa. Hand over my sister, or I will raise the eternal life mountain to the ground. You can't kill me after all these years, so I'll kill you sooner or later. Don't be ungrateful. How dare you? You have a death wish. Die. One powerful figure after another appeared in Eternal Life Mountain, and they charged toward King Wen. They had been fighting these two for many years, and they were familiar with them. Now that he was here again, Eternal Life Mountain did not panic, only anger. This guy was too bold, he actually dared to approach the forbidden ground. King Wen was strong, but this was Eternal Life Mountain. In the air, King Wen looked at them and laughed. In the past, I was worried that I would disturb the heavens and earth, so I didn't bother with you when the gate of heaven opened. Do you really think you're someone important? With that, a pair of white shoes appeared between the heavens and the earth. With a kick, the shoes appeared in front of one of the experts, and in the blink of an eye, the man's head exploded with a bang. The experts who had come out in pursuit were all stunned, and then shocked. How was this possible? At that moment, an aura rose up from Eternal Life Mountain. King Wen's eyes flickered, and he laughed. Fa, come out. I'll play with you. In an instant, a figure appeared in the air. He looked at King Wen and said indifferently, "You've become bold." His tone was calm as he walked toward King Wen. Do you want to die? King Wen smiled brightly. A little. As soon as he finished speaking, King Wen disappeared on the spot. The figure watched him leave, and his eyebrows rose slightly. His eyes were as bright as the sun and moon as he watched him leave. He said softly, "Are you trying to lure me away? Then I'll walk with you." He took a step forward, and a golden lotus appeared under his feet. He crossed the void in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, King Wen appeared in front of him again. In front of him, King Wen smiled and looked back at him. Fa, tell me, who told you to trap my sister? I can let you die in peace. The Lord of Eternal Life Mountain, who was called Fa, said softly, "Kill me first." A lotus appeared under his feet, and Fa took a step forward, closing in on King Wen again. However, King Wen didn't stop. He quickly fled in the void. Fa chased for a while, then suddenly stopped. At the same time, a pitch-black abyss-like world appeared in the distance. At that moment, a loud voice echoed, "You too, do you want to die? I didn't come looking for you, but you dare to come to my territory? Do you want to die?" An incomparably powerful figure with a surging death aura appeared, Lord of the Dead Spirits. In the back, Fa frowned slightly. What was King Wen trying to do? This guy was not to be trifled with. Coming to his territory would only make the situation more chaotic. However, King Wen laughed and said, "Lord of the Dead Spirits, help me kill him." In the distance, the Lord of the Dead Spirits felt that he had gone crazy. Who do you think you are? Do I need to listen to you? Even in the Elysium, he was a top overlord. Not to mention King Wen, even Fa had no right to be arrogant in front of him. King Wen smiled. What are you looking at? I've already contacted the outside world. Suyu's strength is increasing by the day, and I'm asking him to break your great Tao of necromancy. Do you still want to return and continue to control the great Tao of necromancy? If you're not afraid of it breaking, you won't help me. The Lord of the Undead was so angry that he laughed. You mean that bastard? Did he have the ability to do so? Even if you manage to get out, what can you do? King Wen laughed again. He mastered the Tao of life and death, and created heaven and earth. Did you know that? The Lord of Undead Spirits fell silent. I haven't opened life and death, so of course I can't do anything to you, said King Wen softly. However, if I did open life and death, it's not like your Tao is unbreakable. Why act like you're invincible? If you were in the outside world, he wouldn't be able to defeat you. But you're not here, are you? Think about it. After you kill him, we can have a good discussion. The Lord of the Undead Spirits sneered. Threatening me? Then let's let that guy try. So what if he had opened the path of necromancy? I've opened the Tao for countless years. How can he influence me? You're so boring. King Wen laughed and quickly disappeared. Forget it. Do whatever you want. Fa, keep chasing me. Fa raised his eyebrows slightly. What was King Wen trying to do? It was not easy to chase after him. Although this guy was weaker than him, he had many tricks up his sleeves and could run very fast. He had thought that he was counting on the Lord of the Undead Spirits, but it turned out that he was just here to take a stroll. For a moment, Fa hesitated. After thinking about it, Fa quickly disappeared and returned to the Immortal Mountain. As for Kingwen, he could run on his own. There was no need to chase after him. He would come back sooner or later. Not far away, the Lord of the Undead Spirits also glanced at the two of them. After a while, he disappeared. At the same time, Kingwen also stopped. With a smile, he quickly turned back and flew toward the Immortal Mountain. Fa, I'll play with you. All these years, you've caused me a lot of trouble. Before the gate of heaven opened, I have to get rid of this trouble as soon as possible. Outside the three gates. The upper realms. Suyu was repairing the world, reconnecting the broken Great Daos. So many experts had self-detonated. Although the Divine Emperor and Suyu had blocked them and Wisdom Monarch had stabilized the world, over 100 of the thousands of Great Daos had been destroyed. Many of the Great Daos in Suyu's world were very weak. If they were attacked for a while, they would break. This was why he was inferior to the human emperor. In Suyu's world, the powerful Great Daos were first-class Great Daos. The weaker ones were only at the Dao integration level, and there were even a few eternal Great Daos. The human emperor's Great Daos were relatively uniform. Although there weren't many of them, in the void. Suyu sat cross-legged. Great Daos appeared one after another, connecting the broken Great Daos. Blue Sky sat to the side, silently observing. Sometimes he would help Suyu connect some Great Daos. Blue Sky had many clones and comprehended many Great Daos. However, he could be considered a weaker version of Suyu. For better or worse, Suyu still had a powerful Great Dao, while Lan Tian didn't even have a slightly stronger Great Dao. His strongest Great Dao hadn't even reached the level of the Master of the Laws. Thus, Blue Sky could rival some weaker Masters of the Laws, but he couldn't rival second or third tier Masters of the Laws. Blue Sky watched silently as Suyu repaired the Great Dao. As for Suyu, he repaired it one by one. After a while, Suyu suddenly said, "What do you think?" Blue Sky looked at Suyu and smiled. "Your Majesty, you can be a weaver in the future. You're quite good at weaving. You're very skilled." Suyu couldn't help but laugh. He continued to repair the Great Dao, not looking at Blue Sky. As he did so, he said, "Crazy Blue Sky, I'm not crazy anymore." Blue Sky fell silent. Suyu calmly said, "After merging with my world, it actually restricted you." Blue Sky chuckled. "Your Majesty, you're exaggerating." "No." Suyu laughed. "My world isn't perfect. It's far inferior to the River of Time. There are also very few Great Dao laws and they are inferior to the River of Time. Some Great Daos are weak and inferior to the River of Time. When you opened the path that day, you caused a huge commotion, and the difficulty of opening the path, I believe that apart from the person who opened the heavens, no one could surpass you. Now, the others have all stepped into the second and third class. But you can barely match a fourth class. Among the fourth class, you are one of the weaker ones." Lan Tian smiled and said, "I don't rely on my battle prowess to dominate. In this day and age, who doesn't have battle prowess?" Suyu looked at him and was silent for a moment before saying, "It's best if you have two choices. First, think of a way to continue merging with the River of Time. It will provide you with even more heaven and earth energy and nomological force. The second, is to split open the heavens." Blue Sky's heart trembled. Suyu looked at him, "You can follow some of my paths when you split open the skies. Others can't split open the skies, and I don't recommend doing so either. Splitting open the skies might not be a good thing, but for you, there is hope." Blue Sky fell into deep thought. Suyu continued, "I suggest that you split open the skies. I can give you some support, consider it a division of the family, and give you some belongings." Suyu smiled brightly, "If you merge with my heaven and earth Dao, you can take away half of the Great Dao power that you have merged with. In this way, you will have a foundation. As for the foundation, the heaven hunting list is actually not bad, and its level is not low." Suyu continued, "As for the other Great Daos that are weaker, I can ask the human sovereign to support them. think of a way to extract some from the river of time. Suyu thought for a moment and said, what I know, you know almost everything. Maintaining the balance of heaven and earth, weaving the great Tao, forming a closed loop. That day, you were my test subject, so I could succeed, so you know better than me how to form a closed loop. Blue Sky was silent. Suyu glanced at him, then continued, in truth, I hope that everyone can find their own Tao, and not blindly merge with me. Although my heaven and earth might weaken a bit after you leave, it won't be by much. Suyu sighed, whether it's you or Wanfu Prefect, after you merge with my heaven and earth isn't perfect. It's far inferior to the river of time. In truth, it's a waste of your talent, and a waste of your destiny. Back when Blue Sky opened the path, the commotion was so great that the myriad worlds felt it, and the human sovereigns in the upper reaches of the river of time also felt it. Now, the others were focused on their Tao and Suyu's heaven and earth, constantly improving. But Blue Sky's destiny was slim. With the help of Suyu's heaven and earth, the others all had third-rate battle strength. They weren't weak among masters of the laws, but Blue Sky didn't have a single master of the laws. This was because he had too many great Taoists, and they were extremely similar to Suyu. Blue Sky and Suyu might be able to complement each other, but there wasn't enough time. The two of them could only help one person. Suyu couldn't possibly transfer all of the great Taoists to Blue Sky. Because of this, the best method was to let Blue Sky open the heaven and earth on his own. Suyu sighed, unfortunately, I lack the pure power of the Taoists. Otherwise, I could rapidly strengthen and stabilize my heaven and earth. Now, whether it was the power of primal chaos or the power of the river of time, they both needed to be extracted and separated bit by bit. If he relied on nature to strengthen his heaven and earth, that would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. There was nothing Suyu could do about this. Therefore, the best method was to directly kill someone, seize their Tao, and merge with their heaven and earth. Of course, this was only a temporary measure. Suyu looked at the silent Blue Sky again and said softly, my idea is that fellow Taoist Lan, open the heaven and earth in private. Don't make too much noise, and I'll cover it up. In addition, I'll think of a way to transfer the dark tribe to your heaven and earth. That way, I'll have another trump card and trump card. Suyu continued, take advantage of the fact that my heaven and earth hasn't been completely repaired. If you leave now, no one will know. Otherwise, when my heaven and earth are stable, everyone will feel a huge fluctuation if you withdraw your power. This was the reason why Suyu mentioned it now. Anyway, the heaven and earth were unstable, and the power was chaotic. No one would notice if he walked to Blue Sky. Of course, as the heaven supervisor, as the spirit of providence, he should be able to feel something, but it didn't matter. At this moment, Blue Sky spoke with some resentment, Your Majesty is going to abandon me? Suyu was speechless. He looked up at Blue Sky for a while and said with a smile, do you want to try being enveloped by my heaven and earth and communicate with your own great Tao? Blue Sky said faintly, I don't care, as long as your Majesty likes it. Suyu couldn't be bothered to talk to him about this. This guy was a lunatic, abnormal, and there was no way to threaten him. Suyu said with a smile, cut the crap, do you have such thoughts? As one of the most talented people in our era, why don't you give it a try? Splitting open the sky, Blue Sky said faintly, Your Majesty wants to send the dark tribe over. What if they are like me? Suyu said with a smile, as long as you don't purposely cause trouble. As for Blue Sky, he thought for a while and said, if I really want to split open the sky, I don't want to do it alone. I want to attach to the river of time and open thousands of mouths on the river, using the lives of the people as the foundation, absorbing the power of the river one mouthful at a time to rapidly strengthen my great Tao. After saying that, Blue Sky said again, then I will have to trouble your Majesty to open the path for me, open my mouth, and weave thousands of Taoists. Saying that, Blue Sky became a little crazy and said softly, Your Majesty, I want to open my heaven and earth in the myriad worlds. Suyu looked at him. Since you are attached to the river, you are already in the myriad worlds, why do you need to say more? Blue Sky became even crazier and laughed strangely, Your Majesty, it is to open in the myriad worlds. That is, in the myriad worlds, opening in each world, I want to have thousands of clones, opening a path in each world, and merging them into one to become the heaven. Suyu was confused at first, then his expression changed slightly. Blue Sky laughed crazily. Your Majesty, what do you think? The creation of the myriad worlds was created by some top experts. Although they are not the ones who created the heaven and earth, they all relied on a Tao to open a world. As for me, I want to open a hole in their great Tao. Blue Sky said with a smile, Your Majesty, now in the myriad worlds, each world has a foundation Tao. Even Your Majesty can't extract their power and destroy their great Tao, is that right? Suyu thought for a while and said, I can destroy a part of it, but there are some that I can't destroy. In fact, some are just projections of great Tao, such as the immortal, demon, and deity realms. The demon ancestors and god ancestors who opened the realms should have left. In the gate of heaven, their great Tao also moved along with them. Blue Sky smiled, that might not be the case. Your Majesty, since they have entered the gate of heaven, then do you think that there are still remnants of them outside? Waiting for them to return and swiftly merge. Yin and Yang merging. As a world opener, who doesn't have a trump card? Since they want to return, then why not leave something behind? Suyu looked at him and Blue Sky said, So, I think that there are still some things in the foundations of the worlds. We haven't dug out the opportunities of the 10,000 worlds, the secrets of the 10,000 worlds. Blue Sky laughed, So, I want to open the true common people heaven. Suyu, millions of clones, one Tao in each world, one connected to the other, and finally the 10,000 Taos will merge together. Under the merger, it will be your heaven? Right. Blue Sky smiled brightly, It is okay if Your Majesty didn't mention it, but since Your Majesty mentioned it, this project is too huge and I can't complete it alone. I will have to trouble Your Majesty to help me. Suyu kept silent. You really dared to say that, you actually wanted me to go to the 10,000 worlds and open up more than one for you. Blue Sky wanted Suyu to open up many openings for him to connect to many Taos. One Blue Sky would be in charge of one opening, and under the merger of the clones, it would be Common People Heaven, the so-called Common People Heaven. Damn, it was in the river of time, in the 10,000 worlds, forming a second layer of heaven and earth. This thought, Suyu sucked in a deep breath. He looked at Blue Sky and bare one's teeth, I was just joking. Blue Sky, you can continue to stay in my heaven and earth. Blue Sky smiled and nodded, okay. Suyu heaved a sigh and felt a little helpless. I did mention it, but I didn't expect you to climb along with me, and even climb so high, he fell into deep thought. Blue Sky, this madman, his thoughts were even crazier than his own. The key was that Suyu suddenly felt that if this continued, Blue Sky wouldn't surpass him in the end, right? Suyu touched his chin, opening up a path is extremely difficult. Opening up the sky is also different from others. Why do I feel that you are the main character of the 10,000 worlds? That was indeed the case, this fellow, opening up a path was difficult, but opening up the sky was even more difficult. Suyu suddenly felt that it was much more difficult than him. Relying on Blue Sky himself, he wouldn't be able to complete it. Blue Sky smiled and said, When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs rise to the heavens. Since Your Majesty has such strength, experience, and ability, then shouldn't we, the latecomers, benefit a little? You are just taking a little, you are taking a lot, Suyu thought about it, it is very difficult, but it might not be impossible. I might not have so much energy and time alone, but don't forget, in this era, here, I am not the only one who opened up the sky. Since that person opened up the sky long ago, he should know a lot about this. Suyu smiled, let him work. Find a worker, ordinary people couldn't do it, but if he found a worker, or a particularly powerful one, two people who opened up the sky for one person, the hope would be much greater. Blue Sky smiled, Does Your Majesty think it is possible? Of course. Suyu smiled, this is his responsibility, isn't it? He is a nanny, who asked him to choose this path. For a moment, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. That made sense, if he could find a skilled worker, his chances would be greater. Human Emperor's world. His world was being constantly compressed by him. Xianxia didn't allow him to expand. Human Emperor didn't care, compression was the essence, understand, at this moment, he was digesting what he had obtained. Suddenly, he felt a great sense of danger. Human Emperor was shocked, after hesitating for a moment, he suddenly turned his head and looked at another world. This grandson, plotting against me, what is going on, did I provoke you again? I don't even F asterisk king expand my world. Aren't you healing? Why did you suddenly think of me when you were in the process of healing? Human Emperor was speechless. Don't tell me you are healing and thinking about me at the same time, that makes me really afraid. Just as he was thinking about it, suddenly, Suyu's voice could be heard with a hint of flirting. Human Emperor, come on, let's chat. Come on. Human Emperor closed his eyes and continued to cultivate, he couldn't be bothered with him. Come on. Suyu's voice continued to ring out. Human Emperor opened his eyes and was a little speechless. He sent a voice transmission, I want to move. This world couldn't be left here. Suyu's world wrapped around him, causing him to be surrounded by Suyu's world. How was this a heaven creator? This was opening a small world in Suyu's world, annoying. Come on, let's chat. Human Emperor had a headache. Suyu, this lunatic, usually didn't go crazy. Why did he go crazy when there was no one around, calling me over? Don't tell me he has any bad intentions towards me. Although he was helpless, he still instantly disappeared from the spot. A moment later, he appeared near Suyu. Suyu had a bright smile on his face. Beside him, there was blue sky. Suyu smiled, blue sky, entertain his majesty. Blue sky instantly turned into an enchanting beauty. With a wave of her hand, a tea table appeared. Following that, she reached into the air and a little girl appeared. Blue sky plucked a few strands of her hair. Tea tree looked at blue sky with a confused expression. Blue sky smiled charmingly, sister is entertaining a guest. Oh. Tea tree nodded and disappeared from the spot. Her hair turned into tea leaves. Very quickly, blue sky brewed tea for Human Emperor. Human Emperor was expressionless and calm as he sat down. Blue sky started to brew tea. After that, she started to massage Human Emperor's back. Human Emperor didn't stop her. He just felt a little helpless. He picked up the teacup and drank a mouthful. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Speak, why are you looking for me? What's with this? I, Xingyu, have roamed the world for countless years. Such a small scene is nothing. Suyu smiled, I have an idea. Human Emperor sighed, are you going to fight 3 gates now? So crazy, both of us haven't recovered to our peak. No. Suyu smiled, it's just a small matter. Fighting 3 gates is too difficult. I am looking for your majesty for a small matter. It has something to do with blue sky. Oh, that was indeed a small matter. Suyu smiled, your majesty, have you seen blue skies? Situation? Human Emperor looked at blue sky and nodded, I have. Do you want me to help him fuse 10,000 bodies into one? Human Emperor frowned, it's very difficult. This isn't something I can control. He can only try to destroy the different wills and fuse them into one. Blue sky was schizophrenic and had multiple personalities. Human Emperor actually felt that this wasn't appropriate. If he could save him, he was willing to. The key was that there was no cure. Suyu smiled, no, he doesn't need to destroy those wills. He is normal, just that he has a lot of thoughts. What's wrong with that? Human Emperor was speechless and sighed. In the eyes of a lunatic was normal. At this moment, Human Emperor felt that he really needed to save them in the future. Your Majesty, let's not talk about this. I am looking for your Majesty to help blue sky successfully split open the sky. Eh? Human Emperor was startled. Then, he raised his eyebrows, that's true. You don't say, he is quite suitable for splitting open the sky. With 10,000 bodies, the success rate of splitting open the sky is very high. But, can he stabilize the heaven and earth? Yes. Suyu nodded, my heaven and earth stabilized. Actually, blue sky gave me a sample after he fused himself. That's why I can stabilize the heaven and earth. It's even easier for him. He just needs to make some adjustments. Human Emperor smiled, then of course I won't shirk from this matter. Just tell me what you need, simple. Suyu smiled, blue sky doesn't want to split open the sky normally. It's too normal. He wants to give the river of time and the myriad worlds a sun. F***CKU, Human Emperor wanted to vomit blood. What are you talking about? Suyu smiled again, just like now, your Majesty's heaven and earth is wrapped in my heaven and earth. Just like King Wen's heaven and earth is wrapped in myriad worlds. As for Blue Sky, his idea is a little more unique. Suyu smiled, he wants to split open the sky. One sky, one Tao, one world. Myriad worlds and Taos will fuse together to protect the common people and open the heaven for them. Human Emperor thought for a while. Then, his expression changed as he looked at Blue Sky. At this moment, Blue Sky was smiling. Brother Human Emperor, Ren Huang shuddered. Don't try this again. His eyes flickered and he said in a low voice, what you mean is that you want to create a world within a world within a world within a world, and finally, the world domains will be connected and another world will be created under the world? He couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was really going to become the second king of time. No, he was going to become the son of time. Blue Sky smiled brightly. I have an idea, but I will need Brother Human Emperor's help. Human Emperor was speechless. He looked at Suyu and then at the tea in his hand. He suddenly felt that it wasn't fragrant anymore. He knew what Suyu meant and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you have to make such a difficult problem for me to drink just a cup of tea? Suyu smiled. Isn't your Majesty's Tao the Tao of responsibility? Responsibility, enlightenment, protection, Blue Sky, isn't he also your Majesty's subject? Human Emperor smiled bitterly. He looked at Blue Sky and then at Suyu, sighing, unparalleled courage. He didn't know if he was talking about Suyu or Blue Sky. At Suyu's level, Blue Sky was in his heaven and earth, but he wanted Blue Sky to be independent and split open the myriad worlds. He didn't even hesitate to call Human Emperor and two heaven openers to help a madman. Such courage was unparalleled. Human Emperor couldn't help but say, actually, you can try to let him connect the Taos of the myriad worlds and use him to expand your own heaven and earth. He was just saying that. However, by doing so, Suyu himself might be able to obtain great benefits. As for Suyu, he grinned and said, too boring. Cultivating, not even having a Tao friend, it's too lonely. Now, everyone has merged into my heaven and earth. Actually, there are good and bad things. Friends have become subordinates, teachers have become subordinates, everything is me. Not good. Suyu smiled, when I split open the heaven and earth, everyone will merge into it. But this heaven is still my heaven. It's a good thing and a bad thing. For those who don't have enough talent and opportunities, it's a good thing. They can become stronger. For those geniuses and monsters, it's not a good thing. Cultivating, Tao friend, Human Emperor muttered to himself for a while and nodded, you've seen through it. That's true, cultivating for a lifetime is very lonely. There are no close friends, no one to discuss Tao with, it's indeed lonely. He smiled and looked at Blue Sky, your luck isn't good, but it's also good. Whether it was good or bad, Human Emperor couldn't tell. This was a genius who had been stifled by the era, but because he was crazy, he had the chance to open his own heaven and earth Tao. And coincidentally, another madman was willing to help him. Not only was he willing, but he also called himself. Human Emperor thought for a while and said, I can give it a try, it just so happens that I can also familiarize myself with it. Now that I have become the spirit of heaven and earth, I also want to perfect the heaven and earth Tao. I can take this opportunity to review the old and learn the new. As he spoke, the Human Emperor continued, the realms of the myriad realms. Perhaps most of the world pioneers of the myriad realms are in the gate of heaven. Perhaps they are still alive. Perhaps they have left something in this world, including their Tao. The Tao outside the gate of heaven might still exist. Otherwise, the suppression of the myriad realms would have disappeared. He looked at Suyu and explained, these strong cultivators in the gate of heaven, when they were sealed back then, they might have left behind some of the power of the great Tao, waiting for the day when yin and yang fuse. When they come out, they can become stronger. Now that fellow Lan wants to split open the heaven, maybe it's also an opportunity. Just now, Lan Tian also mentioned this matter. Suyu smiled, I understand, Your Majesty, then we should not delay, should we start working? He was speechless, so urgent. Human Emperor thought for a while and said, do you have any specific arrangements? At this moment, Lan Tian opened his mouth and said with an enchanting smile, yes, open 10,000 mouths, connect 10,000 Taos, and in the end, draw all the power of the great Tao to the heaven hunting list, which is the 10,000 art illustration. With the 10,000 art illustration as the core, build the sky within the sky. Human Emperor thought quickly and said, second brother Wen's 10,000 art illustration is actually not weak. But, it might not be able to hold on, because the 10,000 art illustration is fixed, it is very difficult to improve. He was different from Suyu, one was the human emperor seal, the other was the human master seal, both were incomparably powerful, the kind that could continuously improve. Human emperor thought for a while and said, the 10,000 art illustration is not bad, but the potential is not great. It doesn't matter to you now, even if you reach the first grade, it doesn't matter. Second brother Wen is still very powerful, but once you want to surpass the first grade, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. So you revealed a strange look, Your Majesty, do you have any other good treasures? I knew it, you would have designs on me. But, I don't have any. Human Emperor thought for a while and said, forget it, I will use it for now, once the 3 gates are opened, there will definitely be good things. Not to mention, the 3 gates themselves are top-notch treasures, if it really doesn't work, I can destroy one of the gates and use it as the foundation, it will be the same, the potential is unlimited. Good fellow, Human Emperor's tone surprised even Suyu. Amazing, you are thinking of destroying 3 gates, as for Lan Tian, he also climbed up the pole, and said with a smile, thank you, big brother Human Emperor, for giving me the 3 gates. Did I say it? Human Emperor was also speechless, and after a while, he said, let's not talk about this, then let's start, are you going to open the 10,000 world gate? Luckily, the Time King disappeared, otherwise, he would have beaten us to death. Too ruthless, Suyu laughed, what's the big deal? Then let's go. The 3 of them instantly disappeared. 10,000 world. The current 10,000 world was extremely desolate, a large number of experts were killed, a large number of experts fled, and many worlds were destroyed. On the battlefield of heavens, there were a few more people, all coming to pick up leftovers. However, there were not many opportunities to pick up leftovers. Now, some people dared to enter some of the migrated realms, including the human race, scattered everywhere, even immortal realms and fiend celestial realms were now filled with the human race. Suyu and the others captured experts, captured living beings, not all were captured, and not all the treasures were taken away. At this moment, it gave the weak a chance, Suyu and the others ignored them, and they could not see Suyu and the others. The current Suyu had also reached the point where he could not be seen, and could not be seen. Even if he stood in front of these people, unless he took the initiative to show himself, otherwise, the other party would not be able to see him. First stop, the mortal realm. Human Emperor stood in the sky above the mortal realm, pondered for a while, then said, there is no suppression in the mortal realm, either the person who opened the realm died, or the existence who opened the realm gave up and left something in the mortal realm. Back then, when we were here, there was some suppression, left behind by the human ancestors' physical body Tao, but later, second brother Wen thought that suppressing the mortal realm was not conducive to the mortal realm becoming the core of the 10,000 worlds, so he removed the suppression. However, the mortal realm was not opened by the human ancestor, Human Emperor introduced for a while, and Suyu nodded. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, and the brush Tao appeared, the brush Tao of the river of time. Nan Wujiang and Yunchen were healing, and they were a little surprised to see Suyu. Suyu said with a smile, you too, activate the brush Tao, suppress the mortal realm, and see. The 2 of them looked at each other, and soon, the power of the brush Tao spread. At this moment, Suyu could clearly feel a suppression, and it began to appear in the mortal realm. After a while, Suyu smiled. Back then, it was said that when one reached the Tao in Shenwen, one could activate the mortal realm suppression, but it was all nonsense. At the very least, one had to be able to control the brush Tao. Damn it, that's already first class. How could one's Tao be first class? Of course, if Suyu had truly grasped the way of the brush, he might have been able to quickly reach the level of the first grade. Then, after attaining the way of the divine runes, he would be able to unlock the suppression of the mortal realm. But I'm already first class, how the hell can I activate the suppression? In that case, activating the mortal realm suppression was just a pretense, and it was useless. The king of Great Zhou, that scammer, just wanted someone to inherit the brush Tao. Human Emperor also smiled and did not say much, and he quickly said, then open a hole in the human race's physical body Tao, and connect it to Lan Tian's physical body Tao. However, opening the sky and opening the Tao are different. Lan Tian, you have to use your physical body Tao as a parasite on the human race's physical body Tao. In the future, you'll be a parasite. Lan Tian was speechless this time. You're the parasite. As for Suyu, he also laughed, and suddenly removed a page from the physical body Tao, and said with a smile, cut the crap, take this opportunity to open a hole. Human Emperor can do it, right? Don't open it too big, if all the Daos gather, Lan Tian will explode. Human Emperor, the sky river that you opened last time was too big, and it was difficult for me to seal it. Human Emperor was speechless. Nonsense, I was so strong back then, now, it was difficult to even open such a big one. Needless to say, be it Suyu, Human Emperor, or even Lan Tian, they were all experts. Soon, Suyu and Human Emperor directly drew out the physical body Tao, and it appeared in the human realm. This was also the strongest Tao of the human realm. The two of them quickly joined forces, one to suppress the fluctuations of the Tao, and the other to open a hole, forcibly. In the past, Suyu had to sneak in, but now he didn't need to. Especially when he joined forces with Human Emperor, the current Human Emperor obviously had first-class strength. With the two of them working together, it was still very easy to deal with this kind of masterless Tao. Not long after, a hole the size of a human head suddenly appeared in the physical body Tao, and at this moment, Lan Tian appeared, and Suyu's heavenly gate opened. One could clearly see that Lan Tian's Tao was connected to his own heaven and earth. Suyu didn't say much, and he separated Lan Tian's physical body Tao, extracted some of its power, and integrated it into his physical body Tao. A strong Lan Tian appeared, laughed, and cupped his hands at Suyu, and instantly flew into the physical body Tao. This strong Lan Tian quickly buried his physical body Tao through the hole. The physical body Tao spread, and a moment later, Lan Tian appeared. He cupped his hands at Suyu and Human Emperor, and said with a smile, "Thank you, fellow cultivators. Human realm Lan Tian greets you, greetings." As soon as he finished speaking, the Lan Tian suddenly collapsed and dissipated in the heaven and earth of the human realm. Suyu and Human Emperor looked at each other and laughed. This is getting interesting. The two of them didn't stop, and began to travel to other realms to open such an opening, choose the strongest Tao of each realm, open an opening, and let Lan Tian merge into it. Then, they weaved the Tao, and finally merged the Tao into the 10,000 Arts Atlas. That way, Lan Tian would have the opportunity to merge with it. In the next few days, Suyu and Human Emperor kept busy. At first, they worked together, but soon, they split up, each with a large number of Lan Tian clones, and went to different realms to do the same thing. At this moment, if there were top experts in the entire Myriad realms, they might be able to vaguely see something. A huge net was densely covering the entire Myriad realms. This huge net was suppressed by the river of time, and at this moment, there was some rejection, because Lan Tian's actions would cause the river of time and the Myriad realms to seem to be still together, but in fact, they were somewhat separated. Lan Tian wanted to weave such a net in the Myriad realms, turning it into his own world, open a sky in the sky, in each realm, a line spread out. At this moment, one could still see one or two. Unfortunately, there were no experts in the Myriad realms, and even if there were, they were only from the human race. Suyu and Human Emperor's time was very tight. But this time, the two of them were not stingy with the consumption of time. A full month, in order to weave the power of the Tao for Lan Tian, the two top experts did not heal their injuries, did not digest their gains, and worked for Lan Tian for a full month. These were the two heaven creators. Perhaps, since ancient times, Lan Tian was the only one who enjoyed such treatment. A month later. On the battlefield of the heavens. Human Emperor's face was pale, and so was Suyu. The two of them gathered in the sky above the sea of stars. Suyu looked down and smiled. If Lan Tian is the second heaven, then King Wen is the third heaven. The Lord of Time is the grandfather, and Lan Tian wants to be the father. It seems that King Wen can only be the son. Speechless, Human Emperor did not know whether to laugh or cry. If second brother Wen hears this, he will definitely cause trouble for you. At this moment, Lan Tian also flew over quickly. This was also Lan Tian, who controlled everything, and could be considered the true body. At this moment, Lan Tian held the 10,000 Arts Atlas, looking at the sky. His face was also pale. Just one last step, the weave of the Tao, fuse, bind the thread, and enter the 10,000 Arts Atlas. After that, the 10,000 Arts Atlas will be the core of my heaven and earth. The movement will not be small. Human Emperor said, also, be careful of the suppression of the river of time. He looked at Suyu and smiled, you are good at weaving Tao, you help him weave it, I will resist the suppression of the river of time, so that the Tao will not be crushed before the weave is completed. Suyu nodded slightly and said, suppress all movement, don't let the myriad worlds sense it. Lan Tian weaving the second heaven, it may be of great use in the future. Human Emperor nodded. At this moment, the two of them worked together again. And Lan Tian, holding the 10,000 Arts Atlas, suddenly shouted, in the void, the Tao of the myriad worlds spread out. Suyu reached out and grabbed a Tao force, quickly looked around, chose a Tao that could be fused, took a deep breath, and said, go through the 10,000 Arts Atlas yourself. Don't burst the 10,000 Arts Atlas. Understood. Lan Tian also became serious. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This time, he did not say thank you, did not say too much, some things did not need to be said. Suyu and Human Emperor, these two powerhouses, had consumed a lot of energy in this entire month. It would be difficult to repay the debt of splitting open the sky. Soon, Suyu began to fuse the Tao. Lan Tian himself presided over the 10,000 Methods Atlas. Great Taos were rapidly being woven together, and the myriad worlds in the heavens seemed to tremble, although the movement was very weak. As for the Human Emperor, he floated high in the sky, beneath the river of time. A giant seal appeared, resisting the suppressive power of the river of time. Splitting open the sky in the river of time would inevitably lead to the river of time's suppression. This might not be the will of the Lord of Time, but it was the natural rejection of the world. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Suyu continued to fuse Tao. He seemed to have experienced the process of splitting open the sky again, and the difficulty was even greater. Last time when he fused Tao, the Tao was rootless, he did not borrow external force, but Lan Tian connected the power of the Tao, making the fusion even more difficult. If not for Suyu reaching this level, there was really no way to help him fuse Tao. As for Lan Tian, he constantly used the 10,000 Arts Atlas to restrain the Tao, his aura constantly strengthening. After fusing 100 Tao, Lan Tian's aura had truly reached the level of a 4th-rank master of the laws. When he fused 1,000 Tao and 1,000 blue skies joined together, his aura had already reached the 3rd-rank realm, and the fusion was still continuing. The myriad worlds were called myriad worlds, but in reality, there were only about 3,000 realms in existence. Some had long since been uninhabited, and had become dead worlds. 2,000 Tao converged, and the 10,000 Arts Atlas shook violently. Lan Tian's aura also continued to rise. Vaguely, it was nearing the 2nd rank. However, Lan Tian could not suppress it for much longer. Gritting his teeth, he firmly suppressed the 10,000 Arts Atlas. This was an opportunity, an enormous opportunity. If he missed it, where would Suyu and Human Emperor find the time and energy to give him a second chance? High up in the sky, Human Emperor growled. The great seal floated in the air, suppressing the river. The river's repulsive force grew stronger and stronger. As for Suyu, he was panting, his face deathly pale. He constantly helped Lan Tian fuse Tao. The more Tao there were, the harder it was to fuse them, and the stronger the repulsive force. Suyu also had to prevent Lan Tian from being unable to suppress it and explode. Gradually, the power of one Tao after another converged. A great net began to take shape, spreading throughout the myriad worlds. Lan Tian's 10,000 Arts Atlas grew larger and larger, as if it were about to cover the entire world. It was about to envelop the myriad worlds. At this moment, the myriad worlds began to tremble, causing one's heart to palpitate. A powerful aura also pervaded the air. In the starry sea, King Wen's world trembled slightly, as if sensing an anomaly. Someone wanted to create another world beneath the river of time. 500 Tao converged. At this moment, Lan Tian's aura had stabilized to the 2nd rank. It was beginning to advance to the 1st rank, but Lan Tian's body trembled incessantly, and the 10,000 Arts Atlas also trembled violently. But Lan Tian endured it and did not say anything. The two experts had paid a great price to make him another trump card. 2nd grade was not qualified to be a trump card. The best result was to become a 1st grade, or peak 2nd grade, and then extract the power of the river of time to enter the 1st grade for a short period of time. 600. 2700. Gradually, the shaking of the myriad worlds became stronger and stronger. The human emperor's voice echoed, and he was panting, "Quick, we have to finish it. The river of time is shaking violently, and there will be the greatest repulsive force later. We can't use up all our power now." His face was pale, and so was Suyu. He did not reply and quickly continued to fuse the Tao. 2800, 2900. Rumbling sounds could be heard in the myriad worlds, which surprised and puzzled countless people. Was another battle starting? At this moment, the last Tao was fused by Suyu. Suddenly, Lan Tian's aura surged. A great net instantly appeared between heaven and earth, and it quickly disappeared. The 10,000 Arts Atlas also covered the sky. At this moment, the river of time trembled violently. Suyu's expression changed slightly. He suddenly soared up and quickly appeared beside the human emperor. Their bodies grew countless times larger, and they suddenly roared. Boom! The two joined forces and forcefully suppressed the powerful shaking force. As for Suyu, he roared, "Human sovereign, you've lost. I'm the #1 expert in the myriad of worlds." The myriad worlds heard it. The human emperor was sent flying. Hearing this, his expression changed. "Damn, you are taking advantage of me now. That won't do. I want my face." The human emperor also roared, "What a joke, I can beat you with 30% of my power. Suyu, let's fight again." At this moment, everyone was speechless. So these two were fighting one-on-one, terrifying. No wonder the myriad worlds were shaking. So that was it, they were bored out of their minds. One human emperor, one Suyu, neither was easy to provoke. Everyone did not even have the guts to watch the battle, they were afraid of death. So in an instant, everyone stopped paying attention, and Suyu slightly heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the distant Lan Tian. At this moment, countless Lan Tian appearing on the great net. This great net gradually formed the appearance of Lan Tian. Suyu looked at the human emperor and suddenly felt a chill. This guy is like a celestial, looking down on the myriad worlds. His face can always appear in the myriad worlds, observing them. Quite terrifying. The human emperor also trembled. Most importantly, the other party was a madman. How terrifying! At this moment, Lan Tian's face was faintly revealing a first-class aura. This was even more terrifying. Suyu's eyes revealed a strange expression. He looked at the human sovereign and faintly said, "Is there someone in outer space looking down on us like this?" Human emperor was silent. After a long while, he smiled, "You mean, the Lord of Time?" In all the worlds, the one who was most likely to do this was that person. At this moment, blue sky turned into a huge net that covered all worlds. The huge face looked down on all living beings, but they didn't know that there was a face in the sky, a pair of eyes looking down on them. Where was the mysterious Lord of Time who had disappeared without a trace? What was his purpose? Was he like blue sky, just that he was at a higher level, looking down on all living beings? At this moment, Suyu looked at human emperor, and human emperor looked at Suyu. Was this possible? If so, what was his purpose? Now, everything in the many heavens and myriad worlds was built upon the foundation of the river of time. That included the existence of the 3 gates of time. This person was the strongest expert in the world. An existence like the heavenly Tao, not caring, letting you absorb the power of the river of time. It was as if as long as you had the ability, even if you cut off the river of time, he wouldn't care. So you quickly stopped thinking about it and turned to look at blue sky's Tao net. His face gradually revealed a smile. A somewhat perverted smile. Human emperor saw how perverted his smile was and couldn't help but look up at the sky and sigh. Who was going to suffer this time? The heavens and earth can testify that I, Xingyu, am unparalleled in benevolence. Suyu's sins have nothing to do with me. Whatever he wants to do, don't blame it on me, I'm just helping him. At this moment, blue sky's figure appeared, holding the Law Atlas. For a moment, Suyu couldn't help but laugh. He used the will of civilization as the foundation, Kingwen used the Law Atlas as the foundation, Blue Sky used the Law Atlas as the foundation. Then what about Human Emperor? Human Emperor's core was now the Human Emperor's seal, but before this, when the world was created, there might have been other cores. Would it also be a book? Suyu looked at Human Emperor. Human Emperor was confused at first, then he smiled. What are you looking at me for? You want to ask, what is the core of my world? Yes. Human Emperor smiled, Imperial Tao Scripture. Really? The Human Emperor smiled faintly, whether it's real or fake, it's real now. Suyu raised his eyebrows and suddenly said, Your Majesty, say, why do the heaven creators like to use a book to show that they are the heaven creators? For example, if the Time Master were to split open the heavens, then her recipe would become the heavens, and the Book of Time would become the heavens. Was this the unanimous choice of everyone, or was it actually a kind of necessity? He raised his head and looked at the sky again. After a long while, he said, In that long river of time, is there also a book, a scripture? Suyu murmured, What about a scripture that depicts 10,000 Daos and shows the identity of opening the heavens? Shenwen transformed into the Tao, and the Tao transformed into Shenwen. Why do I feel that this is actually a hidden rule of the river of time? Human Emperor looked at him and said in a low voice, You mean, everyone is affected by this rule? Suyu nodded, We are affecting each other. Forget it. To prove this point, it's actually very simple. Just ask the Lord of Undead Spirits. I think I saw a book last time. The Lord of Undead Spirits, the foundation of opening the heavens, if it is also a book, then it doesn't mean that we are affecting each other, but the entire river of time is affecting us. This Lord of Undead Spirits might be a scholar, the kind that loves to read, the kind that likes to hold a book and pretend to be 13. Suyu suddenly smiled, otherwise, logically speaking, the Lord of Undead Spirits has nothing to do with us, so he wouldn't be like this. But it is very likely that he is like this. Your Majesty, do you find this interesting? Human Emperor pondered for a while and nodded, That is indeed possible. After all, we are all born in the myriad worlds, so we are affected by the myriad worlds and the influence of the river of time. This is very normal. If that's the case. Human Emperor smiled, Only scholars are qualified to open the heavens? The two looked at each other and smiled. Their smiles were meaningful, martial kings and martial emperors, these kinds of boorish people, it seems like they don't have the chance to open the heavens, they are not qualified, martial emperors, hee. At this moment, Lan Tian's aura slightly fluctuated, he also smiled and cupped his fists, Greetings, fellow Taoists. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Lan Tian floated in the air, the book floating in front of him, he sighed, On the path to the great Tao, to have both of your help, it is my life's fortune. Your Majesty helped me achieve the great Tao, I have no way to repay you. Suyu raised his hand, interrupting his words. Because he was afraid that Lan Tian would ask him to repay him with his body, that would make him feel aggrieved, Suyu looked at him and smiled. I don't need any repayment, I just hope that someone can become stronger, not me alone, I am very tired. Suyu smiled brightly, I hope that one day, I can pursue everything I want, not be like Human Emperor, shackled by this cage. Human Emperor's face twitched. Suyu didn't care what he thought, he smiled, When you are strong, maybe I will pursue my own Tao, my own path, to find what I want, this world, this human race, to me, will always be a kind of shackle. Human Emperor said in a deep voice, People have 7 emotions and 6 desires, to be human. Suyu smiled, No, those with 7 emotions and 6 desires are human, those with shackles are saints. You want to be a saint, but I don't. Human Emperor, we admire saints, but we don't want to be saints. Human Emperor was silent for a while, then sighed, You and second brother Wen, why do you think so? He smiled bitterly, I am not a saint, I just think, don't think so. Suyu interrupted him, You are a saint, anyway, I don't want to be the second Human Emperor, if I wanted to, I would have inherited your great Tao power, why wait until today? Human Emperor was speechless. Am I a saint, is this a compliment, but, forget it, he didn't think so, he could only say that people like Suyu and Emperor Wen were too undisciplined. Suyu looked at Lan Tian again, he smiled, Now, you have a foundation, you have opened the sky, the rest of the road, walk by yourself. You and I are both explorers on the great Tao, I am not much stronger than you, I don't know more than you. Brother Lan, the Tao is under our feet, let us walk and see. Lan Tian nodded slightly, Your Majesty has already laid the best foundation for me. Next, I will look for my own path. Your Majesty can be at ease in the myriad worlds. I will hide in the myriad worlds, and the myriad worlds will be Your Majesty's territory. Nothing can be hidden. Until today, Lan Tian finally completed his infiltration of the world. I am everywhere, the human emperor also sighed. Amazing. Of course, he wasn't envious, he didn't like Lan Tian's Tao, just like how Suyu didn't like his great Tao of responsibility. At their level, each had their own pursuits, each had their own direction of attack. Lan Tian's meaning was clear, he had opened an unusual sky, but he was willing to help Suyu guard the world. He was willing to be a vassal. Suyu didn't care about this. He looked at the world again, he thought for a while, you can just create a clone and enter my world, it will show that you are still here, you can cultivate by yourself, I will do it, even if the 3 gates are opened, everything will be under my control. Even if the experts of the 3 gates come out, you will have to live under my watch, I can deal with you at any time, Lan Tian nodded. Human Emperor was a little curious, what is your strength now? Lan Tian smiled, thousands of clones, just 1 Tao. Human Emperor was speechless, this is nonsense, of course I know that. What about Tao? I can do it, but it won't last long. Lan Tian didn't hide it, this time Human Emperor also contributed a lot, he didn't want to hide it, under Tao, I still can't maintain it, but I can fight. Human Emperor revealed a smile, this was very unexpected, the key was that Lan Tian's heaven and earth radiation range was very large, as expected, Lan Tian said, currently, I can almost radiate the entire world, but it is difficult for me to radiate into the depths of the river of time like your majesty, because I don't have a particularly strong Tao, it is difficult for me to do this. This is enough, Suyu nodded slightly, yes, this is already very good, this way, even if we are not here, the world still has a bit of confidence to solve the problem. After saying that, Suyu smiled, so many days have passed, my friends have been infiltrating, maybe they can come out too. After dealing with them, I can integrate the Tao into my world, it should be able to stabilize my world. With the stabilizing of the world, in addition to the integration of 5 powerful Taos, Suyu would be able to digest his previous gains, he would be able to recover to his peak, even surpassing before. Next, he should be busy with his own matters. When Lan Tian heard Gui's name, he immediately revealed a smile, his smile was a little strange, Gui, very interesting. Your Majesty actually didn't let me play for a while longer. Suyu was speechless. Lan Tian smiled strangely again, Your Majesty, why don't you send Gui's friends into the world to play? Or you can just send them to the real world to play. Forget it, Suyu wasn't interested in satisfying Lan Tian's hobby. He didn't have time to play with these people. Alright, you cultivate in peace, Your Majesty Human Emperor, I'm leaving. To where? To go back and kill people. Suyu was speechless, does Your Majesty think that I can deal with 5 experts alone? Continue to work for you? Human Emperor discovered that Suyu really couldn't stay idle, it was only then that he would stop. Can you rest for 2 days? Human Emperor asked. Suyu frowned, isn't this more than a month of rest? Human Emperor's heart was very tired, I feel that this more than a month has been more tiring than 100 years of my previous life. You call this rest? Suyu was speechless. He was truly speechless. I thought you were a good emperor who was diligent and loved the people. In the end, you said that the things you've done in 100 years aren't as much as the amount of rest you've had in a month. No wonder the human race has been unable to rise. F***ck your grandpa, Human Emperor stared angrily, you pervert, this more than a month, I have been digging holes every day, is this considered rest? If I worked like this every day for tens of thousands of years, I would have died of exhaustion, how could I live until now? You are destined to not live long. Human Emperor scolded, you don't even know how to strike a balance between work and rest. Suyu snorted, it's the same, if I die, you won't have a good life either. Amidst their laughter, the two disappeared. Lan Tian watched them disappear and smiled, with Human Emperor around, Suyu was actually much more relaxed, if it was in the past, this more than a month, to Suyu, could really be considered rest. The upper realms. Human Emperor and Suyu appeared at the same time. Soon, the others received their orders and gathered in Suyu's world. At this moment, there were many masters of the laws. On Human Emperor's side, the number of masters of the laws had increased. Previously, of the 50 or so masters of the laws under Human Emperor's command, 8 had died in battle, and 4 had been subdued and won. Now, however, there were more than 60. On Suyu's side, even though 2 had died, there were still more than 40. Both sides had more than 100 masters of the laws, of course, there were still a few left in the river of time. Even so, there were still more than 60 experts gathered here. At this time everyone looked at Suyu. Suyu, on the other hand, was looking at Gue, who was hiding behind the crowd. Everyone's gazes instantly focused on Gue. Gue had a helpless expression. When he saw Suyu looking at him, he could only say, "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" Suyu smiled. "After more than a month, don't you think they're almost there? Can they descend with their true bodies? Come on, tell me about their specific strength and methods. What do you think?" Gue was helpless. I betrayed my friends, then forget it. Don't. Gue was very afraid of death. He could only say, according to the Myriad Realms classification, there are 2 first-class masters and 3 second-class masters. The 2 first-class masters are on par with me, and the second-class master is also at the peak of the second class. Gue explained, "They're my good friends in Elysium." The crowd looked at him with disdain. "You're cheating your good friends?" Gue felt helpless as they stared at him. "Nonsense, what can I do?" Of course, if he chose to commit suicide and die, the people in Elysium would be able to sense it. In other words, he had to use his life to remind them that the Myriad Realms were in danger, otherwise, he had no other choice. Gue couldn't be bothered with them. He said, "Your Majesty, can they be like me? After giving up the Great Path, they can continue to serve His Majesty?" In the end, he still had a bit of friendship. Gue asked for mercy because he knew that these 5 old friends wouldn't have a good ending if they came. Resistance meant certain death. On the other hand, if they gave up the Great Path, they might have a chance of survival. They could cultivate a random Great Path like him, but at least they could survive. There was still a chance. Although the 5 were powerful, he still had to see where they were. Heavens, this place had more than 60 masters of the law. Suyu was first class, the human emperor was first class, and those at the front lines hadn't returned yet. If they did, it would be even more terrifying. Moreover, there were also many second-class masters on Suyu's side. Farsighted quickly entered the second class. After all, he had been a first-class master for many years. Xingyu was also at the peak of the second class. Although she almost never fought, with her around, everyone could recover from minor injuries almost instantly. In addition, there were a few second-class masters on the human emperor's side, including King Wu's second wife. The battle monarch, who had been at the peak of the second class, was only at the peak of the third class. He hadn't yet stepped into the second class. How could he fight against so many powerhouses? Suyu laughed. I can think about it. I can sense the power of these 5 great paths, but I can't tell the specifics. Tell me, what great paths are they? Gue introduced. 2 are first class. One is called Yu, a wandering cultivator who cultivates the Tao of the Spear. The other is called Mu, who cultivates the Tao of the Heavenly Tomb. Wait. Suyu's interest was piqued. What's the Tao of the Heavenly Tomb? This was the first time he'd heard of it. Gue explained, when Mu fights, a coffin will appear and seal the opponent inside. It's a bit like a domain or heaven and earth. His combat strength isn't weak. It's also a bit like sealing the Great Path. However, compared to ordinary sealing Great Paths, the Tao of the Tomb has some limitations. For example, ordinary sealing Great Paths can seal the opponent at any time, but the Tao of the Tomb has to be inside the coffin. It's more limited. The human emperor smiled and looked at Suyu. He explained, this kind of Great Path isn't rare. It's a variant of the sealing Great Path. However, cultivators restrict themselves, or in other words, they don't have the ability to expand the sealing Great Path. Actually, you should be able to understand. You know. At the beginning, her Hell Tao was similar to this. It could only seal experts in her territory. However, later on, she expanded and completed the sublimation of the Great Path. Suyu understood. He asked again, what are wandering cultivators? Wandering cultivators? Gue said with a strange expression, within the heavenly gates, it's chaotic and dark. However, there are some forbidden lands. The so-called forbidden lands are places where some top experts open up a world and protect a region. They are also known as heaven creators. In these forbidden lands, it's the same as Emperor Yu and His Majesty the Human Emperor's world. They can suppress their opponents, imprison them, and improve themselves. Of course, not all of them are heaven creators. There are also some top experts who, after cultivating, used their own weapons, path-proving weapons, and remains to create forbidden lands. These people have a complete inheritance. They're ancient existences that are still alive. Within the heavenly gates, not everyone is from the era of the opening of the heavens. There are also those who were born later. However, the masters of the forbidden lands are definitely experts from the era of the opening of the heavens. Suyu was surprised. Then, after the opening of the heavens, no one can become the master of the forbidden lands? Yes. Gua nodded. But, it's almost impossible. Because it's too difficult. After the era is sealed, it's actually extremely difficult to improve. The cultivators in the forbidden lands have forces, inheritances, and experts. They're eternal and immortal. They're the orthodox cultivators. As for those who don't have the forbidden lands, they're born later, or small characters from the era of the opening of the heavens, they're all rogue cultivators. Simply put, those who aren't rogue cultivators, have the masters of the forbidden lands behind them. So you understood. Then, how strong are these people? They're all at the top of the first class, and some are even stronger than the first class. He explained. The first class is the saying of the myriad worlds. Behind the gate, the power of the great Tao is used to determine one's strength. Those people, the weakest have the power of 30 Taos, and the strongest have exceeded it. I'm not sure about the specifics, but the masters of the forbidden lands are all extremely terrifying existences. The human emperor sighed. What's there to be afraid of? When I was at my peak, my projection entered the heavenly gates. One of your so-called masters of the forbidden lands fought with my projection, and I wasn't at a disadvantage. If it was my real body, I'm confident that I can kill him. What a pity. Gue Wei sucked in a breath. It was really King scary. How did such an existence cultivate to such a level? As for whether the human emperor was lying, there was no need for that. So you also knew a thing or two about this matter. He smiled and said, do you know the person you fought with? I don't know him, but he told me where he came from. He seems to be the master of Heaven's Vault Mountain. As soon as he said this, Gui's expression changed slightly. So you quickly looked at him. Gui bare one's teeth said, Heaven's Vault Mountain. I know. Heaven's Vault Mountain is considered one of the top forbidden lands in the heavenly gates. The master of the forbidden land once swept through the nearby forbidden lands. I didn't expect that your majesty, the human emperor, would encounter him. At this moment, he somewhat suspected that the human emperor was bragging, because the human emperor said that if his real body entered, he could kill the other party, and the human emperor was a very shrewd person. Seeing his expression, he smiled faintly and said indifferently, I think he has at most the power of 35 Daos. Is he considered to be the top existence? When I was at my peak, I wasn't weaker than him. So you revealed a look of doubt and looked at him. The human emperor transmitted his voice. What are you looking at? When I was at my peak, I was indeed not weaker than him. When second brother Wen was at his peak, he probably had the power of 32 Daos. Of course, after he entered the heavenly gates, he probably didn't have this strength anymore. I don't know if he has improved in these years. This is considered to be above the first grade, right? Then you still can't deal with Wan and those guys? Suyu was speechless. You're too useless, the human emperor was furious and transmitted his voice. What do you know? I already said, it's not that I can't deal with them, but after I deal with them, I will have to pay a big price. Moreover, I already said that at that time, it was to block the 3 gates, and the goal was not to deal with Wan. In the end, when I really wanted to deal with them, didn't I get tricked? You deserve it. So you had no sympathy at all, it's all your own fault, when you could deal with them, you weren't willing to pay the price. In the end, when you wanted to deal with them, you didn't have the chance. The heavenly gates shook, and the future self backfired. You're lucky you didn't die, so you didn't say anything else. He continued, what about the remaining 3? The remaining 3, one cultivates the fire elemental Tao, one cultivates the annihilation Tao, and one cultivates the raw Tao. Just as he said this, below, someone suddenly opened his eyes wide. His eyes were bigger than a cow's. Me? Sky Destroyer roared. Suyu glared at him, and Sky Destroyer instantly quieted down, but he was still restless. He was very anxious, however, Suyu was too lazy to care about him. He looked at Gue and said with a smile, they're all considered conventional great Daos. Except for the Tao of Tomb, the rest are not bad. Gue laughed dryly and didn't say anything. As for Sky Destroyer and the others, they were all a little restless. 5 great Daos, they had seen Martial Emperor directly go from 2nd grade to 1st grade. This kind of great Daos within the heavenly gates were simply terrifying. Who should these 5 great Daos be given to? There were actually many people who knew the Tao of spear arts, such as Ding Jun and the great Qin Emperor. Wu Ji could also use it, but he didn't care because he definitely wouldn't have a share. This was a 1st grade great Tao. There was more than one expert who used the spear. There were actually many people who could use the raw Tao. Needless to say, there was no need to mention the fire elemental Tao. Skyfire and Marquis Firecloud could also use it. The Tao of Annihilation was considered the ultimate great Tao of destruction. There were also similar great Daos, such as the Tao of Space Shattering, that could be cultivated. For a moment, everyone was a little restless. They wanted it, but they were too embarrassed to say it. Sky Destroyer was shameless, but they couldn't. As for Suyu, he looked at everyone and said after a while, nepotism is something I would do under normal circumstances. However, at this moment, during wartime, I should appoint people based on merit. Suyu said. Lightly, there are 5 great Daos. Those who want to compete, fight among yourselves to determine the victor. One great Tao can be matched with many people. Those who think they can take on can sign up. For example, the Raw Tao, 3 Moons, Giant Bamboo, Wu Ji, Sky Destroyer, even the Great Qin Emperor and War Monarch can cultivate them. Suyu said calmly, choose yourselves, sign up yourselves, and fight among yourselves. The winner takes it all. I won't do anything like equal distribution. If you have the ability, you can eat all 5 great Daos. Then sign up 5 times and defeat all your opponents. You alone can eat all 5 great Daos. Everyone was shocked. This, Suyu said calmly, it's the same for the human emperor's side. Whoever wants it can sign up. They might not all be on my side. They will be divided according to strength and merits. That's not all. I'll forget about it this time. Next time, I want to calculate merits. This time, it will be based on strength. In the future, the merit system will continue. Suyu looked at them. I don't want what happened last time to happen again. In a situation where I had the advantage in terms of combat strength, one defeated both sides. I want elites, not mediocre people. Those people can just retire. Lest they waste resources. Suyu glared at Sky Destroyer. Some people are full of energy all day long, but they've never won a fight. Sky Destroyer looked helpless. You're talking about me, why don't you just say my name? I can't do anything about it. I'm not as strong as them. I can't beat them. As for Gue, he was also speechless. Before they came out, Suyu had already started distributing the spots. Sigh, poor old friends of mine. After Suyu said this, he looked at the human emperor. It depends on the situation. If they come out one by one, it'll be easy to suppress them. If they all come out, I'll suppress one, you suppress one, and the others will deal with the remaining 3. The human emperor nodded. Soon, he smiled and said, you're just a one-time deal. If you kill everyone, sooner or later, you'll be like me. There won't even be a shadow near the heavenly gate. So, you've also done this before. Suyu looked at him and then at King Ming. Where was King Ming? Suyu thought about it and sent a voice transmission. As for the Wisdom King, could it be that you've already killed his connection? The human emperor smiled and said after a while, it wasn't me. It was second brother Wen. Second brother Wen's heart is evil. He did it many times in the early years. Otherwise, do you think that second brother Wen's heaven and earth became so perfect not long after he opened the heavenly gate? This guy has done this many times before. The beings in the heavenly gate don't know about this. Otherwise, they would have killed him long ago. all the experts near King Ming have been fished up. Suyu was convinced. He thought about it and said, then let's go to Emperor Wu. Maybe we can fish up more people? Last time you said that Emperor Wu almost opened the heavenly gate. I didn't ask about it. What's the situation? If the situation allows, I'll use Emperor Wu to fish more people. Him? The human emperor sighed and said, that fool. Don't be fooled by his ordinary strength. He's timid and afraid of death. He doesn't dare to innovate or open a path. He almost described Emperor Wu as dog sh*t. But there was still a turning point. The human emperor said helplessly, that fool, his heavenly gate projection might be near the real heavenly gate. He probably did some research on the heavenly gate. After unifying the early stage of the human realm, he somehow managed to research a method to connect with the heavenly gate. Maybe he wanted to give it a try. That time, it caused the river of time to riot. Second brother Wen and I quickly observed it. It should have attracted the attention of some powerful beings. That time, there might have been many masters of forbidden lands who discovered the situation. They seemed to be preparing to open up the connection between his heavenly gate projection and the heavenly gate. They wanted to open up a hole in the true heavenly gate and use his heavenly gate as the foundation. Suyu was surprised. You mean that his heavenly gate is near the real heavenly gate? It can connect to the real heavenly gate? Yes. The human emperor nodded. So, after Emperor Wu fell out with him, second brother Wen instigated Emperor Wu to seal him. Suyu raised his eyebrows and looked at the human emperor with a smile that wasn't a smile. Is that so? But I saw Emperor Wen's universal Tao scripture. He clearly said that someone said that Emperor Wu killed indiscriminately and asked Emperor Wu to punish him. I don't know Emperor Wu, but would he care about the words of ordinary people? Would he listen? Other than Emperor Wen, what about you? If it wasn't Emperor Wen who instigated it, there's no need to say anything. You instigated it. What are you pretending for? You even set up a seal on Emperor Wu to prevent him from undoing it, right? I say, why did you intentionally seal Emperor Wu? It's because you don't want him to unseal it and ruin things, right? 100%, it was the human emperor who instigated it. This person is called Stuffy Bad, the kind that is secretly bad. Everyone knows that Emperor Wen is bad, but you, a great saint, are also very bad in private. The human emperor was speechless. Forget it, there's no need to explain. It was second brother Wen who did it. Why do you want to harm me? Are you serious about what second brother Wen wrote? You would write that you are very bad? The human emperor said and didn't say anything else. It was up to him to believe it or not. As for Suyu, he knew a little. Emperor Wu's door couldn't be touched carelessly. Once it was touched, it could easily cause unforeseen events and catch a big fish. No wonder no one expected Emperor Wu to go fishing. As for the projection of Suyu's door, there probably weren't any experts nearby. No, actually, Gue could be considered an expert, but compared to the masters of the Forbidden Lands, he was still far inferior. He didn't know whether it was good luck or bad luck. Suyu didn't delay anymore. He looked at the crowd and said, since the 5 of you came out together, then everyone will deal with the 3 second-class experts. Remember, don't kill them. It's best if you can make way, but even if you don't, you have to grind them down bit by bit. Otherwise, our great Tao will be broken into pieces, and then it won't be complete. Got it? Everyone responded one after another. As for Suyu, he looked at Gue and said with a smile, Gue, you persuade them to surrender. Tell them that they won't be killed if they surrender. Gue was very helpless. I got it. Sigh, they really fell into a trap. How pitiful, at the same time. Beside the illusion of the gate of heaven, Suyu's voice came out. It was Gue's voice. Suyu had disguised himself. He couldn't be bothered to let Gue pretend. It was troublesome, so he might as well do it himself. At this moment, Suyu quickly said, fellow Taoists, the 10,000 worlds are now at peace. Everyone can descend now. We have to go together, lest that group of people from Xingyu return. That would be troublesome. Saying that, he added, everyone, come one by one, don't come together. I'm afraid that Suyu won't be able to hold on. Inside the door. The 5 of them looked at each other. At this moment, someone transmitted, one by one? That won't do. Be careful not to be tricked by Gue. This guy, he should have improved a lot by now. If we go one by one, we might be defeated by him one by one. This guy, I don't know what he's thinking. We have to go together. Even if he has improved to 25 Daos, we won't be afraid of him if we go together. He hasn't been out for long. No matter how fast he improves, reaching 25 Daos is his limit. So if we go, we have to go together. Everyone, remember, the 5 of us have to help each other. The few of them communicated with each other. If they didn't go, they definitely had to go together. That way, it would be safe enough. After discussing for a while, the few of them didn't care whether Suyu could hold on or not. Whether he died or not, it didn't matter. Anyway, after they came out, they didn't expect to go back. As for guiding others, no one had found the location of Suyu's gate of heaven, and they couldn't guide him. If Suyu died, then so be it. So, the few of them didn't say goodbye to Gue. We are going to descend together. If you don't want to, it doesn't matter. At this time, Suyu also felt it. With a smile on his face, he sighed and said, I guessed it. He really guessed it. The so-called group of friends still had their own thoughts. Otherwise, Gue had said that they would come one by one. These people were still worried about being schemed against by Gue and insisted on descending together. Good thing, otherwise, if they really killed one and the others found out, they wouldn't dare come again. That would be troublesome. At this moment, a faint pressure appeared in front of Suyu and the others. 5 places, 3 of them had about 20 masters of the law nearby, all armed with swords, spears, and halberds. They were ready to fight as soon as they came out. Suyu and the human emperor each had a seal. On Suyu's side, the human master seal floated in the air. On the human emperor's side, the human emperor seal floated in the air. The 2 seals faced the direction they'd come out from. Suyu wasn't flustered. He began to set up one grand sealing formation after another. On the human emperor's side, he was also relaxed. This wasn't the first time he'd done something like this, so he was very familiar with the process. All kinds of formations were laid out, and the human emperor's seal emitted a faint radiance. A large amount of responsibility power filled the world. As he set up the formations, he communicated with Suyu, you don't understand. If I do this, when the other party comes out, he will have to descend and absorb my power. In an instant, all of my responsibility power will be absorbed into his body. In an instant, his impression of me will explode, and he will feel that he shouldn't deal with me. Wait and see how powerful my power is. Suyu's eyes flickered and he cursed inwardly. What a reasonable explanation. He suspected that once the other came out, he'd frantically absorb energy and become the human emperor's vassal. The human emperor's Tao was too terrifying. At this moment, 5 places simultaneously emitted a faint radiance. Then, 5 figures appeared. The 5 formed a circle. Before anyone appeared, a voice could be heard, carrying a smile. Brother Gue, we've thought about it. Let's descend together and be quiet. This way, we won't be discovered if we come one by one. They had to find a reason. The moment the 5 figures appeared, all 5 of them suddenly widened their eyes. Boom, countless attacks erupted. Gue helplessly shouted, give up your Tao. Give up your Tao and don't kill. Old friends, stop struggling. There are over 100 masters of the laws here, dozens of first-class masters. There's no need to court death. Before he could finish shouting, Suyu stared at the human emperor. Suddenly, he felt a toothache. The human emperor's side was the tomb of a first-class powerhouse. As soon as this powerhouse appeared, he saw the human emperor and rapidly absorbed energy. A coffin appeared, ready to explode. Suddenly, his eyes glazed over. He looked at the human emperor and muttered, humans can't be killed. Suyu was stunned. For a moment, he didn't even want to care about you. As for the human emperor, he smiled benevolently. Yes, humans can't be killed. It is our duty to protect humanity. Listen to me and give up your Tao. I will exchange it for a more suitable Tao for you. Under the human emperor's devilish temptation, the first-class powerhouse struggled and felt some pain. However, at this time, the human emperor's seal emitted endless power of the laws that flowed into his body. Gradually, his expression calmed down. He sighed. Today, I know who I am. I will fight for humanity. I don't mind giving up this Tao. You will be a blessing to humanity. With these words, the tomb endured the pain and completely stripped away his own Tao. This scene caused Suyu's teeth to ache. The others felt a chill in their hearts. Gue Kwang gulped, "My heavens, what the hell, this was too terrifying." As for Suyu, he was helpless. His uncle, this so-called Tao of responsibility, was the devil's Tao. What was going on? He could sacrifice everything for humanity. My heavens, the human emperor was actually a devil to his bones. He was a saint and a devil. As for the other three sides, the rumbling continued. 20 against 1, and with countless preparations, there was almost no suspense in the outcome. The three second-class powerhouses were quickly destroyed and their Tao was sealed. On Suyu's side, the spear-wielding Yu's face was pale. He was suppressed by Suyu's Tao. For a moment, he didn't dare to make a move. He gulped. When he saw that the tomb next to him had stripped away his Tao, sweat dripped down his forehead. This was too terrifying. He suddenly looked at Suyu. At this moment, he actually felt more at ease. My side didn't seem as terrifying as the other side. At least, he felt that Mu might have gone mad, but at least he still had consciousness. This was too terrifying. Yu's heart trembled and he was filled with lingering fear. After a while, he saw that the others were quickly finished. When he looked at Gue again, there was more anger and despair in his eyes. After a while, he said in a low voice, "I surrender." Gue, *ck your ancestors, you actually tricked us. He almost exploded with anger, but at this moment, there was nothing he could do. Suyu laughed. He looked at the human emperor and shrugged, "I don't need to make a move. The most powerful thing is to win without fighting." The human emperor was speechless. Nonsense, without my intimidation, how could this guy be subdued so easily? Forget it, I won't argue with Suyu. As for Suyu, he chuckled and said, "I stripped away my Tao so that you and Gue can be companions." Oh right, Gue said that he misses you and insisted on calling you over as guests. You guys can have a good chat. Several powerhouses quickly looked at Gue with anger, disgust, and hatred. As for Gue, his face was filled with helplessness. These people really didn't care about humans anymore. I'm a surrendered subject. How can they treat me like this? For a moment, Gue was also in despair. The 10,000 worlds were all demons, the legends in the heavenly gates were all lies. The 10,000 worlds were not weak. Instead, they were very terrifying, much more terrifying than the Forbidden Lands. 5 powerhouses had just entered the Myriad realms when they became prisoners of Suyu's group. 3 second-grade powerhouses had their grand Daos forcibly stripped away. Fortunately, they recovered after their bodies exploded. Suyu's people didn't attack either, so they were lucky enough to survive. That Mu had been turned into a fool by the human sovereign. Jade, on the other hand, was still rejoicing that he hadn't encountered that terrifying fellow, but the human sovereign. At this time, including Gue, the 6 powerhouses were all dispirited and dejected. There was no way out. It was said that there were no powerhouses in the Myriad realms, and that the master of the laws could move unhindered through the world. In the end, first-grade and second-grade powerhouses like them shouldn't have ended up like this, even if they were behind the door. Dozens of powerhouses had come at once. At this moment, Jade was somewhat unwilling. He looked at Suyu and gritted his teeth. "Are you Suyu? You'd better let us go. I'm the Forbidden Land behind the door." Bang, with a loud bang, Suyu's slap smashed him into pieces. His body was swiftly swallowed up by the world. The surroundings were silent for a moment. Mu, who had been in a daze, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Gue was the same, his face full of terror. Suyu cursed, "Noisy." He felt a little annoyed and a little embarrassed. There was no other reason. Just now, the human sovereign was too awesome. He didn't even have the nerve to make a move. Although his mouth had taken advantage of him, it was clear who was superior. He had lost face in front of everyone. "You still want to be noisy? Jade." This reminded him of the immortal race's Jade King. He was also an annoying fellow. Slap you to death. What was the point of leaving so many powerhouses behind the door? There was no need. Since he was in a bad mood, he might as well slap him to death. At the same time, he could show others how powerful he was. Of course, he had stripped away his grand Daos. Suyu was speechless. You've already stripped away your grand Daos, yet you still insist on putting on a brave front. If I don't slap you to death, who else should I slap to death? At this moment, the remaining powerhouses all paled, dead. He was a first-class expert, someone who, even behind the door, would have a hard time dying. And yet, Suyu had crushed him with a single palm strike. His fleshly body, the sea of will, had been completely devoured. When he looked at Suyu again, all that was left was fear, boundless terror. Even Mu, who had lost his senses earlier, lowered his head, not daring to look at Suyu. As for Gue, his throat was trembling. This fellow Suyu was truly terrifying. Capricious, he didn't say much to him at all. If he was unhappy with you, he could slap you to death. He could slap you to death in an instant. Ren Huang also glanced at Suyu and smiled. This kid. He didn't pay too much attention to this. He smiled, looked at the crowd, and said, Suyu said that the 5 great Daos belong to those who are capable. It doesn't matter if it's my people or his people, everyone can fight for it. Although everyone was still stunned by what had just happened, the one who died wasn't one of them, so who cared? Sky Destroyer hurriedly said, everyone's strength is different. Do we have to fight for it? For example, some are first class, while others are 3rd or 4th grade. Isn't that a bit unfair? Suyu glared at him. Fair my ass. Apart from Ren Huang's people, everyone else has ascended to the Master of the Laws at about the same time. The difference between them won't be more than a month. If you can't beat others, you're trash. Cut the crap. Whoever wins will get it. Who cares what grade they are? Do you think your enemies care what grade you are? Sky Destroyer was incomparably gloomy. He grumbled, but right now, the first class isn't here, and Xianxia is still at the peak of the 2nd grade. If she makes a move, won't she just take everything? Suyu glanced at Sky Destroyer. After a moment's thought, he said, that makes sense. Forget it, I'll add a prefix. Anyone can steal a first-class Dao. If you steal a first-class Dao, you kill a first-class one. If you steal a 2nd grade one, you kill a 2nd grade one. If you only steal and don't kill, then if the heavenly Dao isn't with me, then it's with Ren Huang. In the next great battle, if you can't complete your mission, then I'll seal the heavenly Dao. I'll double the seal. Ren Huang glanced at Suyu, speechless. Sky Destroyer had bare one's teeth. That was good. If anyone dared to steal everything, they would kill 2 1st grade and 3 2nd grade. This wasn't a joke. If Suyu said he'd do it, then he'd do it. If he couldn't, then he'd be out of luck. Suyu didn't say anything. He stood up and looked at Gue and the others. Follow me. Everyone else, steal and refine them yourselves. His Majesty Ren Huang will be in charge. Ren Huang glanced at him. I'm working for you again, this brat, he's becoming more and more dismissive of himself. Ren Huang silently cursed. Forget it. As a great man, I won't hold a grudge against a lowly man. This brat Suyu isn't as reliable as 2nd Brother Wen. 2nd Brother Wen can at least help out with some miscellaneous matters, but Suyu doesn't care at all. Indeed, Suyu couldn't be bothered. If it was in the past, he would carefully distribute them. He would distribute them to whoever was most suitable for the Grand Dao. But ever since the last time, when experts of the same number couldn't win against one, he realized that this situation wouldn't do. In any case, everyone was waiting to distribute according to need and not according to effort. Whether they put in more or less effort, it didn't matter. Whether they risked their lives or not, the harvest was the same. Since that was the case, if he really encountered a life-threatening crisis, would he still need to risk it? This situation wasn't too obvious yet, but Suyu was worried that if he let it continue, it would be very dangerous. There would definitely be people who would slack off. This wasn't a good solution. He could only start now and correct all of this. Distribute according to effort, distribute according to strength. Powerful people might not be able to fully digest and use the Grand Dao, but they had to accept this karma. They needed to use the life of an expert to repay it. If they didn't have the ability, it was best not to accept it. If they accepted it and didn't return it, Suyu wouldn't be polite. Moreover, if there were benefits in the future, it wouldn't be those people's turn. As Suyu walked over to the human Lord's seal, he pondered the situation. In the early stages, the main goal was to increase everyone's strength. Now that the 3 gates were open, there was no need to rush. As for Gue and the others behind him, they were all restless. Mu, who had just been tormented by the human sovereign, was now cautiously scolding, "Gue, you bastard, you tricked us to death. You was killed just like that. You bastard, you deserve to die." Gue didn't say a word. "I didn't want to do this either, but what could I do? I'm just a prisoner." "Didn't you say that Suyu was only a 3rd-tier Grand Dao? Now you're telling me he's a 3rd-tier Grand Dao?" Gue was helpless. He transmitted back, "Stop complaining. What can I do? When I came out, it was much more dangerous than it is now." At the time, they were fighting with the Wan experts. The masters of the laws were dying in droves. Even 1st-tier Grand Dao experts died in droves. If I hadn't made way, I would have died long ago. How could I have had the chance to tell you? It's not like I died and told you about the danger, right? Their friendship hadn't even reached that point. Helpless, Mu transmitted back, "Then now, where is he taking us? He won't kill us like before, will he?" Yu's death was too unjust. He was a 1st-tier expert. In any era, in any place, he would be a peerless expert. But after being stripped of his Grand Dao, he insisted on being stubborn, and now he was slapped to death. He didn't even cause a ripple. Gue didn't know why Suyu was looking for them, so he could only follow in silence. A moment later, Suyu entered the Great Hall in the Human Emperor's seal. He smiled. "Sit." The others didn't dare to sit. Suyu smiled again. "Sit down and we'll talk." The others were still nervous. Suyu smiled again. "Sit down." His tone became a bit more serious. Gue quickly sat down, and the others followed suit. Only then did Suyu's smile become even brighter. "Good boy, listen to me. That's a good boy. If you don't listen, I'll feed you to the heavens and earth." Their hearts chilled. If they didn't sit down, they would be beaten to death, right? Gue didn't dare to say anything. Mu was silent for a while, then said, "Su. Human Emperor Su, what do you want to do? Ask whatever you want. Now that we are prisoners, we can't refuse. Human Emperor, just speak your mind." Suyu smiled. "Each of you, write me a map of the interior of the heavenly gates." "I can't write it." Mu had just finished speaking when he saw Suyu's expression change. He hurriedly said, "I really can't write it. The world behind the door is different from the myriad worlds. Behind the door is the void, like an undeveloped primal chaos. It can only mark the location of some forbidden areas, and that is the only place that can be marked. Of course, there are also some small gathering places, such as Origin Returning Mountain, where Gue is located, and Heavenly Tomb Territory, where I am located. But we can move at any time. Not only us, even the forbidden areas can move at any time, or drift with the flow, drifting through the entire heavenly gates." Suyu frowned slightly, and said calmly, "Then write the current situation." Mu said awkwardly, "The places we travel to might not be many. Moreover, some of us only come out after a long time. I'm mainly worried that the information we have is different. For example, we might see a forbidden area. Previously, when I saw it, I was in one area, and when others saw it, they were in another area. If the Human Emperor finds out, he might think that we are deliberately deceiving him and kill us. That would be too unfair." Suyu smiled. "Interesting. Indeed, those who cultivate the unconventional Dao are indeed smarter than those who cultivate the physique Dao, spear Dao, and saber Dao." This was also the truth. If these guys didn't explain clearly and gave different maps, then Suyu might really think that they were deceiving him and kill a few of them as a deterrent. As for Mu, his back was also sweating. He knew that talking to Suyu was very dangerous, but he had to say it. This idiot had a silly look on his face. Those who cultivated the physique Dao were indeed stupid. If he didn't explain now, then he wouldn't even know how he died later. Suyu smiled. "It's fine. How about this, each of you give me a map, it's fine if it's different, but if I find out that you are deliberately deceiving me, hee. For example, purposely leading me to some dangerous place, then I'll wait and see." Mu immediately put on a smile and said, how would we dare? Besides, we don't have much contact with the experts in the heavenly gates. We are all rogue cultivators. If we dare to speak nonsense, no one will be willing to stand up for us. Why do we have to seek death? Suyu rubbed his chin and smiled. Then draw a map and mark out some of the forbidden areas, places where rogue cultivators gather, and first-class places. The few of them had no choice but to start working. After a while, Suyu received 5 maps. There were indeed some differences. Moreover, the maps felt too crude. They were just marking out some points here and there. Anyway, they were all empty space. Suyu took a closer look and said thoughtfully, let me ask you one more thing. What does the river of time look like in the heavenly gates? Just as Mu was about to speak, Suyu looked at a second-class cultivator who cultivated the fire elemental Dao and pointed at him, you, tell me. The red-haired man was a little stiff and uneasy. He said, it's similar to the Myriad worlds. However, the water is a lot murkier than the Myriad worlds. It's the kind where the water flows rapidly. It's easier to cultivate, but it's more violent. Suyu nodded slightly. Anything else? The fire elemental cultivator thought for a while and said, also, the river of time in the heavenly gates does not have any boundaries. The Daos are more or less the same, does that count? After all, he was a second-class cultivator. He had some understanding of these things. Suyu nodded. He said, do you know the real location of the heavenly gates? I don't think you've marked it. The fire elemental cultivator shook his head. We can't be sure. Only the experts of the Forbidden Lands know where it is. We know a general area, but we don't know the specific location, so we didn't mark it. Suyu nodded again. Are the experts in the heavenly gates, especially the masters of the Forbidden Lands, the experts who opened the Myriad worlds in the past? Some of them are. Suyu thought for a while and said, does this immortal mountain Forbidden Lands have something to do with the immortals? The immortals like to call themselves immortals. Is it where the immortal ancestor resides? That's not it. At this moment, Gue could not help but interrupt. I know a little about this. The master of Immortal Mountain's name is Law, and the immortal ancestor's name is Immortal. He's an immortal. Just like the demon ancestor, he's also a demon. Because they founded this lineage, the name of their race is actually their name. Suyu raised an eyebrow. Is the ancestor of the human race called man? He did not know about this. Gue could not say anything. He said gloomily, I'm not sure about this. The ancestor of the human race in the conventional sense refers to the first leader of the human race during the period of unification, which is the human ancestor Zhou. The big races like the immortals, demons, and gods were created in the later period, so they have ancestor Zhou. Suyu understood. Are the immortal ancestor and the others in the heavenly gates? They should be. Gue thought for a while and said, but the heavenly gates covers a large area. They might not be able to leap over it in their lifetime. The range of our activities is not large, so even if we know they are in the heavenly gates, we might not know where they are. Moreover, these experts are not in the same circle as us. Gue explained, they have their own circles. For example, the Forbidden Lands communicate with each other, but the Forbidden Lands rarely communicate with the itinerant cultivators. Suyu thought for a while and said, apart from suppressing others and improving oneself, the Forbidden Lands are like the heavens and earth, what else do they do? This, Gue shook his head. However, Mu laughed and said, yes, I do know a little about this. I once knew an expert from a Forbidden Land. Of course, he wasn't the master of the Forbidden Land. He once unintentionally revealed to me that the reason why a Forbidden Land is called a Forbidden Land is because it has the ability to suppress others. The true use of a Forbidden Land is to allow one to pass through the gate of heaven. Suyu raised his eyebrows, what do you mean? Mu thought for a while and said, he didn't say much about the details. I'm not too sure myself. The heavenly gates have never been opened before, so no one knows if we can walk out of the heavenly gates. However, from what he said, the Forbidden Lands might be able to pass through the heavenly gates when they open. Those who are not in the Forbidden Lands might not be able to enter the Myriad worlds even when the heavenly gates open. As for the details, it's just my guess. He paused and said, or, the Forbidden Lands might be able to weaken the heavenly gates. For example, one could pass through the heavenly gate's shadow. He looked at Suyu and said cautiously, those who possess the heavenly gates can enter the heavenly gates, but they might not be able to come out. Therefore, I suspect that the Forbidden Lands might have the ability to come out of the heavenly gate's shadow. Suyu's eyes flickered. You mean, if we enter the heavenly gates and conquer a Forbidden Lands, and the Forbidden Lands are not open, they might be able to pass through the heavenly gate's shadow and send us out? That's possible. Mu said, it's just my guess. Because I'm not from the Forbidden Lands, I don't know the situation. Suyu smiled, I feel that you're trying to instigate me to go in and cause trouble for the Forbidden Lands, is that right? Mu's face turned pale. Human lord, you've misunderstood me. I didn't mean it that way. Suyu sneered, forget it, I'm a magnanimous person. I'm too lazy to argue with you. At this point, Suyu continued, let's stop here for now. If there's anything I don't know, I'll continue to ask you. As for the rest of you, just find a path and save your lives. I can see that all of you are full of eerie aura. It did feel like that. Suyu said, you guys might be the real dead spirits. You guys are different from the conventional dead spirits. You guys are from the past and should all be dead. According to my classification, you guys might be considered as people from hell. Mu, Gue, and the rest fell silent. Maybe, in fact, they knew it too. Everyone in the sect knew it too. Therefore, they wanted to return and fuse with the Daos here. They wanted to stand tall in the Myriad worlds again and become experts of the Myriad worlds, not just experts of the sect. So you didn't ask any more questions and directly imprisoned them in the human master seal. So you did not care about the competition in the outside world. However, during his seclusion, he could sense the distribution of the Daos. There were a total of 5 Daos. There were 2 first-class Daos. There were many people who knew the Tao of the Spear. The most powerful one should be Lord Yu. However, he was not around. This Tao benefited Lord Battle. Lord Battle had fused with Suyu's Tao of Heaven and Earth and cultivated the Tao of Battle Will, the kind that would erupt in every battle. It was a battle of will and morale. He might not be compatible with the Tao of the Spear. However, Lord Battle had defeated the great Qin King. He was also extremely fierce. Because he had fused with Suyu's Tao, he did not care if it was compatible or not. At this time, his only wish was to recover his strength quickly. Although the human emperor had secretly persuaded Lord Battle to give the Tao of the Spear to the great Qin King. After all, these Daos were taken by Suyu. However, Lord Battle was unwilling and insisted on fighting for them. Even the human emperor could not do anything about it. In the end, the Tao of the Spear was fused with Lord Battle. After fusing with it, he was not able to rise to the first class, but he recovered peak second-grade battle strength. He was different from the Martial Emperor before. Previously, Martial Emperor was a second grade, while Lord Battle had fallen to third grade. It was not easy for him to recover peak second-grade battle strength. As for the other first-class Great Tao, the Tao of the Coffin in the tomb, it had been taken by Wisdom King. Wisdom King had already recovered to second grade, and the Great Tao of the Coffin was actually a Great Tao of Seals. Seals were related to array formations, so it was quite compatible with his Tao of array formations. Wisdom King had an extremely deep understanding of the Great Tao and was already a first-class expert. Now, he had taken the opportunity to forcefully raise his Tao of array formations to first class. This was also the second first-class Great Tao in Suyu's world. The first was the Tao of the physical body. As for the Great Zhou King, that was the amalgamation of many Great Tao. It was not a single Great Tao that possessed first-class strength. 2 first-grade Great Tao had been snatched away by an ancient expert. No one else could fight for them. This was especially so for those who fought with the Ming sovereign for the Great Tao. Practically all of them were instantly defeated, unable to fight at all. This was a former first-grade Great Tao expert, one of the 4 extreme sovereign personages. Even though he had only recovered to first-grade Great Tao, he was still not someone those people could fight. Snatching one was too easy. 3 peak second-grade Great Tao, the fire elemental Great Tao, had been snatched away by the floating earth spirit. It was unexpected that Heavenly Fire and Marquis Fire Cloud could not defeat the floating earth spirit. The fire elemental Great Tao had been forcibly fused into the floating earth spirit's Great Tao of the 5 elements. As for the previously unknown floating earth spirit, it had suddenly become a second-grade Great Tao. Although it was newly advanced, it was enough to make people's jaws drop. The Great Tao of Annihilation had been snatched away by Bean Bun. After it was snatched away, Bean Bun did not use it for himself. Instead, he gave it to Pot Biscuit. The Great Tao of Annihilation was somewhat related to Pot Biscuit's devouring. Bean Bun had used the ability to manifest Great Tao to snatch away a Great Tao while many people fought for it. This surprised Suyu. As for Pot Biscuit, he had also used this opportunity to devour a peak second-grade Great Tao and step into the second-grade realm. He was even stronger than Bean Bun. On the other hand, there were many people who fought over the Great Tao of Staff. Sky Destroyer, March, 9 Moons, Giant Bamboo, Wu Ji, and even the defeated Great Qin King all participated. Sky Destroyer shouted for a long time, but in the end, it was useless. In the end, this Grand Tao was taken away by the Great Qin King with no regard for his own life, making Sky Destroyer so angry that he almost exploded. Most of the 5 Great Taos had been taken away by experts, and there was no need to distribute them. Otherwise, the Great Qin King was more suited to the Tao of Spears than the Tao of Staff, and some of the Great Taos would have been wasted. However, Suyu did not care. This was exactly what he wanted. The results were quite good. Of the 5 Great Taos, Suyu's side did not obtain a single one. The key was that all 5 of them were within Suyu's world, including the Wisdom King and the War King. Even though they were the human emperor's subordinates, their Great Taos were within Suyu's world. It was unknown whether it was because the Wisdom King's subordinates did not want to compete or because the human emperor had given the order, but in the end, not many people participated. In the end, all 5 Great Taos fell into Suyu's hands. Using these 5 Great Taos, the Wisdom King recovered to first grade, and the War King recovered to the peak of second grade, while the other 3 barely reached second grade. Many experts were born in an instant, and Suyu's world quickly stabilized. The entire world continued to expand. Now, within Suyu's world, there were the Wisdom King, the Martial Emperor, and the Great Zhou King in the first grade. There were Star Moon and the War King at the peak of second grade. There were the Great Qin King, the Cooking Biscuit, and the Floating Earth Spirit at the beginning of second grade. As for Blue Sky, he had quietly become a first-grade expert. Even if he disappeared, no one would care too much. After all, this fellow was the mysterious type, and no one knew where he was hiding. This time, it took some time for Suyu to stabilize the world, expand it, and digest what he had gained. Originally, when the Immortal Emperor died in battle, Suyu had devoured a lot of the Immortal Emperor's Great Tao energy. Unfortunately, after the Immortal Emperor's Great Tao collapsed, either the Yuan Sage or the Heavenly Ancient had rapidly improved and occupied the Immortal Emperor's Great Tao again. Suyu had not devoured enough Great Tao energy to increase his strength. Otherwise, he might have taken this opportunity to let the Star Moon ascend to first grade. However, there was no other way now, unless he completely collapsed the Immortal Emperor's Great Tao and devoured the other party's Great Tao energy. However, the world had given birth to 3 first-grade powerhouses and many second-grade powerhouses, so the Great Tao energy in Suyu's world had strengthened significantly. Not only had the previously unstable world regained its stability, but his own strength in the world had also improved greatly. At the moment, in the Human Master Seal, at Suyu's side, 24 little golden dragons appeared faintly, which was the symbol of 24 Great Tao forces. 16 Great Tao were first grade, which also meant that Suyu had entered the mid-stage of first grade and had even begun to advance to the late stage. Such an improvement speed was still extremely fast. At this moment, Suyu had finally digested his previous gains. It was normal for it to be harder to improve in the later stages. Suyu did not care too much. What he was more concerned about was that there was a problem with his Great Tao and his own world. The deviation was too great. Suyu frowned. Among the 3,000 Great Tao, more than 2,000 were extremely weak while the strong ones were first grade. Such a gap was a big problem. Sooner or later, something big would happen and the Great Tao would be biased. This would cause the world to become unstable. However, the Human Emperor's world, King Wen's world, and even Lan Tian's world were more stable than Suyu's. Being too biased was not a good thing. Now, if he wanted to solve this serious problem, he could only kill a large number of powerhouses in the sect, integrate them into the Great Tao, and strengthen it. Alternatively, he could obtain a large amount of nomological power to supplement the 10,000 Great Tao and not let the Great Tao deviate too much. How troublesome. Suyu shook his head. The drawbacks of improving too quickly still appeared. He had some Great Tao power, but it was not as good as Lan Tian. Lan Tian was still attached to the river of time. Suyu did not have it, nor did he have enough nomological power to supplement those weak Great Tao. Unless he learned from Lan Tian now and hooked up with the river of time. However, this was not the result that Suyu wanted. For a moment, Suyu also had a headache. This was not good. Heaven's Gate might be a solution. Killing a few more people to cultivate his own weak power of the Great Tao was a good idea. At this moment, Suyu, who had nothing to do, began to consider whether or not to project a clone into Heaven's Gate. As for his real body, he was not interested in entering Heaven's Gate to cause trouble. It depended on this situation. If the situation allowed, he could find Qingwen, conquer the Forbidden Land, and enter Heaven's Gate freely. He could consider entering Heaven's Gate with his real body. At this time, Suyu's attention was attracted by some sounds outside. Soon, he went to investigate. Outside the human master's seal, at this moment, the Great Light Prince was like a 3-year-old baby. He clutched the Ming Prince's arm tightly and cried, "Old ancestor, now that His Majesty's world is stable, you should return me the Great Tao." Wait, for the sake of this Great Tao, the Great Light Prince was going all out. He started crying in front of many people. "Quickly return it to me. Previously, you said that His Majesty's world was unstable. Recently, His Majesty's world has been expanding. You should return it to me. Don't go back on your word. A first-class Great Tao is too tempting." The Ming Prince felt helpless. Meeting such a shameless descendant gave him a headache. This fellow had been chasing him and complaining for several days. Feeling helpless, the Ming Prince said again, "Don't be anxious. Right now, His Majesty's world is not stable. Can't you see that the strength of His Majesty's Great Tao is too obvious? It can easily collapse. As for you, your understanding of the formation Great Tao is not deep enough. You cannot maintain the operation of the world. If you don't believe me, you can ask His Majesty you. The formation Great Tao is originally to stabilize the world. Once you control it, you can't control the first-class power. Instead, you will lose control. Once you lose control, His Majesty you will be finished, and the world will collapse." Speaking up to this point, the Ming Prince looked at the people watching the show and sighed, "Everyone, I am not someone who takes advantage of my grandson's grandson. I have no choice. If you want to see His Majesty's world collapse, then I will give the formation Great Tao to Landlord Zhu. What do you think?" Before the Great Light Prince could speak, many people around him changed their expressions. Soon, someone said, "Great Light Prince, why don't you change your Tao?" What the Ming Prince said makes sense. "Yes, old Zhu, change your Tao." Hearing this, it was obvious that it was the Great Qin Prince who said it. The Great Qin Prince quickly said, "Not to mention first class, I just barely entered the second class. I feel that I have lost control. You obviously have no chance of grasping a first-class Great Tao. It can easily cause the Great Tao to collapse. Yes, forget it." One expert after another began to persuade the Great Qin Prince. The Ming Prince continued, "How about this? You can't control the formation Great Tao. I've done some research recently. In His Majesty's world, there is a Tao similar to the formation Great Tao that no one controls. You can give it a try. Similar to the formation Great Tao, the Cage Tao is actually similar to the prison Great Tao. You should know that prison has reached the level of Qingwen. Disregarding her character, the power of her Great Tao is extremely strong. You can try to control it. When His Majesty you and His Majesty the Human Emperor kill her one day, you can devour prison's Great Tao and instantly become a first-class Great Tao." The Great Light Prince cursed in his heart. Forget it, he knew that Tao was extremely weak. Now that he controlled it, he was only a 5th-class master of the law. Perhaps with the help of the world, he could become a 4th-class master, but he would be even weaker than before. The great ancestor really didn't want to be human anymore. He was stubbornly refusing to leave. The Great Light Prince was exhausted. He knew that he couldn't snatch it away from the great ancestor. Depressed, he said, "Great ancestor, It's not that I have to have the formation Great Tao, the cage Tao is fine too. How about this, Great Ancestor? I heard that you killed a top-notch second-class expert in the past, and his corpse is still preserved. Why don't you give it to me to replenish my power of the Great Tao? The Ming prince cursed in his heart. I knew this grandson was thinking of this, as expected. I was wondering why you insisted on pestering me because you knew that a first-class Great Tao was difficult to control. He thought about it and was about to refuse, but the Great Light Prince shot him a resentful look. If you don't give it to me, I'll really cry. The Ming prince was helpless. After a while, he said, all right. I'll give it to you, and we're even, all right. This time, the Great Light Prince agreed readily. Soon, he reached an agreement with the Nether King, so you didn't know whether to laugh or cry. None of the Zhu family members were good people. Each was more scheming than the other. They called the Great Ancestor, but in their hearts, they couldn't wait to empty the Great Ancestor. The Great Ancestor listened for a while and laughed for a while. He didn't show himself, and soon, he disappeared. The Human Emperor's world. The Human Emperor was in seclusion. He suddenly opened his eyes and said helplessly, will it kill me to enter the gate and greet you? Suyu smiled and said, Your Majesty, do you think you won't notice me? The Human Emperor was speechless. What did he say? Suyu said again, I want to enter the heavenly gate to investigate. The Human Emperor had already expected this. He thought for a while and said, I probably won't be able to enter. There's a powerful person nearby. If I enter, I'll be easily discovered. If you really want to enter, it's not impossible. Remember, if you're not confident, don't enter with your true body. Otherwise, you can only enter but not leave. You can only wait with second brother Wen and the others for the heavenly gate to open. The Human Emperor said again, also, don't provoke too many powerful people. There's no need. When they come out, we'll deal with them. Time is on our side. Suyu nodded. The Human Emperor tirelessly warned again, after you enter, don't trust anyone. Second brother Wen and Martial King aside, don't trust anyone else, including Wen and Xing. The Human Emperor said in a deep voice, we're not from the same era. The so-called bloodline inheritance is worlds apart. Strictly speaking, immortals, demons, and gods are also humans. Do you think of them as humans? Don't be soft-hearted. Suyu smiled, I'm more ruthless than your majesty, right? The Human Emperor was speechless, nonsense. I'm kind to my own people. In the eyes of outsiders, I'm more devilish than demons. Inner saint, outer king. What do you know? You have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. You can't listen to soft words. You're too young. You want to compare yourself to me? Xing is my ancestor. Do you think I'm going to care? He had to remind Suyu. After reminding him for a while, he said, also, don't trespass the forbidden area. If you do, your strength will be beyond your imagination. You can even kill your true body by killing your avatar. Suyu's expression turned serious. He nodded. He had to remember this. The Human Emperor nagged for a while. Suyu listened silently. Soon, Suyu left. The Human Emperor sighed as he watched him leave. He hoped that this guy wouldn't encounter any trouble. He also hoped that this guy wouldn't act recklessly. None of them were easy to deal with, second brother Wen, fourth brother Wu, these people were all the same. Being a big brother is so tiring. The Human Emperor shook his head and sighed. He wouldn't be a big brother in the future. As a big brother, he could only clean up after these bastards. At this moment, Suyu, who was leaving, laughed. He was in a good mood. Now that he had left, he wouldn't feel too much pressure wherever he went. Even if his true body ran away, he didn't think much of it. Wasn't the Human Emperor here? It felt so good. No wonder King Wen could run away whenever he wanted. It felt so good. The Human Emperor was the best. He was good at cleaning up after people like him. The key to why Suyu wanted to enter the Heavenly Gate instead of the Earth Gate was the Time Master. This person had influenced him for more than 10 years. Suyu did not know how he felt about the Time Master. Worship, disgust, hate. The Time Master's Book of Time had changed Suyu's life, but such a change was extremely painful. For more than 10 years, Suyu had often been in pain. He struggled to survive in his sleep and was constantly reborn in the midst of death. The Time Master created Suyu, but also made Suyu suffer and go crazy for many years. Without the Time Master, there would be no Suyu today. After entering the Institute, Suyu had encountered many trials and tribulations. However, Suyu didn't think that it was a big deal. He didn't think that it was a big deal when he went to the All Heavens battlefield alone. That day, when he was trapped in the ancient city, Suyu, a top genius, chose to become a half-dead spirit. This was something that had never happened before, but Suyu did it without the slightest hesitation. I am a half-dead person. After the age of 18, although there were no more dreams and he no longer suffered from those inhuman tortures, Suyu had already gotten used to it. Was there any difference whether he had it or not? Suyu, who was born intelligent, had been forced to go crazy over the years, and the Time Master had played a big part. However, without her, perhaps Suyu would have perished in the convergence of the three gates of the Myriad worlds a few years later. Which result would be better? Suyu himself was confused. In the Human Master Seal, Suyu's heavenly gate appeared. At this moment, the heavenly gate was much clearer and thicker than before. To enter through the heavenly gate's phantom, should he directly enter, or should he project a doppelganger? The doppelganger was not as strong as the main body, and without the support of heaven and earth, with Suyu's current strength, there were only about 20 of the 24 great path powers outside of heaven and earth, and if he were to project a doppelganger, there might only be about 16. Just one level. They weren't considered weak, but in this gate of heaven where there were many masters of the forbidden grounds, only a few rogue cultivators were in the first class. If Suyu were to enter, he might not be able to do anything if he encountered some strong cultivators. His main purpose in entering this place was to find the Time Master. As for killing people and satisfying the cultivation of the Great Tao, that was secondary. He wanted to meet the Time Master. He was also going to save her and fulfill his promise to Featherball. He had promised Featherball that when he was strong enough, he would go save King Wen and the Time Master. Although the current Suyu was far from being as strong as King Wen, Suyu would never go back on his word unless he couldn't. If I enter with my original body, without bringing the heaven and earth, I will at least have the power of 20 Daos. If you directly brought the mortal Lord Seal in, you would only be slightly weaker than the heaven and earth teleportation. However, if I took the heaven and earth core, it would be very dangerous. At this moment, Suyu was contemplating whether or not he should enter with his own body. If it was before the human emperor came back, there would be no need to think. Suyu would definitely enter with his clone. He definitely wouldn't take the risk. However, now that the human emperor had returned and Lan Tian had opened the sky, Suyu didn't have so many burdens. He wanted to live for himself this time. He wanted to find the Time Master, but he wasn't strong enough. He might not even be able to see the Time Master's face. It was too difficult for him to improve now. Wanfu Prefect. Suyu called out. A moment later, Wan Tianxing floated over. Seeing the gate of heaven floating in front of Suyu, Wan Tianxing sighed as if he had understood something. He said softly, "Let's go with my original body. Now that the human emperor is back, do as he pleases. If something really happens, I will tell everyone to move to the human emperor heaven." Suyu looked at him silently. Wan Tianxing chuckled. Doing as you please is also a kind of enjoyment. Back when you entered the academy, you started running around for the Shenwen faction. That was still the Onping era. Now, it's already the second year of Sinyu. So what if you live for yourself once? The Time Master changed your life. I can understand how you feel. He looked at Suyu and smiled brightly. Just take care of yourself. If you really can't come out, then wait for the gate of heaven to open. The unrestrained Suyu is the most carefree, hopeful, and interesting person in this world. He looked at Suyu with a hint of pity in the depths of his eyes. War, endless war. Scheming, constantly scheming. Killing, endless killing. He was killing, others were killing him. All these years, Suyu had never stopped, never stopped. He killed from the human realm to the heavens, from the heavens to the upper realm, from the upper realm to the river of time. Now that the three gates were about to open, there might be another great war, one that would last for an unknown period of time. Suyu did not seem to think for himself. Now that the human emperor was back, Wan Tianxing also supported him to go out and explore. Seeing Suyu looking at him, he smiled. You are Suyu, not everyone's nanny. We want to put shackles on you, but we also need to give you time to breathe. Go, there will definitely be danger, but can it be more dangerous than before? You, as a Soar, dared to take over the world in the heavens battlefield. Now that you have reached the first class, will you still be afraid of some lords of the Forbidden Lands? Suyu laughed. He looked at Wan Tianqing and said after a while, do you think I should bring the human master seal in? Bring it. Wan Tianqing smiled. If you don't bring it, how will you increase the power of heaven and earth after killing people? If you don't bring it, how will you connect with your own world? Bring it. Even if it's destroyed, it's destroyed. We may be seriously injured, but we won't die easily, especially now that the human emperor is willing to accept us. If we can't, aren't there others? He smiled brightly. Go. Live for yourself once, be straightforward for once. You are Suyu, not the human emperor. Suyu chuckled. Why do I feel like Principal is sending me to my death? Principal, you are instigating me to do bad things. Wan Tianqing also smiled, shaking his head. No, because I know you won't be willing to be left alone. After you go in, you will definitely find trouble with the Time Master. If you go in with your avatar, if you really cause trouble, you will die. You might as well go all out and bring everything you have. At least you won't have any regrets. He knew Suyu's character. Was Suyu someone who was willing to be left alone? If not, Suyu would get himself into trouble sooner or later. Wan Tianqing knew all too well that since that was the case, Suyu should bring everything he could. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. He just wanted to ask for Wan Tianqing's opinion. In the end, before he could speak, Wan Tianqing already knew and even asked him to leave with everything. Principal, I won't bring the human master seal. This is the source of the great Tao. If it's destroyed, people will die. Suyu smiled, looked at Wan Tianqing, and suddenly smiled treacherously. I want to go in and take a look. My real body will go and see if I can create another book of civilization after I go in. Wan Tianqing was stunned. What did he mean? Suyu's bare one's teeth grinned. I want to see if I can create another world after I go in. Yin and Yang combine. When I open a world inside and come out again, perhaps at that moment, I will be able to surpass them in an instant and truly catch up to Lord Wen and the human emperor. Hiss. Wan Tianqing was extremely surprised. He couldn't help but look at Suyu. You, if you can really do it, wouldn't others have done it long ago? Suyu smiled. Where did the others come from? Lord Wen doesn't have the time, Lord Wu doesn't know how, and not everyone can create a world. I've observed for a while, and these people can also continue our great Tao. This means that they can also cultivate our great Tao. It's just that they couldn't before. Suyu smiled. If that's the case, I'll start all over again. Moreover, I won't start all over again. I have the foundation and the resources to rebuild my great Tao. Suyu chuckled and said, I want to give everyone a huge shock. I want to create a world inside the sect. Even if I can't move out now, when the 3 gates open, I will merge the 2 heavens. Suyu smiled. I'm even prepared to go and find a way to comprehend a great Tao inside the sect. I'll disguise myself as a rogue cultivator. So, I won't bring the Mortal Master Seal. The great Tao imprint on the Mortal Master Seal is too obvious. Wan Tianqing looked at him, really a little surprised. This guy, so this was his idea. No wonder he was so conflicted about whether to go with his main body. Wan Tianqing thought about it. Open another day inside the sect. Your idea is really ambitious. This guy was really ambitious. Suyu laughed. Principal, if I do something that ordinary people can do, how can I be considered a genius? If I do something that ordinary people can't do, then that's amazing. Of course, I'm not sure yet, but I want to try. Also, my own world, actually, I don't want to expand. Why? Suyu sighed. The gap between the great Tao is too big. If this goes on, if there are a few more physical Tao, spear Tao, fire Tao, and so on, the world will be too biased. Going behind the sect is actually for one thing, to comprehend some great Tao that I haven't comprehended too deeply before, some unconventional great Tao. When the time comes, if heaven and earth can merge, we can complement each other. Suyu was also saving himself. Wan Tianxing thought about it, nodded, and smiled. Alright, then after you go in, try to comprehend more of the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures. When your 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures in heaven and earth are strong, and yin and yang merge, maybe I can take advantage of it. Having said that, he added, then you go to the heavenly gate. There are still cracks in the earth gate. If the opportunity is right, we will also go to the earth gate to take a look. So you did not stop them. Each had their own opportunities. He himself was not willing to be left alone, and these people obviously would not either. Blue Sky opened the sky himself. So you did not help Wan Tianxing, because Wan Tianxing was currently not suitable for opening the sky. First, there were too few Great Dao, and second, the Great Dao was too weak. Blue Sky was also weak, but he had more Great Dao, much more than Wan Tianxing. Since Principal thinks that it's okay for me to do this, then I can rest assured. Suyu smiled. Let the human sovereign continue to clean up after me. I can't be bothered with this. If I have a way, I will think of a way to come back earlier. For example, I can take down a forbidden area and connect it to the heavenly gate. Then, I will come back. Wan Tianxing nodded. Do you need to bid farewell to the others? There's no need. Forget it, I don't want them to persuade me otherwise. Suyu smiled. Other than Principal, the others might persuade me not to take the risk, including the human sovereign. But if I listen to them, would I still be Suyu? A Suyu who did not take risks, would he still be Suyu? After becoming the human sovereign, he liked to plan before taking action. That could not be helped. The real Suyu liked to fight big with small. If he did not gamble, how could he have reached where he was today? Although he was improving rapidly, his foundation was not stable. In fact, it was not as good as before. His foundation was more solid when he took risks and gained rewards. Suyu opened a small crack in the heavenly gate. He felt the aura inside and smiled. Principal, I will go in. Suyu was a decisive person. Before he left, he had already told the human sovereign. Now that he had told Wan Tianxing, he did not have too many worries. He did not bring the human sovereign seal with him. The aura of the Dao was too strong. If he entered with his main body, he would have at least 20 Daos of power. That was enough, it was not too weak in the first class. Today, Suyu once again experienced the feeling of being able to leave and go wherever he wanted. Burden, I don't want the burden. The human sovereign will bear it. In the next moment, Suyu disappeared in the heavenly gate. The heavenly gate also disappeared. The whole world trembled slightly. The others did not feel anything. In the distance. In the human sovereign's world. The human sovereign's expression suddenly changed. In the next moment, he could not help but curse, "You bastard." Suyu, this lunatic, this bastard, he actually ran away with his main body. The others did not feel it, but he did. The human sovereign was a little flustered and exasperated. After being flustered and exasperated, he felt a little helpless and worried. None of them were obedient. Wufu is still the best. The human sovereign sighed. Wufu was so obedient. It was a pity that it was not easy for Wufu to transcend and become a true powerhouse. The human sovereign thought for a moment. Suddenly, a heavenly gate appeared. Not long after the heavenly gate appeared, there was a sudden vibration. A cold voice came from inside the gate. Xingyu, do you want to come in? I will be waiting for you. The human sovereign was helpless. Damn it, you are still staring at me, I just wanted to give it a try. I did not expect you to really be here. Is there nothing to do in Heaven's Vault Mountain? The human sovereign's voice came in. You stare at me all day long. Did I dig up your ancestral grave? I am warning you, don't provoke me. If you provoke me, do you believe that I will not be polite to you? If you have the guts, enter with your main body. Behind the gate, the Heaven's Vault Mountain Master's voice came with a cold tone. The human sovereign laughed and said, then you can project your projection over. I will play with you. The Heaven's Vault Mountain Master ignored him. The projection was not strong. It was normal for it to be killed by the human sovereign. If you are really not afraid, then release the seal and let me control Heaven's vault mountain to descend. What are you thinking? The human sovereign laughed. Soon, he laughed and said, all right, you and I will be in a deadlock. There is no need for you to go out and I to enter. Heaven, we can be considered old acquaintances. It is like this, isn't the heavenly gate about to open? You are not the only master of the Forbidden Lands. There are many masters of the Forbidden Lands, and you do not have any advantage. Have you considered cooperating with me? Heh. A cold laugh came. You, Xianxia, are ruthless and evil. How many powerhouses have you killed in the sect? Is cooperating with you seeking death? The human sovereign's fishing skills were not inferior to Suyu's. In ancient times, he had forcibly fished out all the powerhouses in this area. Only when he met the Heaven's Vault Mountain Master did he stop fishing. What are you saying? The human sovereign laughed and said, it is like this. In the past few days, did I defeat Juan? Did you feel anything? Juan's remaining group went against the flow again. Recently, I have been idle. Juan lost? The Heaven's Vault Mountain Master was a little surprised. Lost? Your injuries are not light, right? Under such circumstances, the Myriad races were actually defeated. How useless, no wonder Xianxia had the guts to open the heavenly gate again. Otherwise, before this, even if he projected a first-class clone in, the human sovereign would still be worried. For many years, the human sovereign had not opened the heavenly gate. I have almost recovered. The human sovereign laughed lightly. Isn't it normal that one can't beat me? Speaking up to here, the human sovereign said, let's cut the crap. If you want to cooperate, help me deal with those guys from Immortal Mountain and free King Wen and the others. I did not kill him. That is already my limit. You actually want me to help them? The Heaven's Vault Mountain Master was about to laugh. Are you crazy or am I? Up to you. The human sovereign said calmly, if you want to be the first to enter the world, you can think about it. If you help me, before the heavenly gate opens, even if it is one day earlier, you can come out through me and gain an advantage. Do you want to wait for everyone to swarm out together? Think about it. Without waiting for the other to reply, the human sovereign put away the heavenly gate and ignored him. He thought about it. Would the Heaven's Vault Mountain Master help? Of course, the probability was not high. But as long as he had some thoughts, he might interfere. This way, with the turmoil behind the gate, who knew if Suyu would have a chance to fish in troubled waters? Soon, the human sovereign sighed again, a little helpless. There was no other way, you can only rely on yourselves. I have no way to manage the heavenly gate now. He felt his own world. His progress was not slow, but he did not know how long it would take for him to return to his peak under such circumstances. As he thought about it, the human sovereign's figure appeared and instantly appeared in front of the Earth Gate. The Earth Gate was faintly discernible. The human sovereign waved his hand and said with a smile, come, I won't hit you. Why are you running? The Earth Gate seemed to have a little reaction, but it also seemed like it did not. But gradually, the Earth Gate condensed and was not as weak as before. The human sovereign was full of smiles. Good. I did not hit you much. Back then, I only hit you a few times and accidentally made the crack a little bigger. It was my fault. I am sorry. In the future, when you have completely recovered, I will apologize to you. As he said this, he stretched out his hand and grabbed. In the void, suddenly, a gate appeared. The next moment, Marquis Tong Tian had an awkward expression. Greetings, Your Majesty. The human sovereign smiled and looked at him. You are doing well. You have received a lot of benefits from Suyu. I was lucky, Your Majesty. You is magnanimous, then I am stingy? No, no. Tong Tian was embarrassed. I did not say that. The human sovereign was too lazy to say more. He looked at him and said with a smile, I will give you a signal. Infiltrate into the Earth Gate and summon. See if you can summon some of my old subordinates. Tong Tian's heart trembled slightly, he looked at the human sovereign. The human sovereign also looked at him and said with a smile, what's wrong? No, nothing. The human sovereign smiled again and said, don't be afraid. There is no one else nearby. After my punch, there are not many people who dare to stay behind the gate. All right. Marquis Tongtian did not dare to resist. Soon, he received a signal from the human sovereign. Then, the power of the gate faintly seeped into the earth gate. The human sovereign had been waiting. Tongtian also looked at the human sovereign cautiously. He did not know who the human sovereign was going to summon. Could it be you? It was said that you was among them. After an unknown period of time, a voice with a hint of caution came from inside the gate. Your Majesty? The human sovereign smiled. His smile was bright. As for Tongtian, he was extremely surprised. It was not you, and he was not familiar with her. Who was it? The human sovereign smiled. It's me. As his words fell, a faint power flowed into the gate. The person behind the gate seemed to be relieved and hurriedly said respectfully, Your subordinate greets Your Majesty. Your Majesty has been away from the Myriad world for many years. I have tried several times to inquire about Your Majesty, but I have not been able to obtain any news of Your Majesty. Your subordinate has been very worried. It's fine. The human sovereign smiled and said, The earth gate is chaotic. You guys be careful. However, there are some troubles on my side. My injuries are not light. Is there any treasure suitable for my recovery in the earth gate? Treasure? The person thought for a while and said after a long time, I can't get my hands on ordinary treasures. Even if I get my hands on them, they might not be useful to Your Majesty. Treasure suitable for Your Majesty's recovery, actually, there are some. Human ancestors' longevity bamboo, master of chaos ageless root. The human sovereign smiled, don't talk nonsense. Relying on you to get them is suicide. Having said that, the human sovereign continued, is there anything else that you can get? If not, think of a way to send me some origin of chaos. Take advantage of the fact that no one dares to come here, send some out. That's not a problem. The person said and said, Your Majesty, did a group of new people come in recently? Yes, they are all enemies. Just kill them. If you can't kill them, then don't bother. No, Your Majesty, someone from the gate might have come in. Recently, there seems to be some movement in Bihua Mountain. They might have even made contact with the Master of Chaos before. I asked around but did not dare to ask too much. However, according to what I know, the human gate might want the Master of Chaos to break out of the Earth Gate first and cause chaos in the Myriad world. And the Master of Chaos might make a request for the Myriad Dao Stone as a bargaining chip. Myriad Dao Stone? The human sovereign thought for a while and said, could it be the legendary rule stone that was born from the convergence of the Myriad Dao? Maybe. But it is said that it might be the Myriad Dao Source Stone, the one left behind when the Master of Time opened the sky. How is that possible? The human sovereign hesitated. That thing, if there was one, it would have been used long ago, right? Could it be that the human gate still has it? What's the point of keeping it, waiting for it to be robbed? He was a little confused. The people in the gate did not know either, so he said, Then I am not sure, I can't investigate the situation of the human gate. Forget it. The human sovereign laughed, thought for a while and said, Trade. The human gate has to go through the river of time to trade with the other party. It is best to find an agent, the kind that has opened the human gate. This is not easy to find. If you want to go in and out, it is best to go through the earth gate. Alright, I will pay attention and keep an eye on this side. If I can get it, that would be for the best. If not, send me a batch of Source of Chaos first. Yes, I will do it as soon as possible. Alright, then go. Be careful, I will not summon you easily if there is nothing important. Understood. Soon, the other party disappeared. The human sovereign looked at the earth gate and fell into deep thought. At the side, Marquis Tongtian was thinking hard. Who was the other party? Gradually, Marquis Tongtian's expression became strange. I might know who it is. He could not help but look at the human sovereign, feeling strange. My God, this person is also a sly old fox. As for the human sovereign, he turned his head to look at Marquis Tongtian and laughed. What is it? Marquis Tongtian shuddered from the laughter and hurriedly said, Nothing, nothing. Does your Majesty have any other instructions? Nothing. The human sovereign laughed. Cultivate well, don't think about all these things all day long. You have a good foundation. It is not in vain that second brother Wen gave you the title of Marquis. Oh right, don't just sit around all day long. As the son of the three gates, if you have nothing to do, go and investigate who has opened the human gate, earth gate, and heaven gate. You only know how to sit around all day long, what a waste. Marquis Tongtian was depressed. Then, he carefully said, I am not the son of the three gates. The human sovereign smiled faintly, what nonsense. Don't you know? You are not the son of the three gates. You are already my son. Forget it, I am too lazy to acknowledge you. Second brother Wen paid a huge price to extract some of my heaven gate's power, his own, and wisdom king's power. Then, he extracted a lot of the earth gate's power. Finally, he killed the second giant king and forcibly took away the power of the human gate. The power of the three gates combined to give birth to you. Marquis Tongtian's face changed. The human sovereign was calm and composed. Back then, didn't I let you guard the gate so that you could investigate all the people who opened the gate? That is your job. All day long, I don't know what you are thinking. Do you really think that you are born from heaven and earth? Marquis Tongtian's face changed. After a while, he said, but in my memory, I was born in the river of time, that's right. The human sovereign smiled, you were born in the river of time. Second brother Wen stuffed you into the river of time to nurture you. Tongtian, Tongtian. It was not for you to open your celestial aperture, but for you to open the three gates. At that time, we were prepared to kill our way into the three gates. But in the end, you improved very slowly. You needed to eat the power of the gate. How could you have so much power of the gate? So second brother Wen temporarily gave up. Marquis Tongtian's face became even more strange, but, no buts. The human sovereign was indifferent, I was too lazy to mention it before. Man-made gate, it doesn't sound good. But now, I realize that you really think of yourself as one of the three gates. I have to remind you, when the three gates see you, once they awaken, you can count yourself lucky if they don't eat you up. Do you really think of yourself as one of the three gates? Marquis Tongtian was depressed. Your Majesty, you mean that I am really man-made? Of course. The human sovereign laughed, not only you, are the three gates not man-made? It's just that the people who made them are different. At this point, the human sovereign continued, don't be idle, and don't think about cultivating for the time being. Your real chance is on the day when the three gates open. The human sovereign explained, when the three gates open, the gate awakens, and its power spreads, that day is the best time for you to improve. You might even reach a terrifying level in one fell swoop. At that time, you will be the fourth gate. Of course, before that, you have to think of a way to strengthen yourself. I'll see if I can guide someone out. Guide who? Tongtian looked at him. The human sovereign was too lazy to say. Who else could he guide other than Suyu? Was he counting on Suyu to defeat the Forbidden Land and come out? That was too unrealistic. He had to think of a way to get Tongtian to open the gate. Thinking of this, the human sovereign said, if you have nothing to do, go to Emperor Wu's side. His gate of heaven was opened for nothing. Speaking of which, we arranged for you to stay by Emperor Wu's side for many years. Didn't you absorb the power of his gate of heaven? Tongtian opened his mouth wide, and after a while, he said, no, can I absorb it? The human sovereign was startled, yes, why not? Marquis Tongtian was extremely depressed, I thought that if I didn't absorb it, I wouldn't care. What an honest man. The human sovereign sighed and shook his head helplessly, you talk so much, you're not an honest man. You actually didn't absorb it secretly? Marquis Tongtian said dejectedly, I was afraid that King Wen would lock the door for me. The human sovereign was even more speechless. After a while, he said, forget it, it doesn't matter. You, think of a way to open the gate of heaven for me. That's it. Don't pretend to be mysterious all day long. The three gates don't even treat you as one of them. Got it. Marquis Tongtian was very depressed. Wasn't I born? I was actually created by King Wen and the others. This was very depressing. Thinking about it, he could not help but say, then am I considered the son of your Majesty and King Wen? Your Majesty, were you born together with King Wen and the others? The human sovereign could not be bothered with him. He disappeared instantly and said, "Don't leak the news that I just contacted that person. If it is leaked, I'll send you back to the furnace to be remade." "Yes, Your Majesty," Tong Tian responded, his face dejected. He looked at the Earth's gate again and muttered, "So, we're not of the same race." On this day, the human sovereign made some arrangements and also made preparations for his recovery. He would not always hope for Suyu to grow up. He himself was the most powerful existence. If Suyu went to the gate of heaven, he still had to think of a way to clean up after him. If this guy encountered danger, perhaps he could find out something through the Sky Vault Mountain Lord, and think of a way to get Tong Tian to bring Suyu back. None of them were easy to deal with. As for second brother Wen, he didn't know what he had been doing all these years. He hadn't made any progress at all. The 3 gates were about to open. In the past, the human emperor was ambitious and wanted to fight the 3 gates alone. He wanted to join forces with the 10,000 realms to fight the 3 gates. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Now, the human sovereign did not expect Wan to join forces with him to fight against the 3 gates. Wan was an idiot. He did not know what it meant to change the sun and moon at the same time. In a chaotic void, a figure appeared in an instant. Behind the door, the phantom of the gate of heaven flashed and disappeared. Suyu came in, the main body stepped in, the white robe disappeared in an instant, and the gentle aura also disappeared in an instant. In an instant, Suyu looked slightly rough, with a somewhat gloomy expression. His nose elongated a little, making him look a little aquiline. And the moment he entered, Suyu also felt the aura of the Myriad world. It was a little obvious here, just like when a living creature entered the dead soul's domain, it was actually quite obvious, but soon, Suyu dispelled the other forces. Inside his body, there was only Death Qi, Yin Qi, and Hades Qi. Now, it was a little suitable for this side. If the dead soul's domain corresponds to the living domain, the 2 poles of life and death, then the inside and outside of the gate represent the 2 worlds of Yin and Yang. In an instant, Suyu had some clear perception. Suyu took out the map and glanced at it, his eyes flashing. First stop, where to go? Eternal Life Mountain. No, that place was too dangerous now. He wanted to go to the dead soul's hell. Yes, that was the territory of the Lord of the Dead Souls. He was also a true top existence. Even if the Lord of the Dead Souls was here, without the blessing of heaven and earth, he would still be a top existence, which was very terrifying. Once this guy returned to the Myriad world, it seemed that the lords of the Forbidden Lands would not be able to defeat him. The Lord of the Dead Souls recruited a group of experts, all of them cultivators of the Dead Souls, the Underworld, the Dead Souls, and the Tao of Yin Qi, and created the Paradise of the Dead Souls behind the gate. This information appeared in Suyu's mind. The Lord of the Dead Souls was very ambitious. This guy had entered the gate of heaven of his own accord. And the domain of the Dead Souls had existed for a long time. Perhaps this guy wanted to go back and instantly merge with it. Then, he might become a true top existence. Suyu rubbed his chin and smiled. Should I go to his place? I'm afraid that he will sense a familiar aura. After all, when Iswell appeared that day, I did something to him. If I'm discovered, I'll be in trouble. But, isn't this very cool? It was very exciting. Suyu laughed. I really want to meet the Lord of the Dead Souls. In Suyu's mind, the Lord of Time was the strongest, and the Lord of the Dead Souls had always been the second strongest. Even now, Suyu felt that the Lord of the Dead Souls was very strong, even stronger than King Wen and the human sovereign. It should be known that this world was also outside, but he was still here to suppress the lords of the Forbidden Lands. Suyu seriously suspected that the Lord of the Dead Souls had opened the domain of the Dead Souls here, and it was because he saw the hell of the Dead Souls that Suyu had the idea of opening the domain of the Dead Souls here. At this moment, Suyu took a deep breath. The Lord of the Dead Souls' territory had not moved for many years, and it was not too far from the Eternal Life Mountain. He could go to the Lord of the Dead Souls first. This person was extremely domineering, but domineering also had its advantages. He was not afraid of anyone infiltrating. He would accept anyone who cultivated the Great Path and was compatible with him, so you could roughly guess what the Lord of the Dead Souls was thinking. After the gate of heaven opened, he would bring everyone into the domain of the Dead Souls. This was probably what the Lord of the Dead Souls was thinking. It was a very tempting idea. Then, I'm coming. Suyu chuckled and looked at the endless void. He judged the direction and compared it with several maps. The locations of the Hell of the Dead Souls were all the same, with a reference, so you would soon be able to reach the Hell of the Dead Souls. Lord of the Dead Souls. I'm coming to see you, at this moment, in the Hell of the Dead Souls. An expert in a black robe suddenly opened his eyes, and his expression turned cold. What are King Wen and the others trying to do? Don't force me to kill you. He vaguely felt that someone was plotting against him. Humph. A cold snort echoed in all directions. The world inside the door. Emptiness, dead silence, desolation, there wasn't even a place to land. Simply put, one wouldn't be able to leave this godforsaken place without reaching Soar. So you found it strange, this place had been here for countless years. Was there no new generation, then? Where did the new generation live? In the Forbidden Land, a gathering place for itinerant cultivators? In other words, they might only be able to stay in one place for the rest of their lives, and it might not be very big. Wasn't that a very sad thing? Moreover, the biggest difference between this place and the Myriad worlds was that there was no light. Yes, it wasn't bright enough. It was gloomy here. Although it didn't affect Suyu and it was the same as during the day, could ordinary people survive in such an environment? Perhaps there were different treasures in the Forbidden Land that could create light. That was possible. It's really lonely inside the door. If one stayed in this place for too long, they would definitely feel depressed. Suyu recalled the map in his memory. There seemed to be other territories nearby. The closest one should be Gue's Mount Gueyuan. Gue had been upgraded to Tier 1. In this place, it could be considered a small overlord. Mount Gueyuan was quite famous among itinerant cultivators. However, even though it was the closest, it was a distance that many people couldn't cross in their lifetime. For Suyu, it would take a long time to reach it. Suyu walked in the void and comprehended everything here. Great Tao power. This place looked like primal chaos, but it was indeed not primal chaos. It was because the Great Tao here had also been sorted out. It was not that messy and disorderly like in the primal chaos. This might have originally been a place full of life, but later on, it became desolate. However, the Great Tao here was orderly. This was also the way to distinguish chaos. This is a world, not chaos. Suyu quickly came to a conclusion. He sensed the existence of some Great Tao power. Not only that, but he also vaguely sensed the existence of the River of Time. At this moment, a small heaven gate appeared between Suyu's eyebrows, but Suyu restrained it. Here, the heaven gate erupted and the yang energy was too abundant. Suyu comprehended the Great Tao and pondered in his heart. How could he comprehend the Great Tao power here? He sensed for a moment. Previously, when he was outside the door, he controlled thousands of Great Tao. The stronger ones were first class, and the weaker ones were at the Tao integration power. However, there seemed to be some obstruction to comprehending the Great Tao here. That obstruction made him feel as though he couldn't break through a thin film. Although the Great Tao was right in front of him and he even knew how to cultivate it, he just couldn't integrate his insights into the Great Tao nomological laws. It was as if he and the Great Tao didn't exist in the same era. Yes, they were not in the same era. The Tao here doesn't belong to our era? That was why there was a barrier. However, if he did not connect to the Great Tao of this place, how could he pretend to be someone from the sect? How do you split open the sky here? Suyu fell into deep thought. How could he break that barrier? Otherwise, while he could disguise himself now, if he were to meet an expert, they would be able to see through his disguise very quickly. Since he wanted to disguise himself, he had to make it as realistic as possible. If it was too fake, what was the point? Why can they continue the Great Tao outside the door? Could it be because the Great Tao has been broken and there is no Tao, so it can be reconnected? But I don't have a Great Tao either. Of course, his Great Tao was in his own world. Suyu fell into deep thought. He was a little confused. If he didn't break that barrier, he wouldn't be able to resonate with the Great Tao here. There was even a barrier when he used some of the power here. Barrier. If I'm not from this era, how can I tell if I'm from this era? Suyu rubbed his chin. This was the key. If he didn't solve this problem, it would be very troublesome. He didn't want to be like King Wen and the others, who were chased to death after entering. It was too pitiful. He didn't know if King Wen, the researcher, had done his research, or if he had the time to do so. Perhaps the Lord of the Dead Spirits had done his research, but he didn't know if his Hell of Dead Spirits had opened up a world or a treasure. If it had opened up a world, it meant that he had a very high level of attainment. How about I go and see how the Hell of Dead Spirits was opened, so you continued to experiment. After a while, he fell into deep thought. King Wu and the others should be able to use their strength here, which meant that his great Tao could be used here. The river of time existed. Although there was a barrier in the heaven gates, the power of the river of time was universal. For example, Gui and the others would be top experts in the myriad worlds. I can't use the power of heaven and earth, because it doesn't belong to the river of time. But I can use the power of great Taos, because they exist in the river of time. Although the nature of the power might have changed after flowing here, it's still within the river of time. Right now, I have no power in the river of time, so I can only rely on my own strength and the weak radiation of the power of heaven and earth. Does that mean that King Wu and the others are stronger than King Wen? King Wu could continue to use his own power, but King Wen couldn't use the full power of heaven and earth. One thought after another floated through Suyu's mind. At this moment, Suyu's interest was piqued. He hadn't thought about it or researched it for a long time. Now that he had seen a different world and comprehended the power of a different great Tao, it was actually very interesting. He liked to think, but unfortunately, he didn't have much time. In the early days of the academy, Suyu had established the Primordial Spirit Research Institute, including the embryonic form of the heaven gates, the yang orifices, and the yin orifices. Of course, he had borrowed a lot from the Book of Time. Now that he was here, it was like he was starting all over again. As a result, Suyu suddenly had the desire to explore the Tao. I need to find someone to observe carefully. Suyu muttered to himself. He needed to observe the existences within the heaven gates, and what kind of living conditions they had inside. Mount returning. Suyu sped up and flew in a certain direction. Mount returning, a group of people had also gathered in the Gui's lair. The origins of the rogue cultivators in the heaven gates were somewhat complicated. Some were people from the Forbidden Lands. Because there were too many people in the Forbidden Lands, a group of people would be exiled. Yes, exiled. Because the Forbidden Lands were only so big, experts wouldn't expand their Forbidden Lands just for a few people, and the Forbidden Lands couldn't be expanded just because they wanted to. Within the heaven gates, giving birth was a very dangerous matter. The greatest danger was being exiled from the Forbidden Lands. When there were too many people, the Forbidden Lands would exile a group of people. And leaving the Forbidden Lands was a very dangerous matter, because there were some great dangers in the void. Some primordial monsters from the era of creation, some old monsters that liked to eat blood, could live in the endless void. Not only that, there was actually another kind of creature inside the heaven gates that was also very dangerous. Or rather, it was a danger that everyone had to face, the devouring locust. A kind of creature that looked like a locust, this kind of creature would devour everything it saw. The desolation inside the heaven gates had a lot to do with the devouring locust. According to Gui, this was the end of the era, and some creatures appeared in the laws of heaven and earth. To be more obvious, these creatures were born from the river of time, like bugs in the water, continuously emerging from various places and devouring the entire world inside the heaven gates. They wanted to destroy this world. The world inside the heaven gates would be destroyed sooner or later. This was something that Gui knew. But now, some of the lords of the Forbidden Lands were powerful and would often sweep these devouring locusts, giving some of the weaker people in the heaven gates a chance to survive. As for the rogue cultivators, some came from the Forbidden Lands, some were nurtured by some experts during the era of creation, and some were brought in by some experts back then. They were left behind in various places, and as the experts died, these people scattered to various places and continued to grow. Suyu had asked a few people how the era of creation was sealed. The answer given by Gui was very simple. In one day, the world was turned upside down, and all the experts seemed to have experienced the passage of time and appeared behind the heaven gates. At first, the heaven gates was not so desolate, but later on, it was devoured by the devouring locust. Such an answer made Suyu speechless. They entered this kind of world in one day. There were so many experts, but none of them sensed it. According to Gui's explanation, Suyu could only guess that it was done by the Time Lord. Otherwise, no one could do this. One had to know that there were many experts during the era of creation. At that time, when the myriad worlds were opened, a large number of experts appeared. When the world was created and the river of time first appeared, it was very similar to Suyu's world. A large number of experts entered the heaven gates and took the opportunity to occupy the great dais, becoming experts. In Suyu's world, many years later, the great dais were all occupied by others, and it was actually very difficult for the later generations to surpass their predecessors. The predecessors kept improving, but when all the great dais were occupied, what would happen to the later generations? If the great dais were not enough, would the later generations be blocked? As he thought about it, Suyu was a little moved. It made sense. During the era of creation, the experts occupied too much of the power of the great dais, making it difficult for the later generations to surpass their predecessors. Then, was the destruction of the era of creation related to this? Perhaps the Time Lord did not want to see such a scene, so he made a move, sealing these old antiques, and then dividing them into two worlds, the Yin and Yang, and two different great dais, so that the later generations could continue to cultivate. The devouring locust was a bit like the doomsday cleaner. Was it considered a cleaner? One thought after another appeared in Suyu's mind. Soon, a huge mountain appeared in the darkness in front of Suyu. It was very, very big, not smaller than the mountain of man in the upper realm. And this was Mount Returning. Suyu recognized it at a glance. This was because this mountain was a bit like a Tonghulu, the kind that stood in the dark void, overflowing with a faint glow. Before Suyu could get close, an aura spread over with some vigilance. Those who could walk in the void were not weak. At this moment, a voice shouted, "May I ask who you are?" "This is Mount Returning, the territory of the Supreme Guizun." Suyu's eyes were dark, and he said in a low voice, "I am the inspector of the Heavenly Tomb territory." Before Lord Mu left, he said that he came to Mount Returning to visit a friend, but he has not returned for many days. Now, the Heavenly Tomb territory is threatened by the devouring locust, so I came here to report to Lord Mu and return to the Heavenly Tomb territory. "May I ask where my lord is now?" In an instant, a figure appeared in the void. He looked middle-aged, and he looked somewhat vigilant, but he still replied, "This matter, I also do not know." Suyu shouted coldly, "My lord, where is he?" Suyu said angrily, "I sent many secret messages, but I could not get a reply from my lord." And before he left, he said that it was an invitation from Mount Returning, and he wanted to come here to visit his friend, Lord Gue. "Where is Lord Gue now?" The middle-aged man said helplessly, "Lord has not returned for many days." Suyu's eyes were cold. "Could it be that you, fellow Daoist, you have misunderstood?" The middle-aged man explained, "That day, Lord Gue left Mount Returning together with Lord Mu and Lord Yu. He said that he had something to do, and he has not returned since." Suyu looked at him coldly and frowned. "Then did he say when he would return? Also, can you contact Lord Gue and ask him to tell my lord to return as soon as possible?" A powerful devouring locust has appeared near the Heavenly Tomb territory, and it is flying towards the Heavenly Tomb territory with a large number of devouring locusts. As time passes, the Heavenly Tomb territory will definitely be in trouble. This was indeed a difficult problem. If he did not return, the Heavenly Tomb territory would be destroyed. The middle-aged man pondered for a while and said, "Then I will try to contact my lord, but you also know that in this endless void, sending messages may not be useful." Suyu was a little anxious and also a little annoyed. "If the Heavenly Tomb territory is really destroyed, I will not be able to explain it. If you delay the proper business, you will not be able to explain it to my lord. My lord has a good relationship with Mount Returning. Once the Heavenly Tomb territory is destroyed, won't my lord vent his anger on Mount Returning? At that time, there will be no benefits." The middle-aged man was also a little depressed. That was true. If Gue left and something happened to Mount Returning, he would also be anxious. "Then dare I ask, how strong is the leader of the devouring locust near the Heavenly Tomb territory?" "More than 15 daos of power." The middle-aged man inhaled slightly. This was not weak, and he definitely could not deal with it. If it was weak, he could go with this person to deal with it if he could not contact Gue. But at this moment, the situation had already exceeded his ability. In fact, Suyu was also trying to determine this person's strength. If a strong expert did not make a move, it was difficult to determine the specific strength. But if he did not hide his aura, he could determine it through his aura. After a careful assessment, he estimated that it was about 8 to 10 daos of power, not weak. In this kind of territory of itinerant cultivators, under normal circumstances, there would be a master, who was like Gue. In addition, there would be a patrol, who was also a powerful existence, who would patrol the safety of the entire territory. If they were too weak, they would not have the strength to patrol for danger. As for the Heavenly Tomb Territory's patrol, according to Heavenly Tomb Territory, he had unfortunately died. Moreover, the Heavenly Tomb Territory was sparsely populated, and it was quite far from Mount Returning. Other than some top experts who would communicate, the others might not go to the Heavenly Tomb Territory in their lifetime. At this moment, the middle-aged man on the opposite side was also judging something. Soon, he looked at Suyu and said, "Then, fellow, why not enter Mount Returning to rest for a while? After such a long journey, you seem to have suffered some injuries." At this moment, there were some bloodstains and scratches on Suyu's black ancient robe, and his aura was slightly chaotic. Suyu frowned slightly. "Why, can't you quickly contact my lord and your lord? If I can rush back quickly, I have to go back immediately." Although there are not many people in the Heavenly Tomb Territory, it is also the Lord's painstaking efforts for many years. Once it is breached and devoured. "Fellow, even if we can contact them, we do not know when they will return." "Don't be impatient." Suyu's expression changed for a while, and he looked a little annoyed. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and sighed, "Forget it, let's wait for a while. If the Lord really does not return, I will not return either." The middle-aged man was speechless, but it was understandable. If Mu really did not return, the person in front of him would not be able to deal with the danger. As a rogue cultivator, if his territory was destroyed, he could only continue to wander the void. If this person stayed here and waited for Mu to return, it would not be a big deal. The middle-aged man judged. In the past, when the Lord went out, it would not take long. This time, it was considered a long time. If he was going to return, he should be back soon. If he did not return, the middle-aged man did not think about it. A powerhouse with 16 Dao was a powerhouse no matter where he went. Moreover, 3 of them went out this time, and 3 of them also had more than 12 Dao. With so many powerhouses, unless the master of the Forbidden Land encountered them, there would not be any danger. "Fellow, please rest here for a while. I will inform the Lord as soon as possible." With that, the middle-aged man smiled. "May I know your honorific name?" "Black Tomb." Suyu also said, "What is your honorific name?" "Luo Yun." "Then I will have to trouble fellow Luo Yun." Suyu performed an ancient greeting. "I think the devouring locusts will arrive at the Heaven Tomb Territory in a few days. If the Lord still cannot return, we can only hope that they will change their route. Otherwise, the Heaven Tomb Territory will definitely disappear into the void." A sigh was heard. Luo Yun also sighed. "I hope that the few lords can return quickly. Unfortunately, we are not a forbidden land and do not have the ability to resist the powerful devouring locusts. These devouring locusts are becoming more and more serious, and we are in a precarious situation. More and more rogue cultivators' territories are being devoured. Luckily, the gate of heaven is about to open, otherwise, if this goes on, we will not have any space to live. The price to pay to build a rogue cultivator's territory is too high. We finally have a place to live, but it is quickly devoured again." For a moment, Luo Yun also felt distressed. However, he smiled and said, "However, Lord Mu and Lord Gue both have 16 devouring locusts. Actually, if the lords were here, the 15 devouring locusts might be troublesome to deal with, but it is not impossible. We are much stronger than those ordinary rogue cultivators." At his realm, it was actually no big deal if his territory was destroyed. At worst, he could just change to another territory, or even establish his own. In any case, he had stepped into the second-class Lord of the Law realm and was already a powerhouse. It was just that most people were not willing to waste the effort. Suyu didn't say anything. He looked at the entire mountain. It was quite a big place. The mountain was like a Tonghulu. Although it was called a mountain, to the people who lived here, it was their entire world. Layer after layer, every Tonghulu was actually a world, a territory. Luo Yun was like a god from beyond the heavens, providing shelter for these people here. Of course, rogue cultivators were not so kind-hearted as to insist on establishing a territory to protect others. It was a waste of time and effort, and it was not beneficial. The reason for establishing a territory was to strengthen the power of one's great Tao. It was like the Tao of the flesh. Gue had established his own Tao of the flesh, so the people in his territory had to cultivate the Tao of the flesh and integrate it into Gue's great Tao, making him stronger. Just like the floating earth spirit, the five elements race cultivated the great Tao of the five elements to make the floating earth spirit stronger. Gue's Tao of the flesh had been devoured by the martial monarch, and yin and yang had become one. However, this Tao had not been severed and still existed. Therefore, he did not feel anything at the moment. However, problems would arise sooner or later, and people would discover some clues. In particular, you had been killed. The Tao of the spear had been directly devoured by the war monarch, and Yu's great Tao had been severed. If he had a territory, the existences in his territory might have already discovered his death. Of course, this was not something Suyu was concerned about. Luo Yun did not cultivate the great path of the fleshly body. These second-grade experts all had their own great paths. It was just that they were under Gue's name. A portion of the people in Gue's territory would also cultivate his great path, but the number would not be too many. Here, population was also a good thing. There were benefits in large numbers. However, there could not be too many. If there were too many, there would not be enough resources and territory. They could only be like the Forbidden Lands, expelling some of the weak and keeping the strong. Only then could the quality not decline. At this moment, Suyu looked over with some envy. There are many living beings in your territory, and the quality is not bad. I see that some of them are still cultivating fellow Taoist Luo Yun's great Tao. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Tomb domain has few people. Luo Yun smiled. That can't be helped. I also know about Lord Mu's great Tao. It is the Tao of the Heavenly Tomb, and ordinary people cannot comprehend it. Lord Gue cultivates the Tao of the flesh. There are many people who can comprehend it, so there are more living beings under Lord Gue. Fellow Taoist, you don't cultivate the Tao of the Heavenly Tomb, right? Suyu shook his head. No, if I did, I wouldn't be able to cultivate to this level. I walk the Tao of Yin Death. When these words came out, Luo Yun was surprised. Then fellow Taoist, didn't go to the Hell of Dead Spirits? The Hell of Dead Spirits was quite famous. You didn't go there, but ran to the Heavenly Tomb domain and became an inspector. Why, no matter what, the Lord of Dead Spirits was one of the overlords of the Forbidden Lands. It was difficult for ordinary people to enter, but you cultivate the Tao of Yin Death. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any barriers. However, Suyu narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, that place is not ordinary. Think about it, it's all the same kind of great Tao, devouring the same kind of great Tao. I heard that the mortality rate there is extremely high. Although it is difficult to improve in Lord Mu's territory, it is also safe. Although people like us want to improve, we don't want to send ourselves to death unless we have no other choice. I see that fellow Taoist Black Tomb isn't weak. You might not be courting death if you go. Luo Yun smiled and said, I'll contact Lord Gue first. If I can't contact him and the Heavenly Tomb domain is really destroyed. Fellow Taoist, it's not like you have nowhere to go, so you don't need to worry too much. Suyu nodded slightly and did not say anything else. At this moment, he and Luo Yun landed at the peak of Mount Returning Origin. There was a great hall here, and it landed at the top of the Tonghulu. This was probably Gue's palace. However, Gue was not here right now, so no living beings dared to come here. Luo Yun looked at Suyu and said with a smile, then, fellow Taoist, please wait for a moment. I'll go think of a way first. If fellow Taoist needs any instructions, just get someone to do it. As he finished speaking, he waved his hand. A graceful woman walked in from outside the great hall and bowed slightly to Suyu. She said gently, this servant is Tingyu. If my lord has any instructions, just let me know. Suyu nodded slightly and did not say anything. He sat cross-legged in the pavilion outside the great hall. Luo Yun quickly left, looking like he was going to think of a way to contact Gue. In this endless void, it was very troublesome to contact people. Sometimes, one had to use some treasures or the will imprints left behind by experts to contact the other party. After Luo Yun left, Ting Yu quickly poured tea for Suyu. Suyu silently observed for a while. Physical Tao. In terms of strength, it was actually not bad. According to the saying of the Myriad worlds, it actually possessed Tao integration power. Gui's maidservant was already at the Tao integration realm, which was actually not bad. However, this was also normal. There were few people and they were all elites. Those who were too weak were actually all eliminated. In the sect, the weak were prey to the strong. It was actually very obvious, even more obvious than in the Myriad worlds. Within a certain period of time, if one was unable to provide sufficient returns to the master of this place, one would be expelled. After being expelled, whether one lived or died would depend on one's luck. This included the Forbidden Lands. When there were more people, the weak would be eliminated. It was a blatant survival of the fittest. The strong would have a meal no matter where they went, while the weak would be despised no matter where they went. For example, a second-grade expert like Luo Yun might not be on the same path as Gui, but it was not a big problem. Gui was also happy to have such a helper when he patrolled the nearby dangers. A second-grade expert would also have no problem opening up his own territory. Suyu picked up the teacup and drank the tea. Gui's Great Hall was actually a little interesting. Here, it was as though it was transparent and one could overlook the entire Mount Gui. Mount Gui was not a big mountain, but it was divided into 9 levels. Gui's palace was on the 9th level. The higher the level, the more experts there were. On the first level, most people were old, weak, sick, and disabled. There were even many children, but there were very few experts. Even if there were some Eternal Realm experts, they were either heavily injured or nearing the end of their lifespans. The difference in strength was very obvious. Moreover, the races were not the same. It was very mixed and chaotic. There were all kinds of people, so you sensed it and found it a little strange. The inside of the sect was like a hodgepodge. All kinds of races were crammed together, and there were even many mixed bloods. Here, survival was the most important. The difference in races did not seem obvious. Suyu even sensed some human auras, but it was also very chaotic. According to the mortal realm, they were all mixed bloods, and they were very mixed. There were even some weak people who had human auras, but their bodies showed some beast-like characteristics. In this world, there were at most 2 kinds of great Daos. One was the physical Tao, and the other was the great Tao that Luo Yun cultivated. Suyu judged that there was a high probability that it was a weapon-type great Tao. He saw many people wearing weapons that looked like ropes. This might be Luo Yun's great Tao. After observing for a while, Suyu and Yu Guang looked at the maidservant beside them with a strange look in their eyes. When the maidservant saw Suyu look over, she smiled gently. It was not too charming, but it was filled with tenderness. For these people, if they could form a relationship with a powerhouse like Suyu who could walk the void, it would be the beginning of their meteoric rise. Unfortunately, this maidservant did not know Suyu's thoughts. Suyu's idea was to strip off her great Tao and then explore it bit by bit to see how it could be integrated into the great Tao. Or should he dissect it and try? If Tingyu knew Suyu's thoughts, she probably would not be in the mood to show her current expression. Instead, she would be horrified. Suyu kept looking at Tingyu. After an unknown period of time, Luo Yun's laughter came over. Daoist Black Tomb has traveled a long way. How about I arrange for you to find a place to rest for a while? His smile was a little ambiguous, but he did not care too much. These were all trivial matters. At their level of cultivation, lust was just a side issue. It was not easy for Luo Yun to investigate Suyu's specific strength, but he felt that Suyu was not weaker than him and was also a powerhouse. He did not mind helping Suyu solve these trivial matters. Suyu looked at him and frowned slightly. Let's put this aside first. Has Daoist contacted Lord Gui? This? Lord Gui has not replied yet. Luo Yun shook his head. But Lord Gui has seen it and will definitely reply. I don't know if he is too far away or within the range of a certain forbidden area. Within the range of a forbidden area, there were powerhouses radiating everywhere, so it was difficult to contact him. After saying that, he said again, how about fellow Daoist wait first? Perhaps Lord Gue will give us some reply soon. Suyu sighed. Forget it. Let's leave it at that. We can only wait. I have tried my best. If Lord Mu comes back late and the Heavenly Tomb territory is gone, I can't do anything about it. After saying that, he sighed again. If it really doesn't work, then go to the Dead Spirit Hell. Although it is dangerous, it is also an opportunity. The Heavenly Gate is about to open. I heard that Lord Dead Spirit has a considerable influence in the myriad worlds. As long as he does not die, it is also a future. Luo Yin nodded and said with a smile, I am envious of fellow Taoist. You cultivate the Tao of death. In the entire endless void, there are so many forbidden areas. The Dead Spirit Hell is incomparably powerful, but it is easy to enter and difficult to enter. These years, many people want to cultivate the great Tao related to death. Unfortunately, it is impossible without the talent. Otherwise, I would also want to cultivate such a great Tao. Being able to enter the Dead Spirit Hell was still very good. A terrifying existence would protect you. It was normal for there to be endless internal strife, but the external dangers weren't that great. However, after saying that, he smiled and said, but for the time being, I advise fellow Taoist not to go there. I heard that King Wen of the Myriad Worlds often goes there. In the past, even Lord Eternal Life Mountain Lord went there. If you encounter these people, you will die without a doubt. So you raised an eyebrow. Why do they go there? That I am not sure. Luo Yin smiled and said, they are all top existences. In front of them, we are nothing. Moreover, they are far away from us. As long as they don't fight us here, it is fine. So you thought nothing of it. If they really did come, they wouldn't necessarily care about us. Although we are masters of the laws, and even amongst masters of the laws, we aren't weak, but what does the power of 10 great Daos count for to them? Luo Yun's heart trembled. More than 10 great Tao powers, this guy was even stronger than him, he immediately became more polite. That is true. Is there anything else that fellow Taoist needs help with? There is no need. Suyu shook his head. Find a place and I will rest for a while. I don't need fellow Taoist to keep me company. Fellow Taoist, you should go on patrol. As he said that, Suyu suddenly said in a low voice, oh right, is there any trash that you don't need? I cultivate the Yin Death Tao, and the Yin Death Qi here is too weak. I will dispose of the trash that I don't need. This will save me some trouble when I go back and find them myself. As soon as these words came out, Luo Yun instantly understood. He was going to use the dead to cultivate. Cultivating this Tao was indeed a bit evil. He thought for a moment and quickly said, it is not a big deal. If fellow Taoist doesn't mind, feel free to take whatever you want from the first floor. But above the first floor, I hope fellow Taoist won't act recklessly. Luo Yun looked at Suyu with a pleading look. Above the first floor, everything was useful. The first floor was dispensable and could even be expelled at any time. Powerhouses that cultivated the Tao of Death would often wait outside some forbidden lands. Every time someone was expelled from the forbidden lands, it was a feast for these people, Suyu smiled. I know what I am doing. Don't worry, this is Lord Gui's territory. I will not kill indiscriminately. After all, the Yin Death Tao is not the slaughter Tao. It is useless to kill too many people. Understood. Luo Yun smiled and nodded. Then fellow Taoist, do as you please. I will instruct others to not disturb fellow Taoist. Many thanks. You are welcome. Luo Yun was still rather courteous. As for Suyu, he also revealed a faint smile. He had already guessed that this would be the result. A second-class expert here, no matter what, would definitely be more useful than those trash who might be expelled. To Gue and the others, the people on the first floor were actually wasting food and wasting the power of heaven and earth. Suyu was also not interested in killing people. He just wanted to study how to integrate into the great Tao. These people were in line with his goal. Then I will be right back. Suyu laughed and instantly disappeared from where he was. As soon as he left, Luo Yun's expression changed slightly, and he said softly, at least 12 Tao of power. Amazing, such an existence would have no problem establishing his own territory. However, it seemed that this black tomb did not have such intentions. If the Heaven Tomb territory was really gone, the other party might really go to the hell of dead spirits. Once he rose there, he might very quickly become a big shot in the Forbidden Land. It is good to form good karma. Luo Yun smiled. Soon, he looked at the maidservant beside him. Go to the first floor. If this fellow Taoist black tomb has any needs, as long as it is not too excessive, satisfy him. An expert with 12 Dao of power, I saw that he was very interested in you just now. If you are lucky, there might be some benefits. Many thanks, Lord. The maidservant was immediately overjoyed. She thanked him for a while and hurriedly flew to the first floor. At this moment, Suyu was in a very good mood. The first floor was much more interesting than the other floors. There were all kinds of messy great Daos. Clearly, these people might not have cultivated the physical body Dao from the start. Instead, they were itinerant cultivators from other places. Perhaps their territories had been destroyed, or for other reasons, they had drifted here. Clearly, they did not value them too much. However, to Suyu, the more great Daos there were, the better. This way, with more samples, it would be easier for him to investigate how to integrate them into the great Daos. Very good. This saved Suyu a lot of time. He liked this place. Why was there a need to fight and kill when cultivating the Dao? Wasn't it good to pretend and live in peace? Soon, Suyu reached out and made a grabbing motion. In the first floor, a group of people instantly disappeared. When the others saw this, some were afraid, some were horrified, and some were stupefied. They had long gotten used to this kind of life. Here, the weak had no human rights to speak of. There were also some people who revealed looks of envy and worship in their eyes. In this place, even if the strong committed heinous crimes, they would still be the object of everyone's worship. This was a sick world, a world that was heading toward destruction. End of chapter 866. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.